wrong. So I would say that it is correct. We're going to kick this off at 7:35. Thank you guys for clearing the water. I see our two competitors out there, it looks like.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. As long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
At Huntington Beach, Dawn Patrol here for the Vans US Open of Surfing. Welcome to my hometown. It's been a huge week here. We're into day 6 of the broadcast, I believe day 8 of competition for the Challenger Series. And there's been a lot going on. We've got some surfers heading out into the lineup. Macy Callahan, we had Molly Picklum down in the sand in support for her good friend, heading out for this first heat this morning, and it's been a huge week. We're expecting the crowds to just be out of control this weekend because it's finally Saturday. We've got Saturday and Sunday, finals day tomorrow. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside of Mitch Salazar, and it's going to be a great day.
It is, and first and foremost, I actually want to start the day off with a lot of gratitude. I want to thank everybody at Vans. As a resident and a member of the local community here in Huntington Beach and its surrounding areas, the impact that this event has financially and the way it offers a lot of jobs for the local people too. I want to say a big thank you to everybody involved, WSLR production as well, so thank you guys very much.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much for having us here. It's always great to be back in our hometowns. And with that, we're going to go down for the call just to get the official word on what the schedule is for today because we've had a lot going on down here. AJ McCord, take it away with Travis.
All right, Travis. So tell us what we can expect in terms of conditions, first and foremost.
Yeah, the swell's dropped down quite a lot, but there's still more than enough out there. Super peaky, kind of quintessential Huntington Beach today. So it's going to be, as the tide goes out, I'm sure it's going to improve too. So it should be a good day.
And today's another day. We have a mix of heats, if you will, out there. So what can we expect in terms of that?
Yeah, we're going to kick off with the women's quarterfinals on the Challenger Series, straight into the men's Challenger Series quarterfinals, and then women's longboards for the rest of the day. Some really stacked heats today. It's going to be a great watch.
Yeah, and the Challenger Series surfers, it's been a few days since a lot of them have competed in the water. Some of them, who knows how much they've surfed. How different are the conditions today versus when the Challenger Series surfers were last competing?
Yeah, some of them have had a couple days off, some of them have had a day off. It's changed a lot. I mean, there was so much current. It was really challenging and a lot of hard work those other days, but heaps of swell. Today's probably a little bit mellower, a lot less swell, but super peaky. There's a bit of wind on it this morning, but that wind helps peak it up, so it's looking good.
Awesome. We'll get right to it. Send it back to you guys.
Thanks so much, AJ and Travis. Quintessential Huntington Beach couldn't better describe the conditions this morning. Bronte McCauley said the same thing to me when she came out of lineup from a free surf.
Yeah, it looks real fun out there. Peaky, low tide, still dropping actually, but we're going to see a high tide that's significant, and it's going to play a big factor for a lot of those later heats on today too, Shannon.
Well, before we get that first heat kicked off, let's take a look at the Surfline forecast to see what we really do have underway today in regards to conditions and that leftover swell that is on the horizon for finals weekend.
Yeah, so this south-southwest swell has slowly been tapering off, but we do have that northwest wind swell that's actually shaping into Sunday afternoon as well. It's going to be fun tomorrow, I think, but this is the forecast for today. 3 to 4 feet. The period is dropping off just slightly, but we do have that significant energy, but it is going to be slightly onshore later this afternoon, 10 knots going into 12, and this is tomorrow. The period drops even just a bit more, but the good thing is that wind swell is going to be filling in, and we do see a lot of the surf being the cleanest early on in the morning, Shannon.
Well, we're going to have a fun weekend ahead of us. Glad that we've got some leftovers from that swell. That wind picked up pretty strong yesterday afternoon, which was kind of a good thing. We'd actually wrapped up competition early because we just ran a few of those longboard heats.
Yeah, it was actually beneficial to, I think, the paddle race in the afternoon because when they were coming in, that onshore was actually pushing them quicker and further towards the beach. So it actually worked out in their favor. All
fun and games yesterday afternoon for the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, but now we are into the women's quarterfinals for this year's Challenger Series here at Huntington Beach. Amuro Suzuki up against Macy Callahan, Japan versus Australia. both looking for some solid results. Macy's had the slightly stronger start to this year's Challenger Series. She had a runner-up finish at the Bolito Pro to Molly Picklum just a few weeks ago, where Amuro Suzuki has been struggling to find some rhythm and some momentum, and making it into the quarterfinals is her best result yet.
Yeah, coming into the event ranked number 5, and that you see from Avoca Beach in New South Wales in Australia. But she's on a roll, as you said, at least a quarterfinal finish right here. But being number 5 and having the loss of both Nikki Van Dyke and Teresa Bonvolo, this is a huge chance for her to move further up in the rankings. On the other side of the coin, Shannon, Amuro Suzuki coming into this event, number 28. So her best result of the season so far, and then you see from Shonan in Kanagawa, Japan. So a big opportunity for both ladies to move up in the rankings, but you would have to think this is a much more crucial heat for Suzuki than it is for Callahan.
Yeah, she needs that result, and with just 3 events left in the Challenger Series, walking away with her best result yet was a 17th place 3 events. So she really needs to the semifinals, possibly take a win away. This would be a huge moment for Amuro.
I love that approach, though. I think the word for today, at least from my perspective, Shannon, is going to be activity. I know there's still waves out there, but I've seen a lot of sets where it's just really one wave that's going to be crucial to those big scores, and I think being active, actually looking for those waves that are going to give you scoring opportunities, especially those mid-rangers, those are going to be the real ones that you need to be looking for out there in 30 minutes.
I like that. And your thoughts on, you know, the more waves you take off on in conditions like this, the more chance you just have to link into, maybe even luck into something that has a good corner and really allows them to get some scoring potential.
Well, I think when you're looking at the conditions today, being how peaky it is, you're going to have opportunities on both the rights and the lefts. I think the inside reform is going to be quite difficult, especially with this lower tide. I would say the mid to high tide is probably going to be a lot more beneficial. But I think most of the people that are going to be advancing today are going to be having 2 scores within the first 15 minutes. You're not going to see many people that are playing catch-up make it through those heats. And the reason I say it is because if you get into a groove early and then you're able to use priority strategically afterwards, those people are going to be the ones that are really going to advance. I think Luca Messinas is going to have a good chance at doing that later too.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the action we have underway, kicking off with the women's quarterfinals, followed by the men's quarterfinals. And then we're going to roll back into the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, where we'll have women's round 3 and quarterfinals finishing out the day. It's going to be a huge day of surfing, one of the longest we've had so far.
Yeah, and I'm excited. I'm all here for it. There's the Japanese contingent. Wade Sharp sitting down as always. He's one of the great minds of the sport of surfing, former judge of the World Surf League as well. And the South African has been coaching the Japanese team for a few years now. Actually was over there at the Olympics too, and helped Suzuki out win bronze over there.
Yeah, huge. That was Rina Matsunaga and Minami Nanaka as well, who had a free surf this morning and just down here to cheer on their teammate. As we see, Macy Callahan snap to start on her backhand, places it for that second turn, and goes into that softer section, throws a little bit of spray. Now into that nice Huntington hop that we're going to become very familiar with again today, because those conditions have dropped off so much. And like you said there, with that low tide, it's going to be very difficult to connect to the inside in these early heats.
I think that's a great start, though, personally. I was talking about activity, and I think she's at least found something that she liked right there on the left.
Nice looking wave for Amuro to start off. Had a little bit of a steeper section on the outside. Gets that first turn in, and that'll be all she was able to find.
So I wanted to point something out. The wide shot from the beach actually really shows the perspective right there, but you're seeing them both paddle out. Macy's probably going to recover priority in this instance right here, but you see that one tee that's kind of sticking out right next to the WSL sign, and you see the one that says Vans all the way. That's where the Rubies used to be, all the way up the pier. So it's breaking further inside of the tees too, due to the smaller size that we're seeing today. And this is where I think this event is so particular and so different to many others, is that this week these athletes have had to face so many different challenges and so many different faces of this specific wave, that today and tomorrow are going to have to really prove the best surfers and the best athletes throughout a period of 8 to 9 days of competition.
I love that sentiment, because we had crazy conditions here for the first couple days as we take a look at first to Macy.
Yeah, so a great first turn, goes up into the lip for the second one, and a decent finish right there. I think this is going to be a great start for Macy. And then Suzuki with just the one turn, got a little stuck coming out of it. I saw she caught some rail right there. But Also going to be a decent opener. I just think Macy Callahan's strategy right here has played into her strong suits. You saw it at Bolito. Conditions weren't great over there, and I think she's on the same road right now here at the Vans US Open.
Suzuki now having a look on her forehand, just a quick kick in and out. Some scores still dropping through from those first exchanges. Judges getting a look at what's available this morning, starting to set that tone for the surfers coming up in the next few heats as well. Opener for Moreau comes through as a 4.33. That's her high score, just a 0.43 behind that. And then for Macy Callahan to build on her opener throwaway, she's got a 6.17. And that's a solid start.
No, it is, and I think 12 to 13 points today is a great heat total. She's already halfway there, Shannon. And if you look at how slow it's been, not only in yesterday's conditions afternoons, it got real windy. There you see the average, even a couple of 6.5s out there. I don't mind those scores at all. That's already in the good range, right? So you get 2 scores in the good range, you're looking good to make it out of this heat. But going back to the topic of activity, I just mentioned that word so much because I see so many people get lost out to sea out here, especially when you're trying to look for different peaks. I think Pier Bowl is going to be the main peak again today, and I think the lefts more than the rights are actually going to be the better waves because they go into shallower water heading into the pier.
Yeah, that's already proven. That first quick in and out on the right had maybe an almost section to start off with, but went flat so quickly, where at least for both of the women, taking off on those lefts offered that steep wall to kick things off.
The right's not really going to work until it's a mid or high tide. And right now, unless it's a big set wave with a closeout section, you're not going to get a score on the right. At least that's what I've seen so far.
And talking about the tides today, taking a look there, high tide was at 5:39 a.m., low tide going to be at 9:42 a.m. with a very small difference in between.
Yeah, but 2 hours, though, that we still have to go for that low tide, so I think it's going to be a little bit slow with this lower tide right now. Luckily for the ladies out there, I mean, 7 minutes have gone by, and there's been at least a few sets.
Macy now on her backhand, surfer in blue, snap to start under the lip and connects with the pocket on that second turn. Looking strong. She'll kick out. Now your thoughts in comparison to that 6.17 she opened up with?
Well, the 6 is definitely going to be the best wave of the heat still, but there was a quality turn right there with the second one. Just beautiful technique on the backhand and straight up and vertical too. So should be a good backup for Macy. As we see here, drops in. Kind of mistimes that first section, but maintained composure and a great second one. I mean, real clean surfing, great use of the rail too. And for a tall surfer, it ain't easy to do out there with these smaller conditions too.
Yeah, that's impressive surfing from someone who does have a lot of height to her. Thrives in waves with just a little bit more size, a little bit more power. And Molly Picklum, one of Macy Callahan's good friends from home. She's paddling out next against Caroline Marks. I'm so excited to see those two hitting the lineup together.
Yeah, I haven't seen Caroline in the athletes area or even down on the beach. Maybe she got here last minute, wanted to stay out of the spotlight. Maybe not an event that is extremely important to her in terms of qualifying or rankings, but she hasn't won this event before. She's on home turf. There's some significance behind that too, wanting to defend that USA flag here at Huntington Beach too. So it's going to be a great heat the next one, and there you see the rankings. The results for Macy this year, a couple of 9s, but that second place, as you mentioned, that has her 5th coming into this one.
Yeah, and that has her sitting in that 5th place on the overall rankings right now. We've got a few surfers above her that have already knocked out, so getting that quarterfinal now is going to just continue increasing those points and leading her up the leaderboard.
Well, the only difference between the men and the women in this event, at least in the top 10, is that there's still 6 women remaining in the quarters that are within the top 10. There's only 1 on the men's side, and that's Ryan Callanan. And I mean, Suzuki ranked number 28 coming into this one. This is a huge, huge heat for her, but so far, she's got her back up against the wall. Shannon, 11.34 points from Macy Callahan in the first 9 minutes.
Her partner, Sheldon Simkis, having a little breakfast, trying to keep things relaxed as Macy's into the quarterfinals this morning.
He's probably more stressed than she is. And he had a great start to the season too. Finalist at the Boost Mobile Pro Gold Coast at Snapper, his home break. So he's looking to at least get 2 good results in the back end of the year to look for qualification too, Shannon.
Exciting to see the two of them on tour together, traveling around the world. Amuro Suzuki sitting on her best results so far this year. It's been a bit of a challenge to watch her try and find the results that she had last year. She had such an outstanding season in 2021. She obviously got that call up to the championship tour and got to paddle out against the world's best for a few events in a row. Walking away with that quarterfinal finish at Rottnest, the rip curl search event, was a huge moment within her career. And then heading into the Olympics for Team Japan, she walked away with the bronze medal. But since then, in any event she's paddled out in, she hasn't been able to find a result. This is her best yet, getting herself back into a quarterfinal finish and making it through multiple heats in the draw.
And out of position right there for that wave, and that one broke just a bit further out. So Callahan with the inside for the left right here. She doesn't have priority over Suzuki, but at least she's adding some pressure, and this is where you see a lot of the Australians really dive into that kind of strategic background that they have. And the Australian Performance Institute, I know Andy King's at the helm of that right now, and they do an awesome job just kind of leading the pack for the younger generations. And you see that both the men and the women that are going to come up. I think Molly Picklum is one of them, Jarvis Earl, Joel Vaughn, who's still in the quarterfinals. They know what they're doing down in the land down under, Shannon.
Oh, they really do. It's a great place to be. It's where I spend so much of my life living. Macy Callahan, the Aussie, in the lead with a 6.17 and a 5.17. We'll be back with more right after this.
Everybody's at the same venue. And on the championship tour also. And that's what's amazing. It's just one stop, one shop. Men and women, equal points, equal money. So the WSL doing a great job pushing that envelope, which other sports are embracing now and long overdue. So we're proud of that.
18 minutes, 20 seconds, ladies. 18:20. Plenty of time left in this quarterfinal number one. Macy currently leading the heat. Amuro in the second position, looking for a 7.01. And for all of our Japanese down here on the beach, Ohio gozaimasu. That is good morning in Japanese. Nihonji. Choto nihongo wakaru. I understand a little bit of Japanese, I told them. And that's about where it ends.
That is okay. You know how to smile, you know how to be polite, you know how to use chopsticks, you know how to appreciate that culture and share it everywhere else you go in the world, because like me, you seem to talk about how...
I grew up in Huntington Beach, California. Seeing women in the water was pretty rare. And so to be here today and to see so many Groms, it's awesome to just be part of it.
So we're down here for WSL Rising Tides, and we have the very best of Californian surfing. This is the future of American surfing here on the beach today.
It was just so sick that all the pros were like pushing everybody in and giving high fives, and it was just amazing.
Living in Santa Ana, only surfing on the weekends, moments like this is what inspired me.
When I was 10 or 11, like most of these girls, there was like 4 or 5 of us. Now there's about 20 to 30 of them I see now.
We're really grateful to have a brand like Pura Vida involved, because not only do they align with our values and what we believe in, but Pura Vida understands and sees the importance of investing in the next generation.
The new generation's coming.
16 minutes on the clock for the first heat of the day. We're in the women's quarterfinals. Macy Callahan in the lead over Amuro Suzuki, and Amuro with a good section in front of her, smashes that opening turn. Gets a little bit caught up on that second one. Again, that right, maybe not going to hit that little reform for a second opportunity. And Mitch is loving the music right now.
I am. This is my kind of jam right here. A little techno to start the morning, Shannon. Nothing better.
Nothing better. Scores come through for Amuro Suzuki. And let's take a look at our women's bracket heading into finals day.
Yeah, so quarter 2 coming up, Molly and Caroline, but that quarter 3, they're tied in the rankings right now. Bronte McCauley and Belu Sakura Johnson. That's going to be a stacked one. And then Sophie McCulloch, with a chance to move up in the rankings. She's also in the top 10, so this would be a great result for her if she's able to make it to the semis or the finals. And then the rankings leader, Caity Simmers, right there in quarter 4 with her. So it's going to be a great quarterfinals for the ladies out there.
Such a fun day of surfing ahead of us. So many of these women, they've been getting their time in the water here. I know Caity was out in the lineup yesterday afternoon after we kind of wrapped competition here for the Duct Tape Invitational. And it was onshore, it was blowing pretty hard, conditions were not ideal, and she was just out there getting a few waves, making sure she knows this lineup. And I mean, so many of the other women have been doing that as well. But I also know there's been a few that have been keeping an eye on that swell, heading down to trestles, getting in some good waves, especially if they're not from this area. Getting to surf one of the best waves in the world just about a half an hour down the road has been a great opportunity. Yeah,
and I think it's good to distract yourself and get away from the competitive scene every now and then as well. You don't want to be in that mode 24/7, Shannon. You get burnout eventually from that, so it's nice to see that there's so many different things that they can do within this area and, you know, in Southern California, and especially here at the Vans US Open. Go to those movie premieres, go hang out, go socialize with people that you don't normally see either. I think that's another big thing about this event.
Sitting under priority, Amuro has a look here. Gets caught up on the takeoff.
Feeling the pressure now. That was an unforced error. I don't think it was a good enough wave either. And if there's one thing that I'll be critical about Suzuki is that there's many times where her wave selection isn't very good, Shannon. And that's why she tends to lose those close heats to going on waves that are unnecessary. They're not going to better those mid-range scores that she already has. And now needing the best wave of the heat of 6.64, she's not going to get it on one of those insiders. She needs to be on a set wave outside. And obviously knowing that Callahan has priority over her, she's got to step back and realize that she may only have one chance in these next 13 minutes to get that score.
We could really see it unfolding the way you were speaking about at the start of the heat, where the surfer that kind of capitalizes early on, gets a couple waves within those first 10 minutes, and then can gain priority, can control the heat in the back half.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's really going to be the key to success today. And great start from Callahan, only caught 3 waves. And remember, the 057 was one wave that she just quickly got in and out of, but it was a wave that also had potential to it. But she just knew, and she's read the conditions excellently, and so far, with 13 minutes to go, she's still leading this heat.
Murrow chasing a 6.64, her last score 4.7 to better her 4.33. Macy did great to kick off with a 6.17 and then back it up with a 7.17, both coming off of those lefts into the pier. These two, both former World Junior champions, battling it out in the lineup, and a nice backhand attack from Callahan. She's not going to redirect, stick with this one. If it's going to have a bit of a reform, see what she's able to find. She might just get lucky, not quite. Macy Callahan won her World Junior title back in 2016. She beat out Mahina Maeda. And Amuro Suzuki in 2019 took out Alyssa Spencer. All names that we've seen competing at that top ranks ever since.
Yeah, and a great turn right there. Looking to improve on a low 5. Doesn't make the reform, but might not have even needed to. Doesn't even go into your top 2, but what it's doing for her confidence and still adding pressure to Suzuki right here with 12 minutes to go.
Well, with a small score on the board, just the 3.77, situation remains the same, and we have the beautiful Louisa Florence down on the sand. Good morning, Louisa. How are you doing?
Good morning, guys. Good morning, beautiful people. It's a beautiful day. It's a typical day in California. The air is crisp, the sun is warm, and it's going to be an amazing weekend full of surfing today and tomorrow. I see people starting to arrive. It's not even 8 in the morning, but they're already here, and we're watching them in the water right now. The girls didn't have a free surfing, so everybody is like curious to see how it's going to affect their surfing today.
Thanks so much for that insight. I can even see up and behind Louisa there, so many people stacked up on the pier. It's a great location here. You can walk down to one of the local shops, grab a coffee, head out on the pier or the sand, depending on if you want to get your shoes dirty, your feet sandy, or just keep it clean and dry, and have a good vantage point from either position, Mitch.
Yeah, that's why I bring my trusty old schools to the beach every time. These are kind of my work shoes. They've been here to the Huntington Beach Pier many a times, but yeah, this is actually one of those days where if you're not here early, you're probably not going to find parking, and I'd recommend getting here before 9 a.m. at least, because it's going to get packed later on today, Shannon.
It's going to get very packed. Parking's always an interesting situation coming into the U.S. Open. Of course, there's beach parking available, and the State Beach is really close as well, just down at Beach Boulevard. There's free parking to the north side of the pier in the neighborhoods. But either way, you're going to kind of have to do some hunting because there are so many people from this Southern California region that come down, whether they live a few hours inland and they're here just for the day, or people flying in from across the country or the world to get to witness one of the biggest action sports festivals of all time.
Some of my family members have been coming for 5-6 years now, and they live in the middle of nowhere, Minnesota, sometimes like that, where surfing's not even a thing, but they come to see this event, as you were saying, the biggest action sports festival worldwide, and the pier's already crowded, and it's going to get even more crowded. It seems like it's going to be another hot day, too. It's been in the mid-80s every single day of the week so far, Shannon, so I'm expecting some heat. And just touching on what Louisa said, that neither of these ladies had a free surf earlier this morning. Being the first heat of the morning is always difficult. You're kind of the guinea pig for the rest of the day, and I'm not surprised that neither of them actually wanted to paddle out before, because I think they were able to catch a few waves just before the heat started in the singlet too. So, you know, this is one of those heats where implications for qualification is really mattering. Callahan was coming in number 5, and then just outside, we're still seeing McCulloch in the draw, Sakura Johnson and Macaulay in 6th. And then Molly Picklam is coming up. She's ranked number 2nd.
So these are the rankings coming into the event. We've got some live shiftings, but we'll continue giving those updates as we wrap through finals day. Molly Picklam just listening to a little music, doing a little dance, getting ready to paddle out against Caroline Marks. They've got so many similarities within their career. I'm very excited to be able to call to action and talk through some of those little moments that have really defined each of them, both about the same age and with slightly different trajectories so far, but they're two names that we're going to see really, I think, continue to change the tone of women's surfing moving forward. As we're down to 9 minutes on the clock, and the ocean has gone very sleepy.
And that's what I was talking about. Activity at the beginning of the heat has definitely benefited Macy, and going back to Molly's success so far in this event, she's been working a lot with Tara Rioma and Dr. Tim Brown in the athletes area too. Great chiropractors, great physiotherapists, and you usually don't have that kind of attention at many of the smaller events, but here on the Challenger Series and at every CT event, there's at least 4 or 5 people that are in there working on athletes every single day. So big props to them, and they've been helping a lot of these surfers out this week, Shannon.
Amuro now up and riding. Nice snap to start, connects it seamless into that second maneuver, and goes for that foam climb to finish. Can't get that little projection out. That water's moving against her, moving towards low tide. Now a combination situation like that, or a combination of maneuvers like that. She's chasing that 6.64, starting to eye off those lefts instead of the rights.
And here's Macy now with an answer back.
All right, can Macy build that score line? Tags the lip to start. Smooth snap straight in front of Amuro. What's it like when you're in the water and you see the competitor in the lead do a nice clean snap right in front of you?
Doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. You're having bad thoughts when you're paddling back out like that, and that happens more often than not, especially here, you know, at a paddle back out like the pier, as we're seeing Suzuki. Little setup right there, and actually goes up into the lip for the second one, so don't think it's going to be the best of the heat, but she could improve on one of her scores. And then Macy, just a little setup, but this turn, the second one, quality, right there up into the lip. As you see, the technique that she has on the backhand for being such a tall surfer, the amount of extension that she gets when she's actually going up into the lip is not only graceful, but I think it's extremely technical, and that's something that she probably learned at a very young age, seeing people that surf similar to her. I think Bea Durbridge is one of those people that did those kind of maneuvers really well in conditions like this at a beach break.
No better eyes for her to be able to watch and to learn from than that Australian pack that has come before. And it's been great to kind of see them start really pouring back into this current generation of Australian surfers as well as the next, especially I think with that flip of the Olympics coming into the conversation. You really saw the Australian crew start to get behind athletes at a lot of different levels. I think there's always been that camaraderie, but we've really seen this shift, and it's been fun to see it filter down from Championship Tour and Olympic surfers and those teams into those competing on the Challenger Series and down to the QS. So we've got a good size set rolling through. So last of Suzuki, just a 4.10, doesn't factor into her top 2. She's got to make this one work, smashes that section, but unfortunately cannot ride out complete.
Yeah, I don't think she was in good enough position for that wave, honestly. It seems like she kind of made a mistake by even going that one on that one and not holding down priority on the outside. And now with 5:45 to go, Callahan didn't better either. Just underneath her 5.17, that came in as a 4.97. But look at the pressure that Callahan put on Suzuki to go on that wave. I mean, she makes that layback. She's probably getting her best score. Don't know if it would have been the 6.64, but at least she would have made the requirement lesser. And as you see, Macy's just going to control the Pure Bowl peak. And you were talking about those generations giving back. I think Japan has also been one of the forefront runners when it comes to that too. Masatoshi Ono has been a big leader of that. Kaito Ohashi, former QS surfer, also giving back to the community as well. But I don't think that they've kind of had that one proponent besides Kanoe Igarashi that's really pushed them into a new era of Japanese surfing. You have Taichi Wakita on the men's side. You have Minami Nonaka also on the women's side that was in the Challenger Series. But there hasn't been that one person that's been close to qualifying for the championship tour since Kanoe made it.
Down to 4 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. And with that change-up of the Challenger Series being introduced with those regional QSs, it has been a really fun thing to get to see some of those names that we're maybe not quite familiar with on a consistent basis in these 10,000-point events, be able to get that call-up, to be able to qualify through their regions. And I think for that Asian region, it's been one of those really exciting ones where we're seeing the Japanese competitors and those from Indonesia as well start to really get their teeth into some of these heats and start to make it through a few.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt about it that Rio Waida has had the most impactful competitive wins for Indonesian surfing. As we're looking at the recap here, Macy Callahan on a quick start, the 6.17 here on the left, going on the backhand on both of her waves, backed it up with the 5.17 afterwards. Another great two-turn combo for young Macy. And then all of a sudden, Suzuki had the answer back with this wave, a 4.7, her personal best, but just hasn't been able to compete with those scores in the get range for Callahan so far.
Callahan in the lead with that 6.17 and a 5.17 that she found early on, well before that midway point in the heat. Has been sitting with priority. She has taken off on a few waves, so she hasn't just sat quietly, but she's been able to get herself back in the top of that priority rotation as well and really show that she's got just a little bit more championship tour experience than what we've seen from Amuro Suzuki. They both got to share that year on tour last year, a little bit of a funny one, some different events on tour than either of them would have been expecting to surf, as the rest of the world was aware as well. And Amuro now, quick to her feet. I love that forehand attack from Amuro. She's looking for that connection. We haven't seen a wave really break through, and she's doing really well to stick with it. If she's going to get that steep section on the inside, she's nearly there, but just can't quite get that momentum slicing through.
Real clean re-entry on the outside, though. I'm not going to be the score that she needs. She needs a 6.64 at the moment to take the lead, but could easily better one of her scores. I mean, she would need to better the 4.7 realistically in order to get something smaller of a requirement. The only issue you saw there, the size of the wave, so it was a much easier maneuver, despite her actually kicking that tail on the outside. It's a beautiful maneuver, but there's not as much risk on something like that in comparison to the two lefts that Callahan has had so far. So, you know, almost made the reform, maybe would have added an extra half a point if she would have made it there and gotten the snap off. I just don't see this being what she needs to move up into the lead right now.
Scores coming through from the judges, and it doesn't look like it's going to factor in. Just a 4.00 for Suzuki, and Callahan maintains the lead. Looking for another semifinal finish. Walked away runner-up to Molly Picklum at the Bolito Pro just a few weeks ago in South Africa, and got herself a good jump in the rankings with a couple of 9th place finishes at the first event.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised in her success within this heat so far. Honestly, I wasn't expecting anything else, and if I'm being critical of Callahan too, I think she's underperformed in a lot of CT events that she's actually been in. She did have the 2nd place finish to Courtney Conlog in France a few years ago, but I think for the wave quality that we see on the championship tour and how well a lot of those waves suit her surfing, she just hasn't had the kind of performance and consistency that she needs throughout a calendar year. I think qualifying after this year, which she's in a great spot to do right now, and seeing her back on the CT, especially with the start of the year that we're going to have at Pipeline and Dead Sunset Beach again, that's beneficial to her, Shannon.
It really is, and that's one thing we have to remember, because we've become so familiar with seeing her on the championship tour in the last few years, that She didn't get that start this year. She fell off tour at the end of 2021, didn't requalify through the Challenger Series, and didn't compete in those first 5 events. So she's one of those names that I would love to see in the draw at a Sunset Beach, at a Pipeline, back at home in Australia for her as well. And we could be seeing her and Sheldon on tour together. That would be so fun.
Would that be? No, because Tati and Jessie were, right. Okay.
They've got the Tati-Jessie combo, so Jessie's been competing his way through the Challenger Series this year. Also just hasn't quite had those results, though. I think it's been a tough one for those two, trying to kind of figure out again how to get them both back into that space.
Traveling, too.
Oh, so much traveling, and traveling on different tours.
Yeah.
That's hard. The QS for Jessie and the Challenger Series. Tati, you know, securely just needing to do the championship tour. Walked away with the final 5 last year as well, number 2 in the world. And it's going to be Macy Callahan with her chance to get back to the championship tour this year and maybe make it into the final 5 next year. Huge result, and we'll see her into the semifinals. A great performance from Suzuki, but not enough to make it through. More action to come up next.
Suzuki from Shonan, Japan. A quarterfinal finish, like you said, her best result on the Challenger Series to date, taking away 4,750 points, so that's going to go a long way in bumping her up from 28th position. Right now, the Caroline Marks, Suzuki from Carolina. Excuse me, 3,300 points. I went down to the semi. That's next. She'll take that. Yeah, Caroline Marks. Been making the same for me a long, long time now, though. She is no stranger to this event. She knows I've sat here and commentated and watched her win 2 Pro Juniors and more. Caroline's won a few Pro Juniors here. That's amazing. So a 3.83 on her opener.
My name's Molly Picklum. I'm 19 years old and I'm from Central Coast, New South Wales, Australia. To get back on the championship tour, I feel like, is a goal for every surfer in one of these events. We don't enter events to lose, you know, so to show my best and to be my best is to be on the tour versing the best. And yeah, I don't know, I just really thrive on such a big stage and pushing myself to the max. I think it's so hard on there and it's just like, I really like testing myself, so that's where championship tour is my absolute goal.
Against 20-year-old Molly Picklum, now having a look against Caroline Marks. Great start, solid turn, goes 12 o'clock on the second, and coming up with a lot of speed and a lot of aggression for that opening ride within the first couple of minutes. Now doing that Huntington hop just to get herself through to that inside section. She's going to find the connection that was just not available in the last heat and put Caroline into a position.
Yeah, well, Caroline Marks opened up with a 3.83 within the first 60 seconds. But I would have to say this is the best wave I've seen all morning long. Molly getting a couple of great turns on the backhand and an inside shore break, reform 2. There you see Picklum in red, Marks in blue, and this is another great heat, but number 2 in the rankings right now in the Challenger Series. I would say she's a shoe-in to qualify for this season. And this is Caroline's opener, just the one tag. This was on the deeper peak. And then Picklum with priority here, using it well, great carve, and then straight up into the lip, vertical on the second one. That DHD epoxy looking great under her feet. And a fantastic finish to releasing the fin, so I expect a big number right here from the young surfer from Australia.
Judges taking their time with it out of Gosford, Australia. Molly just from coastline north of Sydney. with some really fun waves on offer. And what a way to kick things off as those scores are starting to come through. Excellence across the board. It's an 8.17.
Yeah, what a start. And there you see the surfer from Melbourne Beach in Florida. Has resided in San Clemente for many years now. But Caroline has a lot of experience here. She's won the Pro Junior at this event before. Not only competing here since she was around 8 to 10 years old, but also the amount of experience that she has in different kinds of conditions is going to be beneficial to her. But it's hard to beat that start, though, Shannon. 8.17. I mean, you're talking about one of the best waves we've seen all event long, and they haven't surfed in a few days either. So a great first carve, and it was more of a down carve, and then the second poke up into the lip. But I just love the finish, really. The amount of speed that she was able to carry, busting the fins out the back, and that board looks great underneath her feet.
Solid start for the Pickle. 8, 8, 8.5, 8, and a 9.
I know.
From the judges. Not
surprising. I would think that they want to keep those scores in the 9s, save them for later in the day. Maybe once you've seen something a bit more radical. But either way, excellent surfing nonetheless. And what a start for young Molly Picklum. And as you were saying, from the Central Coast, just north of Sydney, and some awesome beach breaks around there too. You're looking at her results so far this year, a second and a first, and she's got a lot of momentum going into this event.
Already finding herself on a second ride. She'll kick out without much opportunity there. Took that second place finish on the Gold Coast to Caity Simmers. That was an exciting final to be able to call alongside of Jess Grimwood for the first event of the Challenger Series, because it was that conversation we had all through the start of the year of Molly getting that opportunity to compete on the championship tour because Caity Simmers passed up the spot. And Caroline now with a speedy section in front of her. Great snap. Exactly what we've seen from her from the first few days of competition on the women's side, where she was walking away with some huge scores and really dominating that conversation of maybe the front runner coming into finals weekend, someone that would be very difficult to beat. But Molly just kicked off with so much momentum. Caroline chasing a 4.85 to get the lead away from her for a moment. Let's talk through this.
Yeah, this is going to be the score that she needs to move up into first. Great amount of speed, beautiful turn up into the lip line too, and good extension when she actually reached the lip too. That's actually how she's been getting her excellent scores all week long too. And you mentioned that Caroline, in every single heat that she served, has had at least one excellent score too. Some of the highest heat totals of the event in both the men's and the women's. So do not underestimate this young lady that's still only 20 years old.
Down to 23 minutes on the clock. We've got a score still coming through for last of Caroline Marks. A 3.83 is what she opened with, and she's answered back now with a 5.5 for the single turn.
Yeah, so that would be her backup right now, I would be thinking. Want to get something better than the 5.5 at least in the next 10 to 15 minutes. But Picklum so far looking like she's going to be a bit selective. Going to go on this one, a set wave.
Pickles straight into it, ditches the fins. Is she going to come out of that?
Nope.
That was going to be hard. I thought for a moment.
It seemed that way. I think she kind of dug her rail when she was coming out of the turn, and hopefully that board's intact and in one piece, because it's been the moneymaker so far this event.
23 minutes on the clock, a throwaway score on the board for Molly Picklum, and that last heat started out strong for Macy Callahan. She's with AJ McCord.
We are with Macy, and you guys have had to surf in so many different conditions over the last week. As the first heat, what kind of recon did you do to make sure that you were ready for the conditions this morning?
Yeah, I guess every morning I've been down here, you don't know what to expect. I finally didn't get swept into the pier, which was like a nice way to start the day. But yeah, I was excited and nervous. We had 2 days off, so it's always kind of tricky to get your groove back on after, having 2 days off. But no, I felt good and excited to, be in the semis.
How did you manage the nerves, especially with those days off between competition?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a stressor, I'm not gonna lie. I was pretty nervous. But yeah, I didn't come down the comp. I went to Newport and hung out and surfed a couple times, and yeah, just did some different things.
I know you paddled out early this morning just to sort of get the familiarity with the wave this morning. How much of an advantage did that give you?
Yeah, I'm not an early person, so I woke up extra early just to make sure I made my heat. But yeah, the water was cold, so it was nice and refreshing. I just got out there 10 minutes early to, kind of get awake.
Second in Bolito, now you're moving on here. What is working with your surfing right now?
Yeah, I think I've just taken the pressure off myself. Obviously, falling off tour isn't ideal, but I feel good at my surfing, and yeah, I've just found the groove and making heats. And I think when you get one good result, that the confidence comes. So I just feel good, and hopefully can make a couple more heats.
Yeah, congratulations! Moving on to the semis.
Thank you.
Macy through to the semifinals. She'll match up with one of these two. Caroline Marks with another score to come through, finding that pier bowl right.
Yeah, and the only wave I've really seen so far this morning that's actually connected on the pier bowl right from the outside. Great first turn right there. Drew off the bottom beautifully, and then the second turn, a little bit of a body bash too. Wasn't as clean as she wanted to, but made up for it on the inside. Released the fin, so a great start, an even better finish for Caroline Marks. To me, this is going to be close to the 8.17 of Molly Picklin. Might even be better, honestly. But as I told you before, you cannot count this person out despite the early start from Molly, the 817. I just think that the amount of experience and the way she's competing so far this event, I haven't seen this in a while from young Caroline Marks.
Yeah, I'm so happy just every time I run into her. I had a quick chat with her this morning before we kicked off that first heat. She's been sleeping at home in St. Clemente. She said she's getting as many nights as she possibly can in her own bed because it's few and far between at this stage, after taking that break from the tour at the start of the year and then deciding to return with that position available for her. So she just came off of a trip to Tahiti, landed the day before the U.S. Open kicked off for her to be able to paddle out for her first heat, and she flies back to Tahiti as soon as we finish here. So she's had a lot going on behind the scenes. She's been able to find some fun surf trips with the Roxy girls, but also she's fully focused in that competitive mindset, and I think she's really, really hungry to get herself a win this year. Taking away 5 events for the championship tour, obviously was there at Pipeline, but then taking 5 off. She found herself with that semifinal finish and a couple of quarters after the El Salvador event coming into those last 2 championship tour events. I think for her, she's really in a happy place. It's coming through in her surfing. I think she feels rested maybe for the first time in the last 5 years is my guess. Since qualifying for the championship tour at 15 years old. She's 20 now. 5 years of a lot of expectation on her and a lot of incredible results for her. But I think that break's done really well, and she's coming back with a bit of fire. Yeah,
I was actually going to mention that, not even having a Sweet 16 birthday party because you're competing on the championship tour is something difficult for a young lady like her. But she had some health issues, probably had a burnout too. And as you said, having those kind of expectations on her from a young and early age, not easy to manage those kind of expectations and all the pressure. The one thing I will say is that she's always had her family support her, and her parents are here this week. Darren and Sarah, they've been awesome, and I don't think without them, as you see right there, Darren in the kind of beige hat next to Mike Snips Parsons, Sarah right next to him, and that's been a big part of her success so far. Gian Bernini from Lost Surfboards from Mayhem has done an incredible job of getting her the equipment that she needs to. He's been here all week long, really working his tail off, and I think a lot of those people behind the scenes really play a big factor in the way not only these surfers are developing over their young years, but also their achievements and their overall goals too.
That's so true. I mean, there's such a beautiful family dynamic behind the Marks family, so supportive and ready to take care of everything that Caroline needs, but also there to help her achieve the goals that she had set. I mean, to be an Olympian, to walk away one heat win away from a medal. She did incredibly well at that performance. She's been runner-up to the world title, which got her that Olympic spot. She won the first ever event in the 2019 season where women were awarded equal prize money. So she's got these really cool moments within her career. And now I think we're just going to see that longevity really start to kick in as she's taking off now on another right, straight off the bottom into the top.
Wow.
Hits that second section. Has a smile as she's coming through for that inside. She's going to do everything she can to stick with it and to put on another solid performance. I love seeing that this inside is starting to connect and offer a bit of pocket. Seeing those scores start to inch forward. Now last of Caroline dropped through just shy of Molly. It's a 7.43. And she is in the lead, looking to increase on that 5.5 possibly.
Yeah, she might even be riding a carbon wrap or a light speed underneath her feet right now. Beautiful technique coming off of the bottom, so an excellent two-turn combo and good variation too. The first one a lot more vertical, the second was more of a slidey turn, and then another excellent finish too. This easily going to better the 5.5, put some more pressure and separation between Caroline and Molly. And you know, we were mentioning the fact that there haven't been too many reforms even in the free surf earlier this morning. I think the only reason they're both making the reform so far is because they're both riding epoxy boards out there right now.
That's a great bit of insight, because in the last heat it just seemed impossible.
Don't want to ride PUs when it's lesser than 3 feet out here, Shannon.
Molly now up and riding, ditches the fins. Kind of similar to that last section. I mean, it had a little bit more going into it maybe, but she's really trying to push that tail out on that first turn.
Yeah, an unforced error right there for sure, because that was a good wave and a good answer back too. Before Caroline's last, she was needing 4.76, and I think with one solid turn on the outside, you're more than capable and accessible in getting a score in the 6 or 7 point range too. Luckily for her, it seems like she's going to recover priority before Caroline gets out there, but look at Caroline's last score.
A 7.03 for Caroline Marks. To back up the 7.43 puts a requirement into the 6 point range now for Molly Picklum. We've got 15.5 minutes on the clock. It's a lot more nice backhand snaps to come right after this.
Quarterfinal number 2, Molly now chasing that 6.29. The surfer in red does have priority, but we're seeing Caroline Marks on a bit of a rhythm now. First couple of scores, not as high, 3.83.55, and then she goes 7.43, 7.03, so she's found her rhythm, and now we're waiting on the Australian to answer back, looking for the 6.29.
Well, so what you're seeing through the judges is they're definitely incentivizing, you know, that set wave, the big two-turn combo on the bigger wave, and it's not always the size, but that was a great example because Caroline under priority got a smaller one and went to town on it and finished so sharp, but it came in just a little less than her other wave. With the fact that it was just a bit smaller.
Well, to your point, Baldy, it's not necessarily the size of the wave, but in a sense it is, because those bigger waves will offer generally a higher degree of difficulty because there's more consequence there in those bigger sections. Right. If you can perform the big move in those bigger sections, it's going to be a bigger score. So, in the criteria, it doesn't say wave height. The main thing that I continue to go back on, and you'll hear throughout the event, is the degree of difficulty, and it does elevate in those bigger sections.
And that's where the scores reflected perfect. So Molly really wanting to get another wave in there to back up that 8.17.
Caroline Marks has had some success here on the Pro Junior level. She took back-to-back wins, her second there in 2016, in a very good final.
Some success. Back-to-back wins here at the Vans US Open of Surfing at the junior level. Talking about the best surfers within the North American region, and she was a dominant one for 2 years. And the second time she won was the year she was close to qualifying the first time for the championship tour. Eventually did it the next year in 2017, and so far looking good to claim a championship victory here in the Open Women's Division now.
It would be so fun to see her get onto that list of names that have won the US Open in the past. Both of those 2015 and 2016 finals included 4 women. The one that she won in 2016 included Alyssa Spencer, Brisa Hennessy, and Bethany Zelasco. Caroline also finaled the following year in 2017 in a woman-on-woman final when they introduced that kind of those two surfer heats head-to-head competition on the Pro Junior level, and she went down to Brisa Hennessy. So some good matchups in her past and some great matchups to come in the future. For Molly Picklum, it's been a bit of a slower start to her career. Now by 15, Caroline had already qualified herself. She was 16 by the time the tour started for her rookie season. But for Molly Picklum, coming into the tour last year, she's 19 years old, going on 20 in a couple of months. She's one of those surfers coming out of Australia that's really being touted as the next world champion. She's going to be that woman that I truly believe starts to set that standard for where Australian surfing is heading. And she's already doing that by finding qualification on the championship tour. And I think for the two of them, there's a lot of similarities in their style of surfing and the conversation they can bring between heavy water waves as well as the air games. Molly's just been kind of a couple years behind where Caroline had that early start. But I think maybe because of that, we could see that longevity within her career. She's going to peak just slightly later in life as well, possibly. And she's going to be one of those names that's going to be a huge threat for world titles for many years to come.
Well, the biggest difference is that Caroline's been in the spotlight for much longer. I didn't know about Molly Picklum until last year when she was, she qualified for the Challenger Series, and then she eventually made it onto the Championship Tour. But besides that, I had really seen a few clips of her. She did a trip to a BSR surf resort in Waco, Texas. And that was really the kind of first look that I had at her, and her airs were the most impressive thing about it. But I didn't know she was a good competitive surfer up until last season, and it's been impressive so far. She didn't requalify through the Championship Tour, which was a little bit disappointing. You guys are seeing the two flying Hawaiians right there. Zeke Lau on the right, Keanu Singh, Anu Boy, who works for Billabong now, his title sponsor, and has actually had better results than a lot of his athletes. Well, what's going on there?
That's so funny. Zeke Lau, I mean, they're laughing about it as well. Zeke will be coming up in men's quarterfinal #1 up against Liam O'Brien.
You'll see me there getting some acai from Sambazon in around 10 minutes and 30 seconds. I'll be running over there.
Straight to it, second breakfast, ready to go. 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And one of the reasons you hadn't heard of Molly maybe outside of the Australian crew, we were quite familiar with her there for a while, is because she didn't start really giving a go on the championship tour until she'd finished high school. 2020, that run on the qualifying series to even try and qualify. So 2020 was her first strong run at the qualifying series coming into that 2021 season as well. And she found qualification so quick, similar to Betty Lou Johnson. Molly had been competing maybe a little bit more than Betty had, Betty Lou, but great to see her find that success early on as soon as she decided to go for it.
Yeah, Sakura is impressive too because she's only 17. She's going to be a senior. She had to actually transfer schools because Wailua High School doesn't offer an online program, so she's been traveling so much. But good dedication there from Molly Picklum too, knowing that her priorities were finishing high school first. And I want to give a big shout out to all those people that actually do it. Kevin Scholes just graduated from the Firefighter Academy too after getting his bachelor's degree. Zeke Lau went to Punahou, one of the best, and you have to be Hawaiian, have Hawaiian ancestry to get into that school. Kaipa went to the same one. The Gadauskas brothers, who are advanced team riders, they went to school full time and then actually dedicated their lives to competing afterwards. And I think as of right now, we're seeing a lot more people actually pursue those kind of things and do school at the same time. Isabella Nichols doing it. Sophie McCulloch, who's coming up in Q4, is actually pursuing her bachelor's degree too. So congratulations to a lot of those people that are actually doing both things at the same time.
It's pretty amazing, and a lot of that trend, it's been really hot within the women's tour, both championship tour down into Challenger Series and qualifying series to work on that degree along the side. It all kicked off years ago with Bianca Batendock. She was competing on the championship tour, but her parents really instilled in her an understanding that at some stage her surfing career is going to end and she's going to need something else to do. The South African who finished number 4 in the world at the top of her career. And she started her accounting degree. She was the first surfer to start pursuing something like that while competing full-time. Got her degree a few years later. It took a little bit of time, a little bit more than had she just been going to school full-time, but did it online. And from there, we've started to see more and more of those athletes pick up on it. And once Bianca kind of finished out that surfing career, nearly retired before winning the Olympic silver medal, came back into competition just for that moment within her life. She's now set and she knows what she wants to be doing next, and it's been a great shift for her while still pouring back into that South African surfing community.
And I think there's a lot of job opportunities that are going to be popping up within the next few years within the sport of surfing that are just going to elevate and allow people to maybe have a better career path within the sport too, maybe not just as a professional, but in other different ways that you can help out. And I personally think that's the only way we're actually going to get to a point where we're actually going to be able to compete with a lot of the mainstream sports. The only way we're going to be able to get there is if we push each other to a point where we're facilitating ourselves to really benefit and feed off of each other's energy and those kind of institutionalized educations that we're seeing more and more of.
So exciting. And to think of those surfers, you know, retiring from competitive careers with a great degree, a master's degree, maybe even into a doctorate, then coming back into our sport and pouring into that. That's exactly what we need for the future development for surfing to continue moving on for the next generations. Down to 7 minutes on the clock. Caroline Marks, she fought back. Molly opened up with that 8.17, and then Caroline has dropped 2 sevens to answer back, and Molly has nothing for backup score.
No, but luckily for her, she has priority right now, needing a mid-6. You know, Caroline Marks came back and had that kind of active heat, a 3.83, a 5.5, and then got the pair of sevens afterwards, and both of those have been on rights too, whereas Molly got the quick start, the 8.17 on the left, and the difference between the scoring, I think, those good sevens from Caroline Marks and then the excellent score from Molly Picklam came from the clean surfing that we saw on the left-hander from Molly, rather than those, you know, great surfing too from the backhand of Caroline Marks. But I think there were a couple of instances on those waves where the sections weren't as steep or as difficult as the 8.17 of Molly Picklam. So she's still easily within the heat. I mean, it's in her grasp to get the victory in 6 minutes, but she's going to need a wave to do it. She's relied a lot on her backhand this event. That's really what's gotten her through heats. But I wouldn't be surprised for Caroline to push her to go on a right here too, Shannon.
Down to 6 minutes on the clock. Maybe a couple more waves rolling through. It's been quiet for a few minutes. A little bit more lowly coming into finals weekend. Bronte McCauley will be paddling out in quarterfinal number 3, up next against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. And I had a quick chat with Bronte coming out of her free surf this morning and asked her how it felt. And she's like, oh, it's just standard Huntington Beach. It's everything we would have expected, finally. There's no current anymore. And I mean, she didn't say it in a negative way. She said it in a fun way, like, you know, she knows this break.
Yeah.
She knows what this situation is because she's competed here for so many years between those QSs and the championship tour and everything. And it's kind of rare to get those really, really solid south swells like we had for the first few days of competition during the window. And so she was excited. She knows how to win in conditions like these.
Wow, she just let go of a left that I thought looked good on camera. Maybe she didn't see the same thing that I was looking there, but it seemed to me like Picklam was in position to catch that wave, and they're coming down to the wire right here, Shannon, 5 minutes to go, and that looked like a wave that had the potential to be a significant score from my perspective. So don't know what she saw, but seemed like a good opportunity at least, and surprised that even Caroline didn't try to force her into misusing priority right there.
It was a pretty good looking left, swinging straight into the pier.
And this is what tends to happen when you wait for so long and you're sitting for so long, especially the water has dropped in temperature too. You tend to get cold, your muscles tend to tense up too, and you get out of position. And good job from Caroline Marks right there, pressuring her to maybe commit a mistake and be out of position the whole time too. And this is where these experienced surfers, especially as a former runner-up in the world, they know what they're doing out there in 30-minute heats.
They're so good at this game, playing the strategic game, coming down to moments like this that really matter.
And time management too.
Have a look at this set rolling through. Surfer in red, Molly Picklam has priority. She's going to take a look at it and opt to go on the right. Straight off the bottom, forehand snap to start, and she falls. 3 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Opened up, Mitch, with an 8.17 on her opening ride.
Yeah, and I don't think Bamba Calso on the beach is going to be very happy about this. If you lose a heat with the highest single wave score of those 30 minutes, you shouldn't be satisfied with your performance, especially if you're getting an excellent score in the first 30 seconds.
Taking a look at the heat recap here, the 8.17 Molly started with.
Beautiful and clean surfing on the backhand, then transition to the inside. Got the shory snap on the right, but Caroline with the answer back. Her beautiful technique on the backhand too. Got a little stuck coming out of that one right there, but nevertheless, some good surfing. And the inside connections too have been there for young Caroline Marks. Then got her second best wave right here, the 703, straight up and vertical, and then a second tail slide to finish that wave off. So she's looked good so far, and I love that she's committed to the rights, even on the shore break too. Hasn't even looked left. She knows that the rights, the backhand's her favorite, so she's looking good with 2 minutes and 35 to make it out of this heat.
Just stealing it away from Molly Picklam, Caroline Marks, using all of that experience and that joy, returning to Challenger Series and Championship Tour level competition. She's got a big year ahead of her to finish, but Molly Picklam's Not going to go down without taking a swing. She goes to the air. All right, we could have a fun little 2 minutes on our hands.
Yeah, but what are the possibilities or the probabilities that she's going to land in air like that on a section that's so flat where you're landing too? This low tide is even more difficult to land on that section right there, and kind of the middle part of the wave. It's where that transition happens when you're making that kind of bounce back to get to the shore break. We're seeing the replay here. I mean, she goes for it. She doesn't have enough elevation and projection down the line in order for her to gain that speed and momentum in order to actually gain that altitude and the hang time that she needs for that air. She's going for it, though.
And specifically due to the shape of that wave, with a little bit better shape, maybe we'll be able to get that pop out of the...
You want to be on the top third of the wave to gain that speed. If you're on the lower half, like she was there, she was a little bit behind the section, but you need to be in the top third to actually gain that speed, and then want a bottom turn right before you hit the section in order to actually gain that elevation that you want. But, you know, she's tried, but this was her heat to lose, though. I didn't expect her to lose after gaining that 8.17, but it goes to show you the resiliency that Caroline Marks has in order to come back and take a heat victory like this.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, too, because Molly's taken off on 5 waves after that 8.17, and the highest score of those 5 is a 1.13. She's been able to complete a turn, let alone actually just find herself with a score to get that lead back. Caroline on maybe the wave of the heat, at least with size. Nice first section. She'll stick with this one with 40 seconds on the clock. It'll leave Molly Picklum alone out the back. Caroline won't find that connection, and now she's just going to have to wait and see. There will be one more wave. Otherwise, the Marks family will be in celebration mode in about 25 seconds.
You saw Sarah there. She's still sighing, and she knows
still looks so stressed.
Yeah, she does.
It's okay, Mom. I think Caroline's going to be fine.
But as you said, the biggest wave of the heat, good connection on the forehand. Beautiful re-entry right there. Don't think it's going to better one of her 7s, though. But either way, took away the opportunity from Molly, and a huge come-from-behind win right here for Caroline, and looking good moving into the semifinals. She's going to face Macy Callahan in the first one.
Very exciting scores coming through for Caroline Marks. A 5.5. Doesn't factor into her top 2, but solid performance. Gives the thumbs up back to Mom and Dad. And can't wait to hear what she has to say. Coming in for the interview in just a few minutes. We've got more action coming up. Bronte McCauley, Betty Lou Sakur-Johnson tied in the rankings, but not after this heat.
Here at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing, into the semifinals. Molly Picklum takes home a quarterfinal finish, or she will carry this on to Portugal, which is the next event here at Caity. And then they're on to Brazil, and then finishing in Hawaii. Right now in the red from Western Australia, Bronte McCauley. Well, that's Molly just making her way in the red from Western Australia. Bronte McCauley, ranked number 6, and Betty Lou Sakur-Johnson from Oahu, from the North Shore, I think. She also is ranked number 6, so it's a 6th versus 6th ranked quarterfinal heat. Critical stuff for both of them as the top 5 at the end of the year move into the championship tour. They're both sitting right on the cut line midway through the year. Moving on into the quarterfinal finish. She bow out 47.
Why do I want to be on the championship tour? It's because it's all there, everyone wants it, and you're doing the Challenger Series to be there. It's the next step for me personally to pursue myself and learn more and be better as a competitor. I mean, I'm still learning, I'm still a kid, and I think this is the best way for me to like push through it with the positivity. I think we're all just stoked to keep going, and we know we're gonna be back there.
Welcome back to the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing, day 8 of 9. Fourth stop on the Challenger Series this year. We're into the women's quarterfinals. We already have semifinal number 1 set up. I'm Kaipo. This is the Hall of Famer, Peter Mel, joining me on the call this morning.
Morning, Kaipo. Morning, everyone. Good to be back here on set. Had a day off. Got to celebrate over there at Huntington Surf and Sport, and it was a pretty cool experience.
Yeah, Peter got inducted to the Hall of Fame here, so he's forever a part of HB. You want to visit HB, there's so many things to do, and you can go and see if you can match the hands and paws of Peter Mel, because he's there forever in the cement.
Pretty darn cool. Like I mentioned, having Martin Daly there and Michelle Turner also inducted. As we see right out of the gates, quick one for Betty Lou, and this is a big heat for Betty Lou. Like we had mentioned all week long, this is the final heat to really solidify a good result. Right now, pretty good result for a quarterfinal finish, but an actual semis, ooh.
Yeah, the setup between Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and Bronte McCauley is an interesting one. The young woman out of Haleiwa, Betty Lou, just 17 years old, the queen of Haleiwa. But this is an interesting one when we look at the rankings and the cutoff line. Both of these surfers came in number 6 on the rankings. They're both number 5 in the live rankings. So whoever comes out of this heat and into the semifinal is going to have a decided advantage when we look at the overall rankings at the end of the year. So this is a grudge match, Peter.
It is. And of course, both these surfers have had championship tour experience, specifically this woman right here.
Here we go. Bronte bangs that oncoming section with ferocity. And now hopping to make the connection, and the tide's not going to allow that, but a big outside maneuver. Here we go with Sakura. High line to set up. Banks at one time on the backhand. Searching for a connection. And the water just working against her. We'll see if she can utilize the rocker of this board to get through this flat spot. Doing good so far. And the Huntington hop in full effect, but unable to finish that off on her Firewire Slater designs.
Advantage, Bronte McCauley on that exchange. Bigger wave, bigger turn, and just the single maneuver, but in comparison to Betty Lou's, distinct advantage to Bronte. Ton of experience, like I had mentioned. She's understanding what's been scoring, and this is one of the bigger waves already this morning, and she just blasts that section up and over, makes it look so easy as well. Nice little cushion to drive through that maneuver. Pushing that front foot. No connection to the inside, but I don't think it's going to matter. It's going to be a good number for her. Good quickness in Betty Lou there, but you can see a lot smaller wave. And then the non-connection to the inside section will not factor in. I feel like Betty Lou's going to have to get, this is a quarterfinals, so you're looking at maybe 13, 14 points in order to make the transfer into the semis.
Yeah, that's your estimate on what it's going to take, and it did take 14 points for Caroline Marks to win quarterfinal heat number 2. She's going to be in the semifinals, semifinal 1 with Macy Callahan. So that's all set, and the number comes through for Bronte McCauley. That's the way you want to start a heat. 7.33 drops in for Bronte McCauley out of Western Australia, Gracetown. Here we go with the numbers. 7.33. One judge goes as high as an 8.
Thinking about where Bronte has to come from. I mean, the journey over here from Western Australia, a long one. It's almost on the other side of the earth. It is actually on the other side of the earth.
Ooh, look at this wide shot. What do I see outside?
You getting excited about fog?
I'm not excited. I get concerned about fog.
I hear you. We have a pretty warm valley at the moment. A lot of moisture been coming up. Like this time of year, you get that monsoonal moisture, which is like comes up through the Sea of Cortez and actually feeds into the deserts, and you get this pretty hot inland, and that sucks in some of the colder air, which then again creates fog. And we haven't had any fog for the most part throughout this event.
No. And you know what? Good vibes. It's going to stay offshore.
All right.
So there you go.
There is some northwest wind there. I mean, it may linger offshore. I mean, there's enough heat here, I think, on land that it won't get sucked in too much, but we'll have to wait on that one.
Yeah, Bronte McCauley, she's coming off a great performance in stop number 3 of the Challenger Series, where she got a semifinal finish there. You can see she started off great with the quarterfinals. A little trip up, at the Sydney Surf Pro, but then Bolito, she bounced right back with a semifinal finish. Remember, at the end of the year, we take your top 4 results, add those up for your year-end rankings. So a 5th and a 3rd, those are keepers, aren't they?
Yeah,
Pete?
and she's right here in the quarterfinals once again. I would say that she knows how important it is to get through quarterfinal number 3 here to really solidify a spot in that top 5. Only 5 women throughout the globe are going to transfer onto the championship tour at the end in Haleiwa.
Yeah, and you know, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, similar track record, 3rd place semifinal at the Gold Coast, and then a quarterfinal at Bolito for Betty Lou. So that's why this matchup, ratings-wise, is so evenly matched, and that's going to make it exciting. And I'm sure both competitors know the gravity of this heat.
They do, you know, and I think that, I mean, every single heat has some sort of seriousness to it, but specifically this one, obviously, because only 5 women make it, you have to finish in the top 5, right? I mean, that's in every contest you want to solidify that spot and comfortably do it. This is one of the key moments, is getting through these quarterfinals.
Well, let's check out the last heat winner. It was a brilliant heat, 14.46 two-wave total for Caroline Marks, and a ticket to the semifinals. Caroline's with AJ.
That's right, I am with Caroline Marks, fresh out of the water. We've talked about how these conditions have been all over the place this week, but you told me this morning this is classic Huntington. How much confidence did that give you going into the heat, knowing you knew what to expect?
Yeah, for sure. This is more like typical Huntington, especially for this time of year, and we've had a bit of everything for this event. We've had it really small to like super big to like now, you know, fun and then small again. So, but it actually got a bit better. I went for a free surf this morning, and the waves felt a lot better in my heat. I think maybe the tide and it cleaned up a little bit, so that was nice. And yeah, I feel comfortable out there, and it was fun.
And coming out of the water, you and Molly, as soon as you got out, you said, okay, we can be friends again. What was the conversation in the water during the heat?
Oh, there wasn't much talk in the water, but we just had like a little joke, because we've had each other a couple times this event already. And yeah, she's just a funny character. She's one of my favorites, and yeah, we just joke around, like, just, yeah, she's classic. But yeah, that was a fun battle with her. I knew that was going to be a really, really tough heat, so yeah, it was fun.
Moving on to the semis now, anything you're going to take with you from today?
Yeah, I think tomorrow, hopefully the swell sticks around a little bit. I think it's supposed to be a little smaller, but still some waves. And yeah, I'm just stoked to be going into finals day and feeling good, and probably not going to change much.
There you go. Don't change it. Don't fix what isn't broke, right?
That's exactly right.
Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. And yeah, finals days all set up for Caroline Marks.
Fresh EPS, mayhem under her feet. That thing looked bright white, and going to different materials, you know, this is the day you're going to do it. When the swell drops off like that, she looked very electric on top of the water, and that's partially due to the great equipment she has under her feet. We also see Bronny here, bit of an error. This was a solidification of a backup score, and with that fall, she left the door open. So hopefully that doesn't come to bite her at the end of this one. Betty Lou at this point needs to, I would say, in the consistency that we've seen, it's going to be less consistent, not as many waves and opportunities, especially for those bigger set waves. So with this priority right now at 19 minutes to go, Betty Lou has to make it happen. It has to match at least, you know, that 6.5 or 7 to match Bronte and make this heat solid, because at the moment she's behind.
Yeah, Betty Lou, you know, yesterday afternoon, the women had off, and so they had some time to, you know, whether you do another surf or you just relax. Betty Lou and her mom Shinobu actually went to the batting cages and worked on some reflexes.
Cool.
Yeah.
How fun are batting cages? I love it.
Yeah, and that's the way to stay engaged, right? There's so many ways, and if you kind of mix up your routine, I feel that it actually keeps you fresh, because you need to supplement surfing with other activities to stay sharp.
I would agree, and that's just to stay engaged and you know, keeping it interesting.
Yeah,
right? I mean, I'll say if you're going to the gym every day and doing the same kind of routine every day, it gets boring. It gets hard to stay motivated. Whereas if you're going and doing all sorts of different things, whether it be, you know, I value the MMA sport, right, as something to kind of showcase that you can do all these different ways to train to get better. And I think the same thing works for any sport. If you can just kind of keep it interesting and doing all these different things, you're going to be able to stay engaged pretty much every day.
So on the men's side of the Challenger Series, we only have one surfer in the top 10 that is still in competition. On the women's side, it's a lot tighter as we look at our leaderboard for the Women's Challenger Series. Caity Simmers still in the event. Macy Callahan, she's already into semifinals, and there's the matchup. Both coming in number 6, Bronte McCauley and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. So really important heat. Sophie McCullough, she's going to be in the next heat against Caity Simmers. So it is, on the women's side of the Challenger Series, much tighter leaderboard.
Yeah, well, and especially with the Molly, falling out, and also the other 2 surfers there without results, really. The Molly's result, the 5th, will probably keep her in that 2nd position. She has a pretty good gap, too, between her and 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So I feel like Molly will stay in that number 2 position, but there's a great opportunity for these surfers just behind on that cut line to get into the top 5.
Sakura off the bottom. Nice snap off the top. She's got room for more, has to skip a section. Banks and a nice little redirect. I'm feeling this wave's got some energy to take that Slater Designs through the flat spot. Let's see if she can tic-tac uphill right now and make the connection. Pushing on the rocker, and does get that connection into the inside where she's going to earn a couple more turns. Let's see the finish. It's behind an umbrella, but it's complete.
Well, I don't know if she's going to match the 7.33 there, but Betty Lou did utilize that priority in a good way. She's going to get her best wave. And I think that definitely will tighten the gap. Exactly what she needed to do. 2 turns on the outside. I would say she probably wasn't as stoked on this final section here because that was a tough section to hit. Whitewater just, she got the timing wise, it was just more of a redirect than it was an actual full maneuver, but really helped out that she was able to weave her way to this inside section and get some maneuvers done on the short break section. So we didn't get to quite see if she completed this final move, and she didn't. So that will factor in as well.
Here we go with Bronte right behind her.
So Bronte needing a backup score, gets up there a bit late, but pulls it down. So they're trying to improve on a 2.67.
Wow, you talked about it all week. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, for all that busy work, just got a 4.33, and you were saying, Pete, that the one big outside maneuver has always been gaining larger scores over multiple maneuvers stitched into that wave. So that was an obvious example of that. And for me, I didn't expect it to be that low because I thought she got a lot going on, but you made the point that there wasn't that meaningful outside maneuvers, and the judges recognized that.
Yeah, big time. I mean, if you can even review it, the fact is she did that snap, which is out in the open face. There was no connection with the lip, no vertical face there. And then the second maneuver, she basically just redirected off the foam. There wasn't really a major maneuver there. It was just a tough section to hit. So she had to kind of redirect off it, and then all that work to get to the inside, and an incomplete on the shore break. So really, that's just a 4-point ride. I think the judges nailed it.
And then Bronte, with one big maneuver right behind her, actually trumped her score of a 4.33. Bronte's backup a 5.17. So the surfer from West Australia with a big advantage, and she's back up and riding now. Hook to vert, snap, and has to throw that one away. Incomplete. But that will leave Betty Lou Sakura Johnson searching for an 8.17 if she wants to turn this heat in a single wave.
Yeah, no, she's got priority again, so this is hoping that the ocean provides the opportunity. I mean, a bigger set wave is definitely what she's going to be looking for. You know, even if it is, again, one maneuver, as long as it's going to give you that nice, clean opportunity, big bottom turn to a top turn. This one would have been probably an improvement had she pulled this one down, but not able to do it for Bronte, so just a throwaway number for her.
Well, we got some lines here and opportunity. We see that Betty Lou on the left side of your screen has changed position out in the water. Here she goes. Steep looking face on this one. Whacks it vert. And whacks it vert again.
There we go.
2 big turns on the outside. That's the recipe. I think she's felt that. And now she's got more opportunity on the inside because this wave is continuing on and staying steep. No problem with the connection. 2 big turns on the inside, and the body language shows confidence, and I'm confident that she is going to get close to turning the heat, if not turn the heat on that. Your insight on that, Pete?
Well, that's exactly what she needed to do in that moment. You know, the door was left open by Bronte. with the lower 517. So this is going to be the number match. She had to match kind of one of the best numbers from Bronte, and I think she's done that. Again, you talk about that big, huge snap for the first turn and connects with the lip on the closeout. Not as big a wave as Bronte, but 2 turns on the outside, and then this bonus, able to get 2 turns on the shore break. Actually 3 if you talk about that. Caity setting this up, and then quickness. 1, 2, and I think you're right. I think this is going to be a number that's going to rival the 7.33 and conceivably could be enough to get her the lead. We'll see.
It's got to be excellent. That felt like excellent to me. I mean, the quality of the turns and the quality of the wave staying steep all the way through. Oh, man, I'm feeling an excellent score. No indication as of yet from the judges. We'll see if Sakura is able to turn this heat. That would be a big comeback from the young Hawaiian.
Well, either way, it's a big comeback. I think even if she doesn't turn it, it's definitely put her right in contention. And now it's just going to be battle of the next second wave. But I feel like
it's an excellent ride. It is excellent, and the early indication is the judges agree.
Yeah, and it's big. It's the quickness that she's been able to provide on that outside section. The transitions were there, and look at that. One of the biggest numbers of the event so far for the women.
9-point ride. Good news coming to the ears of Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She turns the heat. Now Bronte McCauley still in the game, however. Pete just needs a 6.01 to retake that lead.
Quality maneuvers that were on that wave. It was awesome, and that's why she's rewarded with the 9-point ride.
We'll be back with the conclusion of this exciting heat right after this break. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Bronte McCauley battling out here at Huntington Beach.
Like you called it the other day, the unicorn. That is definitely a unicorn right there. She rode it to a 9.0. You just felt it as it started off so perfect, the way she set up that very first beyond vertical turn into the tail high second turn that just slapped the list. Such perfect timing, right out of speed, like you said. In those arcing cars, no bounce, the big forehand cutback on the inside. That's when the crowd like really elevated and then finished.
I mean, the one thing that I go back and reflect on, obviously, the degree of difficulty on a few of those maneuvers, but with the fluidity.
Yeah, so smooth. And that is it. Speed, power, flow.
We'd like to welcome the 2022 Surfer Hall of Fame inductees, Peter Mell, Martin Daly, and Michelle Turner.
Surfing, it is something that I have now been a part of, and it has gotten and brought everything to my life. Surf Shop, it's brought my children and my wife. Thank you so much for being with me through the last 25 years of my life. Thank you all for coming. It's been an honor, or it is going to be an honor, and I hope to inspire you further. I've still got a few more years left in me.
Oh man, you're gonna make me tear up, Pete. That's awesome. Hall of Famer Peter Mell, congratulations. You know I'm so proud of you. We've known each other since we're like 12 years old. You know, yeah. So like growing up and having that's forever a part of Huntington Beach. Congratulations.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, no, it was a great experience, especially to have my family there. And you know, it is an honor to be recognized for all the years I've spent enjoying the ocean. It's really what it's all about, right? It's a selfish act of surfing, and you know, but the reality is that it's brought me, like I said, everything that's got to me at a surf shop. This job here to call surfing a great wave that I was able to get a couple years ago. So yeah,
I'm your hype man.
Thank you, Bob.
As your hype man, I'm going to say, Peter, one of the greatest waves ever ridden in the history of surfing. And I'm going to stand behind that statement.
There'll be many more waves coming in the lifetimes, but
come on up, we can talk about it. But I'm firm on that one. Okay, we're back.
Right on, Kipes. Thank you.
Yeah. 7 minutes remaining, Pete, and Bronte McCauley still has an opportunity against Betty Lou. 6.01, just over a mid-range score to turn this heat.
Yeah,
and Bronte has priority.
It's not over yet, and Bronte knows that. 9-point rides don't come easily, and Betty Lou is able to turn the heat on that one, but still 7 minutes to go. So let's see what Bronte can do with this priority. If she can get herself over a 6-1, she'll take back the lead as we look at the recap.
Here we go. Bronte started off with a bang. That was a 7.33 to get things going here. Betty Lou had to do some busy work. This was just a 4.33, Pete, but it serves as her backup at the moment. And then this.
Best wave of the heat. 2 big turns outside. Nice connection with the lip on both of those maneuvers, and weaves her way to the inside with the carving cutty and then the 2-banger on the shorey. Getting that EPS Firewire Slater design surfboard into the lip.
All right, well, with 6 minutes and 5 seconds remaining, just a quick up and down for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She's just surfing under the priority of Bronte McCauley. Bronte has to make a really smart choice right now in wave selection, holding this priority. She's got enough time, but she needs a 6.01.
Ton of experience from Bronte. She's been in these situations before where you're sitting at the last 5 minutes of a heat, you sit with the priority, all those nerves. There's all sorts of techniques that you can use to keep yourself in the moment, just focusing on the lineup, the waves coming in, breathing through it all, keeping relaxed, because if you get that opportunity, you don't want to be anxious. You want to be ready to do it.
Well, let's dig into some deep stats powered by Hydro Flask for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. And pretty impressive numbers for her career as we roll that through. And she's just scored a 9-point ride. You would think that would be the apex of her scoring, but no. She's scored a 9.3 earlier this season, so that's her highest single wave score, 9.43, but that 9-point ride is going to add to the stats. Career heat wins on the Challenger Series 13, and she took that big win over in the hometown at Haleiwa at the end of 2021, Pete.
How good is that when you're from your home beach and the last event is there at your home beach? I feel pretty comfortable, if you can get yourself close to the top 5, going into Haleiwa, you'd say she's a favorite.
Oh yeah, she knows that wave intimately. But right now, she's trying to figure out the puzzle of Huntington Beach, Southside Pier.
You would say that her first wave ever ridden would have been at Haleiwa.
Yeah, you know what? A lot of kids from Hawaii, their first waves ridden are at Haleiwa just because it has that gentle inside roller. It's perfect to start surfing. If you're on the North Shore, if you're on the South Shore, you can say the same thing about little baby queens there in the corner of Waikiki.
Such great, to learn how to surf. And those waves basically, if you think about Queens, right?
Yep.
On the South Shore, that would be for hundreds of years.
Yep.
The first place that you would go, yeah. And then same thing on the North Shore.
Literally.
Yeah. it is hundreds of years.
Yeah.
You would be going and surfing it. It's the King's Beach. Gosh, it's just, again, chicken skin.
Chicken skin. Right? You got Queens, and then you got Ali'i,
which is
Beach Park, which means
king.
Royalty, yeah.
Pretty cool. And that, of course, and that was the whole thing about yesterday's induction. You're underneath the eyes of Duke Hanamoku.
Crazy, huh?
Right? And, you get to, see that you're now cementing yourself into legacy with the Duke Hanamoku. It's just, again, it's just warm, fuzzy, and chicken skin and all that good stuff, because my whole life has been, involved in the surf world, and to see that, and and I love that there's these youngsters who are being brought up in the same world, and the storytelling that we get to tell, and so cool.
Oh, man. I apologize, Pete, not being able to make it. I had to work.
It's cool. Thank you for working. I got a day off, so it was awesome. I got to enjoy my family. It was cool. It was.
I wanted
really,
to join in, man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
You did. You helped out. No matter what, sitting right here, you're helping out. You're my hype man.
Yes, I am. 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and you can see the barnacles exposed on the pilings, meaning we're in a low tide situation. But the tide should be coming up throughout the rest of the day. But that low tide does add the element of lulls, doesn't it, Pete?
It does. And I think just more than anything, not only the tide, I think, but the fact that we are on the other side. There is some, I just looked at the buoys. As you look at the tides there, 5:39 this morning was a high tide. So now we're not even quite, are we at low yet?
No.
No, we're not, right? It's still good. And that's a good news, I think, considering how low it is, too. Look at the tide coefficient difference there. It's like a half a foot. So not a huge difference. So we'll see that higher tide this evening, though. That'll play a role in the consistency factor. But with the buoys and the readings right now, there's still some 13-second interval on some of the buoys down in this area. So that, and it's out of a 200 degrees. So there's that leftover southwest swell that we had, or south-southwest.
What's the swell height, right?
It was like 4 at 13, but there is like a good 3 or 4 foot at 6-second wind swell, right? So any set that's going to come in here, which is coming from that longer interval, or it's not really longer interval, but from the southern hemisphere, is broken up by this wind swell. That's the kind of, this is atypical summertime Huntington Beach. Yeah, this is what you come here and you expect pretty much 300 days a year.
We're going to see the peaks. We're going to see the ribs. We're going to see the Huntington hop. We're going to see probably the competition move into the shore break area at the higher tide this afternoon. Like you said, atypical Huntington Beach.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. See, look, there's a little southern hemisphere line. You can see that the wind cell's breaking it up. So now you got to paddle to the spot to find that little corner peak. This is a big moment for Bronte, needing to turn this one, needing a 6.01.
Comes down to this for Macaulay. Has to hop over that first section. Ooh. And hopping over that first section killed all of her momentum, unable to get speed to meet that oncoming section. And here comes Betty Lou on the hunt.
Oh, man. Yeah, that was unfortunate there for Bronte. The swell did not show up in those last 5 minutes. She had priority. The situation was under control, but the ocean did not provide for her. And now Betty Lou can play a bit of defense. She's going to sit right here, take any opportunity away from Bronte. So looks like Betty Lou is going to turn the heat, and that 9-point ride was so important to get the score needed to turn the heat. And that was fun.
Sportsmanship, handshakes out there, and Bronte acknowledges that she's going to move on the Challenger Series, taking a 5th out of Huntington Beach, an equal 5th.
4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go. Clock's down, and the support squad is appreciative. A smiley Betty Lou Johnson paddles her way to the beach, knowing she's going to be finals day, semifinals. When we come back, Sophie McCullough and Caity Simmers will be out in the water.
Quarterfinal, so this playing well in her consistency moving into the last 3 events on the Challenger Series Tour. But right then, Betty Lou Shapiro making the jump into the semis, so her second appearance there this year.
Yeah, we've been interested to see the youngster come back with that 9. She was, back against the ropes. 73-3 on Bronte's opener. Really set the tone in that heat, but Betty Lou Shapiro Johnson just battled back in that 9, and off the surface, great performance all the way through to the inside, and one of the highest scores we've seen of the event.
Well, in this heat in the red from Australia, Sophie McCullough going up against California's Caity Simmers in the blue. So Caity leading the rankings right now. She's got a string of insane results in a first place at Snapper Rocks in the first event of the year, a quarterfinal finish at the GWM Sydney Pro, and then a 3rd place in Bolito in South Africa. So here you find yourself with at minimum another 5th place, so that's why she is there up in first. And Sophie McCullough, she's sitting in 8th.
My name's Caity Simmers. I'm 16 and I'm from Oceanside, California. The reason I kind of got into surfing just because my dad surfed and I actually hated the beach. My parents would have to like bribe us to go to the beach. We just would boogie board all the time and then we started standing up on a boogie board. I definitely would like to be at the tour at some point. I mean, it's the highest level of surfing and it would be cool to win a world title. I guess that's why I'm doing it.
Caity Simmers. Hey, that's the future of women's pro surfing right there. And people have come out in droves to line the iconic Huntington Beach Pier to watch this matchup out in the water. Our quarterfinal number 4 here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Sophie McCullough out in the red jersey out of Australia versus number 1 on the rankings, Caity Simmers. I'm Kaipo, joined by the Hall of Famer Peter Mel. How's this matchup, Pete?
It's a good one, and I think it's a golden opportunity for Sophie McCullough. She's up against probably the most informed surfer at the moment, head of the Challenger Series rankings. But yeah, it's on your screen, Caitlin, who lives just down the road in Oceanside, so she's very accomplished in the beach breaks. She would feel very comfortable, also defending champion here of this Vans US Open. But like I mentioned, McCullough, a golden opportunity here to really match herself against an in-form Caity Simmers, and it would be a big win if she could turn this heat for herself.
Yeah. Sophie McCullough, 23 years old, coming into this event, ranked number 8 on the rankings. She had a semifinal finish over the Sydney Surf Pro and coming off a 9th place finish in Bolito. McCullough on the paddle, open priority, and neither surfers want to go on that. Sophie, I saw her on the surfer's leg. She's got a bruise on the side of her face. Her board, you know, the big days that we had with Hurricane Frank, her board hit her in the face a couple days ago with all that power out in the ocean. And oh, a sketchy start for Caity Simmers. Unusual for her to catch a rail, but early days, and there's plenty more time on the clock.
Remember, in the beginning of the heats, we don't have priority, so they're battling for position. Caitlin took an early wave here just to start themselves into the priority situation. So Sophie now, well, with an early advantage, I would say, because now has priority.
Yep, you can see Caitlin is our defending champ here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Surfing brilliantly in 2021. And continues. I mean, she's had a great year. She won the opener over in the Gold Coast. She followed that with a quarterfinal finish in Sydney. She's coming off a semifinal finish over there in South Africa in Bolito. Caity Simmers, I mean, we have so many talking points on this young lady, but we're going to turn our attention to Sophie McCullough. Bangs it up in the lip, and there you go, forceful. And a big maneuver on the outside. So already the advantage is going to go to Sophie McCullough. We'll see if she can make the connection. Doesn't look like there's enough energy in that wave, but how'd you like that outside move, Pete?
Had to be quick, and she delivered. Very quick into the lip. That wave shut down pretty much instantaneously, and she still was able to get a bottom turn out of it into the lip. You can see she had to, probably would have liked to have been into that one a little earlier from about outside. That would have helped out, but that quickness that she carries was able to get into the lip and over it. Not going to be a massive score, but definitely advantage Sophie to start this heat out. So utilize that priority in a good way. Didn't make any mistakes.
Now priority to Caity Simmers. She came into this heat hot, Pete, in a way that she came straight out of the water from warming up on the North Shore, grabbed her jersey and went straight out. Do you like that theory? You know, just having a free surf right before your heat?
If it, yeah, I mean, it's to each his own, right? I would say that it's not a bad idea, but ultimately, if you're not rushed, right? If you're feeling like you're a little late, that's kind of a weird thing. I mean, I value a lot watching the lineup, you know, and spending time kind of understanding where you want to be in the lineup. But if you have someone that's helping you check the lineup and understand where the positioning kind of part of it is coming into play for the heat, a warm-up's good. I mean, no matter what, a warm-up's going to be a good thing. Doesn't matter if it's early or late.
It seems like it's either the theory of watch or feel, because your surfing warm-up's a feel, right? Your watching lineup is recognizing and identifying where the peaks are.
Got to need both.
Yeah. Ultimately, you need both.
Yes.
Fireworks in quarterfinal number 3, 9-point ride for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, a ticket to the semifinals. Betty Lou is with AJ.
So Betty Lou, I think everybody's going to be blowing off steam in the batting cages, since that seems to work quite well for you coming into this heat this morning. How did it impact your mindset, just to get your mind off the competition coming into a big heat this morning?
Oh yes, me and my brother went to the batting cages yesterday, and he likes playing baseball, and he's been playing it since he was young. So to go do that with my brother really took my mind out of the competition, and we got to hit some baseballs and get all the aggression out and just hit some balls. But yeah, just super. Just want to have a clear mind competing in here, and that definitely helped.
And you got a chance to get a look at the water this morning, did a little free surf beforehand. How did that impact your confidence heading into the heat?
It did impact my confidence a little bit, actually, because the conditions definitely changed since the last couple of days, and I decided to switch boards this morning. So that's kind of why I went out, was to try 2 different boards that I haven't rode previous. But yeah, and it worked out good. I guess I picked the right board.
I would say so. Picked the right board, the right wave, a 9-point score on that one. The highest single wave score from the women's side. What did you see on that wave that you wanted to take advantage of?
Well, when I took off, or in the beginning of the heat, I kind of had a rough start. I didn't get the start I wanted, so I knew just to be patient and find a good first opening section on a set or a bigger wave, and I was able to do that, and I had a second section afterwards. And I had a lot of momentum going out of that wave, so I kept on riding to the inside and got a rebound.
Did you know as soon as you got to that inside section this is going to be a pretty good one?
Yes, I did. I got the speed, I got the, I just got flowing, so it was awesome.
Awesome. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Well, thank you so much. Thanks again.
There you go. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, so good. They had to name her 4 times, Pete, and she's on into finals day.
I love it. It's funny that she went to the batting cages and all that stuff. And I mean, I think about, you ever watch Little League World Series? How fun is watching 12-year-olds compete? It's so fun.
Hawaii's won a number of Little League World Series.
I was just going to mention that. That's kind of what I was at. And I think Hawaii's actually represented again once again in the World Series. I do follow it a little bit. It's nice. It's pretty. We actually had a local team get pretty far. They just missed out going to Williamsport.
Yeah. Santa Cruz won't get past Pro City when it comes to baseball.
Stop
however.
it.
Here we go with the replay. Sophie McCullough.
Oh, so Sophie gets the outside turn, a little redirect, not high impact, but going to be another mid-range score here for Sophie. And then also, oh, geez, that was gnarly. I mean, it always looks kind of dramatic, and obviously she's not injured because she's fine, but wow, it looked a little hectic right there, didn't it, Kaipo? We both flinched.
Yeah. Wow, that was with the fury, and every single surfer, if you've been surfing long enough, has had that happen to them.
Yeah, or the credit card skating, right? That's the one too.
Unfortunately, I've had both.
Same.
Well,
but she's fine. And it's funny because it looks gnarlier sometimes. It's like a poof.
So radical.
You didn't even need the 3D glasses. Right there.
So score in and the situation out in the water. Sophie McCullough with the advantage of 3.83, 3.27. Caity Simmers 3.17 on her last wave, needing a 3.93 to take the lead off of McCullough. Pretty low scoring affair so far in quarterfinal number 4. I'm expecting some bigger numbers as this heat progresses.
Interesting note, was Betty Lou switching up her equipment for today. In contrast, Caity Simmers, same board that she's been riding throughout the event, or at least the same color, so you'd assume it's the same board.
Yeah, here she goes. A little cutty there. Oh, and again, get caught up a little bit. I mean, it is jumbled water, but a swing and a miss there for Caity Simmers. Here we go. On the backhand, Sophie McCullough, soft first turn, hits it back up, but combos it on the outside. See if she can make the connection on the inside. A little bit of jumbly water there, catches the bottom of her board. She's not going to make the connection into the shore break. A couple couple of turns on the outside. Your thoughts?
Best wave of the heat. She's going to have that. Already has the lead, but she's got the best wave of the heat so far. So she's going to extend her lead over Caity Simmers. And Caitlin, it's that little struggle psychologically could start to play in here. So she's had a couple errors now. As we see the replay here, that final maneuver, best maneuver of the entire heat so far. So this is going to be, like I said, best wave of the heat. And that's going to improve the confidence here of Sophie McCullough, especially when Caitlin just had another fall. And then Sophie's going to get this score. So really advantage right now with Sophie.
Well, I mean, you would call, in a way, I mean, obviously on the rankings, that Sophie's the underdog in this heat. And but what we've seen before, that you can't really, you know, make a, it's unpredictable, Huntington Beach. And we've seen numerous upsets in the history of the U.S. Open. Big snap there, disappears into the whitewater again and again.
Third error of the heat for Caity Simmers. That was an opportunity. She would know that. Again, confidence is probably waning quite a bit after that maneuver too.
And McCullough, well-timed hook on the backhand. No connection there. Previous wave for Sophie, a 6.17. That was a quality turn on her last wave. She's starting to pull away from Caity Simmers.
Excuse me, Kaipo.
It's okay.
A little dust got in the nose.
Yeah, Sophie pulling away right now.
Yeah, big time. I mean, that last minute and a half, I mean, considering what we saw, 6.17 for Sophie. She's going to improve again on the 3.83. And Caity, an opportunity with the fall. Everything's going Sophie's way right now. And she's, I mean, lots of time left on the clock, though. And easily we could see Caity turn this around. We know there's 9-point rides available out there. We just saw it last heat. And Caity is very well capable of doing that. But at the moment, there's going to have to be a major mental shift here for Caity because she's had 3 falls in a row.
Caity Simmers, she's going to have to get Taylor Swift out there and shake it off at the moment. We got halfway through the heat and lots of time and priority to Caity Simmers. So we got some chances for her. We know she's got that competitive ability. She's also got that pure talent level as a surfer.
She's got an X factor for sure. That's one of the things.
Let's take a look at our leaderboard coming into this stop number 4 on the Challenger Series. You can see Caity Simmers way up on top with 20,000 points. And Sophie McCullough in that 8th position. That's below the cut line of 5. But this is a big, big opportunity for Sophie McCullough.
Looking again, Teresa Bonvalot, who is at number 4, has 15,000 points. Sophie with 11,000 points. So she needs a couple heats in order to really find her way into the top 5. The final would do that, I think. But either way, she'll probably pass Bronte if she gets through this one.
Yeah, Caity Simmers on screen. You can see her checking her forehead. So I mean, I feel there was contact with her board on that slip up that we saw earlier in this heat, and trying to regain composure. But again, we've always talked about it, Peter, the physical aspect of surfing, but the mental aspect is a much larger factor 90% of the time.
I would agree with that, Kaipo, for sure. And right now, psychologically, things don't feel like they're going Caity's way. And, you know, in your mind, you're like, okay, you know, do you let that affect you negatively? Or do you snap out of it, get right back into the moment? We'll see what happens here.
Here's the comeback, just kind of a check turn, throws it up there with the little bit of backwash for accentuation, but a little mistimed, and the connection is not going to happen. And now we can see the body language from Caity Simmers as well. So you talked about the mental game, maybe a bit of frustration coming into play.
Yeah, and this is you know, this is those growth experiences where you're okay, things aren't going your way. You know, you've had a couple falls, and so mentally, how do you reset? And this is something for Caity to figure out. She is young, so these are all the new experiences. You know, big event, being defending champ, all those things, all that little pressure playing in. Although she did pull off a move there. I love that she was able to get a little, you know, push of the lip on the lip. That helped that maneuver slightly, but it still, she's going to be behind.
Yeah, needing an 8.17. That's a giant number to turn this heat. We already know that that was not an 8.17. It could chip away at her requirement. And so we are So let's take a look at this. This is the snap, and this is where things went wrong and the injury wave. Oh,
it didn't hit her head, luckily. It went underneath her arm, so she blocked it, luckily. It looked way worse, but let's watch the replay here. Didn't miss that turn there, but you can see she pushed a little bit on the lip, does the maneuver on that section in the lip.
But watch this. This is the frustration. Like, can't make that connection.
Yeah,
and a 4-point ride for Caity Simmers. So she did reduce the requirement, Pete, down to a 7.34, but still gonna need more. Well, can Caitlin Simmers come back against Sophie McCullough here in quarterfinal number 4? We're gonna have that answer right after this break.
I'm Sophie McCullough, I'm 23 years old and I'm from Alexandra Headland on the Sunshine Coast. I'm definitely happy with the fact that I'm just really enjoying the journey this year. I'm just more so focusing on surfing, how I want to surf regardless of the result. So I'm really happy that I'm in that headspace right now, but I'm really competitive, so I haven't won an event yet, so I'm definitely not satisfied. I pride myself on giving my best effort, so I guess that's where that competitive spirit comes from. As long as I'm giving my best effort, then I think that I can be proud of that.
Sophie McCullough is out in the lead right now against the #1 seed and defending champ, Caitlin Simmers. McCullough on the paddle back out next to the Huntington Beach Pier. Quarterfinal number 4 with 10 minutes remaining. And a couple of scores owed to us by the judges. Let's review what happened during that break.
Well, an answer from Caity Simmers on the backhand, the snap, little redirect. Does she get another vertical section? No, but she may get a connection here to the inside, and she is just gliding. Look how easy she makes it in. No Huntington hop here. Just a good read on the energy, and then a beautiful little turn to finish on the shorey. So this is a much better wave for Caity Simmers. But I will say, Sophie, just in regards to some of, wow, 2 nice vertical turns on the backhand outside, carrying a 5.17 as her low. This could be a change in scoreline for Sophie and adding points, but mentally, Sophie is really strong. There was a great interview that AJ had like on day 2, I think, day 1 or 2, and she was talking about the adjustments and just such a great self-analysis on how she wanted to believe in herself and how she went about it. Just mentally so strong for Sophie.
Well, let's review the numbers. That last wave for Caitlin Simmers is a 4.43. Last wave for Sophie McCullough, a 7.07. So all the momentum has been going the way of the surfer from the Sunshine Coast. Now, Caitlin Simmers, backed against a corner, needs an 8.81. That's a big, big number.
Yeah, it's a big ask. And Caity, you thought that there was a little shift of momentum when she was able to pick up that 4.43, get the connection to the inside, surfed very well on that wave. Didn't have a ton of opportunity, but surfed it as best as she could. But then an answer by Sophie on the next set wave. 2 big vertical snaps on the outside, especially the second maneuver, straight up. Very difficult to do in powerless conditions like today. And she does it, gets the 7.07, so great answer. Again, mentally so strong. And she just keeps turning the screws against Caity. And this was probably one of the harder heats that you would say against the defending champ for Sophie. And she has answered in every way.
Sophie with priority is going to let Caity Simmers go on this one, and there's nothing doing there. Momentum in a heat, because of the dynamic playing field that is the ocean, a lot of times happens similar to waves. It comes in sets. Some people have that momentum, whether it's priority momentum or it was just wave momentum or it's just like completing rides.
Or all of the above.
Or all of the above. And I really feel the momentum is with Sophie McCulloch at the moment. Again, Caity Simmers needing that 8.81. That's an excellent requirement.
Yeah, and I love that Sophie's been basically keeps pressing as well against Caity. Anytime that Katie's trying to get a little bit of momentum back, Sophie answers right out of the gates again. So nice work here for McCulloch. Again, mentally strong, and a huge moment for her. If she can hang on for this next 7 minutes, this is going to be a big win.
Well, she'll be equaling her best finish guaranteed of this year on the Challenger Series if she's able to get through this matchup. But ultimately, Sophie McCulloch wants the end of the road, the other side of the rainbow, that 10,000 points for a win here at the Vans US Open of Surfing.
It would be pretty darn cool for her. And again, you talk about, gaps in points from the year round. Like the biggest gap you can have, is that win. You get 2,200 more points than any other, from second place. So that right there just catapults you. I mean, if she were to get a win here, she'd probably get herself into the top 5.
I would concur on that. Here we go. Heat recap. Pete, Sophie McCulloch's been in form.
Yep, and she's using that backhand, and that's been helpful. 2 turns on the outside for that one, a 6.17. Caity's best wave, a 4.43. This one here, she was able to glide to the inside and finish it up. But then the best wave of the heat, again on the backhand, glides over the first section and then vertical, 12 o'clock, nose pointed straight up to the skies. Didn't even need the connection to the inside and was able to get the 7.07.
7.07. Sophie McCulloch on that second turn, ringing the lunch bell early. 12 o'clock, high noon.
13.24 two-wave total. Like I said, it's about where you need to be, especially on quarterfinals and above. So she has matched the number needed, and so far has a good lead, especially considering Caity needs an 8.81 in order to turn this heat. And with 5.5 minutes to go, you'd feel like it's, the opportunities, it's got to be on one wave.
Opportunities are waning for Caity Simmers in that she's sitting under priority as well as heat leader Sophie McCulloch. So pure heat control at the moment for the Australian.
And strategically right now, you would say that Sophie needs to position herself where she doesn't have to use that priority, where she lets Caity go maybe on a wave here and there, but that's mentally, again, one of the strengths you need to have is identifying, okay, is this wave going to be an 8.81? And do I use the priority? Because it's much stronger to be able to sit here and wait it out. As each second goes by, it just gets better and better for Sophie.
We had a little vision of Dad on the beach for Caity Simmers and some tense times. Well, right after this, a quarterfinal 4 for the women, we are going to switch gears to the men on the Challenger Series, and quarterfinal number 1 is going to be a big matchup. Former runner-up out here, Liam O'Brien, is coming up against this guy, the Hawaiian powerhouse, Ezekiel Lau.
Ezekiel Lau is a big boy, so he would understand that he's had many, many heats from NSSA Nationals, as an amateur, as a youngster, to now a full-fledged championship tour surfer. And a big moment to get himself back on, as he did not make the midseason cut, so he wants to finish out the year in that top 10 so he can get back and start the year at Pipeline.
Back on the Dream Tour, right? I mean, Challenger's not that bad, but eventually you want to get to the Dream Tour.
Yeah, no, and especially when you're starting out at home, right, with Pipeline and Sunset Beach, 2 events that obviously he would feel very comfortable at.
Well, and him being one of the most winningest surfers ever at Sunset Beach, Ezekiel Lau we're talking about. Heat in the water, though, now is getting darker for Caity Simmers. 3 minutes, 30 seconds, and full heat control by Sophie McCulloch. The lead and priority, and McCulloch on the inside right now. Very strategic positioning in this final 3.5 minutes.
Yep, covering. That's what you do. You just put yourself right underneath, so at any movement you can, if there's an opportunity, you can take it away with priority. And she loves that the clock is ticking with no waves coming, because it just makes those opportunities less and less. And, you know, he mentioned, you know, with 5 minutes, you may be able to get 2 waves quickly in 5 minutes out here.
Yeah.
But, you know, as it get down further, it all of a sudden now needs a very special wave for Caity Simmers, on top of the fact that it needs to be at least a 2-wave set, because the fact that priority's with Sophie, she can take it right away.
This is true. A couple lines coming in right now, so we'll see if Caity Simmers can sell something to Sophie McCulloch and regain that priority. Simmers now on the paddle, taking a look at it. Wants to force the hand of Sophie, and a couple paddles by Sophie. Let's see if there's a priority switch.
What, are you going to say that that was a, like...
Hey, Caity Simmers is looking at the priority judge.
I would say that, to me, it did switch. Wow.
Yeah.
Our priority judge doesn't give you any slack,
hey, look
dude.
At it. I saw that too, Peter. She
Come on,
paddled.
look.
Here
Okay.
we go. Let's take replay.
You
look
tell
at,
me.
Look at,
she's looking,
she has to
she's
pull
like,
back.
look at, that's not a paddle, dude.
Dude.
I disagree with that. That is not a paddle.
Sophie had priority.
Maybe it's a block
the fact
in a way.
that Caity pulled back because she thought that Sophie was going, because Sophie
I don't
showed
agree with that.
intent for, well.
I do not agree.
I agree with the priority judge.
Okay, fine. You can go up there and give him a hug.
I'm not giving him a hug.
I don't agree with that. That was not a priority switch in my eyes.
Well, the priority is with Caitlin Simmers. And
I can disagree with that. That's, I mean, whatever, great, but that was not a priority switch. She did not make a concerted effort in my eyes at all. Do you want me to look at the rule? I'm going into the
90
rule book
seconds, and we got time for Peter Mel to look up the rule on priority, which is actually just going to be a concerted effort into paddling into a wave. But there's also a blocking clause inside of our WSL rule book. Needless to say, however, the real situation is that Caitlin Simmers needs a giant score. She needs an 8.81 at the moment.
Probably not going to make a big difference, but if it did, I would be bummed. You think that was a what? Come on, Kaipo. Look at you. Want to see it again? No.
Under a minute remaining, and maybe an opportunity now. This could be it. Here comes a peak, and Caitlin says, "Nah, that doesn't look like an excellent wave. That's not going to give me the score." 45 seconds.
I got to dig through the rule book. It's going to take way too long.
And it continues to be grim for Caity Simmers. So even with that priority switch, it's probably not going to give her the opportunity right now in the final 30 seconds.
I can understand maybe just because she was a little bit underneath for a block in a way, but not really. Like, that was definitely, she has the right to, she wasn't even looking at Caity.
Here
right?
we go.
She was looking at the wave.
And Caitlin Simmers, good looking wall, but has to skip that first section. Needs something crazy. Goes for a tail drift and goes incomplete. So that's going to be it. Caitlin Simmers is going to take away an equal 5th from Huntington Beach. Meanwhile, Sophie McCulloch, with that wonderful heat and great momentum, she's going to step into the semifinals. Semifinals all set for the women. What's it going to be for the men? Well, men's quarterfinals when we return.
Semifinal here in Huntington Beach. Ball into quarterfinal number 1 for the men. Liam O'Brien against Steve Lau. I'm going to take a little break to bring in Darren Brillhart. Good morning, Brillo. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
get chilly up here, right? It's gonna feel a sea breeze. Oh my goodness. And I just hope this fog right here is not too thick. I know it's coming right at us.
Hey, you did all right not to even say that word. We respectfully called it marine layer.
That's a good call, but I've seen it many times.
You too.
We got those events.
I've been here where we had like one heat go in and out 2 or 3 different times, but we're not even going there. It's going to blow on through, blow on by.
Well, you know, the reason why the fog is actually even here is it's so high in the water tank.
Yeah, definitely like to be on the championship tour. I never got to surf a heat last time I qualified, so that's definitely where I want to get back to, and why I want to be there. I guess it's the ultimate in surfing. It's like the pinnacle of competitive surfing, and that's where all the best guys are, and you get to surf the best waves. So yeah, it's pretty obvious why you want to be there. I think it takes a lot of resilience and a little bit of luck. You kind of just got to have the ability to just keep getting knocked back, and not really change your approach.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing, and we are into Challenger Series rounds here. Quarterfinal heat number 1 takes to the lineup Liam O'Brien versus Ezekiel Lau. We're going power versus precision. We're going Australia versus Hawaii. There's a lot going on in the lineup for these surfers. Even though there's only 2 of them out there, there's definitely a lot at stake. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar, as we see on screen right now. Caity Simmers coming in, and I can't tell for sure, but it almost looks like a little lump on her head. She took that surfboard to her face right at the beginning of that heat, so we'll keep you updated as to what happened with Caity there. I'm Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. We're very excited to bring you yet another day packed full of amazing surfing. Waves are smaller, but absolutely rippable out there, Mitch.
And it's very consistent, too. To be honest, I'm a little surprised that we're seeing this much consistency in these 30-minute heats, and viable options on both the right and the left, Chris. I don't want to say the F word, but there is some fog on the outside, and hopefully we don't have to go on a delay here, but it's always a possibility when you're getting these wind swells come through in the summertime.
We're going to start this heat off with Liam O'Brien. Super stylish, always electrifying when he stands up on his surfboard. That was a beautiful combo to start this wave. Liam O'Brien fulfilled the dream, made the championship tour, and had just a bad injury right before. I mean, we're talking an hour before his first heat ever on the championship tour in 2022 at Pipeline. That'd be, you know, like getting drafted up to a Major League Football or a NFL team, and as you're running out to the field, tripping and getting injured. I mean, it was that dramatic, but it looks like he's back 100%, and love to see Liam O'Brien returning to form here in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, and the Gold Coast local starting off well right there. Decent combo on the outside and a nice finish with the shorey too. And being from the Gold Coast, you know that he surfs point breaks really great. But on the flip side, you don't really see a lot of those people surf another beach break besides Durango most of the time. You have to go to Stradbroke Island, where Ethan Ewing's from. On the contrast, though, Ezekiel Lau from Honolulu, he's got a great diversity of waves on the south shore of Oahu, spends a lot of time on the north shore, and the former 2-time CT member right here, Ezekiel, 27th in the rankings, so he's looking to at least move up into the top 15. Same with Liam O'Brien. He's number 29 right now, Chris.
Yeah, this right here is a really cool matchup to start our men's quarterfinal round. And what I love about the US Open, as always, unique, eclectic fields entering this event, and we always see an underdog story develop throughout the week. Ezekiel Lau. You wouldn't call him the underdog in any heat that he surfs right there. A whipping backside snap to start this wave. And, you know, you wouldn't say Ezekiel Lau would be your favorite in terms of groveling, you know, because you think of how powerful he is and the waves that he surfs, Haleiwa, Sunset Beach, where he's been really successful. But if you want to get to the elite, where Ezekiel Lau currently resides, you've got to be able to do it in small waves. And you know he's prepared for it. He's been doing it since he was a little kid. So small waves, no problem for Ezekiel Lau. Even though he's a big guy, He's got all the technique that allows him to shine in waves like this. And his year so far on the Challenger Series, not bad. Got a 9th place finish at the Gold Coast Pro, a couple of 25ths. But if he does get on a roll here, he will be fighting his way back onto the championship tour, where I think a lot of surf fans think he belongs.
Yeah, I think the waves suit him too. This year specifically, though, maybe not the best start that he wanted to initially. Starts off with a 4.0 with the one nice strong turn on the outside. And Liam gets a 5.33 for the opener, 2.67 at the end. But going back to Zeke, he's also had to surf a lot of competitive events against a generation that is not only one of the best that I've ever seen within Hawaiian and American surfing, but I also would have to say one of the best generations we've ever seen worldwide at a surfing competitively too. Kalohe Andino, Luke Davis, Ian Crane, his good buddy Keanu Singh. So he's had to go through the who's who of his generation, plus you get everybody else from around the world that's been on the competitive scene, especially on the CT for so long. Had to surf against Mick when he was still on there. Had a couple close heats with Adrian Ace Buchan. So not only a lot of experience and is only 28 years of age, but I also think he's got a lot more to give. We haven't seen a CT win from him before. He has won a couple of 6-star primes, which are now the Challenger Series. So I think he's going to go on a roll here, especially after a quarterfinal finish at least, in conditions that a lot of people don't think are suitable for Zeke.
I think that's what he likes. He likes to be doubted.
He likes the challenge.
He thrives, right? Liam O'Brien right now starting off with a 5.33 and a 2.67. That last wave for Ezekiel Lau, a 4.0. So Liam O'Brien, I would say, came into the collective consciousness of the surf world right here in Huntington Beach with a huge finish just a few years ago at the Vans US Open of Surfing, where he really, you know, I would say came from the depths of the Challenger Series of the QS. You know, you've heard his name as a kind of super grom from Oz, but with his result here, he really launched himself into the spotlight, and I think, again, he deserves it. He is, I would say, you know, one of those kind of prototypical surfers in the vein of an Ethan Ewing, you know, a Mick Fanning.
Absolutely.
Such a great style, precision, and, you know, he does it really fluidly. He's got all the airs and all that, but he tends to rely more on his rail and his linkage from turn to turn. It is a beautiful thing to watch Liam O'Brien surf.
And a good amount of power behind those maneuvers too. And boy, his story this year is one of the saddest I've ever heard. Having to qualify and go through the struggle of being on the QS grind for so long, and then eventually qualifying last year in a reduced number of events too. He did it across 4 events. Hurt himself, broke his, actually, I think it was the fibula in one of his legs an hour before the Pipe Masters or the Pipe event was actually about to start. Didn't even get to surf in a single CT event this season out of the 5. There were a lot of injuries this year. He didn't get an injury wild card for the back end of the season going into next. And I think Yalgador is more than deserving of that wild card, especially after getting a top 10 result last year. But this is unheard of. And he's not only been resilient, he's in the top 30 right now, and he's going to get his best result to date so far with the quarterfinal finish, at least here, where he's been runner-up before too, Chris.
Yeah. So big things in Liam's future, and hopefully all the drama in the past. It happens in every sport at the elite level. You know, injuries and all of that. It's how you bounce back, and so far Liam's bounced back in a big way. Fans agree, 50-50, straight down the middle. That is your Pacifico fan picks for quarterfinal heat number 1. Get those fan picks in. We want to know what you think. You know, we're in here decoding and deciphering each minute of every second of every heat, and it's fun to get involved. Go to worldsurfleague.com if you're not already there. You know, why not just have multiple screens up? Have your research screen, your worldsurfleague.com screen, and then the other screen next to it, just full screen of the action. As we see now, Ezekiel Lau speeding down the line, a pair of blistering backside whips from Ezekiel. No need to make the transition there. The damage was done out the back. Here we go, right behind him, Liam O'Brien, current leader. You know, gets a little stuck on that uphill landing from a kind of a slight airdrop takeoff.
Yep.
That kind of wiped all the speed opportunity away that he had. So he'll get right back out there, most likely in priority, as we see Ezekiel Lau there coming out from the pier. So the surfer that basically gets to the takeoff zone first when both surfers catch waves will get priority. That's making it, it's kind of oversimplifying a very complex system of priority, but in simplest terms, you make your way out first, you get the priority. Here we go. This is a great wave for Ezekiel Lau.
And I actually thought this was excellent use of second priority. Got the float and then a great re-entry to finish. I thought it was smart that he didn't even try to pursue the inside connection right there. It's a flatter wave right there in the middle part of the pier bowl. But just going back to that excellent pressure that Zeke adds all the time to his opponents, that was one of those instances. He actually put Liam in a bad position for the next wave, and that's why he was actually off timing, and he had to drop in a little bit later on that 0.87, the throwaway on his last score. So I actually think Zeke might even get his best wave on his last one. A 4 is his best so far. He's going to take the lead with this, I would think. So, you know, early stages, but I like the start to Zeke's heat. You wouldn't think that he's the favorite out of these two, despite, you know, our fan picks being 50-50. The polls say one thing, but I think experience says another. He's won a national championship here at the NSSA level at the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier, so a lot of competitive experience in both the pros and the amateurs.
And a little chippy start to this wave. Liam O'Brien laying hard into that section. I'm fine with that. He's got 17.5 to go. This is really where you got to start putting it all on the line.
Yeah.
You know, in 4-man heats, 2 surfers advance through. Even in 3-man heats, you have 2 surfers advancing through, but now we're really down to the wire. So every wave, every score is going to count. And when it is relatively small like this, I'm totally fine with one big maneuver to get you a score. 17:15 on the clock. You would have to call quarterfinal heat for an upset, at least on paper. Caity Simmers come into this event as a potential favorite, but Sophie McCullough had different ideas about that. A 13.24 total and the win. She's standing by now with AJ McCord.
All right, so fresh out of the water, just tell me, what did you see in those waves that you got those good scores on that you liked?
I guess I kind of got them both on the paddle back out, and I just kind of saw a nice little bowl and was lucky enough to get 2 turns on both of them. So yeah, if I can keep doing that, then hopefully I'll keep making heats. So yeah.
You played a lot of defense as well towards the end there. Just tell me about the strategy in that heat.
Yeah, it's definitely a priority at the end on my behalf. I don't really know why I looked at that wave. In my head, I was kind of just having a look, but because I was sitting in closer, it was definitely a block. So I'll take that into the next one. And yeah, Caity definitely like sold me on it. So I'll just kind of try and focus on my own game and yeah, hopefully just not have to make those critical decisions, but I'll be ready when they come.
Yeah, speaking of focusing on your own game, you and I talked a few days ago about just how you're trying to talk to yourself in the water and be kinder and more encouraging. How did that come into play today?
I guess like my first couple of waves, they were only 3s, and I guess once upon a time I would have been like, oh, you shouldn't have taken them, like they weren't scores, but I just sort of have learnt this event to be a bit kinder to myself and see mistakes as opportunities. So that's what I'm going to keep on doing.
Because you get one more opportunity at least tomorrow. So what are you going to take from here into the semis?
Yeah, I guess the same approach. Yeah, focusing on my own game and just trying to bring my best effort and be proud of that regardless of the result.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sophie McCullough. I mean, what a smart competitor, but smart person in general. I mean, just the fact that she has so much going on in her mind and she's able to put it all together and literally recover and kind of decipher a mistake that she made, a minute ago. And you know she's not going to make that mistake again. So big future ahead of Sophie McCullough, not only in this event, but as she most likely makes her way onto the championship tour. She's got all those qualities that we look for in a CT surfer. She's had some experience up there as well, so it'll be really fun to see the run that Sophie McCullough's about to go on. She makes her way into the semifinals, but we did lose Caity Simmers, who I think for a high percentage of surf fans had her on the list of winners here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. I know I said it this morning, and I was proven wrong by Sophie McCullough. And that's why we love this sport. It's so unpredictable. You never know what's going to happen next. Well, a lot of scores coming through. Ezekiel Lau now using his priority. He's got a wedge to work with. Blasts that wave, throwing some spray off the tail, and that right there textbook Ezekiel Lau power layback. Perfectly placed there as well, and he does get the connection. Weaving his way through to the shore break. Hoping for a finish. He's got a tricky section to work with, and he gets it. I was right on the line, but I would say that is a completed finishing maneuver.
I would say, too, I think the wave just faded out at the end. You know, especially as a bigger guy, it's difficult to actually make those look as cleanly as you can. But I'm going to tell you right now, Chris, I haven't seen Zeke compete this well in a long time. And look at this great two-turn combo, ditches the fins on the outside and goes for that patented layback re-entry on the second one and made the reform, got the shore connection, and yeah, I think that's going to be complete at the end, too.
Probably.
Yeah.
Now that I look at it again, I'm going,
I just don't think that there's going to be too many situations. And you got to be consistent with it, right, as a judge, too.
Right.
So how many of those completions that are kind of halfway through or that you could see either way, how many of those have actually been deemed complete? So if anything, they're just going to have to look back and rely on the experience that they've seen of those kind of waves so far today.
well, we'll see what the judges have to say about Ezekiel Lau's wave. A lot of damage done on the outside. See what happened on the inside. 12:45 to go. We'll be right back with more action, more scores, and more ripping. This is the Vans US Open of Surfing.
We have to be a bit more tethered, so to speak, and we don't mind. So priority is with Liam. He getting himself out back into the lineup. 12 minutes, 20 seconds. Liam, you are now, we're waiting for Zeke's last score. Then I'll update you with what you're looking for, but he's going to get a good score. So your requirement will increase. Just sometimes you think you're filling too much information in the athletes' heads, but we're almost have the score in. Then we can let both surfers know what's happening with 11.5 minutes left in the heat. There we go. A straight up 7 for Zeke Lau. A 7-point ride for a surfer in blue from Hawaii. He is in the lead now, backs up to 5.17. Liam, what that means is you now need a 6.85. Take the lead, and you do have priority. There's 11.5 minutes left. So, I love it because when you look at the score line, Liam needs the 6.85. He already has a 5.33. So, if he goes and gets the score he needs, he got higher backup than he's with the 5.17. So, it's kind of a deep little game of like back and forth.
Welcome back to the Vans US Open of Surfing. We're in the men's quarterfinals, and Ezekiel Lau is out in the lead. Right here, I got Ezekiel Lau's backup board. It's a Tokoro 5+ model, 6.5, 19 inches wide, and 2.5 inches thick, utilizing the Almeric large fin templates. And when you talk about grip onto this board, you know what's the best thing for that? Foo Wax. Foo Wax, the best in the business. This is the summer cool formula. This is perfect for the water temp today. They have many formulas for different water temps, but today I would go with the summer cool from the Foo Wax. And another note, when you're waxing with Foo Wax, what you want to do is use a flat stroke on the bar. That's how you're going to create the top coat, the grippy top coat for Foo Wax. I love this stuff.
Hey, I know you do, Kaipo. First of all, good morning to you. And it's great to see a lot of Hawaiian representation within the event. And speaking about the equipment that a lot of these Hawaiians, especially Ezekiel Lau, who's been a former champion here at the NSSA level, what kind of difference do you see with a lot of Hawaiians having to adapt with the equipment here at beach breaks in comparison to reef breaks where they're from?
Oh, great question, Mitchell. One thing coming from Hawaii to adapt is your equipment, but the other thing is just your approach on the wave. In California, you really have to paddle into the wave super fast, get that momentum going, because the wave doesn't have as much push as it does in Hawaii, where you can kind of glide into the wave, drop straight to the bottom, draw out your bottom turn. Over here, you got to get busy. You got to paddle fast, get to your feet, and get down the line.
Oh, thank you so much, Kaipo Guerrero, talking wax, talking technique, talking surfboards. And right now we're maybe we can get some fans and have them pointed out to blow this fog away. You can still see from the judge's perspective, but it's definitely getting pretty hazy here. Ezekiel Lau on that last wave that was scored before the break comes through at a 7. So looks like Zeke Lau is building a lot of momentum, and he keeps applying the pressure, a couple of backside snaps out the back with a finish.
I think it's the only way you're actually going to beat Liam at his own game, too. He's usually a quick starter, had a good start with the 5.33, Chris. And I think this is actually back-to-back heat. Sophie McCulloch was in second for most of the heat up until the last 10 or 15 minutes. So a couple of comebacks so far, and it seems like we're going to go on a fog delay right here.
Yeah, we just heard a couple horns blow above us. We will get the official word on that. But as you can, as you could clearly see, as you can unclearly see, fog is hindering the visibility right now. And we want to, of course, give these surfers the respect that they deserve on the waves that they ride. And if there's any impeding, visual situation like we do see now, we do go on break. Most likely, these California fog banks in Southern California, they don't last too long, as I knock on wood. But needless to say, the clock has stopped for now. So we have 8 minutes, 21 seconds left in quarterfinal heat number 1. Gives us a chance to catch up with some of these scores. It started with Liam O'Brien getting a 5.33. He's yet to find a backup score of note. Meanwhile, Ezekiel Lau, he's pretty much got all keepers. Started with a 4, threw that one away, dropped a 5.17, and then the big score, a 7.0. I would say a 7 in any heat, looking back all the way to, Saturday last week when we first started. A 7 has been a keeper.
Yes.
And if you do have a 7, I would say the percentages are very high that you're making that heat.
Absolutely, and he still has one more score to get through as well. And I think 8 minutes and 20 seconds is plenty of time for both surfers to even replace those scores if they would like to, if the waves even permit that. But you talk about a fog delay, this kind of changes up your strategy. It's difficult to see out there, and they're actually instructing the surfers to come in and kind of wait things out, because it seems like we might be here for a little while. And this not only changes up your strategy, it changes up your whole momentum too. You go from very warm to cold, all of a sudden you're not in the same mindset anymore, Chris. And to be able to maintain that kind of hunger that you had in those 22 minutes before you actually went onto a fog delay, not knowing how long it's going to be, it could be a game changer. I know somebody like Zeke Lau relishes these kind of opportunities, but this is very beneficial for Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, it's a unique situation, and one that we see every once in a while. I think in events up in Santa Cruz, there's events in Europe in places where, it can get pretty foggy. It's pretty rare to see it happen in Southern California. But with the wind, I think it'll be cleared up pretty soon, and the sun will be out, and you better get that Shiseido sunblock back on, because it is going to be a warm weekend down here. It's 10 a.m. Saturday, August 6th, Pacific Standard Time. And it's an interesting kind of focus breaker, isn't it? You're thinking, okay, I need a 6, I need this, I need that, and then what is happening around me? What are those horns for? Well, fog delay. But let's get the official call on exactly what we're seeing right now. AJ McCord with Travis Logie.
Travis, so give us a run through of what's going on right now and what it's going to take to get the surfers back in the water.
Yeah, so that fog's been looming all morning, kind of threatening to come in, and finally it did. So the head judge reckons visibility is not good to go, so we're going to go on hold, monitor it. Once we have at least 15 minutes of clearance from the head judge, we'll give the surfers another 15 minutes warning that we're going to kick off again. The good news is it's not forecast to stick around for too long, so we'll just have to watch. It's pretty unpredictable, so we'll just see how we go.
And it just goes right back into exactly where the heat ended. We pick right back up, correct?
Exactly. They'll just start the heat off with however many minutes we have left, unless conditions change substantially, but it's not forecasted to change much at all throughout the day, so I really doubt we'll have to restart the heat. So it'll just be all guns blazing from where we left off.
All right, so we're in a holding pattern for now, guys.
Thanks, AJ. Thanks, Travis. Expect the unexpected here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. We've kind of had all types of conditions, from pumping south swell to You know, fun, smaller wind swell conditions to now fogged out, a fog delay.
The paddle race, too. The paddle race had those kind of challenging conditions that you look for, and it was really fun yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, paddle race could be dangerous right now. You could paddle yourself straight to Catalina on accident. So 8:20 to go. I think while we wait, you know, this would be a good time to check out some highlights from what we've seen over the past few days and throughout the 2022 surf season. World Surf League has really been enjoying a wild ride from beginning to end so far, and just a handful of events left on the championship tour after this. CT surfers will head to the end of the road, Chopo, the Tahiti event right around the corner. And it was almost interesting for some top-rated championship tour surfers coming down to the Vans US Open who were maybe a bit relieved when they bowed out early, because then they could fully focus on what's coming up. Well, we've got 8:20 left in this heat, and we will, of course, come back to you when we have clearance of this fog. Let's take a look at some highlights and stay hyped for what's to come. Here we go.
After a 3-year hiatus, the WSL Championship Tour returns to the beaches of Saquarema, Brazil. For stop number 8, the Oi Rio Pro.
Takes to the sky, falling from the clouds. It somehow comes out of nowhere.
This is an arena unlike any other in surfing. Passion, rhythm, and energy define Brazil. In the Coliseum of Saquarema, the crowd plays a crucial role. Some embrace it while others collapse under the pressure.
Hangs on, Carissa Moore.
Only 3 opportunities remain to punch a ticket to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Who will clinch their spot next? The fight for the WSL Final 5 is rolling through the Oi Rio Pro. The world's best surfers return to the southern-facing beaches of Saquarema. The event is 73 kilometers from the center of Rio de Janeiro. The Saquarema surf zone features 2 waves, Barreirinha and Ituana.
Felipe Toledo gets the crowd on their feet.
This zone is a magnet for attracting swells from large storms rolling off South America.
Bom dia and welcome, surf fans. This is the Oi Rio Pro.
Our main site, Ituana, is a left. It has a right off of it. We also have a body of water behind us, so it steers the winds, gives us all these great conditions, and this is a swell magnet here in Saquarema. It points directly south, so all those storms moving underneath us are going to pump swell up here, so we're always going to have pumping surf. That's why we're here.
As Toledo goes to the air. A massive backside, 540.
The electric atmosphere created by the Brazilian fans makes Rio one of the most exciting stops on tour.
50,000 fans strong, and the energy from the beach that radiates into the water is something tangible. It's something the surfers can feel, both positive and negative.
What sets this event apart is the massive, passionate Brazilian fans that create an arena-like atmosphere.
I think what makes them the most passionate crowd is the fact that they're Brazilian, you know? Brazilians, when they do something, it's always 110%.
The energy in the crowd, it's just another level, something that we do not have anywhere else in the world, and I just love it. It's fuel to the rocket, you know.
It's absolutely madness right here. You got all these people, and they're just going mad, and they love the action. So you got to give it up to the fans here. They're putting the pressure on the traveling surfers, and they're also lifting up all the locals here in Brazil.
Moving into the back half of the season, all eyes are on the WSL Final Five.
We started the year and everybody was talking about the mid-season cut. That line in the sand is way back there. The new line in the sand is right here, talking about the Rip Curl WSL Finals. For men and women, they're trying to get into that Final Five. If you're in the top 5 right now, well, you've got to be feeling a little bit good, even though there's a couple events left. If you're 6, 7, 8, it's a battle. This is going to be a slugfest to the very end.
Look at Toledo playing the game. This is somebody who wants a world title more than anybody.
You know, I feel like right now we're in the playoffs and the World Series is coming.
The women's race for the Final Five is wide open. Most of the tour is still in contention to clinch a spot in the WSL Final Five.
Every single one of the women's events has had a different victor all the way through tour. So it's up for grabs, and it's going to be a race to the finish to see who can clinch their spot in the Final Five.
The reigning world champion Carissa Moore has an opportunity in Rio to clinch her spot in the Final Five.
7 events, I haven't won an event, and it's a bit frustrating. Right now, I'm just trying to have my sights set on Brazil and J-Bay and Tahiti, and I'd love to do really well in those events, and then we'll see what happens in the Final Five if I make it.
On the men's side, a young group of contenders is locked in a heated battle for the WSL Final Five. Felipe Toledo and Jack Robinson have a massive lead in the rankings. Griffin Colapinto, Kanoa Igarashi, and Ethan Ewing are fighting for the remaining spots.
When you think about Griffin Colapinto and Kanoa Igarashi and where they are in the rankings at the moment, you know, they're trying to clinch a top 5 spot. That pressure is there for sure.
American Griffin Colapinto and Japan's Kanoa Igarashi are currently in the top 5. If they slip up, Australian Ethan Ewing has to take advantage.
For Ewing, this is a huge opportunity to jump up the rankings.
It's a really interesting time for Ethan Ewing because this is his first season where he is a contender. This is pressure he's never felt before.
The yellow jersey belongs to Felipe Toledo. After a slow start, the Brazilian has been the most consistent competitor on the men's side.
It would be amazing to win 3 in a row in Saquarema. You know, so humbled to be here, be back in Brazil with the family, friends, being wearing the yellow jersey. It's pretty special.
The results here are really going to dictate the last 2 events, and you know that's where we're going to see the hunger, the urgency. But it starts right here. You know, Brazil is going to be the gateway to the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
As competition gets underway, the rankings leader faces wildcard Miguel Tudela.
Turn this up. All-star. Garments. I'm an all-star in every sport. Bases loaded.
Miguel Tudela got this wave right at the start of the heat.
Nice little bowl on the takeoff. Little tentative there, and pulls it off.
7.17. That's exactly how he needed to start against Toledo, who's almost unbeatable when it comes to competing here in Brazil. Crowd's going nuts for Toledo. He'll attack it. He's really looking at potentially clinching a spot early for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Catching up with Felipe.
Here we go. Quick hit up into the lip. Nice sweep on the corner. You can tell he's just setting it up for the inside. Beautiful. Disconnects for a second.
7.23 and a 6.33 back-to-back. Toledo moves on to the quarterfinals.
Felipe Toledo
Congratulations, you just clinched your spot in the WSL Final 5. How are you feeling?
Oh, shoot. It's I don't know. It's crazy. You know, like after, you know, like all the events and all the results and everything, it's, you know, all the hard work and leaving family behind and you know, like all the things that we have to sacrifice. Yeah, man, over the moon. Yeah.
Coming up next, the men's competition continues, and the WSL Final 5 spots are on the line.
Mateus Hurdy taking control of this heat.
Miguel Tudela takes out world number 3.
Goes one way, goes the other way. That's just surfing for you.
Welcome back to Brazil for the Oi Rio Pro.
Fasten your seatbelts, you're in for a wild ride. Some of the world's best surfers finding themselves in the elimination rounds.
Competition continues and the elimination round begins.
Griffin Colapinto, current world number 3.
Kanoa Igarashi, number 5 in the world.
Will they clinch a spot in the upcoming Rip Curl WSL Finals?
When you think about Griffin Colapinto and Kanoa Igarashi and where they are in the rankings at the moment, that pressure is there.
World number 3 Griffin Colapinto was the first to fall.
They either rise to the occasion or they crumble. And today Miguel rose to the occasion.
Heavy moment. Colapinto feels it.
Goes one way, goes the other way. Just got to ride the roller coaster.
Miguel Tudela takes out world number 3.
I'm on the other side of the shoe. I know how it feels now, and that's just surfing for you.
And Kanoa Igarashi couldn't match the progressive approach of wildcard Mateus Hurdy.
This event, specifically with all these wild cards, are gnarly. Mateus Hurdy went out there and literally stopped Kanoa in his tracks.
Mateus Hurdy taking control of this heat.
With the loss, Kanoa drops out of the top 5.
With Kanoa and Griffin going down into the elimination round, it's opened the door for a guy like Ethan Ewing, who's sitting there right at the cut line. He needs to find a way in to clinch that top 5 spot, and this is a golden opportunity for him.
The show rolls on. Ethan Ewing versus Zhao Chianca. Zhao got the wild card to be the hometown hero. This event in his backyard. Ethan Ewing right now ranked number 7 in the world. The surfers above him keep losing. So for Ewing, this is a huge opportunity to jump up the rankings.
João Chianca behind the curtain. Has to doggy-door his way out.
Now Ethan Ewing gets involved.
691 is the number that he's looking after. Big, long barrel, has to fight his way out of that.
It comes through a 7.0. 15 seconds left. Zhao Chianca driving through somehow. Gets clipped at the very end. Ethan Ewing gets the win over Zhao Chianca.
Good job. That was a good heat.
I had Zhao, who's the local kid here. He surfs so amazing and he should be on this tour. Yeah, just focus on the next heat and hopefully just, keep surfing a lot.
For world number 2 Jack Robinson, a strong finish in Rio could clinch his spot in the WSL Final 5.
Robinson looking incredibly strong against a wild card named Mateus Hurdy. And now a nice clean start for Mateus. Driving into the lip again with a solid connection. As we continue on with action, Robinson cracking it hard in the pocket.
Oh, that was a meaty section.
Backside snap complete for Mateus.
There we go.
Drives through a nice clean finishing move, 2 backhand hammers. 10 seconds to go. Jack Robinson needs a 7.07. Bottom turns, first connection solid for Robinson. He's gonna need some more. Big bowling section goes straight up and attacks the lip and rides away. Has he done it again? Scores coming in for Jack, and it is not enough. A 7-0 on the dot.
No, it's okay. Good job. Yes.
All your ways would be here.
Kind of change it. We move on. Let's go. The next 2 events and
Just lock it.
I was super happy I gave myself the chance. I went, okay, I did my job. And I'm confident, I'm surfing good, I feel good. And let's go to the next one.
Surfing superheat. Ethan Ewing versus Iago Dora.
It's a really interesting time for Ethan Ewing because this is his first season where he is a contender. This is pressure he's never felt before. You know, Iago Dora is one of the most popular surfers here in Brazil, so he is going to definitely feel that crowd pressure.
The opener of Ethan Ewing bangs it off the top. No wasted movement. Gets back up in the lip. Perfectly times that wave.
And here we go, Iago Dora. More of a skateboarding style. Iago is going to have to match the consistency of Ethan Ewing. Let's see Iago Dora straight up into the left. Driving down the line, mixing up his maneuvers. Remember, the judges like to see a combination of major maneuvers. Gives the crowd something to cheer about. Here we go, Ethan Ewing surfing for a 5.93. Silence has washed over this crowd. And the wave does not give him the chance. Iago Dora gets the win.
I could even hear the crowd was silent during the last minutes of the heat because Ethan's not the kind of guy you want to leave needing 5.9.
For rookie Samuel Pupo, the championship tour is a family affair.
My name is Samuel Pupo. I'm 21 years old, and I'm from Marzia, São Paulo.
Samuel Pupo is going to keep striking, pulls in, and comes flying out.
It's a dream come true for sure, especially with my brother on tour.
The kid is so talented, qualifying through the Challenger Series, but it means a whole lot because it means a lot for the Pupo family.
This year, I'm going to have my little brother with me. We're really happy. My dad's really proud, my mom too, so it's gonna be nice. I would say he's a way better version of me, you know, bigger and stronger.
Miguel's been on tour for a number of years, so Sammy's been around, he's been on the road with his brother, and just getting that experience, it gives him a little bit of an edge.
The brotherly love story that we're seeing on the Pupo brothers, destiny could be in the making here. Either way, them to be competing together, that is a huge gift for the family.
Just my biggest goal would probably be have a shot at the world title in my first year. It's a big goal, but no, you just gotta go for it.
An all-Brazilian matchup coming up next with Kaiwa Belly taking on Sammy Pupo. The crowd, they are fired up for both competitors. Quick whip off the lip for Sammy Pupo. Belts it. Nice and tight in the pocket, and he will stay on his feet. It's cool to see a rookie where he's feeling this energy for the first time and he just couldn't help but connect with the crowd.
There you go. Look at Pupo. Pump that crowd up.
As he got a little chip into this section, backside, full rotation for Sammy Pupo.
Watch out for this kid.
He blew the fans' minds on the beach. I think he just blew his own mind.
Yeah, no, I blew my mind. Good job.
We're going to close this one out with Sammy Pupo taking out a huge win.
I knew he'd be dangerous, but I was just really confident. I really wanted to make this heat just to get over that round of 16. Haven't done that since pipe, so it's been a while, and I'm happy to do that here.
Coming up next is reigning world champion Carissa Moore.
Carissa Moore, the struggle continues.
She's going to have to shake off this one.
The Hawaiian is chasing her first event win this season.
Carissa, if she's not winning, there's something wrong.
You look at these two words together and they don't make sense. Elimination round and Carissa Moore. So this has huge ramifications.
Welcome back to the Oi Rio Pro. On the women's side, 7-time world champion Stephanie Gilmore is the first contender to be eliminated.
Isabella Nichols moving through, and we lose number 3 in the world in Stephanie Gilmore.
Having Steph beat me in that last contest in El Salvador, to have her again here, it kind of fired me up.
It's a big win for Australian Isabella Nichols, who is trying to climb up the rankings. And a matchup between two women currently ranked inside the top 5 goes to California's Lakey Peterson.
Two big names out of the final five knocked out for the women as Lakey moves out to the quarterfinals.
If I really want it, I want the top 5 and the world title, and it's crunch time, so I'm just focused, and that's what I'm going for. Head held high, Breeze.
Earlier, in the opening round of competition, 5-time world champion Carissa Moore had one of the worst performances of her career.
Snap to fall as the struggle continues for Moore.
This is going to be a tough one for Carissa Moore to shake off right now, being #1 in the world. Let's say this is a straight-up shocker for her.
Having maybe the worst combined heat total of her career at a 1.8. Even when you look at an opening round, she rarely gets third, ever.
Fortunately, the Hawaiian rebounded in the elimination round and earned a spot in the quarterfinals.
Pretty rough heat out there again today. I only had a total, I think, of 8 points, so.
Bet 7 more points than yesterday.
Yeah, it was just kind of like, hey, we'll take it. I'm gonna grind my way through and give it my best every heat, and as long as I'm making it, then yeah, great.
The competition moves into the quarterfinals, and Moore faces California's Caroline Marks.
Watching Carissa Moore battle for the start, unloads a backside hack with the tail falling out. Amazing, just close out hammer. Caroline with some speed and patience off the bottom, knifes the first turn, lands in the flats. Wave spits, but she falls on her second effort. Job well done for Carissa Moore. She does keep her last wave to get the win. An instant payback on Caroline Marks from the heated El Salvador.
The house is still alive! I'm just so happy because I really started off pretty bad in this event, and now I'm in the semis, so I'm pretty stoked.
Just the happiest she's felt this whole week. I think she said it was pretty tough for her to sleep. She almost felt like she won the contest.
I was like, you know what?
Brazilian-born and Hawaiian-raised Tatiana Weston Webb had a breakthrough year in 2021.
Throws plenty of spray as she hangs onto that one.
And punches through the curtain for the finish.
Right on the money. She's feeling it.
We've got our title match for the women.
Unfortunately, the season ended in heartbreak for Tatiana.
Now lighting up the finish. She can't hang on.
One that she is still recovering from.
Carissa Moore, 2021 world champion.
That was her best shot. You know, that was her time. And to have that slip out of your fingers, it's got to be heartbreaking.
I didn't realize that I was in a big recovery period during my time off. And yeah, so I just kind of acknowledged the fact that it was really hard for me to lose the title.
So you think about that's in September, how long you have to wait to kind of get redemption, get back on the horse, get to compete against your rival again.
If she can do something big here, she'll be right back in the conversation.
That's definitely still a huge opportunity. So I know that with a few good results, I could be sitting at #1 or #2 even.
If she has a bad result here, she's going to be out of the picture. It's about erasing the history and, you know, getting rid of the scar tissue from last year and putting everything into getting a big event here in Brazil.
The quarterfinals continue, and Tatiana takes on Australian Isabella Nichols.
Big opportunities for both of these surfers to try to get close to the WSL Final 5 picture. And the Brazilian setting up her backhand. Super smooth bottom turn under the hook. She's able to light that section up for the fans on the beach.
I'm definitely absorbing all of the positive energy that's being sent my way.
And we will close this one out. Tatiana Weston Webb is able to accomplish a win basically on single moves.
I can just really feel like the heart and passion of everyone that's supporting. So, muito obrigada a todo mundo que tá torcendo.
The quarterfinals wrap up, and it's France's Joanne Defay continuing her impressive run of consistency. Defay advances to the semifinals for the 3rd event in a row.
I just wish I can get more, better scores and finalize my waves, but oh well, I took that.
And with a big upset, rookie Gabriella Bryan defeats Lakey Peterson.
Gabriella Bryan up and at it again. So anytime you can smash the lip, disappear, then reappear, you're going to excite the judges.
The American loses an opportunity to fortify her spot in the final 5.
Lakey Peterson upset by the hard-charging rookie Gabriella Bryan, who will be competing against Joanne Defay in the upcoming semifinals.
Final 5 is a big goal of mine, and that's what I'm working towards, and I'm not going to stop, and I'm going to give it everything I have.
This just in, major storm warning. I'm talking about the Brazilian storms. 6 of 8 of our quarterfinalists from Brazil.
Coming up next, the Brazilian storm front moves in and the men's quarterfinals get underway.
We're setting up for something pretty incredible, especially for the home crowd here.
Welcome back to Brazil for the Oi Rio Pro.
Here we go. Quick hit up into the lip. Nice sweep on the corner. You can tell he's just setting it up for the inside.
Earlier in the round of 16, rankings leader Felipe Toledo clinched his place in the WSL Final 5.
Felipe Toledo, congratulations. You just clinched your spot in the WSL Final 5. How are you feeling?
Oh, shoot. Like after, like all the events and all the results and everything, all the hard work and leaving family behind and like all the things that we have to sacrifice. Yeah, man, over the moon.
Congratulations. I see you at the Rip Curl WSL Finals, Celery Trestles.
Yes, that's cool.
Toledo will have another opportunity to win his maiden title at the WSL Finals. The quarterfinals are called on, and Toledo faces Australian Connor O'Leary.
Now we go to Toledo. Beautiful opening slash.
O'Leary on to begin with. Navigating through some of the backwash. Slash is a finish. I like the intent. I like a big finish.
Answering right back. Toledo upside down, throwing spray into the sky. Blasts the finish, releases the fins, the crowd goes wild, the fist gets pumped. The fog delay is over. It's time to get back to the action. We are live again from Huntington Beach, California. Ezekiel Lau and Liam O'Brien had their heat put on pause. So there's 8 minutes, 21 seconds left in quarterfinal heat number 1. Of course, all the scores and all the information provided earlier stands as it is for now. Ezekiel Lau is in the lead. Liam O'Brien needs a 6.85. So another unique element that we see in surf competition. Sometimes nature has different ideas for us, and just a brief fog pause, so no big deal there. We're going to restart this heat back in the water. And both these surfers they're veterans at this point in surfing, so I don't think that's really going to affect what they do as they go back out there. They know all the rules. They know all about restarts like this.
Yeah, and it's actually beneficial to Liam O'Brien with 8 minutes to go, and they're going to add 9 more seconds to that before this heat restarts, too.
Cool. I like it. Well, as our surfers prepare to get back into the lineup, luckily we have a chance to catch up with one of the greatest surfers to ever do it, Dane Reynolds, standing by with Kaipo Guerrero.
Hey, I'm here with everyone's favorite surfer, Dane Reynolds, made his way down to here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Dane, how proud are you right now? You got one of your own out there, Eitan Osborne. He's got his comp hat on, and he's doing pretty well out there.
Yeah, it's sick. I saw the air he did the other day and came down here just to show the film tonight, but it was a happy coincidence that he's about to go out in the water right now, which is cool.
Yeah, well, you know what? You came down here. We got a project in the works, Chapter 11 TV. Glad you scored. It's a film presented by Vans. Tell us a little bit about that film project.
Yeah, so it started about 2 years ago. I pitched like an idea to Vans to do kind of a like kind of document trying to make a surf video. And I got the idea from on our Pentecostal trip with Wade Goodall. We were waking up in the morning at like 4 a.m. driving 2 hours to try and get the first 15 minutes of light before the trade winds destroyed this wave. And I was like, this is hilarious. Like, this is more interesting than if we do a sick air. Like, it's so just absurd. And I just wanted to kind of turn the camera on the people who are making the film and just kind of show what goes into it and how often things don't work, and kind of show just how, I don't know, it's absurd to be 36 years old with 3 kids and be leaving them at home to go drink beer and surf all day with 20-year-olds. It's just, I wanted to show the absurdity of it, and I love it. I love surf filming and telling stories, and yeah, it was just the quest to, it was just funny because we started this, it started 2 years ago, but we weren't actually able to start until about 6 months ago because of COVID. And we just kind of put our heads down and we're travel, and nothing seemed to be coming together. And you just open up your phone on Instagram and it's just like everybody is scoring. You're like, what? Like, glad you scored. Like, come on, when's our turn kind of thing, you know? And that's where the name came from. And it ended up just having so much context with the film. And I mean, I literally was tinkering with it yesterday. Like, we've been just editing nonstop for the past little bit because it had such a narrow timeline, and I think it's good.
I bet it's going to be good. Okay, when can people catch it?
We're showing it in Ventura Theater August 13th, and it should be online the 18th. If nothing goes wrong.
Well, there you go. Chapter 11.tv on the 18th. Glad you scored coming up.
Yep. Yeah, check it out. I hope it's good.
It'll be good. Dane Reynolds.
If Dane Reynolds is in it, it's going to be good.
Yeah.
Got Dane Reynolds super fans in the booth right now.
Oh, yeah.
Safe to say.
Absolutely.
Well, as our surfers get into the takeoff zone, let's take a quick look at Glad You Scored.
First, we got to make a movie that's worth watching.
Dude, it's gone so far so good in my opinion.
People watch. Really?
Yeah. Obviously, you want like to get waves.
Just keep cracking. Just keep cracking away. We found County Line in Mexico. We found rhino chasers.
You got some like West Coast staples.
Yeah.
So far, so good. That's what I'm saying.
And knowing Dane and the crew, you could put Glad You Scored in italics because it could be ironic, it could be serious. You never know with those guys, but one thing you do know is you're going to want to watch that movie when it drops because it is going to be awesome. The list of surfers alone, Mickey Clark, Aton, Dane, and more. Come on. That's a surefire hit. Well, that was fun, but now it's back to business. Here we go. Liam O'Brien straight off the second start of this heat. So with 8:13 now on the clock, Liam O'Brien needs a 6.85 to get back into this one. Ezekiel Lau currently in the lead with 12.17 total. His low score 5.17, so he's sitting on a high 7. That's one of the highest marks of the day so far. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. And again, you know, while your headspace does get interrupted just a bit, I don't think that little break right there is going to affect these surfers too much. In fact, they started off with a split peak.
Right off of the buzzer, too, Lob getting a great wave on the backhand. So Zeke, right before we went to break, had a 5.17. That matched his second best score, and here he is up and riding again. Chris doesn't seem like he's going to make the reform. One thing to note, Liam actually did change his suit out. He was wearing a short sleeve when he paddled out the first time, wearing a long sleeve now. So it goes to show you it is cold out there this morning, despite all the nice and beautiful weather that we're actually having outside of the water. I think this is a close score to what he needs, though. The left was well served, needing something close to his 7. And just looking at Zeke Slau's 7.0, this could be the score. And this was his last one, Chris. Good snap. Smaller wave, though. Don't think he's really going to replace that 5.17 that he has in his score line.
And this is less of a Huntington hop and more of a Huntington slam. Huntington stomp.
By his size, yeah. But 7 minutes to go. Things are going to get real interesting right now with the deliverance of this last score of Lob.
And I'm just catching on to that. Lob, L-O-B, Liam O'Brien.
Yeah.
All right, from now on, Lob. Down. Love a good nickname. 6:30 to go. Liam O'Brien waiting for his score. It comes through a 6.77. Not quite the requirement, but close enough. Now he just needs a 5.41, so put himself in a much better position. The last wave for Ezekiel Lau most likely won't go into his score line. It just kind of dissipated underneath him. So 6:10 to go. Liam O'Brien, as we have been mentioning, came through with the ultimate Cinderella story here at the US Open a few years back. So nice to see him already in the quarterfinals. And after this, you know, semifinals, finals, they have a little bit more time to, you know, do their research, get their preparation going. At the beginning of the week, you know, we saw surfers in 2-3 heats per day, you know, with the crazy conditions we had running up and down the beach, you know, talking about like miles, running, paddling, the whole deal. So nice to give these surfers a little bit more time between heats to prepare mentally and physically.
100%.
Yeah, and I think that's why you see, you know, just performances raising up as we get later into these rounds.
Yeah, these men haven't surfed in a few days, Chris, so good time to rest, good time to go do something else too. Obviously, they're getting their training sessions in and surfing when they need to, but the rest of the day, especially with the outlook that you know you have moving through with the rest of the weekend coming up, you want to be in a good mind space and a good headspace when it comes to competing in these 30 or 60 minutes that you might have depending on how many heats you surf in a day. If you make it through to tomorrow, you're at least surfing twice if you're making the final too.
Well, now we're under 5 minutes to go. Liam O'Brien got priority back quickly there. So he's got the P next to his name, meaning he can take off on any wave he wants. And so far today, it's really been a lot on the line in terms of wave selection.
Yeah.
You know, even that last wave from Ezekiel Lau, it was one of those that looked decent on the start and it just flattened out quickly. So let's take a look at how this heat went so far. You know, a little bit weird with all the fog, but the surfing was loud and clear.
Yeah, it's been great all heat long. The 5.33 there from Lob. And then Zeke got the 7.0. Great combo right there on the backhand. Excuse me, that was the 5.17. This was the 7. So forehand and then the one smash right there with the layback, his patented turn on the inside. Right here getting the completion on the shorey. It's been a great heat so far. And this wave just barely coming under the requirement. A good combo straight up and vertical from Liam. And the former CT surfer that hasn't had a chance to surf in a CT competition as an actual CT surfer, looking to qualify again later this year.
Yeah, and I hope he does. You know, it's just, again, it's a wild story. And if he gets on the CT, you know, get some results together, puts together a nice career of championship tour surfing, he'll be looking back at that, of course, with, you know, bittersweet yet fond memories. You know, sometimes, you know, you get injured and you have to kind of take a step back and really, you know, think about everything, let it all soak in. That can actually give you an advantage going into the year after, because maybe you're more mentally prepared, and then physically, of course, you know, you have to work extra hard to get back to full force. So I hope that's the case for Liam O'Brien. He's just such a great surfer and a really nice kid to boot. You know,
cool dude.
Yeah, very likable and just quiet. Lets his surfing do the talking. He would be a great addition to the championship tour. And I think for Ezekiel Lau as well, like, we need surfers like Zeke on the CT tour. He is a fighter. He is a surfer that never backs down. You know, super powerful. And so it's one of these things when you're watching heat like this, you're going, well, it would be nice for both of them to be able to get those points.
Yeah.
But of course, we're down to the wire. It's all elimination rounds from here on out.
Yeah, and I had the chance to talk to actually both gentlemen before they paddled out, and they actually shook hands. They said, hey, I'll see you out there, you know, good luck. But these are those kind of events, and especially this heat's delivered so far. It's been one of those events where I think that everybody's had a chance to at least demonstrate that they're capable of qualifying. It's really come down to that kind of competitive experience as we're seeing the Rip Curl crew, Matty McGillivray, Bam Bam McAlso.
That is one of the greatest peanut galleries in our sport. That VIP area of the next day and a half is going to be epic.
Dude, I'm excited for the premiere tonight, though. Like, watching that film, especially after Dane's interview, I think he's kind of been getting some tips from Caity Simmers on how to do interviews with Kaipo.
Yeah, get Kaipo off balance. And
Doesn't happen very often either, so it was fun.
You know, Kaipo's enthusiasm is warranted because Dane Reynolds, you know, we don't get to see him very often.
I know.
Or, you know, especially in interviews and stuff like that. He's always either in the water ripping. We do get some of his voiceovers and stuff behind the scenes, as he is, I guess he'd be the production director of Chapter 11.
Now he is.
Yeah, and directing movies. And, you know, he's got a very artistic mind when it comes to what he likes to put out there in his edits.
Get a pressure by Zeke right here, too. Second priority, not giving Liam a lot of space, knowing how capable he is of potentially getting a score. And if a set does come in these last 45 seconds, Chris, it would be good to at least let him know that if there is a chance of a set coming through and there's 2 waves in it, you know that Zeke's got to be on one of them as well, because you would be thinking that Liam getting the 6.77 on the left and the 5.33 on the right, he's more than capable of getting a score on either one. So 30 seconds might be something out the back.
Yeah, this one's going to go down to the very end of this.
Ooh, okay. There's a wave.
Okay. 18 seconds left. Will it come in time? Liam O'Brien, he needs a 5.41. This one could be shaping up for O'Brien, and it's going to be a split peak. We're going to follow Liam O'Brien on the left. One quick snap there. And it wasn't a lot of meat on the bone on the outside, but a big finish here. You never know. Liam O'Brien streaking down the line. Ezekiel Lau has to get out of the wave, still with speed, blows the tail out, spins it around and goes down. Exhale.
Well, there's
Wow,
Jenna.
what a finish.
Zeke's wife, stoked. I just saw a moment right there that reminded me of that incident between Amuro Suzuki and Alyssa Spencer last year. Did Zeke kick out in time for that to not be a priority interference? Because there was a little bit of wake behind him. I hope it doesn't come down to that, because I thought he surfed a great heat, and I thought Lob did everything that he needed to do to make it through. But, I mean, I hope Zeke ends up making it through this heat on not having to be penalized due to that incident. So Zeke split the peak with him, went right, ditches the fins on the outside. Good recognition there, too. He looked back. He knew that Liam was probably going to go to the shorey. So let's see right here. He kicks out. And right there, okay, I think he was out of the way. Should be fine. Doesn't really seem like it was clear enough to being, you know, anything that would be interfering with Liam. There you see he's pumped. This is a huge result and the best of his year so far, Chris.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, you know, a quarterfinal finish, that's pretty much a keeper on the Challenger Series with 7 events for the men. Semifinal finish, a little bit better, but a quarterfinal finish, congratulations. If it does wind up that it was Liam O'Brien, which I think, as you see on screen, that's your final results. Congrats, Ezekiel Lau, our first semifinalist of the day. We got more action to come. Stick around. You're watching the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing.
Into the semifinals, and Liam O'Brien, a quarterfinal quarter here at the U.S. Open, which is still a great result for him. I was finishing my sentence. You gotta go. Mother Nature just plays its tricks. Right when we suspended that heat, Liam got a left to the pier that was insane. I mean, it was, I think, his best wave that he had the whole heat, and it was right when we suspended it. So that was the way he came in on. But you can't take those things to heart since you don't have control. Well, I'm going to hand this over to Todd Klein. Grillo, always a pleasure. I'll be back with you soon. All right, we'll see you back shortly. Welcome back, Mr. Todd Klein.
Thank you, my dude. I just grabbed a Salvazon bowl over there. Had to shout them out, love those things. And I was cruising the competitor ferry down there watching and saw the doctor crew down there, Tim Brown and Terry Romine, taking care of everybody down there, keeping them all loose and limber, and any of the ailing injuries that they might have coming into this event or going out of this event. Always great to have them on board. Like having the engines, without them, the motors don't run. And if they do, they might have a little giddy up in the step.
surfing, skateboarding, free stuff. Something for everyone down here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. This is the largest action sports festival in the world, and here's what we're looking at for today. It's all open, it's all ready for you. The beach is filling up, but the Van Doren Village is going off 9 to 4 today. We got the Vans retail store open till 5, the Vans street market open till 4. Bunch of workshops up and down in the Van Doren Village. Duct Tape Festival continues. You can ride boards shaped by Zion Wright, Dakota Roach, Troy Elmore, Holly Wan. And there's going to be some more duct tape shaping and glassing. And at 2 o'clock, prepare yourselves. The Vans Showdown is going to go down.
What are those people doing on the pier right there?
You know, the pier is a unique place. It is a wild, wild world when you get up on the pier. I went up there last night, and it was interesting. And speaking of interest, things of interest, things getting wild. Eitan Osborne, knowing that if you punt, you will be rewarded. He had the best air of the event so far. A backside, massive, upside-down air 360. That is something he does a lot at places like Emma Wood in Ventura, California. And I would put Eitan Osborne as a really well-rounded surfer. He does it at Pipeline, he does it in Ventura, and he does it in HB as we see him trying to fend off Luca Macinas. But Luca, I mean, this guy is a steady competitor. He's not going to give you an inch in the lineup.
No, and he knew that he wanted to be on the first wave of the exchange too, and good grab rail air reverse right there from Eitan. Unfortunately, just couldn't stick the landing. I like that he's bringing some variation to his airs though, Chris. I think that little point of difference is something that separates him from the rest of the field, and there's not too many pure aerialists still left in the event. I would even have to say that Evan Geiselman isn't one of those guys anymore. He's more of a competitive aerialist now. Eitan definitely has that uniqueness to those airs. And you talk about Luca Macinas, the workhorse. He is definitely a working class gentleman, and he knows how to compete.
Yeah, I think the tail of the tape for me in this heat, you got La Maquina, Luca Macinas as, I would say, competitively speaking, he has got the edge just in terms of, you know, the tactics, the priority, and the consistency. Very rare to see Luca Macinas fall. For Eitan Osborne, he's got that X factor. You know, I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't pull that air he just attempted. He can do those on demand. So it's going to be a really fun matchup to watch because you have the technique and kind of the precision with Luca, and then you've got the who knows what's about to happen.
Right.
Where Eitan stands up. You know, he's got, not only does he have airs, he's got a really incredible version of kind of that frontside grab rail upside down reverse, aka club sandwich. I've seen him do that a million times, and hopefully we can see it again. Well, Luca Macinas having a decent year, kind of sporadic in his finishes, a 25th, a 49th, and a 17th at the Bolito Pro. So already putting another good number in his results bag in this quarterfinal matchup. You know, Luca Macinas was one of the surfers that fell victim to the WSL mid-year cut. Shouldn't say fell victim to, didn't do enough to get above the cut line to make it at the end of the year. And he was definitely one of those surfers who was, you know, didn't take to Instagram, didn't complain, didn't do anything like that. Just put his head right back down, straight to the drawing board, and he's already now showing that a little bit more success than he had last year on the CT.
So he has an apartment in Lima that he actually got through the government by winning the Pan American Games there in 2019. But he's originally from Mancora in Piura in the northern part of Peru. Some excellent waves over there. I know you'd love it, Chris.
Let's go left.
Yeah, basically all lefts. That's why his backhand's so lethal. But he's been on the road, I want to say, since late January. He hasn't been home to Mancora ever since. He does spend a lot of time here in Southern California. His uncle lives in Costa Mesa, so he's no stranger to HB.
Beautiful combo to start right there. And no time wasted, fighting his way into the shore break. I'm going to say he will get the transfer. He does. Now building up speed for a finish. So remember, 2 turns out the back. Solid snap to finish that wave right there. That was just textbook HB style competing. You know, the equation of big moves out the back, finish strong, have style, have flow throughout the whole wave. All coming together there for Luca Messinas. His first wave is a 3.5. He's probably going to double it on that score.
At least better it by 2 points, I would say. So a decent first run. The second one, though, strong as it can get. And making the inside connection with no hesitation either. I think that's something the judges love to see. And a beautiful finish right there, too. Even released the fins just slightly. But he actually has been training. They had a party yesterday at Surf Ready Fitness where he trains. I would think that he trained before the party and just stay there for an hour or two before he actually had to go to sleep. But he has been there every single day since he's been in California, and that's almost 3 weeks now. So this kid knows what he's doing, but he has so much competitive experience here in Huntington Beach, whether it's the Shoe City Pro, the Jack Surfboards Pro, and obviously at the U.S. Open a couple of times too.
Eitan Osborne, deep dig for that wave. Didn't like what he saw. That was probably a blessing in disguise that he didn't catch that wave. It just closed out quickly.
Maybe a left, though.
He does still have priority because Luca's on his way back out. Here we go, Eitan Osborne. Quick snap there. And that right there is 100% uphill landing, getting the better of Eitan Osborne. Kind of got up to the lip a little bit late potentially and just wasn't able to come down with it.
Missed opportunity right there from Eitan too to at least get something that'll match the 3.5 of Messinas, and a big race here for priority. And based off of the rule book, if it is close, it'll go to the person who got the first wave in that exchange. And in this instance, it would actually be Luca.
Ooh, this is going to be a fun priority conversation now.
It's close too.
Luca, yeah, coming from under the pier. Eitan gets into the lineup. Luca just staring, shooting lasers from his eyes to the priority judge going, come on, let's hear it. I mean, the subtleties that go down in surf events are pretty cool, you know, if...
They have not made a decision yet either. They might even have to reveal. Wow, they gave it to Eitan Osborne.
All right, so the lasers from his eyeballs did not work. Priority judges were right on top of it, literally directly above where we are for now. And staring into the lineup, they have an imaginary line that Eitan crossed first, so he did get priority. So 20:10 on the clock. Priority is with Eitan Osborne. He does need a score. He needs an 8.10 for now. We'll see what happens next. Surfers getting themselves reset in the lineup. Gives us a chance to catch up with Ezekiel Lau and AJ McCord.
All right, Zeke, moving on to the semifinals, but you had to deal with a little adversity there, the fog delay. How did you stay mentally sharp and ready to get back in the water?
I kind of just broke it up into 2 heats, and I run a lot of drills at home, so I run like 10-minute drills, or like, you know, I put scenarios in my head like, okay, right now you need like a 8 or a 7 or a 5, you know? So I kind of just played that game with myself, and, you know, I went out there, I was like, all right, 8 minutes, my goal is to better the 5, and that's just what I went out there doing. And, you know, there wasn't that much opportunity. Liam got that one good wave that came in, and it kind of just went dead after that.
That's almost like a quarterback practicing 2-minute drills in football. How did you start doing that?
Exactly. You know, I mean, I grew up, my dad was a football coach, so we kind of, you know, that's just the way that my mind worked. But I learned all these things from Jake Patterson. You know, we used to run drills like this all the time. So, yeah, I think I was just ready for it. I was prepared, and, you know, I was in the lead, so it's easier to deal with when you're in the lead.
Absolutely. Now, the condition's so different than when you paddled out a few days ago. How did you tweak your equipment?
Yeah, for sure. I knew the waves were going to drop, and this is actually the same board I rode the last heat against Chris Zaffis, and, you know, I broke my Magic board, which I was kind of bummed on in the heat, but, you know, I've been riding this board the last few days, and it feels good, so just roll with it.
Have you done a semifinals drill lately?
No, so I'm going to have to figure out a drill for that and get ready for tomorrow.
There you go. We'll see you then. Thank you.
All right, thank you. See you guys.
Ezekiel Lau looking like a contender.
He's in a good headspace, Chris. I love how authentic he is, too, and how much time he actually dedicates to his craft, not only just surfing, but actually putting himself in a mindset of running those drills and competing the whole time. And that was a game changer. Priority, I just want to get back to that real quick because I think that Eitan Osborne just dodged a big bullet. Imagine if Messinas actually recovers priority right there. He's in the lead. He's in control of these last 18 minutes because a set comes through and he's able to have the pick of the litter in which wave he wants to choose right there. Now Eitan, without a score on the board, actually has that wave selection to his favor now, Chris.
Yeah, it is so wild just how many little things can add up to make the end result. I mean, you look back at Eitan's first wave where he threw a pretty much, you know, I would say for him a pretty easy air, and he fell. You know, had he made that air, this whole thing would be different. And you know, it really is a choose your own adventure when you're in these heats. A priority mistake, you know, slipping off your board at the wrong time. All these details come into play, and you know, it's not just as cut and dry as who surfed better for those 30 minutes.
Yeah,
there's a lot of other factors happening.
Who made the smaller amount of mistakes? Who made the better decisions? Who managed time in a better way too? And Luca usually doesn't make those kind of unforced errors or those mistakes. And personally, I didn't think it was a mistake. I actually thought he got out there in time and recovered priority. You know, that's not my job right now, but I feel for him because if he ends up losing this heat, it could easily come down to something like that. You know, those subtleties that maybe you don't see that matter right now, they're going to matter at the end of the heat, though.
We have 16 and a half to go. Eitan needs a 6.67. He knows what it takes. He knows what kind of surfing the judges want to see. But now he's got to rely on the ocean, which is the most unpredictable force on this planet. You never know what you're going to get within a span of a 30-minute heat.
Has the highest wave of the event, too. And one of the very few 9s we've seen in 8 days of competition. Believe it or not, this is a Challenger Series event. The best 96 women and the best 64 women on the planet.
Yeah, and Eitan, when he came in from that heat, he goes, well, I guess the judges like airs, so I'm going to keep doing airs. It's fine with us.
Yeah, and he has good variation, as you were mentioning. I don't know if you remember in Cabo a few years ago when we were still running the Pro Junior with the women's QS, he did a frontside 180 too in one of his heats, and he got close to a 10 for it. He has big spins. I want to see somebody bring back the Passion Pop too. He has that in his arsenal. Come on, Chris. Let's kind of make things happen here.
Let's just give him a list of airs.
Of airs that we want to see.
Yeah. Sure, he could do all of them. Actually, he can. He was one of the stars of a recent series, Stab Highway, where he literally got list of tricks to do, and he did all of them. No worries. Well, there was some worries. He did smash a few boards. That's a whole different side of Eitan Osborne that hopefully we won't see. He's as fiery as they come, free surfing or heat surfing. Here we go, Eitan Osborne setting things up on his backhand. Nice snap there to start, building speed down the line. I like how he used that section. You know, he didn't overcook it, and he does know. You know, he has a long competitive history since he was a little kid surfing in events. So we're gonna see what Eitan has for us on the inside, showing his fins, feeling it, the energy now. That right there is a momentum shifting type of wave. He did need a 6.67. Liked what he did out the back. You know, if you look at Luca Macinas' last wave, the 5.67, pretty similar. I think Luca maybe got the edge on the outside, but if you look at what happened on the inside, Eitan a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more high speed, and you know, just a better attack on the inside section. So that'll give us a good kind of a good look at what the judges are seeing from the outside to the inside.
I completely agree, Chris. And Luca looking to better his low score of a 3.5. Decent combo right there. And this is where priority mattered in this instance because he actually got the best wave, Eitan did. So not the same kind of extension on the outside. Thought the second turn was more of a carve. But the last finishing maneuver on the inside, critical. But this is where I think we've seen a lot of those scores, even though we're seeing some of them come in right now, and it seems like it's going to be the best way of the heat. I think that they've put a lot of pressure on the outside sections being the most critical ones, but the inside shore break is so dumpy, it's even harder to do the turn that Eitan did right there.
Yeah, precision pays off for Eitan Osborne. A 3-banger all the way to the beach gets him a 7-point ride. So Eitan Osborne gets enough. He is now in the top spot Luca Macinas needs a 3.84. We got a great matchup in store for the rest of this heat. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Vans US Open of Surfing.
Let that score settle in for wave number 4 for last of red. But as we look back at that exchange, great wave there for Osborne, getting the 7.0, and he's right back in the mix now with 12:30 to go. There it is, last of red, 3.70. So it does go into the scoreline, Luca, but you're still looking for a 3.84. Red, you are in second with priority. You require a 3.84. Eitan, you are in first. Surfer in blue, you have a 7 and a low score of a 2.5. 11 minutes, 45 seconds to go here in quarterfinal number 2. So after a slow start there, Billa, for our surfer in blue, 1.067, a 2.5, bang, a 7.0 for Osborne.
Well, he had his first 3 waves in that 1-point scoreline. He had the opportunity, just, couldn't make the completion. And then on his 4th wave, which right now is in the scoreline at 2.5, he had the 1 turn and then...
Keep your eye on this guy because he will go above the lip. What? Massive air reverse. Pulls it off cleanly. Eitan Osborne. Oh my.
We are back. High-level surfing happening right in front of our eyes, live from the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. This is the Vans US Open of Surfing. You've got Eitan Osborne and Luca Macinas in the lineup right now. Eitan in the lead, trying to extend himself all the way to the semifinals. Go for the backside reverse. Classic 90s style maneuver there, but when you do it with speed and power like he attempted, it becomes a very modern type of trick. He went down though, so that most likely won't go into his score line. Well, actually, he did have a 2.5 to throw away, so it might improve on that just a hair. It does. A 7 and a 2.8. Now Luca Macinas needs a 4.14.
Yeah, good pressure though from Luca, kind of forcing Eitan to take this wave and commit to it. And as you said right here, goes for the backside, just kind of standard reverse on the whitewater. Can't pull it off though.
Macinas answering back silently, up and out. And now Eitan has priority.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Luca actually decided to take that wave. His best score so far on the left, that's a 5.67, opened up with a 3.5 on it right, but I just don't know how much I was seeing down the line on those rights that have been kind of going out to sea with a lot of this lower tide right now. We do have a tide that's switching, but I think in the last 10 minutes you see that Macinas rarely makes any mistakes, Chris, and I think he made one right there, and I think now would be a good time to kind of work underneath Osborne's priority. He might go on this one too.
Yeah, so this one under priority, and there might be a reason why that wave wasn't even looked at. Macinas needs a 4.14, and I think the good news for Luca Macinas is that is a number that he drops very often easily, but the bad news is Eitan's on another gem of a wave, fitting in 2 quick snaps on the outside section. And for Eitan, he's got to be feeling good about the wave selection he's had in the last few moments here. Working his way all the way to the beach. Snap to finish there. Eitan Osborne is feeling it. This man went from free surfer to competitor quickly, and he is taking it to one of the more consistent surfers we have left in the draw, Luca Macinas.
Yeah, the former World Pro Junior runner-up, Eitan Osborne, who, as you said, I think most people know him for his airs. So a little setup right there, but a great second turn, though. The good amount of release outside and gets a decent finish, too. So with 8 minutes to go, this should easily better the 2.8. And I think it's going to put more pressure onto Luca, who's probably going to need at least something in the low 6s, maybe even in the upper 6s, to move up into the lead right here. And as I said, I think that decision of priority getting awarded to Osborne in that kind of situation right there, Chris, kind of flustered Luca and forced him to commit a few unforced errors that we normally don't see from the Peruvian machine.
Yeah, 7.5 now on the clock. Expecting another sizable number to drop for Eitan Osborne's last wave. Your surf line conditions have been spot on throughout the week so far. Mitch, low tide 942, high tide 441. And it's a pretty sizable change. So what is that going to do for us for the rest of the day?
Well, I think it's going to slow down a lot of those set waves that you're seeing be so consistent in these last two heats. It's definitely going to benefit the inside reform, though. That mid to kind of high tide is actually very beneficial to the pier bowl, especially on the right. But looking at these laps right now, they're probably going to decrease in quality. Once that tide tends to fill in a bit more, they get shorter, and you have to go back to the whitewater real quick in order to make that inside connection. And they're kind of taking their time on this last score of Osborne. It's a significant one for the last end part of the heat, Chris, and it seems like it's going to be right around his 7.0, so should add a good amount of pressure to Luca, and there's the score.
Yeah, that's another big number. 6.87 for Eitan Osborne, putting himself in an incredible position right now with Luca Macinas needing an 8.20. So it is really telling how momentum really comes into play when the waves get a little smaller and a little tougher, and of course a little less consistent. You put a big number on the board, and you can tell it. You can read the story here through our scores. Eitan, a 1, a 1.7, 0.67, a 2.5, and then all of a sudden he drops that 7, and you could literally see the excitement, the energy, and the feeling fill him up. And he just backed up with 6.87.
And when did the momentum switch? That's the real question. It was that one instance, because look at the scores. 3.5, 5.67, and then he bettered the 3.5 with a 3.72. But it was that one instance where Osborne only had the 2.5 in his scoreline, and afterwards he's bettered his situation 3 times. So I think not only those small moments have been extremely significant in the first 2 quarterfinals, they're probably going to be just as significant in the next 2 as well. This is basically finals day. You're not finishing the competition today, but you should be looking at it like how it is right now. And I can tell you, the person that's going to be in the booth in the next heat with Pete and Kaipo, he has that kind of experience of having that spotlight on him in big moment situations like both Macinas and Osborne have had. But what a great heat, and what a couple of matchups we've had so far, and we have another 2 great ones coming up after this too. So I'm really excited. I think tomorrow's going to be a great day, and boy, what a week it's been so far, Chris. I'm really happy that the Vans US Open is back.
I'm right there with you. It's been a fun week so far, and it's really cool when you kind of look back at all the highlights we've seen from day one. I mean, this has been a different break every single day. So with 4:30 to go, Eitan Osborne waving his arms just to get the attention of our beach announcers, who have been right on top of it all week long. Got some great surfers up there as well. Jeff Baldwin and Mitch Absher was on the call for our duct tape. Todd Klein's up there right now. So we're in good hands in terms of beach announcers. Yep. Not only telling the surfers all the business, but also telling all the fans all the fun stuff that's going to happen throughout the day.
No, there's been some excellent moments, I think, and some very crucial moments where those beach announcers are at their peak too. And looking at these last 4 minutes, something that you don't normally see from Osborne, he's doing it right now, staying very close to Luca, not really giving him any space, adding a lot of extra pressure right here too. And this is something that Luca usually does when he's in Osborne's position. 3 minutes and 30 to go. I mean, an 8.2 isn't impossible, Chris. We've seen a couple of 7s so far, not only in this heat, but with Zeke Lau in the previous one too. But an 8 is a different story. You need to be on a set wave. It needs to be something incredible. It needs to be excellent surfing in order to get something above the 8-point range.
It's possible, and I was going to say, but it's not probable. But never bet against Luca Macinas.
Ooh.
Great combo there. So that right there is exactly how you want to start your wave, but it's all about how you finish. We've seen Eitan finish 2 waves really nicely. We'll see if Macinas can do that here. So he gets to the inside section. That's the critical part, and he did it. So basically, I mean, all the good scores we've seen so far in this heat have been 2 big turns out the back with a solid finish. Luca Macinas did just that. Was it an 8-2-0? That's going to be the tough question, because I feel like that wave was so similar to Eitan Osborne's 7 that if it does go way above and beyond that, you know, it would be really in the details. So I feel like it's going to be right in line with what Eitan did. Eitan's hoping to shut the door here with a big ramp, and he pulls out of that wave.
The one thing I will say, in contrast to Lucas's last wave, in comparison to Eitan's 2 best scores, is that on the 7 and the 6.87, his first turn was more of a setup. Luca actually went up into the lip on his first turn on this last wave, so I don't know. I actually think it's going to be very close. Looking at the quality of the wave, it wasn't as cleanly because it was the first of the set. So still kind of a setup, but he actually went up into the lip, and the second was as good as it gets, really.
Yeah, I think the second turn is probably the best turn, singular turn of the heat.
I would have to say out of the first 2 heats even, and then an excellent finish too with the 2-turn combo on the inside. So I actually see this being much closer than I think it'll be. 90 seconds to go. Smart that Eitan didn't commit to the right, maintain priority, because if he does need a wave, he's going to have to use priority to his advantage here at the end.
You know, and if you, so he did have the great turn on the outside. I give Eitan the edge for his inside turn, blowing the tail out a little bit. You know, Luca's turn was, you know, just your stock standard finish. Not easy to do.
No.
The wave breaks super quick, and it's a really kind of complicated read to even get to that position. But now we got another little paddle battle. With priority, Eitan Osborne is going to give way to Luca Macinas. He doesn't want this one either. Waiting for the score to come through for Luca Macinas. It does, and it's a 6-9-3. So yeah, right there in the same realm as Eitan's 7 and 6-8-7. So now it's all about differentiating yourself, right? So we've seen the 2 big turns with the finish. Maybe it's time to, well, there's not time, but maybe it would be time to throw a big air, just, you know, throw something different at the wall and see what sticks. But with 20 seconds left, Eitan is going to go full contest grinder mode. He's sticking right to the side of Luca Macinas, knowing full well that this young Peruvian is dangerous on any wave that he takes off on. So here we go, using priority with 7 seconds left. That right there was pure tactics done right, and he is stoked. So Eitan Osborne, the dream run continues. Yeah, he's great at airs, but he's also got power and consistency, and he showed us just that in that last heat. Eitan Osborne is a semi-finalist at the Vans US Open of Surfing.
Congratulations, huge result for the youngster from Ventura.
Well, we got more action to come. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Evan Geiselman and Joel Vaughn. We'll be right back.
All right, now in the lineup, quarter 3, Evan Geiselman in red, Joel Vaughn in blue. Great battle in that last one. Congratulations to both surfers. Making it to the quarterfinals, but now making it to the semifinals. Eitan Osborne taking home a 5th place finish. A great result there for Luca Macinas.
Yes, yes. Big result for Eitan so far into the semifinal. And a good finish for Luca Macinas also. Finally, I loved hearing you call out the manufacturers of the boards. Well, you got Joel Vaughn going out, you got the Orion, and you got the Mayhem there, and electing to go on the Mayhem. And let's see, I saw...
well, I was just about to say, you know, the Merit crew is psyched after Eitan coming through. I saw Britt down here this morning.
Oh, nice. Oh, wait, no, was that Evan? Sorry, that was Evan with the Mayhem and the Orion.
Yeah, Evan went out there, yeah. Orion is his badge shape.
That's right. I saw the 2 boards there, and then I saw Joel with, well, I saw his dad, it looked like with a Pizell.
The Vans U.S. Open of Surfing is brought to you by Vans, off the wall since '66. By Pacifico, official beer of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Live life anchors up. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Foo Wax, official surf wax of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. And by Sambazon, bringing you the delicious powers of acai every day. The official acai of the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing.
Viewers in Ventura, pretty happy right now. Eitan Osborne, local boy, on his way to the semifinals, put on a jersey and has been doing some damage here at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing, coming out of the water and feeling good. And we're on the set here, feeling some, you know what? Some positive vibes as well, because we're into quarterfinal number 3. And speaking of positive vibes, welcome, Tanner Gudauskas.
Thanks for having me back, boys.
Oh, right on, Tan. Tan, we'll keep it short.
We'll keep it short.
We like having Tanner. Of course, we got the Hall of Famer, Peter Mel. What were we going to say, Pete?
To who?
To Tanner.
No. Tanner's going to talk to us about all the cool things he's been doing lately.
Yeah, how's your guys' week been, actually?
It's been long.
It's been good, though. Come on, there's been so much going on.
It's overwhelming, as it always is here. You know, there's a lot going on. You got all the sites, and especially at HB, man. It's that pier, little pier walk.
I've been finding that it's just so important to put your sunscreen on. Start it in the morning and then finish it in the evening.
Yeah.
That seems to help.
We've been enjoying the world's largest action sports festival. That is the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. We got the Van Dorn Village, we got the Marketplace, we got Giant Vans Retail, we got the skate comp, we finished off the Waffle Cup, which was the BMX comp. We're now into
it's surfboard swap.
Surfboard swap, which was awesome. And now we're into quarterfinal number 3, guys. Evan Geiselman versus Joel Vaughn. So both surfers coming in pretty low on the rankings so far this year on the Challenger Series, but Peter, they're eating up some points now.
Oh, big time. This is huge for Evan and Joel, for that matter, and Eitan that last heat. I mean, North America region being represented by Geiselman, and the last heat there for Eitan. So it'll be good to see a couple of these American folks get themselves some points. They'll move up those rankings at the halfway point of the year.
Yeah, big opportunity for this young man. 18-year-old Joel Vaughn from Batao Bay on the central coast of New South Wales. And a member of the North Shelley Board Riders Club. I'm sure they're tuning in, checking it all out. It's got 2 brothers, Zachary and Curtis. I'm sure they're at home checking out this heat, and they're seeing, you know what, their brother just barging through heats here and now into the quarterfinals with a big opportunity. But he's coming up against, you know, I would say a veteran in the scope of things in the way of Evan Geiselman, 28 years old, out of New Smyrna, Florida, and he spent a lot of years on the qualifying series, nearly made the cut a couple of times. Evan Geiselman, with his light-footed approach as a goofy foot, is going to be a weapon in this heat, Tanner.
I mean, all these heat matchups are really, really going to be fun to watch, but this one I was excited because I haven't seen too much of Joel, but Evan is obviously one of my favorite surfers. I mean, he's been having so many good runs over the last couple of years, and at the U.S. Open specifically, he always seems to tune right in. I mean, I remember when he was probably like 18 or 19 making quarters and semis, he has that really ballistic frontside approach.
Yeah.
And it always looks really good on those lefts. And I know this could be an air show here in this heat specifically, depending on the waves, but both of these surfers are really lively in the air.
Well, check out the little, some gamesmanship at the beginning here, Peter. Back and forth, cat and mouse in the lineup with this open priority.
It's important to get that, you know, very quick start, especially here at the Vans US Open in Huntington Beach. Just being that that momentum is so strong, it always helps just to be able to solidify a good score early in a heat. So these guys are definitely battling for a little bit of, you know, and again, this beach, you know, it provides opportunity up and down the entire beach. So you can see, I mean, these guys look like they're a little bit more on the south end. I mean, all the years that you've been able to compete here, I mean, it's one of those funny places, like, you know, trying to figure out where is the most consistent spot on the beach and to find those quality waves.
And like you were saying, it's so important to start your heat with a good wave. Even if you're waiting for a while and taking your time to assess what is going to give you that score, like, if you have a 5 in the bag and you're at the midway point of your heat, then you're working to kind of close it out versus kind of scrambling in the beginning to get some rhythm, especially when it's slow.
Yeah.
Like this, those first couple days before the swell hit, it was kind of a similar thing. Like, it's hard to wait. It's hard to be, you know, a little bit more choosy with your waves because you're so antsy to get started and get it going. But it can really go to your benefit by just choosing a better wave.
Yeah, and it's kind of wild because heats are sometimes won in the first 5 minutes of the heat if you lock down a good wave, especially if it's inconsistent, or in the last 2 minutes of the heat in the same scenario when it's very inconsistent.
Just applying pressure to your competitor too. You're in one-on-one competition. I think that you know, in man-on-man, it's a lot better and more user-friendly to get the early start because again, you can start to control the heat. You know, you already have one wave, then you can start using like priority. You can cover your surfer. I mean, these guys without priority, they're kind of using the strategy of sitting together. Being that there is not a whole lot of opportunities, at least like if you sit apart from each other in the beginning of the heat, you know, you think that you're going to be able to, you know, what happens when a wave comes to your, you know, competitor? You don't even get to try and, you know, work for it. You know, you give them just a free rein. So you ultimately want to, especially in one, I feel like it's important, unless you have some secret magic sauce that you know that's going to be a wave come to you, you know, at the Pier Bowl or what. But ultimately, you'd like to surf with your competitor, especially in head-to-head.
It just makes it easier, I would say. It really then comes down to how well you know the lineup or the location. If you're going to be bold enough to be down the beach by yourself. I mean, Rob Machado, pretty good example, that he would always just sit by himself as far south as you could go because he knew that the waves he was looking to get. But like in this heat, I'm sure these guys just want to be around each other. And sometimes that creates a little bit of friction as well. Like Evan might be seeing himself a bit more as the veteran, putting a little bit of that, like, I'm in your face pressure to Joel.
Again, psychological battles go into this as well. You know, it head-to-head, you know, any way you can get a little bit of an edge.
Well, Eitan Osborne has been blazing through the draw here at the Vans US Open of Surfing, and he's into the semifinals, and Eitan is with AJ.
Well, it's been a few days since the guys have run, but back on the glass, Eitan, and how, what did you see in the waves that you chose today in a very different conditions to get the win?
Well, it's a lot smaller and slower, but there was at least like 2 good sets a heat, so I knew if I waited like for that bigger left, I tried a couple airs and then I kept falling and was having like a panic attack. Just kept falling on everything, and then one wave, the 7, and then I kind of started breathing, and yeah.
So when you start off with the strategy of, hey, I'm going to do some more airs, we all saw how great that one was a few days ago, but then you have to mix it up. How do you mentally make that switch in the middle of the heat?
I don't know. Usually I'm not that good at it, but I just told myself to just relax and breathe a little bit, and you know, you just 2 turns and then finish it. You're going to get a score to get back in the heat, and yeah, it worked.
Yeah, it certainly worked. You also played some incredible defense in that heat. How strategic was that?
Yeah, I mean, I hate sitting on people, but I mean, if you're going to make the heat, I'm going to do it. So yeah, once there was 2 minutes left and he needed like a 8 or something, then I just had to stay close.
Yeah. And Eitan, you switched your board, right? This one's called the Happy Every Day. How confident does that equipment make you in conditions like this?
Yeah, I mean, with the boards I have right now, I know what I'm going to ride in every condition, so it's a no-brainer. I mean, a little wider tail, a little flatter, shorter board for the softness. So yeah, board works great, and I'm psyched.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Eitan Osborne on to the semifinals, and in the water. No waves ridden those first 10 minutes, Peter, and we got a restart. Fresh clock just started.
Nice. I mean, that's always an interesting one, you know, especially when you want to get that quick start. They were battling each other. I don't know if there was really, I didn't see any waves, so ultimately the head judge makes that call in regards to allowing for an extra 10 minutes. So I like it. I mean, just added another 10 minutes to our day.
I love that. 10 minutes more. But let's break this down, Pete, because, I mean, you deal with cold water all the time. The water's, what is it, like low, mid-50s right now?
I heard it's gotten a little chillier according to the latest report.
Is it really? It got that cold?
Well, no, I don't think it's that cold here, but, I mean, ultimately, it has dropped.
Yeah, it's dropped.
So these guys haven't ridden a wave. I'm seeing a lot of short arms in this heat. I mean, are we getting a little chilly?
I would say there's a little bite. But although I will say they've been paddling each other up and down the beach a little bit, so they're staying a little bit warm. But yeah, it can play a role. I mean, especially if you're in boardies. Like if you're going to go, oh, I'm just going out for 30 minutes, I'm going to go on boardies, you can get chilly. Although, you know, especially if you're running a whole day, I think we're just doing one quarterfinal for these guys. So, you know, I don't think it plays too much of a role, but you never know.
Well, you know, coming out of that, I like to talk board talk since it looks like we've got a lull right now, Tanner. Happy Every Day, that was the board that Eitan was on?
Yes.
You ever ridden one of those?
So I haven't. My brother Pat, he really likes that board.
Yeah.
So I just ordered one actually, so I'm excited to try it. These guys are making it look
great. It's got good reviews now.
Yeah. Eitan, you know, to be honest, he has so much pop. He makes most boards look really good.
Yeah, he does.
But that board looks lively and it has a lot of variety.
Oh, for HB. Uh-oh, look at this.
There you go. That's Huntington Beach for you.
Wow, and how was that?
Evan's going to have to keep on surfing through. And you know what? It's almost an annual occurrence, guys, that type of dueling at the beginning of the heat.
I haven't seen much of it, though. This event?
No. It's an annual occurrence. It happens every year.
Okay, got it.
Annual. So at least once a year.
I'm not going to argue with Kaipo anymore because he will not lose an argument.
No, that's what annual means. But that was crazy, Tanner.
Thank you, Kaipo.
Well, there it was. Our annual occurrence. So.
Yeah.
So I mean, it wouldn't be a priority interference. It would be a paddling interference since we were in an open priority right now. I mean, yeah, open priority. Let's take another look at it, Peter. You can break it down.
Is it a right or a left? Because that's really what it comes down to. If there's going to be any weirdness at all.
It's a both.
It was a peak. So who's in the center of the peak? Felt like to me, Evan Geisman was in the center of the peak. So he's probably going to be. I think there's no call.
I think there's no call too. I mean, it kind of looks like Evan rode through it and had a clean turn, and Joel was able to pull back before anything got too dirty.
Yeah, agreed. So I have a feeling no worries there. But hey, I've been wrong. I saw a priority earlier that I was like, what? A paddle that was a switch in priority. I was like, I was baffled by it.
And here we go. Joel realizing that he now has priority, but just catches a rail right there, and you know, getting a little challenging.
I was going to say the psychology of this whole thing, right? That moment right there is kind of scary because you're actually waiting for a call because you're, did I get interference? And now all of a sudden someone's just going out and kind of dominating.
Getting busy right there. Evan Geisman throws the air rev right from the get-go, gets a snap in there, combos it up. He opened up with a 3-point ride from the beginning. He's going to do better on his second wave score. So early pressure to the young Joel Vaughn. Evan keeping his wits about him, Pete.
Yeah, in a moment, I mean, he gets able to quickly get on this wave. Little tail chuck into reverse. We've seen him do that, I don't know, probably 150, 200 times in a heat. He's got it unlocked, the forehand air reverse. It's a nice stock standard, not going to be a massive score just because of where he did that on the wave. You know, it was kind of out onto the shoulder. Easily done, no worries, but it's going to be the best number of the heat. And again, you talk about that early pressure to Joel, and I think Joel's got question marks in his head. He's like, oh, did I interfere? Was there going to be a call? And that kind of plays in, and that's that part of like Evan going, he's just moved past that moment instantly, just about now applying pressure. Joel's probably still got question marks in his head, and this is the kind of youth against a veteran.
Yeah, easy to get rattled out there when something weird happens right at the beginning of heat, huh, Tanner?
I was just going to say that, like, he could be feeling rattled, but at the same time, I feel like now the game is moving. You know, Evan's getting waves, and so Joel, you could almost feel he was in a defensive positioning on that first wave, like, whoa, what's happening here? Where Evan fully had opened up the gates, he was looking for scores. So now it's just on. I feel like, well, the next wave will be pretty telling for Joel. But that turn, I was going to say, that Evan does is, I don't know, it's such a beautiful turn, and the way he transitions out of blowing the tail into a reverse with kind of really no hesitation into that next turn, and he's able to bring that variety on a wave. I've always really appreciated that about Evan, and I feel like as a goofy footer, it's just nice to see it, especially here at Huntington. Like, you could easily have just done 2 big turns, but for him to step out of the box and go biggest turn on that first section, you know, I hope he gets rewarded for it. It looked really nice to me.
Well, he gets a 6, so he does have, a decided advantage right now over Joel Vaughn. Evan Geisman, we've been watching his surfing evolve, and he's always been so light-footed, but he comes from a surfing family, right? Dad, Greg, Both dad and mom surf. Dad's a surfboard shaper. I mean, you're destined almost to become a pro surfer.
Well, you have no choice, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean, ultimately, I think that, you know, I've had a dad who's a shaper. So, yeah, if you're going to grow up on the beach, you're going to go out there and enjoy beach activities. And if dad's going to be handing you surfboards to be able to use, right?
Yeah. Well,
Inevitable.
these guys, like even Eric, their surfboard IQ is so high. They know what they're riding and how they can change it for the better. These guys, they breathe surf. I mean, Evan, he's really known for his small wave tactics, but when you put him in good-sized Haleiwa or even in really good barreling waves, he shines. He's got very good technique and good surf as well. I've always really wished he would make it to the tour just to shine.
Yeah.
And so I feel like this hopefully is that result that will shoot him into the back part of the year, because you can make a lot of points in these last couple rounds. So hopefully this kind of lights up for him.
Here he goes again on the backhand. Evan Geiselman just vert and with a little fin chuck out the back. Able to really be dynamic in this small kind of gutless surf. And look at the zigzag into the shorey. He's feeling it right now. No problem for Evan Geiselman, and throws it out there. That's going to be incomplete, but he's just looking on point.
Well, I would think that looking at today's conditions, growing up in New Smyrna Beach.
Just another day, huh?
Hundreds of heats at Huntington Beach. He understands what's going to make a little point of difference. That error is exactly what he did. You know, this is the deep bottom turn in this backhand hook and punching the fins out the back. You know, much better one maneuver away for him. Would have loved to have seen him pull off, you know, this last move here. I think he didn't quite get the rotation needed, so he almost thought, oh, maybe I'll bring it back 180, and then all of a sudden realizes I got to, you know, and unfortunately there, the inside section not going to factor into the score.
Did you guys see that video clip of Evan surfing in the wave pool in Japan?
The new surf stadium, right?
Yes.
That's the one, yeah, and just killing it.
Killing
beautiful water, by the way, there.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, we're seeing a lot of his air reverses here, but his the quiver of airs that he can do. I mean, he was running through the playbook over there in Japan. It was like, grab here, grab there, grab it twice. Like, it's really impressive. I feel like it's a cool thing because you can note in on these guys' Instagram. I was looking at Joel's a little earlier, and his air game is flawless as well. Like, his backside rotations are incredibly high.
Right? You kind of need it in your repertoire these days.
Well,
yeah.
And Joel coming in here, you know, this is his first big result. He lost in the first round in the previous 3 Challenger Series, but he is the #1 seed out of the APAC region, so the Asian Pacific region.
And not an easy region.
He is the #1 seed, and that is probably the most competitive region.
I would agree. I would totally agree.
And at his age, I mean, being so young, you can guarantee that he's feeling good, confident about it, and
all the ligaments are nice and loose.
Dude, I mean, I'm looking at these airs Evan's doing on the inside. I'm like, that's going to blow my hip out. Like, that's crunchy.
Yeah, back to your wave system comment with Evan and the air game. That's going to really evolve surfing because women, men and women are getting airs dialed with the repetition that a wave system allows.
Need one in my backyard.
Oh, invite me over, Pete. Here we go, boys. Here goes Joel on a nice looking left.
And interesting, a couple of turns out the back, has to get away from the kind of messy water right near the pier, and Joel makes no problem on the connection to the inside, so he's going to get right back in the game. He needs a finish, and he gets it lightning fast for that snap for Joel Vaughn.
Saw him early this morning. I was just getting my coffee, and they were already hair wet and already had their surf. Him and Liam, they're kind of rolling together. Liam unfortunately lost in the first heat this morning, but I like that those guys were on the grind, and they have to have been out there in the dark.
I'm gonna say that I'm really impressed right here for being a younger competitor in this situation. Instead of just instantly going for big blow-up maneuvers to get a solid score on your belt. Yeah, I mean, Evan, he has, what are his scores here? It looks like he has a 6 and a 4.6. So if Joel is able to get something even in that 4 realm and he stays on the board, then that next wave, it's almost like it becomes way more of a battle.
Yeah, well, we got a lot going on. As we're waiting for the scores, let's check in with Chris Cote. Chris, where are you?
I'm right here where it's all about to go down for the Vans Showdown. Purpose-built park on the sand here in Huntington Beach. You can see behind me, Vans has invited some of the best brands in skateboarding to create their own obstacles. You got the Quasi, Palace, Hockey, Baker regions in this park, and right now these skaters are going off. It's a global field, all inclusive. Tons of skaters out here that are household names. You're looking out here, I saw Pedro Delfino, we just saw Nora, Una Ferrar, I mean, Kokona Hiraki's over there. Everywhere you look, an amazing skateboarder is doing it something rad. They will be skating all day today and tomorrow. The live broadcast, which will show you the finals and best trick, will happen right after the surf finals, so be sure to tune in for that. But if you're anywhere in the vicinity, obviously you know Vans has backed skateboarding since 1966, so come down here and check out what they have going here in this park. Like I said, some of the best skaters in the world, and some skaters that you won't see in any other contest will be skating here throughout the next 2 days. I mean, this place right here, this is the fun zone.
Hey,
check
Chris,
it out.
Chris, you see any lines that you're imagining right there? Because I know this is just kind of the warm-ups right now, but I want to see creativity out there.
Oh my gosh, well, if you want creativity, you got it. Like I said, it's not just contest skaters, it's all types of skaters. I mean, so many rippers that you would never see in a contest will be skating here today and tomorrow. I saw Elijah Burl over there. I mean, everywhere I'm looking, I'm just trying hard not to fan out, just trying to play it cool, but we'll see. I'll probably get some autographs when I get off camera.
All right, thanks, Chris. And for our global audience, the finals will start there. The broadcast for the skate will start after our surf finals tomorrow. So tune in. We can have a morning kind of brunch, and then finishing off about midday lunch with surfing, and then you're into the midday dinner with skateboarding.
Dinner?
It's lunch and dinner. It's right in between there.
Okay, that's Kaipo talk. How did the surf swap go over there? You know you had a little surf swap going on, and you were searching for some cameras. I think there was a Jerry Lopez camo board. Did you end up with one of those at all?
You know, I was just going to say there's so much cool stuff going on all over the U.S. Open, and to be a part of that surfboard swap, which was their first time doing it, down here was really special. I was in between Rocky Sabo and Dale Smith, and Pack Rat Records was down the way, and they had kind of curated their booths in a way of like almost this old surf store, and Dale had all his Thrasher gear and all these old skateboards, and for me to be sandwiched in the middle of it was really cool, because it's like sitting down and just basically talking shop with those guys, and everybody coming through, and it really was like a celebration of the culture.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
I
so
hear ya.
I brought down...
That's what surf swaps almost kind of do.
It is, and it brings that type of a person out, and it was really exciting for me to be a part of it. It was eye-opening, because I've just been collecting these boards off of Craigslist in my garage and watching my VHSs, and so I brought everything down to the beach, and you know, it created a bit of a stoke. I swapped a couple boards, I sold a couple boards. I didn't end up getting that 2003 Prius that I was hoping for. And
right. It looked like it might have made it into the center of the skate park.
Yeah, they're going to hop it tomorrow. But yeah, no, it's cool, you know, because also every surfboard has a story. And every shaper can have an era. So like you're just asking about the camo sprays with Jerry Lopez. Like, you know, I have like a tiger stripe sort of around the end of Summer 2 era. And it's fun. It's almost like playing cards. It was like, oh, I would love to trade for that era or this era.
Yeah.
And it kind of connects you to the lineage of surfing, really.
So cool.
Well, second generation lineage right here on display with Evan Geiselman. Just throws that thing away. No harm, no foul. He'll maintain the lead over Joel Vaughn. Joel needing a 6.84 at the moment to get into the lead and advance into the semifinals, Pete. Joel's got priority. What's he got to do?
I think it's about finding the quality wave here. I mean, he got an extra 10 minutes in this heat, so it's really about a 45-minute heat. And you'd think at some point there'll be a little consistency in this heat. It's been kind of stop and start somewhat. You know, Geiselman, I feel like, had a couple of those little errors there, because if he had pulled off either one of those two errors, I mean, he'd start to really increase that lead. So he's leaving the opportunity for Joel with priority to get a number needed. I mean, if you get himself a nice solid set wave, that's where Joel's going to be able to just have a distinct advantage.
Geiselman again snaps, but unfortunately pokes the nose. Again, no harm, no foul. Just Geiselman, I feel, Tanner, is just really pushing the limit. We'll see if Evan Geiselman can push on into the semifinals, the conclusion of quarterfinal number 3 right after this break.
So those last 3 waves for you, Evan, not going into the scoreline, all incomplete. You're looking to better a 4, 6, 7. Joel in second, still holding that priority. Showing some patience, waiting on something, a little bit more opportunity for him. He's looking for the 6.84. Looks like this time, though, he's going to cash in that first priority. Take it away.
Yeah, he's got this sharp little left. Oh, nice. Put a lot of tail into that first turn. Good connectivity. And really sweet whip at the end there. Evan behind him on a speed runner. But he's up. The first section was. Will Joel make this inside? Oh, a lot of work for nothing there, but he does just ride all the way through, which that doesn't do much in the points category, but you know, the hope of finding an inside section after 3 turns collectively on the outside, worth the fight.
Yeah, a couple solid turns out the back there for Lasta Blue, and watching these last few waves that are coming through, it looks like that sandbar's really grew nicely for those lefts going into the pier.
Sure does. It's just hugging it so tight. We saw that yesterday in the long, you weren't around, but during the longboard event, there was a period where that left, it was almost too, it was so angled for the longboard, it was tough for him, but it was at a certain time, just roping right inside that teeth, inside of it.
We are with Wild Coast and Shiseido and WSL Pier doing a beach cleanup. We're just picking up trash up from HB and collecting as much trash as we can.
At Wild Coast, we are all about saving our wild coast and oceans, and we have partnered with WSL to help clean up the beach and save our oceans worldwide.
To have them kind of come into the surfing world and also want to make a difference in terms of keeping our oceans and beaches clean, and to be able to collaborate with such a big brand on that level has been really, really cool for me to be a part of.
What Shiseido's doing is so amazing, and I feel so proud to be a part of it. It's our way of giving back to the ocean. Not only surfers, but the whole world. We all need the ocean. You know, we're not only spreading the message, but also physically doing it.
This is where the big change happens. It's when multinational companies are coming together to do this type of work at this level on the ground and building a community around it.
Hey, show us what you're doing to help out on social. Tag WSL Pure with the hashtag WeAreOneOcean. I want to see what you're doing to help clean the beach.
Hammer time.
Uh-oh. Evan Geiselman is out in the lead, and looks like we're just getting caught up with him hammering a shore break. If you're just joining us, I'm Kaipo, joined by the Hall of Famer Peter Mel and band's team rider Tanner Gudauskis. So it looks like some waves were ridden during that break, and we'll see how that affects the situation, guys.
Well, Joel ended up getting one as well. This is the first of the replays here on the backhand. Gets the dual snaps on the outside. Actually probably fits in a third turn, so there we go. Best wave for Joel Vaughn. Also made it to the inside. A lot of work there, but didn't get the inside connection as nicely as he would have liked. And then here's Evan.
So this is looking like we're getting some fire in the kitchen here, boys. I mean, those were both some great rides. And we saw how Evan was able to get these 2 backside turns and finish this wave out really cleanly. I think he's feeling like he's liking that right there. Something with the long hair.
It looks so bad. You know what? Here we go. I know it's not in the criteria, of course not. But surfing with long
hair flips.
Surfing with long hair looks better. I mean, there's
like
pretty
Buttons,
sure.
Kalani kind of like.
No, you can have
head
long
shake.
Machado hair. You can mid-length, you know, Geiselman hair.
Not the criteria.
You know? I said it's not the criteria.
Okay.
But it's aesthetic, isn't it, Tanner?
Does it throw more spray? I'm not really too sure on that.
I'll take some Rob Machado long hair left.
It just seems like so much work. I mean, having to keep it out of your eyes.
Well,
outside of the
difficulty.
Hair, I'm feeling like we're seeing scores drop in here, boys. And
there you go. The 5.63 was Vaughn's, right? So that was a great answer. But then Evan got all happy.
7.17, Evan Geiselman. Oh, man. Here we go for Steel City, hitting the beach. Ryan Kalman, really with a chance to jump up the rankings. He already has jumped up the rankings on Challenger Series, but he can continue his climb if he can continue to work his way through the draw, Tanner. He's came in here number 7, but on the live rankings, he's already up to number 3.
Well, he's going against Joao as well. I mean, that's going to be a super stacked heat. So,
and this is an opportunity for Joao, too, because he really hasn't had a super solid result yet on the Challenger Series, so an important one for him. Again, every round is an extra couple grand, you know, like, well, at least 1,100 points, you know, every time you get into that next semi. So this part is where you start to really move up the leaderboard.
Here's the numbers from the judges and the final score when everything averaged. Let's take a look at this 7.17 one more time for Evan Geiselman, Pete.
Next to the pier, looking to the left. He wasn't going to make a mistake this time. You know, he saw that he was going to get the 2-turn opportunity, really pushed it on the second maneuver, and then I'm going to solidify this one. Gets 2 turns on the inside, so that's why you see this number go upwards into the 7s, being that he got the outside solid move and an inside move. That's that typical Huntington Beach. You know, you want to see yourself cruise through that shorey, but when you get to the shorey, then you execute. You got 2 turns on the inside, so nice work.
Sometimes it's really hard to tell with these camera angles that the swell direction as it comes into the pier, those lefts, they kind of go a little bit away from the shore. Evan did such a good job with that first turn to make it critical, but keep going down the line, not overcommit, and then really load up for that last turn and deliver. It's funny because I always had trouble with that. You want to hit that first section so hard, but it's still kind of running away and it's a little softer, and then you have to anticipate really ending it outside with that big banger.
But Tanner, I think I've seen you do that same exact dance.
That's the U.S. Open dance.
At the U.S. Open. I swear, and I'm flashing back in like Tanner Gudowskis memories, and I've seen you do that same exact dance right out here, but it's a difficult one.
Well, Evan's polishing it up and making it look real beautiful.
Oh, he was trying to do a little bit of a little air section there. You see that? A little shove it, and it's pretty hard to do. Watch. You need to take notes here, Kaipo.
Well, no, yeah.
He didn't make it, but I like that he's trying to showcase a little bit of a different point of difference.
Is Kaipo trying to get into the shove puppy game?
Yeah.
No,
maybe.
it's just that Pete always, every time there's an air, just because I have a skateboard background and I know the airs and stuff, he's just tests me with the names and stuff.
I didn't test you with that, did
Well,
I?
that wasn't the shove it. It was a varial. If you use your hands, it's the varial.
Dang. See, look, he is the guy, right?
I mean, Pete
now he just goes and shoves it right back in my face.
Pete's still got air game, though. I mean,
well, they don't call him the Condor for nothing.
Yeah, the pops aren't there as much, though. Sorry. Oh, look at this set.
Wow. Well, there you go. I mean, that just illustrates, like we're talking about, Tanner, the difficulty. You know, I mean, it's real on the screen, but it's even more real in the water.
Well, I'm so excited for this back part of this heat. Joel Vaughn, we know he's a lively young rookie. He's kind of got his back on the wall needing a score. It's a 7-5, but realistically, being a regular footer, I always was jealous of these rights that have the cup moving against the swell direction and the current. And that kind of always seemed to equate to a massive air ramp. So I'm not going to make the call that we're going to see Joel Vaughn do an air, but I'm kind of making that call by saying that I hope he does at least, because that would definitely get him around that area. We saw Eitan going for stuff like that. And I mean, as the viewer, we love surf movies.
Yeah.
I'm ready for the airs.
Let's do it.
Why not?
All right, well, we got the paddle right now. Geiselman with the lead and priority, so definitely heat control. Here we go, sneaky. Joel Vaughn finds this little right-hander, and he's way behind, so just has to eject.
Sometimes those little waves like that, too, it looked like it had a little crease double up, you know, and they sneak in from the outside section, and that one looked like it almost had it, but it shut down too quick for him, unfortunately. He also had that opportunity, that bigger set wave, that looked like it was a nice overhead real set, and the wave shut down on him. So the right's still pretty quick. I mean, considering it's that lower tide, they're shutting down pretty quickly. But yeah, you're right. I mean, as soon as that tide starts to fill up, the rights tend to be a little bit more, have more opportunity because of the fact that you're against current and you get the against swell direction. It gives you a little more lip.
Tanner, let's take a look at like a little wedge that you were talking about on the right hand that was trying to get to this right here.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's check it out.
See, exactly. I mean, that one right there, and you have a nice little cup right at the end. You could either do a big turn or that air. And as well, I kind of wanted to note that that's a more consistent option. Those bigger lefts, for Evan right now, he's either going to go for that backside turn 1-2 on those rights or wait for the bigger set waves that are the lefts. So for Joel, it is a bit of an advantage that he can do what he is doing, kind of surfing a lot of those waves. To see if anything's going to pop, you don't really need the best wave to have an air section. You just need the best air to get a good score.
Yeah, 5 minutes remaining, and hey, I want to say a great job by all of our broadcast crew in there in the truck by getting that wave up there to show exactly what you were talking about, that convergence on the right-hander and creating that ramp, because we've seen that wedge come into play over and over again every year.
Even for Joel, we saw him do some, you know, that he's very good in the air. He's got a great front side rotation that he can pull out just like Evan does. But I mean, they're different types of sections. The one going left moves away from you, which is very difficult. But the one that brings you on the rights, it actually is coming at you. So it's a more critical ramp. It's a more distinct ramp. and it gives you more pop, you know, and it's got a little bit more energy to it.
Essentially, it's almost like you're harnessing the pop on these rights. Everything's kind of working for you. The lefts, it's always, you're trying to get the speed, and then you're trying to create the pop. And then you're going into kind of dead water. So you really have to pull the air on these lefts cleanly if you're doing it out the back.
Yeah, and in the history of the U.S. Open, let's think about guys that have used that wedge and that pop and those airs. I think of two guys coming to victory over here. Specifically, would be Felipe Toledo with mad pop on that, as well as Griffin Colapinto with his victory over here. He utilized that right wedge over and over again with massive airs.
I mean, even too, going back to Brett Simpson, that when he went like back to back or whatever, if it doesn't give you that air section, it's going to give you a lively cup so you can get a nice carve, and it sort of shoots you through to inside with all that speed. I always felt like going towards the pier, then you had to redirect and recreate that speed to get you back onto that inside.
And I would do a disservice if I didn't also include Kanoa Igarashi in that list. Let's check out the heat recap, and it's been Evan Geiselman, Pete, that's been pretty dominant out here in this heat.
Yeah, well, he was got the extra 10 minutes, and as soon as that hooter sounded for back into the extra 10 minutes, he made do with a nice little left. This was the first score, the 383 of Joel Vaughn. Gets the 3 turns, but not a ton of, actually, I take that back. That was the 563. So I did get the 3 turns on the outside. This was the best way for Evan Geiselman. These 2 turns on the outside section, and then he solidifies it on the inside. This is that atypical Huntington Beach, being able to work the inside section for an extra probably 1.5 points, you would say, for that inside section?
I mean, especially on a spicy turn like that, you never really know, but it is important to end these rides on that inside. It just creates that presentation to the judges.
Well, Joel Vaughn continues to have to surf under the priority of Evan Geiselman. Here he goes again, looking down the line, and that one goes dead, so he just has to kick out, clock ticking down to just 2 minutes, 20 seconds. And Geiselman remains in control of the lineup.
That's that head-to-head, right? So he was trying to escape away a little bit, Joel was, but you can see Evan's like, okay, you're not going to get too far away from me. And he's stealing opportunities away from Evan.
I feel like there's kind of 2 options here. You're either Joel, you have to go straight at Evan and get him onto a wave, switch the priority, wait for the wave you'd like to surf and take it, or do what he's kind of doing, ride a bunch, try to get around and hope Evan's going to slip up by taking something and switch the priority. Because, I mean, just like we saw, it has to be big enough for him to get that opportunity. Otherwise, he's just going to keep kicking out.
Yeah. It's now, I feel, Pete, this is when luck comes into play, because you need a 2-wave set.
He does, for sure. You know, or strategically an error being made by Evan by, you know, putting some pressure on him. But, you know, with a minute 20 to go, it does take a 7.5 needed. It takes, you know, it takes a set.
Yeah.
Now, the little inside one's just not going to do it.
It's funny the difference of time in the heat. You know, Joel right here, he's looking for a 7.5 with a minute left. If you're thinking in a 7.5 in the first 5 minutes, you're feeling pretty free, pretty lively. You're kind of like, oh, cool, like I've got so much variety on this fresh Pycelle epoxy. Let's go for it. Now he's kind of going like, oh my gosh, I cannot blow this opportunity I have under a minute, and I need this score. So you kind of surf a little heavier on your board, and a lot of times it's hard. You really have to have a good mindset in these back minutes of these heats.
Yeah, I mean, Mason Ho said it. He's never lost. He said, I never lost the heat.
Just ran out of time.
I just ran out of time.
It's the best. It is literally the best slogan in the game from one of the best people in the game.
So cool, right? I mean, and that one just probably popped into his head. Just like, yeah, it just came out as he said it. You're like, well,
and it makes a lot of sense.
Well, especially if you justify the fact that you didn't lose, you just ran out of time. It's always a positive spin.
Well, we're bringing positive vibes in here, and things are getting a little dark, however, for the Australian competitor. But you know what? Joel Vaughn
ran out of time, Kaipo.
He's just going to run out of time. But hey, Joel can hold his head high because
I love that he's not giving up here. Look
the competitiveness, right?
Yeah, it's good.
And the handshake straight after. Well played. Evan Geiselman on to the semifinals. Joel Vaughn taking an equal 5th. Who's Evan going to meet in those semifinals? We'll find out, because quarterfinal number 4 will be in the water when we return.
There's something about the lift is steep, but the bottom transition of the wave is so slopey or something and poking the nose.
Well, how about that whole situation right there? Once again, almost banging elbows and getting right into it out of the gate. I love it.
Yeah. So X marks the spot. Ryan Callahan gets up, but goes down after his first turn. Joao Chianca from Brazil with first priority. Joao Chianca getting into that, or in the pipe event and just blew the world away with his devil-may-care antics in pumping a huge pipeline.
Here we go. This is Joao going straight up into that. Look at this wave, how it's hit the bank. Second turn, nice timing there. Now redirecting, coming back at us. 2 big turns out the back, looking for the connection. Looks like he's carrying the momentum, and he will make the inside. We're looking forward to steeping up on him here. And nice final turn.
Well, beach like that, we love it too. The whole beach collectively let out his scream.
Yeah, you mentioned this year's pipe event. I tell you, that was the first I heard of this guy, and I was blown away because there's not many guys that are regular foots that can approach pipeline like he did. He put himself up there like...
Gon' shock the world, gon' shock the world, gon' shock the world, gon' shock the world. I'm yo dope, I'm yo speed, super fast and go. Got your knees, 20 G's to roll, my big roll on slow. Every single step, nothing less than original. Yeah, gon' shock the world. Gon' shock the world, 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 gon' shock the world.
Fans, U.S. Open us surfing. The beach is packed, and we are seeing progressive surfing on the lineup. We're in quarterfinal number 4 for the men, and quite a matchup. We have the Brazilian Joao Chianca against Australian Ryan Callahan, and on the set we have myself, Kaipo, Hall of Famer Peter Mel, as well as Tanner Gudauskas, bringing us some positive vibes. And guys, another great matchup, and I think that Joao Chianca is going to have a big early advantage in this heat.
Let's take a look at this one because the numbers look pretty darn good. There's a little battle here. Ooh, and Ryan left the back door open, and
so that was just a fractional throwaway, and then this was the opportunity for Chianca, Peter.
Wow, and you know, what a bonus for Chianca, because next wave was twice as big.
And look at this finish.
Up and above the lip. That's a thing that Joao brings to the table in my eyes, is that this just raw, you know, approach, and it's just so cool to watch.
Arkel on the answer back, big slash. Building up speed again, throws the tail, spins around the revert, no problem for Ryan Callahan, answering back to Joao Chianca. Looking for the connection to the inside here, has to press on the rocker, can't get over the hump for the shore break.
But a good answer. I would have to say to Joao Chianca's 8, this is going to be a nice answer to it.
Well, definitely we're deep into a heavyweight battle here. I mean, we're talking scores are dropping hot. Joao with an 8, and Ryan, that was like an ultra combo on a left. I mean, it's exactly what we're talking about. The ability for him to get this first turn at that level, throw that much around, and then get the speed back up, throw the tail towards the beach, and that's a really tricky section right there. There's
Where does it go in comparison?
Well, what's important, I feel, is that Ryan didn't allow Joao to run away with it right now. He's going to get a number on the board and come right back in, but Joao's going to continue to surf through here. Let's see what Chumbinho has in store for us on wave number 2. Smooth through that transition section, sets up for the inside, and a quick 1-2 in the shore break.
Ooh,
but
had to pull that.
That happens over and over again, running out of water there right on the beach.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like, yeah, he knew it too. It was one of those things where he had the outside turn, he was doing everything good, he didn't have to work too hard to get to the inside wedge, then 2 turns, but forced it a little late on this closeout move. Take a look here at the replay once again. Up, over, floats it, straight up vertical hit. Not a lot of spray, but that was a tough section, but then here, just trying, if he pulls that off, all of a sudden you see 15 points on the scorecard.
Right. Here we go. Arkel again moving into the pier and goes for that fin ditch grab rail, but incomplete. So all of the scores are really going to be leaning on the first ride for Joao Chianca and the second ride for Ryan Calnan. Still waiting for that previous score for RCal to set the situation. It comes in at a 7.07. On the board right now, we have an 8-point ride for Joao Chianca. We're waiting for his backup score and a 7.07 for Ryan Calnan.
It's funny sometimes in these heats, it's, you know, this is such a matchup. These guys are both such phenomenal surfers. So Ryan, you see Joao get such a great start. You know you have to get something on the board, otherwise this is a runaway heat. So then he gets the 7. Joao sees Ryan get that great wave. So now it's almost funny. These guys both have great scores, yet I bet they're feeling almost more pressure at this moment. Like, you know what I mean? You have something precious. You're like, I have an 8. Like, oh my gosh, I really have to back this up. Ryan's having a great heat. And the psychology of these heats is great. I wouldn't be surprised if we see these guys surf a lot of waves pretty quickly here.
It's funny because Judge 4 actually saw that. We'll get back to that.
Ryan Calnan slashes through that section. Another slash for RCal. Gets through some of the flat water, looking for the connection to the inside next to the pier. And it is some troubled water that he's going to have to bounce that JS through, pushing the rocker down, gets the connection, and a little late there after all of that work.
Oh, that sucks.
I mean, it doesn't feel great, but Ryan, I have to say he's like, for me growing up watching Ryan, he's so deeply entrenched in video surf culture.
Yeah.
He's always making these edits that are cutting edge of where surfing is at, and then his time on tour was exactly that representation of it. He's always been a lively, like, free surfer mentality in the heat. You never really know where he's going to go with it, which is always exciting to watch.
Well, here we go with the ride, Peter. Break it down.
He's trying to fit these turns in the pocket. He does do 2 similar style turns, and he was hoping that this thing was going to wedge back at him. It didn't. And then all the work to get to this inside, and then all of a sudden he gets there. Just no time to be able to get back up there on the lip. But with that 5.67, yeah.
And you know what? He needed a 5.77 to take the lead, so he actually got really close, unfortunately close, for Ryan Calnan. Still trailing Joao Chianca. Needs just a 1/10 of a point more from his previous effort. 5.77 is his requirement. Chianca on the backhand. Nice snap there. Quick feet, doubles it up, and gets through a little bit of the bounce there. Lethal backhand snaps, make it 2 there for Joao Chianca. What do you think, Pete? Is he going to improve upon his 4.83?
I would say, yeah, the 2 turns on the outside, although I've been wrong quite a bit by these judges panel. But, the 2 turns were solid, especially the little drift that he had there for Joao.
I'll throw it to Tanner. What do you think?
Well, I was just curious, Pete. I was going to ask you, as we watch Joao on this replay here, what I love is how excitable he is.
Yeah.
You can tell he's literally frothing to hit these sections as they're coming at him. Does that have any effect on the scores?
I would say the energy carry, yeah. It affects me as I'm watching, right? So it have to affect these guys up here, right? Yeah. So, I mean, that's the whole thing, that just the ability. That's why I think he was such a surprise to the tour, is like he didn't, re-qualify after the cut. But man, some of the heats that he had from Pipeline to Sunset Beach were just incredible.
Well, it was an interesting year, or unfortunate year for Joao Chianca. He started off with a 9th place at Pipe and really surprised everyone. But then after that, he had so many matchups where his 2-wave heat total would have got him through all the other heats in the round, and that happened over and over in the first half of the year on the championship tour, and that's why he was a victim of that mid-season cut. As was Ryan Calnan, but Ryan, he had an injury at the beginning of the year with an injured hand, so he missed his chance at Pipeline, and then he just really didn't get back into groove.
Oh, he came early. He came back early too, knowing the full well what the situation was. It's not like you're going to get gifted a wild card just because of your injury, because there's a lot of surfers who actually did get injured that didn't get wild cards.
Yeah, but then he came into the Challenger Series pretty hot and then got right back into form. So the transition from that mid-season cut to the Challenger Series is something we're getting used to this year. But it's going to be a really cool transition to watch in next year. Well, yeah, Pete.
Who turned on the switch? It's like all of a sudden it's just on fire. It's just been wave after wave.
I was going to say to your guys' point about the mid-year cut and both of these guys and how they're affected, the big benefit, I feel like, versus how that original mid-year cut was, is now that the Challenger Series starts at .0. So Joao had a phenomenal year on tour. He can kind of keep that heat as it rolls into the Challenger Series, as everybody starts as snapper in the first event.
Right.
So I know he would be so hungry. Both of these guys are so hungry to keep that heat and get straight back on tour.
You know who's hungry? And he just went up and made a full plate out of Huntington Beach. Evan Geisman, because he ate it up. He's in the semifinals, and he's with AJ.
All right, just out of the water, catching your breath a little bit because you got busy out there. What was the strategy?
Yeah, I'm winded. Yeah, we had the restart. I think we missed a wave. We weren't sitting close enough to the pier, but I could tell Joel to start the heat. He wanted to take the inside for me and go left, so I was like, I'm not letting him get too close to the pier. So I kind of forced us a little wide, and in that sense, we had the restart, and then I got the right, and it just dictated the rhythm of the heat. I just didn't want to give him a good wave to start. So yeah, we got the restart. It worked out in my favor, but I got to catch a lot of waves that heat, so that was nice. Every heat before that, I only caught like 2 waves, so it was good.
How much does that give you confidence, even though some of those scores are throwaways, but how much does that give you confidence just catching that many waves in a heat?
Yeah, for me, that's kind of how I like to surf heats. When it comes to priority, again, it's a game of chess. If I get a score under his priority, it's going to rattle you. It's like I've been in that position when people are surfing under me. You're kind of like, what's he doing? It sucks sitting there. So, I mean, it's all kind of human nature. You want to ride waves. And, yeah, I kind of just felt like I suffocated him a little much and took the rhythm out of the heat. So.
Well, you're guaranteed to catch at least a few more tomorrow. This is your best finish in Challengers Series heat event already. What's working in your surfing right now?
I've had a good rhythm. I've been staying with my buddy Nick and his girlfriend Devin. I have my fiance Maddie out here with me. My mom and her boyfriend surprised me. I didn't even know they were coming, and they were out here the whole week. So it's just been a really just good rhythm. Had a lot of support this week, and yeah, just happy, just free flowing, and it's all kind of just going my way.
It can make all the difference, huh?
100%. Just good headspace and having fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yep, see you tomorrow. Okay.
Evan Geisman with that semifinals. He is guaranteed, Peter, a minimum of 6,085 points. So that is going to vault him up the rankings.
Love what he was mentioning about how, you know, Joel had started the heat. He wanted to sit on the inside position to have that opportunity for the lefts. And Evan says, oh, you know what? I'm just going to push you a little bit too deep and put him out of the spot because there's no lefts. If you're going to push him enough off the pier, it puts you in the right position, right? Which basically put him in the strong position just by pushing that extra 10 yards off the pier bowl peak. And it's so smart to be able to realize and understand that. Whereas Joel's probably a new guy here. He's like going, I'm just always going to be. It doesn't matter how far away from the pier I am. But there's a point where you're too far away to find the lefts.
Yeah, and that takeoff zone, I'm going to throw this to you, Tanner, on the sandbar, is that going to get smaller as the tide fills in? Because we're still watching the tide rise right now.
I think it will. I mean, the really interesting part is when you deal with a big south swell, especially a hurricane swell, we were seeing all that current. The sandbar got a major shakeup.
Yeah,
so, I mean, it generally will. It definitely does way different things on the low tide versus the high tide. Can be harder to get to that inside bowl, but I'm just so stoked to see Evan make that heat. I mean, I now know that there's one less Challenger event in the back part of the year. So even every round you make is such a benefit to your potential qualifying. You can really arc a whole tour off of getting a semis, or now he's in the semis with the finals day perspective going like, let's make a final, and you feel very free. So I really hope he's able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and we have adjusted that on the Challenger Series where now it's the top 4 results are going to be your year-end rankings out of 7. So you've basically got 3 throwaways. Ryan Callahan, this is a big heat for him. In live rankings, I told you he's moved from number 7 to number 3 on the live rankings. If he gets through this heat, he is guaranteed to, if he wins this event, he will go to 2nd on the rankings. So big opportunity for RCal, and that wave right in front of him did not present an opportunity. But regardless, you know, it's going to be a keeper result when you're looking at your top 4 finishes. Of course, with the men, we take the top 10 at the year-end rankings, and with the women, we take the top 5.
Well, you look at what that last score did for Jiashanka, added a quick 2 points to the total and made Ryan now needs 717 with 15 minutes to go. Fully capable of it, but it does add that little element of extra pressure to get a real bigger number, you know.
Now, Chianca, Tanner, also rides for Channel on his surfboards. We see him ride that carbon fiber board in a couple of his past heats. Now it looks like he's on some different equipment. Any insight into that?
Yeah, I was actually talking with him yesterday about that. We had a team get together, and I was asking him about that carbon wrap board. He said it was absolutely magic. I don't know why he wouldn't be riding it today, but I do know he's been working on the new It's the CI Pro 2.0. It's a little wider, lower rocker. I know Parker essentially created that model and then really wanted to make it even more user-friendly. And I think that's what he's riding. I want to say it might have a swallowtail, and it just has a little bit of a wider hip lower in the board, so you can plane very well over it. I mean, Joao, he seems like he really likes a lot of curve in his board. It seems like he's always transitioning through turns and maximizing and liking pushing out of turns to get that excitement and spray and speed.
How fun is that to, as yourself as a team rider, to develop boards with Channel Islands? Just the R&D process.
I mean, it's limitless. And where Channel Islands is at now, they're so focused on different elements of surfing. You know, they have the mid-length culture with Devin Howard, and they have that. The pro board, I will say, is for the highest level surfing that you can do. I know they're very hungry to get into this space on the World Tour and let these guys do their best surfing in the best waves. So it's exciting to be a part of.
And they develop big wave guns as well.
I'm sorry.
Don't forget those, right? Yeah.
I just got one of those. I almost walked it down Main Street yesterday to show it off.
Peter's, what's the name of your model?
Mavs gun.
The Mavs gun.
Works anywhere, though, not just Mavs.
Yeah, Peter Mel.
The research and development of that model specifically, compared to what you're seeing with the Happy Every Day, that's a game changer. Pete had to go very deep on the Bullet Mavs to understand how that was going to work.
Oh, those are spooky boards. We'll be back with more conversation with Peter Mel and Tanner Gudauskas right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
You look for a 7-1-7 to get into first. 13 minutes left.
Minutes, 30 seconds. We started out kind of blazing, going wave for wave, and then a little bit of a lull in the ocean, giving the boys some time to regroup. Red with priority and the lead, an 8 and a 6-2-3. Callahan in second, wearing the blue. Looking for a 7-1-7. Parking's got to be something tough to come by about this time of the day here in Surf City, USA.
Where in the world could there be parking? I have no idea, but the locals know it. Ryan.
Welcome back to the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing out in the water. Quarterfinal number 4. And on the set, a couple interesting characters. I'm Kaipo. This is Hall of Famer Peter Mel. This is Vans team rider and legendary in the positive vibes, Tanner Gudauskas. And this right here is the Hydro Flask Vans collaboration that is a limited edition with the checkerboard strap, the waffle sole boot. All of this drops in September. Vans.com, hydroflask.com, and in all the Vans retail stores. This is a collector's item, and I love it.
Yeah, that
a
was
couple went missing off the set.
Those are hot. I've been walking around with mine, and every time I have it in my hand, I get stopped. It's like, wait, where do I get that?
Yeah.
Dude, you got to wait till September, but these things are sick.
They're so sick. Thank you to Hydro Flask as a supporter. And, of course, Vans, just rad since 1966. That's a long time of being rad.
So true.
Yeah, Vans does such a great job of keeping it core as well. Like, I mean, the things they've done with this event over the last couple of years, I feel like the Van Doren Village and everything they're doing, you know, you can sign up to shape a surfboard over there. You can glass a surfboard. They really give the people coming down here at this event an opportunity to learn about the culture, not just here in Huntington Beach, but also surfing on the whole. It's pretty rad.
Absolutely. Here we go. With Ryan Callahan is going to sell this one to the heat leader, Joao Chianca. Let's see what Chianca's going to do with his purchase. Couple of snaps there on the backhand, just looking smooth. Now the transition period. Little whitewater V is going to push him along into the shore break. It looks like he's going to have a golden opportunity in this shore break. Little carve for Chumbinho and another off the top. He's been dominating in this quarterfinal.
How was the read, too, though? When he came back from that, because you go too far over on that left to be able to come back and catch that wedge. So important to do it. He did it, and look what he got rewarded with. A nice little wedgie right.
This guy's a legend, and he just gives it to the crowd. Like, I'm getting Neko Patarats energy off this guy. Like, honestly, it's so cool. You can see him splashing water as he's kicking out. He's frothing. He's so amped on that ride.
It was like you thought it was a sell. You wanted to be able to do it, but this wave was awesome. I mean, 2 beautiful turns outside. I mean, look at this little drift. And then seeing, I got to get over to this wedge, and he did it, no worries. Just a beautiful hook and then a finish. Yeah, he knew this could be, I would say this is probably almost better than the 8.
It's so fun watching these guys in conditions like this, all the while knowing that if it's Chopu 12 feet, like both of these guys, this heat would be equally as psycho.
Right. Now that's well-rounded. That's exactly right. I mean, that's so cool.
Numbers in, an 8.4 for Chumbinho, Joao Chianca. There's all the judges' numbers. A few 8.5s in there. And we averaged them out, high and low, 8.4. Now he put Ryan Callahan in a tough position. Callahan needing a 9.33.
That just shows how important priority is. I mean, Ryan was in great position for that wave, but had to give way. He was paddling into it quick. You know, he was obviously trying to sell it, but at the same time, if Joao said, I don't want this, it could have been Ryan on that 8.4, you know? So nice little bonus for everyone watching is now Ryan's, the shackles are off. He can go big.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at some stats in regards to Ryan Callahan because his performance on the Challenger Series has been pretty good. Deep stats powered by Hydroflask and Arcal. So already won a Challenger Series events, 14 heat wins, and look at that heat winning percentage of 73.68. So nearly 3/4 of the time he's winning a heat, Peter.
That's huge. I mean, that's gigantic. You don't see heat winning percentages like that in the season, unless you're like Kelly Slater or John Florence.
I feel like mentally when you're dealing with something like that, your fallback in these last couple minutes is that you trust that you can get it done. You know, Ryan, he's looking like he has a big road to hoe right here. He needs a 9.3, I believe. And, you know, 73% of, you know, that's a crazy stat.
Yeah.
It's really awesome that you guys put that up, and it's cool to see it as a viewer. And he's probably sitting there going like, I know I can do this, and there's actually like odds that I will do this. So it's cool. He's not feeling defeated, I would imagine.
And Joao wants the time, signaling to our on-site announcers. Give me the time, give me the situation. That's a couple things psychologically that can do. I'm sure it's helping him with the time, but also when you're in a big lead like this, Peter, what do you think about telling the on-site announcers to tell those big scores over and over again to your competitor? You think that's a mind game?
Well, I mean, he was asking for time. So let's say he wasn't actually asking for, if you're actually doing a waving of the arms, that's a whole situation. So that means the announcer has to give those bigger numbers, and that could be a more psychological play. I think he truly wanted to know the time.
Well, if I had an 8 and an 8.4, I'd be waving my hands over my head all heat long just to hear those numbers again and let my competitor, Tanner, hear those numbers.
You know, I was going to say it is funny as a competitor here at Huntington Beach specifically, the stimulation is everywhere. You look to the pier and it's packed. There's people like shoulder to shoulder. You look into the beach, it's packed shoulder to shoulder. You hear the beach announcer. Like it's a lot of things that can unnerve you.
Or overstimulate you almost, right?
So Joao, I don't know if he would be doing that to Ryan, but I mean, yeah, who knows? Like,
I mean, you could,
let's
for
keep
sure. But I mean, he literally
things.
was the tap of the wrist is a time thing, and he didn't have a watch, so he wants to know.
Here we go. Joao, he's just staying busy. No harm, no foul, under priority. Might as well just ride waves. Meanwhile, Arcal out there with the anchor and needs a special wave if he wants to do it in one wave, a 9.33 Pete.
Yeah, and he's looking for one of those kind of bigger lefts that are going to go into the pier that maybe gives him the snap into air section, because he has a plethora of huge airs, and that's why I was saying with the shackles off for Ryan, he's got to go big.
Well, we've seen him do that in the Challenger Series. We've seen him do that as a wild card in a Championship Tour event over in France, where he was just throwing airs into the wind when he needed those big scores. Tanner, here's the heat recap. Talk us through this.
Oh, it would be my pleasure. I mean, it's been firing since the very start of this heat. Joao came out really, really strong, and Ryan was able to get in the mix with it, but realistically, it's almost that backup score of Joao. Let's look at this wave, though, and just celebrate the fact that Ryan Callanan got 2 humongous turns as it's going into the pier. I mean, as a viewer and us commentating this heat, like, it's been such a treat. These guys are delivering big time.
Well, and you think that the reason being, it was a great comparison to throw down the 8 and 707. Like, at first I was thinking, oh wow, why was that such a point gap? But the reality was that Joao was able to get top to bottom, those combination of major moves where he does the snap and he's straight back into it doing another one, whereas Ryan had to snap and then chase the next section. And so the judge is thinking, hey, we want to see you combine them together in a nice seamless link of maneuvers. That's why there was a point difference.
7 waves ridden total by both of the competitors. Highlighted are their top 2 waves, and look at the numbers for Chianca. Meanwhile, on the beach, the support squad for Joao Chianca evident. We got Britt Merrick from Channel Islands. We got Bemi from Volcom. Dave Riddle made it down to the beach. They're all sending out positive energy to Joao.
Volcom does such a great job. I mean, just seeing Dave Riddle, like the lineage of Dave Riddle, like he was working with Bruce Irons when he was young, all the way to now. Like, they do such a great job of fostering talent through these contests and keeping them focused. I mean, Yago Dora and Jack Robinson at the moment, it's hard not to talk about those two and the performances that they're having. Like,
and their success is coming from a lot of their support.
Yeah, I mean, Yago's dad as a coach looks like he's like whispering some incredible knowledge to these guys, but Volcom really backs their team riders, and it's exciting to see them in these venues.
Yeah, and not to mention Matt Bemrose, we saw him on the beach. We call him Bemi. He's just another guy that gives just that comfort zone, right, to our surfers, to the surfers on that team.
And he's on you, right? I mean, it's not like he's a good friend, but he's on you. He's like keeping you, prepared and mentally focused on what the job is at because sometimes you can get a little, like, again, we're at the Vans US Open, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of stimulation, and Bemi's been through it all and can focus a young mind into, like, hey, by the way, we got a heat here, so it's in a couple hours. We're going to keep you, hey, warm up, stay over here, hydrate. Remember, you got to, put some sunscreen on. Like, all of those things are things you need to focus on, in which you can get distracted and just like,
It was funny. I traveled with Patrick on tour when he was on for so long, and here's Bemi right here making the calls. He's like, boys, hold the phone. It's amazing. But as a coach, sometimes you don't need to have knowledge. You just need to have to ask questions and let them talk it out and be like, hey, I'm feeling this or that. Listen to it and be like, hey, what are we thinking together? Like, it's so important to refocus before these heats. You have so much on the line and you're traveling from so far away that resetting before you have only 30 minutes to get 2 waves to make it is sometimes a challenge.
Yeah.
And these guys are definitely at the top of that game.
Sometimes with these coaches, you're kind of like a mobile sport psychologist, if you would. Really, like, playing into the mental game just as much as equipment and the physical aspect.
Well, every personality is different, right? So, trying to figure out everyone's personality, how to get them in the best place to compete is the real challenge.
Joao.
I mean,
and nothing going there. No problem. Again, he's just surfing underneath the priority of our Ryan Callanan. Ryan needs a wave. He's got about minute 15 on the clock, so the pressure is getting applied to the Novocastrian.
I mean, just to break down the long game of a mental strength, like even looking at a guy like Joao and Bemi and these guys working with him, it's important to be able to let go of past losses. He's falling off of tour. To be able to reset and be like, actually, no, that's a part of the program. I'm making it back on tour. It's easier said than done. So it's like a heat by heat basis, and you can get that strength back and more. Essentially, if he requalifies, he'll be feeling stronger than he ever has.
And it wasn't an easy start to this Challenger Series for Joao. He really hasn't had those big moments yet. Again, since how good he's surfing, it's been been a learning process for him.
Well, we're down to 30 seconds and looking out in the water, and not a lot of set waves coming through. Arcal on the movement now. Here's the sense of urgency for Ryan and just scratching into that one, but that one did not even formulate at all. Down to 10 seconds, and the body language right now, sportsmanship, and it looks like Ryan Callahan's conceding to Chumbinho Joao Chianca. Chianca is on his way into the semifinals where he will match up against Evan Geiselman. Wow, another exciting heat in the books. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Tanner, and hope we can have you in here for more. We'll be back with more, however, right here. When we come back, we're going to be into the Vans Duct Tape Invitational.
We are straight into the Duct Tape Invitational Women's Round 4 Heat 1. Alice Lemoyne in the red, and from France, and Caitlin Nicholson from USA in the blue. I'm now joined by Bucky Berry. Welcome back, dude. Thanks, Jeff. That was a fun one. I bet. It's mine certainly the hell out of the left right with the pier over there. It was so fun to walk with. It's a family show. Anyway, we've got 8 heats on tap for you. The waves are going to be phenomenal for this round, and then into the quarterfinals. So a complete change-up of what we just saw in the women's quarterfinals and men's quarterfinals, and now we are straight into this. Lee's on her backhand there. She's going to kick out right into that foam ball coming down out of hard. So we'll do a section right by the pier where it's really standing up, nice and tall to the nose right section, and one maybe a turn after. And then you creep your way all the way to that inside short break to make one more nose dive, maybe one more spin back.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the Vans US Open of Surfing, and we are about to enter the Vans Duct Tape Zone. That's right, we've got the world's best traditional longboarders hitting the lineup here as we resume our Vans Duct Tape. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes. We've got some great matchups planned for you in the next couple of heats. So these duct tape surfers had some hard-fought battles and much bigger waves throughout the last few days. Today looks like prime time log conditions here on the south side of the pier.
Today is so much more conducive to longboarding than what we've seen before. It's still a bit far from a traditional longboarding wave here at the south side of Huntington Beach, but what we're looking at for conditions are much more favorable, and talking to the women that are paddling out today, they're all really excited.
No doubt. Well, we're very excited to watch these two surfers who are both currently ranked equal 9th. Alice Lemoyne and Caitlin Mickelson. So the tale of the tape. Shannon, who do you think has the edge in this matchup?
Wow, this is a wild one because Alice Lemoyne came off of the year of her life last year. She finished runner-up to the world title. She took out the win at the finishing event there at Malibu, where we crowned Honolulu Bloomfield 3-time world champ. She's coming out of France, though, out of Reunion Island, specifically representing France, and has spent some time in California, but not that much time surfing here in Huntington Beach. Where Caitlin Mickelson, on the other hand, she's from Encinitas, California, and has surfed probably hundreds of events here at Southside in her lifetime.
Ooh, starting off for Alice Lemoyne. Maybe just a bit of nerves there. Who knows what happens? A lot of chunks and bumps coming up the face, so by no means easy to keep the flow going down the line. I mean, we do have 21:15 to go, so plenty of time for these surfers to catch the waves they need. And from what we saw yesterday here in Van's duct tape competition, we could see 20 waves ridden each by these surfers.
Oh, we could see plenty, and that's kind of the beauty of running the longboarders in slightly smaller conditions, where it's maybe a little bit harder for the shortboard crew, for that Challenger Series crew, to get into some of those waves, because on days like this, you need that little chip in with the foam occasionally, unless it's a good size set. Where for these women, they're surfing really large logs. A couple of them have changed their equipment even from what they would have been riding in previous days. Caitlin Mickelson specifically in this heat, she's changed up her equipment to a board that's a little bit heavier and a little bit flatter. It has a little less rocker to it. It's gonna do really well at getting yourself into waves and just cutting through those dead sections.
The rules slightly change from the previous Challenger Series heats that we just watched. If you've been tuning in for the past few days, you know all about Van's duct tape. It's been an awesome run. But basically, Shannon, we kind of redirect the heart and soul of what the judges are looking for. You know, the speed, power, flow equation that we see in Challenger Series is replaced by
style, flow, and grace.
Awesome.
So those buzzwords change just slightly. We've still got flow in the midst of it. And these surfers will still be surfing maybe with a little bit less speed on a day like this, but they're still going to want power out of those rail turns. But we have changed the criteria, and it is style, flow, grace.
Yeah, so in the Van's Duct Tape Invitational, the judging criteria is loud and clear for all these surfers to read and digest before their heats. And yesterday, there was just a few examples of what not to do. And of course, that's, you know, I'm not trying to be negative about it, but you have to be relaxed in your approach. I think that's a word that's not right here, but it rings true. Controlled maneuvers in the critical section of the wave. And that could equate to, you know, hanging 10 in the pocket of a set wave. That is a very critical section, and you have to have a lot of control to be able to pull that off. Utilize the entire board and wave using traditional longboard surfing. Shannon, to me, that line right there speaks volumes. I mean, that tells us that, yeah, you have to look cruisy and relaxed, but you also have to do a lot of work while you're on the waves.
Exactly. We don't want to see a lot of downtime. We want to see nose rides as well as good tail work and footwork executed kind of perfectly throughout. Good cross-stepping, no shuffling. The judges are looking for multiple maneuvers connected together. They're also looking for maneuvers that keep that flow and that momentum kind of moving in the same trajectory. So we're going to have those changes of direction when those surfers do engage the rail and go for a turn, mostly because they're trying to set themselves up to look, maybe is there another nose ride section on the inside after one on the outside. But we don't really want to see any turns, and that's what your reference was to in yesterday. Just a couple of the heats with the men's side of the draw, where we saw a turn or two that were more like kind of going a bit more vertical and a pivot or lifting their boards. That kills momentum. That kills the speed and that flow dynamic. And so that's where we're trying to kind of work ourselves away from that slightly, ever so slightly performance side of the conversation.
Don't say the P word.
It's really not an evidence in any way, I think, by the surfers and the surfing that we've seen so far. But what the judges are paying attention to is that sort of engagement of the rail that keeps the board moving in a nice direction and also does look relaxed and kind of does what the wave is asking it to, rather than forcing in some big maneuver like we've been seeing in the shortboarding tour this morning.
Yeah, we enjoyed that for a brief span of time on the professional longboard tour. And now we've really honed in on, I believe, the type of surfing that not only the fans want to see, but also that the surfers want to do. You know, a lot of the longboard community, you know, getting out there, being vocal and putting their thoughts out into the world as to what they want to be competing in. And I feel like we've really reached a happy medium in what we've been seeing over the past few days, when you kind of mix the duct tape feel, vibe, aesthetic with, you know, the rules and regulations and also the professionalism that comes along with the World Surf League. You know, you get a really good mix, and not only a mix of surfing and skills, but also an eclectic group of surfers. When you look at the two surfers in the lineup right now, they have a very different style, but of course they're going to be looking quite similar because they're on pretty similar craft. Both of them riding 9-foot plus boards, probably on the heavier side, just due to this being your traditional longboard riding event. Elise Lemoyne, she is a current favorite to potentially take a win on the World Surf League Longboard Tour, runner-up last year. What are her chances of taking that top spot?
Yeah, she didn't have a great result at the first event of the season, but knowing that she found herself a win at Malibu last year means that she's looking favorable heading into this year's event. And there's a lot more points on the line, but we'll get back to that because she's up and riding.
Nice right-hander. Graceful style for Elise Lemoyne. I like that those elbows are kind of pinned down to her waist. And uses the arms not only to look cool, but also help stabilize her on that big board. That'll be not a score she'll want to hang on to, 2.70. She's already got 4 waves ridden, and those have kind of been little tester waves.
Yeah, just quick in and outs, which means that she's kind of trying to test things out here. Like I was saying at the start of the heat, she's the surfer that has the least amount of experience out here. So I can see her kind of wanting to get busy, wanting to feel out what is that outside section going to be like. It's different conditions than what this pack of surfers has had since they have arrived in Huntington Beach. A couple in the draw from, the Southern California area, so they maybe would have come up over the last few weeks and gotten a few waves at Southside. But for someone like Alice, she flew in a couple days before the event started, and it was massive. I mean, she wasn't really getting to see conditions like this at all. So for her now getting that little tester, where Caitlin Mickelson, she lives in Encinitas now, born and raised in that area, and her husband are here with their little baby, Maddox, her husband Niles, watching alongside of her mom. Caitlin literally told me that between the NSSA juniors, the WSAs, everything that she surfed in her lifetime growing up here, she has surfed hundreds of contests at the south side of Huntington Beach Pier, between both shortboarding and longboarding.
Yeah, it's a pretty popular place for a surf event.
pretty popular if you're growing up surfing
Since the
anywhere
50s,
in California.
Yeah.
There's been
it
a
is.
few events to run.
And Shannon, you know full well it's because this is one of the most consistent places in the world. 365 days a year, you can surf here on pretty much any board. So there will be events here for a long time, and Caitlin will be in those events. So, Shannon, we just watched a really spectacular showdown, a high-scoring quarterfinal heat number 4. Ryan Callanan came through with a 12.74, and Zhao Chianca with a 16.40 and the win. He is standing by now with Louisa Florence.
Chumbinho, you started that heat with the 8.0. Did that just set you off just right?
I don't know. Actually, I got really nervous after that 8-point ride because my next 2 waves felt good, but the score came like way lower. So I was just trying to figure it out. How could I do like again? And then I don't know, like block Ryan on that little wave, like kind of like was seeming like a good double up. That's why I went, and then like could fit like really nice turns out the back and like such a good inside, just like made the job. And I don't know, came at 8.4, even bigger than the first one.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, so.
I saw you having a great use of your priority on one of those last few waves. Do your competitive mind take you there with like the points, the numbers, and how I'm going to do this and block him, or you just like do your game and forget everything about him?
I don't know. On the beginning of the year, I had some issues and man-on-man heats, so like some like silly mistakes. So I'm just trying to make the math and like be calculus and like be careful with my wave choice and my little decisions on the heat, and that has been paying off.
Foi impressão minha ou eu vi você dar uma choradinha ali no final?
Eu dei. Acabou sendo emocionante ali. O Ryan é um cara muito duro, né, cara? E eu já vi ele surfando, ele é um dos surfistas favoritos da galera. Assim, todo mundo sabe do potencial dele, então eu tava me preparando muito mentalmente para essa bateria. E você ter um início de bateria bom e você ainda conseguir impor o ritmo e fazer uma nota excelente, 2 notas excelentes é sempre muito bom, e fazer um resultado. Eu entrei no CT, mas eu nunca tinha passado das quartas de final nos eventos primes, então é emocionante.
É isso, semifinal.
Vamos lá.
Parabéns. I just asked him if it was my impression, if I saw him crying a little bit. He was like, yes, you did. It was very emotional for him. He was preparing himself a lot because Ryan is a very tough competitor, and now he's like, I'm very, very happy to like move forward to a semifinal on an event like this. So back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Louisa. Zhao Chianca, well, put him on your list of favorites. That was a tough matchup against Ryan Callanan, who, both those guys from day one on the list of potential winners to take out this event. I had Zhao Chianca and Caity Simmers written down about a week ago as potential victors here. I lost my Caity pick, but my Zhao pick is still going strong. And that's saying a lot because I'm a huge, huge Ryan Callanan fan.
That is saying a lot. I feel I had a little bit of emotion there too, even just listening to that translation back, you know, and finding out that he just really was feeling it coming out of the water after taking Ryan out. That was that matchup where Ryan's been in such good form in these sorts of conditions that I felt like it was going to be one of those really tough ones. If Joao could make it past that and not have another one of those close heats like he's been having, then we could see him set up on an absolute run.
Whoa, nose ride into oblivion. Truly walking the plank pirate style. Elise Lemoyne charging there.
She charged. She went for that critical section too to start.
Over the falls, El Rolo. This has been a strange start to this heat. I don't know if there's nerves involved or excitement. I mean, we'll have to see when they come in for this, but I do like the energy they're showing right now, saying, okay, get things back into control, get back out there, catch another wave. 10 minutes to go here in round 4, heat 1. Who will surf their way into the quarterfinals? You're gonna have to stay tuned to find out. This is the Vans Duct Tape.
Yeah, so real small margin of separation so far. I mean, one of them has to find something soon and just
Today, we are putting on the Van Surf Camp, so we are working not only with Native Like Water, but Stoked, Mentoring, and City Surf Project.
Native Like Water works with tribes throughout the state of California and also internationally. The group that we have here today are representing various nations, sovereign nations from throughout Southern California and throughout the nation. So it's what we call an intertribal representation, where we can all kind of get together and participate.
It's native territory, and it's super cool knowing that WSL is acknowledging that.
One of the things and our goals in the grant that we received is to help restructure that narrative and to have that inclusivity of our people within these coastal environments. We want to go from just surviving to thriving, and this surfing is an example of us thriving within our natural environments.
If you haven't already, please check out weareoneocean.org. Get more information about all the projects that the WSL and the One Ocean Group have around the world. 7:12 to go. This heat has been kind of vexing, a little confusing, just in terms of, you know, the waves switching up a little bit from what we saw in previous heats, and also it just feels like the time is going so fast. I'm sure that there's a reverberation felt out in the water as well. So Caitlin Mickelson and Alice Lemoyne currently have 6:50 to go here in round 4, heat 1. And Shannon, in the previous heats, the men's Challenger Series heats, you know, it can be a bit different, right? You're trying to identify a different type of wave than the Challenger Series surfers are looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking about that with the conditions. Like, I think the scores right now do not reflect in any way how well these women surf. It's simply that they haven't been able to find themselves with a wave that has good scoring potential and capitalize on it. Caitlin's 3.00, thinking back to it, she had one really good carve, like really smooth S-turn that looked beautiful, and the judges rewarded it with the 3 points. Now, if she can connect that and find a good nose ride, maybe get a nose ride before even going to that rail work, she's looking at something in the 5s. So there is a little bit of, like, they're trying to figure it out, but it seems really challenging right now to find the right wave. It seems like most of what they're paddled for have shut down. They haven't had a wall that holds up just long enough to actually run to the nose and back, because you're covering a few feet, you're trying to get to that nose and get back and maintain control, and that's how they're going to find scores.
Yeah, you saw right there a great example. Elise, I mean, really having to give everything she had to catch this wave, and even that one didn't really even break. So they're having a little bit of trouble out here. Caitlin Mickelson from Encinitas, California. She is got a really cool cheering squad. Her son Maddox watching from at home. What's up, Maddox? Let me tell you a little bit about Caitlin's resume. She is a 3-time North American champ and a 3-time winner of the Queen of the Reef down at Cardiff Reef, which is not an easy contest to win. She also won the Mexi Log Fest. She was in the 2010 ASP World Championships. And on top of all of those accolades, she is a physical therapist at the Peak Performance Center. So a lot on her plate, and right now she is currently in the lead. She does have a 3 and a 193, but you can bet she's kind of looking back and thinking about all of those events that she's done in her life and going, okay, I know how to do this. I know how to win. All I got to do is find the right wave. So don't worry too much yet. If you're a Caitlin Mickelson fan, she does have the lead and she does have priority. And actually, time is on her side with only 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, she's definitely got time on her side. Alice having another look there. I can see Alice just starting to stress a little bit. She was, both of the women actually, I saw them before as they were getting their jerseys and getting ready to paddle out, both feeling really excited, really pumped to be out in these smaller conditions. But it's also so hard paddling out first heat of the round. We haven't seen any longboarding today. It's not even like the women's round has started and the men have already been surfing, and there's kind of been some peaks identified. They're the first two out there to identify the peaks to even look at riding a craft that is so wildly different from what we've seen the Challenger Series surfers on. So there's just a few different things that they're trying to digest in the lineup, and this could be the score that changes the entire situation.
Yeah, great start right there. You know, textbook, cross step, up to the nose, hang 5. Another quickie there. Quick little tip tickle, as Al Nost would call it. Another wave right behind it for Caitlin Mickelson. You would have to say, even though Caitlin has had such amazing results in the past, coming in with a lot of momentum to this event and to the inside section, rides out clean. Nicely done for Maddox's mom, Caitlin Mickelson. That was a great ride and a wonderful answer back to Elise Lemoyne's wave. I was just about to say, felt like coming into this event and after the first few heats, Elise Lemoyne had so much momentum, but right now, Caitlin has, like, she's taking the wind out of her sails.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this one. That was a really nice nose ride. Love that little soul arch from Alice as well when she got to the hang 5, but then this wave just doesn't connect. I mean, she does really well to try and find that trim point, and she does find another nose ride on that finishing section, but the wave died out for her. Where Caitlin looks like she's found herself on a different peak. She's looked for the right instead of the left. Nose ride to carve, down carve, for the outside section, which the judges are going to eat up at this stage because we haven't seen anything like this. And then really good flow, really good use of the footwork, places her board in a perfect position to be able to reconnect with the nose 2 times. This is where it just gets a little bit out of control for her and she isn't able to ride out of it. But we have to remember too that these surfers are riding boards with almost 0 rocker. So taking off on some of those steeper sections, we saw the El Rolo before we threw to break before, a couple of those moments on takeoff where the women haven't been able to find that little trim line even. They pulled out early. That's because their boards have 9.5 feet of almost straight rail. It's really difficult to control a board like that or to find momentum when you're taking off in a dumpy, windy, choppy-ish beach break. And that's been reiterated by the likes of Alex Nost in the booth with us, by the likes of Troy Elmore, by Matt Shinaki, the wax head that's been in here. These are extremely difficult conditions, though it's small, to ride on longboards. And the fact that Caitlin just found herself a 6.17 in these conditions is pretty great.
Yeah, that was a pretty deserving score in my opinion, and that is just due to the fact that, of course, she read the wave and didn't waste any space on it, but also made it look nice and smooth. And I think the judges did, give her a reward for being able to kind of maintain control in a tricky situation in that shore dump. Oh, there's Maddox right there. What's up, buddy? Mom's ripping right now. Caitlin Mickelson with a 6.17 and a 3, well into the lead. Elise Lemoyne needs a 5.41.
I love that Maddox is wearing the Vans checkers.
Yes.
Well done, Mom and Dad. Niall's there holding Maddox, and Caitlin's mom as well, who traveled with her to the Sydney event. So she's had the whole family behind her supporting her, because Maddox is just 10 months old. For her to be traveling now and already competing again with a fresh baby is really, really impressive.
And sometimes in a lot of cases, that mom power gets you far. That is like a superpower. And it's working right now for Mickelson. Would you say this is an upset?
I would say in the current situation where we've seen the tour for the last couple years, this is an upset. Caitlin, phenomenal competitor, has been on the World Tour for longer than I can think of. She surfed in the very first Duct Tape Invitational here at the Vans US Open. She's got huge accolades to her name, but Alice Lemoyne has just been on this rhythm. She's been able to figure out how to get some good results with this new criteria. And for her to go down without even a 4-point ride on the board, that's going to be something she's going to need to digest, forget about. It's a throwaway result, and head into Malibu.
Tough heat for Lemoyne, but full credit. You know who's not upset? Encinitas, represented well there by Caitlin Mickelson. She moves on into the quarterfinals. More duct tape action to come. Stay tuned.
That's right, we do have the first person in into the quarterfinals, which will be coming up later today. We have 8 heats. Yeah, we have 8 heats here this round, and then 4. So oh, we got blue taking a look at Sally right into this right, standing up, nice for it. Just a couple steps forward, a couple steps back, rips that thing back to the ball ball, kicks out instead of trying to find that inside section. Once they get back out there and find something, she does a little more. I want to take a look at this one. That's what she's got here. And she's good. It's a smaller inside one. Swings that board right around. These are big boards, but the girl's moving around real nice, real elegant, real graceful, with some power behind it as well. And that one doesn't really work out for it, but still some nice footwork, moving the board around. Wave didn't even really break, and she still made it look fun to be out there. Did you see Caitlin coming in? She was on the short like this 3-foot double up, and she tried to do one of those where you paddle in, but then pull the board up.
The Vans US Open of Surfing is brought to you by Vans, off the wall since '66. By Pacifico, official beer of the Vans US Open of Surfing. Live life anchors up. By Youth Theory, official vitamin and supplement of the Vans US Open of Surfing. By BF Goodrich, official tire of the Vans US Open of Surfing. And by Stillhouse, the unbreakable spirit. Welcome back to the Vans Duct Tape. You might be wondering, what is the Vans Duct Tape? Well, this is where we get the best of the best when it comes to traditional competitive longboarding. We send them out here at the south side of Huntington Beach Pier, put 30 minutes on the clock, and then enjoy the show. Of course, it's all fun and games from right here. But in the water, even though historically speaking, longboarders are kind of chill individuals, there's a lot at stake right now, especially if you're Avalon Gall and you're ranked 9th in the world and you're going up against wildcard Sally Cohen. A lot at stake for Avalon, and of course for Sally, she's climbing the ranks of the scene, not only rankings-wise, but also just socially, you know, getting her name out there around the world. So both these surfers with a lot to gain in the next 21 minutes and 58 seconds. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes. Always like to open these heats up with Shannon's pick. Who is your favorite to win this one?
Wow.
Not favorite, but who do you think is going to take
Avalon is a Southern California girl. She comes from Laguna Beach. It's just down the road, 20 minutes max, maybe traffic a little bit longer. Typically would probably drive south to surf somewhere like San Onofre, San Clemente Zone instead. But also, Sally Cohen comes from waves that maybe could favor her in certain situations. She's from the North Shore of Oahu. She is a wild card coming into this. She got one of those replacement cards with another surfer paddling out, not one of those Vans wild cards. But I'm curious to see how she goes, and I want to kind of get a look at that board under her feet as well.
Yeah, I did take a little walk by the board rack, and you know, one thing I do like is men and women pretty much riding the same boards. You know, I don't think there's no difference in, you know, height, size, weight, and all that, which you know, on the Challenger Series, of course, vastly different equipment for men and women. So that's a kind of interesting little behind-the-scenes note. Is you would be hard-pressed to figure out whose board is whose, you know, if you didn't look at the stickers. For Sally Cohen, you know, like you said, coming from the North Shore of Oahu, she runs with a fast crowd. They're constantly out there getting in the mix. Her sister, part of the Jamie O'Brien crew, and they're always out there having fun. And I know Sally, not only an incredibly talented surfer, a businesswoman, and just, you know, building her empire.
Yeah, she and her sister Tina have a swimmer brand called Aokai. And it's great to see. I think that's one of my favorite things about the longboard community. A lot of these surfers on tour, like we were talking about Caitlin Mickelson in the last heat, or Alice Lemoyne works in government in Reunion Island. She's helping to save the environment there. Caitlin, working as a physiotherapist, owns her own business. Sally Cohen, working on that business behind the scenes. It's a group of surfers that are very dedicated to something outside of surfing. As we're seeing a nice little nose ride to start off there, couldn't quite make it through that dead section, unfortunately, and get some momentum. But it's such a cool pack of men and women that are here, because with longboarding, as much as they would love there to be this great big dream tour where they've got 10 stops in the year and they're all fully sponsored and they're getting prize money that pays their rent and all those things, that just isn't the case with longboarding. So there's some surfers in the draw this week that are well enough taken care of by sponsorship deals and some prize money that comes through for different events where they can just surf full-time or free surf. Most of them aren't in that space.
Avalon Gall, nice looking left-hander, gets up to the nose. A little quick five. It's a no-go on the transition to the inside section.
I think if she'd maybe tried to cut back and look for the right instead of sticking to that left, she could have found that little foamy chip in to kind of keep her going through to the inside. But I really liked that nose right to start.
18:45 to go. Avalon Gall and Sally Cohen battling it out here in the lineup. But coming in victoriously, representing Encinitas, California, Caitlin Mickelson is with Louisa Florence, and I believe we've got a special guest.
That is right. We got a special guest. She's out of the water and she's a mom again, guys. You were telling me that you forgot that this heat was 25 minutes and not 30. How was that for you?
Yeah, I was out there and I was thinking, like, let's be like super patient and wait for some waves to come. And all of a sudden I heard them say there's only 17 minutes on the clock, and I was like, oh my gosh, I forgot it was a shorter heat.
How are you? It's impossible not to be mesmerized by this scene right now. How are you dealing with being a mom and athlete, and you also have a side career, so how is that going for you?
You know, it's definitely a lot, but I have a really good support system. My husband Niles helps out so much, and he's always been super supportive, getting me back in the water. He surfs too, and he said that I get 9 months of priority, so that was kind of nice since I was on hold for so long. But you know, I love it. I love staying busy, and this has always been my dream, so I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, you're busy. Congratulations. I'll let you go because you're needed right here.
Thanks.
Back to you guys.
Oh, that's one of my favorite interviews. Yeah, that was Maddox, along with Caitlin Mickelson, a.k.a. the Queen of Cardiff Reef. So great to see Caitlin back in competition, and you could just tell the smile on her face, you know, the stoke right now that she is just so happy to be back and appreciative, and she's ripping. She just took down one of the favorites to win this entire event.
You want to know a cool mom story? Along the lines of Caitlin Mickelson, last year she was in the draw for the finishing events for Surf Ranch and for Malibu for the World Longboard Championships. She had to pull out of both of them, gave birth during the Malibu event, had little Maddox. Her pulling out of that event opened up the slot for the first alternate on the list, who was none other than Kalia Muniz, who had bowed out of competition before to have her son Levi. Kalia got the call up, made it through a few rounds, and she was there to battle out with Honolulu Bloomfield before Hono also took the third world title over Kalia's 2. They'd been tied coming into that event.
Oh, that's a great
So it's pretty
story.
cool. Mom
Yeah.
handing off a mom spot to another one.
Moms helping moms in surf competition.
We're all about it.
Very cool. Very cool. 16:30 now. Avalon Gall in the lead, albeit slight. Sally Cohen needs a 6.50. And we've got plenty of time for both these surfers to perform. 16 minutes on the clock. We'll be right back with more action. You're watching Vans Duct Tape.
Sally taking a look onto this one. She's heading on her backhand on the left. To the right of the zip, throwing a 5, rocking it back. Let's see if she's going to try to make it to that inside section. She's going to swing around that section there. And here comes the tricky part. She's going to make it through. Not quite know what to do. The higher tide is really making it a lot trickier to connect to those inside sections. You got to really find the foam to get it in there.
Guys, it's weird how you can pinball off of a section the wrong way, and you're just going to go counter to the energy and not make a connection, or you pinball the other way, and it's like the same flat face, but you're just skipping across it.
Without even having to try. Yeah, but it'd be a difference of 2 feet.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where you need to be.
So the surfers have to feel that through their feet and sense it. Priority with red, our heat leader, 15 minutes left. Well, thanks to the lifeguards, all the city, all the security here for all the hard work they do. That's right, you guys, the escorts, and also there's night security overnight.
Welcome back to Surf City, USA. This is the Vans US Open of Surfing. You're watching Vans Duct Tape action. 2 surfers in the lineup right now trying to find out who will be in the quarterfinals. They got 14 minutes 21 to go. Avalon Gall in the lead with a 5 and a 3.33. Sally Cohen just dropped a 3.93 during the break, so she put herself in a better position, now only needing a 4.41. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes. Shannon, Sally is fighting back. She got this wave right during that last commercial break.
Chasing a score, so she really needed to get busy here. That was a nice opening nose ride into that section. A little bottom turn, and starts to set herself up here, has to actually go for the Huntington hop. And I think that alone, I mean, that's the last thing that you want to see a longboarder having to do, because they've got so much more length to that board than a shortboarder. They should be able to just find that trim line. But it does just show that it's really difficult to connect waves together today. And the reason why we saw Caitlin get up into that 6 earlier on is because she found maybe the only wave in that heat that provided that kind of potential.
Yeah, you know, all of the surfers we have left in the draw here in the Vans Duct Tape are, you know, elite level. They're all have been or will be battling for world titles. So sometimes, you know, especially when you have conditions like this that, you know, just is going to be challenging. It's going to be tricky, not only for, you know, physically getting on the waves and riding them to the beach, but also mentally looking at the ocean right now and firing yourself up to compete. That's kind of the first hurdle. But for, you know, these surfers in the water, they've had plenty of experience, and, you know, I feel like we're going to see a flurry of waves come through in this last 12:48 to go. Avalon's in the lead for now. A little break in the action that gives us a chance to go link up with AJ McCord.
So we've talked a lot about priority over the last few days and how much it has impacted the surfer's decision in the water. But of course, there's judges who decide where the priority lies. So there's 2 priority judges up in the booth for this Vans US Open of Surfing. One of them in particular particular, he judges here almost every single weekend. So they're an expert on the conditions, what looks like a block, what looks like someone trying to take priority. So then they decide which surfer has priority. And as you can see, this is how it gets communicated to the surfers out in the water. They don't have the handy screens of being able to watch our broadcast. So this is how you know priority if you're in the water. Red obviously has priority right now. And then if you go down just a little bit on the beach, there's this mirror here, and that reflects up into the judge's booth so the judge can make sure the priority is exactly as it should be. And Shannon, we've already seen this play out in the shortboard competition throughout the week, but longboarders not immune to this at all. We saw how important priority was in several heats yesterday.
That is so true. I love that inside AJ, and I also love knowing that the judges have that ability to be able to check where that priority, you know, make sure priority is correct. But also, if that priority screen happens to go down, they can jump into action and they can actually go to that manual priority, which is what we really grew up, maybe if priority was in an event, looking back for like a code color or maybe even a jersey thrown over the top to say what color was in priority.
Yeah, we have fail-safes all over the place. Backup plans on backup plans. Avalon Gall now with priority gets a nice little left-hand runner. Cool looking carve there to get herself back into the power zone. And it looks like she's going to be able to make this transition to the beach with ease. Couple of cheater fives there. Oh, almost a third. Nose goes under, but she reacts and rides out clean enough. No leash needed for Avalon Gall. She chases her board. And to me, as a Southern California surfer, well, not only dealing with the pier, but also, you know, you don't have a lot of time, so the Stingray Shuffle is going to take a little bit of extra time. She's just risking it, just running through the whitewater. All right, she's got her board.
My heart is pounding for so many reasons. Because of the Stingrays, and because even just the slightest bit of whitewater could push that board into the piling and put a ding in it.
Stingrays, piers, and big boards. Oh my.
Great looking carve from Avalon for the start of this. And then I really like this combo here. Gets that nose ride and then redirects here. And I love the way she's able to just engage that rail and find that speed again to find another nose ride. There, ducks out of it. Like you said, I would say she definitely rode out of that and then kind of just fell on the maybe finish or the straighten out or something. And then there just starts running the stomp. Sometimes my husband has a theory that if you just stomp, then they hear you coming instead. I've been stung a couple times, so I always shuffle because I'm a little bit more scared.
Yeah, we need to talk to your husband about this. Obviously, he's never been hit by a stingray.
No,
okay.
First time at 39 years old.
And he still stomps.
He still stomps.
I'm going to find him. What is your husband's Instagram, by the way? Because he's been posting some amazing photos of this area and of a bunch of contests on the World Championship Tour this year.
His Instagram is In Your Shadow.
All right.
And yeah,
I follow him.
go down.
And hopefully a lot of people out there will as well. Talented photographer. 9:15 to go. Back to business. Sally Cohen now. Better wave than, well, take it back. It was an okay start, but again, wave selection kind of working against Sally Cohen right now. She's got 9 minutes left. She needs a 7.40. Most likely from the scores we've been seeing, unless she gets a bomb of a wave and goes all the way through with 8 different variations on the board, that would most likely be 2 scores added up. You know, a couple of 4s or, you know, 5 here. It's still up in the air. This still is a pretty tight heat.
It's a really tight heat. I mean, Sally could definitely even get that 7.40 if she gets herself on a wave that has a really good section out the back and she gets maybe some length of ride, some lift out of a nose ride, and then connects it with multiple maneuvers to the inside. Here she is with that opportunity.
Yeah, that was a wise decision to turn around on the way back out, because at this point, you know, you're going to be able to get back out there in, you know, 30, 45 seconds. So it's not that part of time management that you need to worry about. So, you know, for surfers in this situation, needing a pretty big score with 8 minutes left, I would kind of just stay away from Avalon and just try to find a little piece of magic somewhere through the mid portion of this break.
Chloe Kalman getting a little warm-up in before she matches up with Maria Fernanda Reyes. Both South American surfers, Chloe out of Brazil. And she is one of those surfers in the draw. If you look at her surfboard behind her, there are more stickers than any longboard that you have probably ever seen. She's got a massive fan base in Brazil. She is, yeah, She's got so many fans, so many supporters that will be tuning in just to watch her heat.
Yeah.
When she's at home, she's got signing requirements. I mean, she is all over the place, surfing as many events as she can, but also becoming somewhat of a national icon.
You know, I actually heard that she has to ride a longboard because she has so many sponsors. They don't fit on a 5'10".
That must be it.
Yeah, it's that. I mean, other than the fact that she's one of the best in the world on a longboard, it also helps with the sponsorship program.
There you go.
7 minutes to go. Avalon Gall got a better wave than her first scoring wave, a 6.33. So pair that with a 5, and she's in the lead with 11.33, and she's at it again. Yes, a little 2-stage paddle for this wave. A little behind the section to start, and there was no clean face, only a rough ride in front of her, so she pulls out. And now Sally Cohen has to dig deep for this one. That was a tricky one because it looked like it had a little kind of bubble that came up behind her that would allow her to get into that wave, but she wasn't able to catch it. It kind of just dissipated underneath her. So 6 minutes, 19 seconds to go. Sally Cohen out the back with priority. Still needs a 6.4. It is possible with 6.5 minutes to go for her to get 2 waves. You know, hopefully we see her just drop in on something amazing and do some beautiful surfing for an 8 or a 9, just to even things up a little bit. We'll see what happens next. 5:50 to go. Mitchell Salazar standing by in the VIP zone.
Hey, Chris and Shannon, good afternoon. Waves are still looking really fun today, to be honest. Much bigger than I actually thought it was going to be this afternoon. But you know what? I want to talk about positioning and priority more than anything. We've seen earlier today in the shortboard heats that he with Luca Macinas and Eitan Osborne, how crucial priority was and how influential being in the actual primary takeoff zone has been to be awarded priority too. As you're seeing right now on the outside, Avalon just a little bit closer towards the pier, and it seems like Sally a little bit further inside, but the real primary takeoff zone is just a little bit further off of the pier. So despite the pier bowl actually still going into the pier with the left, I think they're using more something towards the right to reward that priority. Second point that I want to get to as far as positioning, since we have more wind swell coming in the water right now, I'm seeing that they're surfing kind of closer to one of the bigger teeps out there right before where the rubies used to be. This means that it's not very common for a southwest swell or a summer swell for them to be surfing there, but with this kind of addition of a wind swell, especially since it's picking up later throughout the day too, I think it's going to be something that we're going to see a lot more, and that's why a lot of these waves have actually doubled up and given them a good inside reform too.
Thank you so much, Mitch. I've got a question for you. Since you're hanging in the athlete zone, have you heard that conversation, similar to what you just explained to us, happening between the surfers, trying to decide, especially after seeing the first 2 heats of the round, first time we've seen longboarders in the lineup today, if some of those other surfers are going to go paddle out at a different spot, maybe look for a different wave?
Yeah, I think markers are going to have to do a lot with that, Shannon, as well. Matt Janaski actually asked me a couple of tips, and I told him about positioning, especially the markers that I kind of use. It's varied today, too, despite that little wind swell addition that we have. I think one crucial thing to look out for positioning right now, especially with the different peaks that we're having, is you still want to have that viable option of being number A towards the pier bowl. We did see Caroline Marks on one of her first waves during her heat catch the left going into the pier bowl right. So I still think that's a viable option, but I'm personally going to stick with the pier bowl left personally because I think the reform is much easier to make over there.
Thank you, Mitch. Commentator, surfer, judge, and a kind of low-key surf coach right there. If you're a savvy competitor, you might want to tune in when Mitchell talks from that VIP headset, dropping some knowledge right there. And Shannon, you've been watching every heat just like me. Have you seen rights or lefts kind of being the predominant factor in getting through heats? To me, it looks like the left is kind of the go on the outside, but then of course you get to the inside and it's anything goes, any which way but loose.
I feel like I have to agree with that. I mean, the pure bowl left has definitely been the wave primarily throughout today. There's been a couple of heats, like we saw Caroline this morning, who had that really good right, got herself a great score from it. But we saw in the heat prior to her that Amuro Suzuki, first heat of the day, was looking for the rights, and they just didn't amount to anything. So it's been kind of challenging. I think the one thing working on the side of being a longboarder right now is that if they can capitalize on that outside section, get a nose right in and combo that up, even just that smooth transitional. They don't even have to do a proper like carve, but just to keep themselves now maybe even in that kind of whitewater zone to make sure they can get that transition through the flat zone into that reform on the inside. That right, to me, is going to be the one to pick. So if they can maybe take off on the left, but then get that reform on the right, it's going to suck in. It's also going to head them in towards the judges. There's been some really nice sections, and I've really kind of favored what I've been seeing off of that through that inside. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm curious to see how it shapes up over the next few heats in the women's draw.
Yeah, there's only 2 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Both surfers sitting out the back, and it looks like they're having a, friendly competition. There's no hassling, there's no battling right now. They're both kind of probably in the same boat saying, I hope a couple good waves come in the next 2 minutes. Sally Cohen right there with priority. We'll see if that switches, that little subtle paddle that she just did.
Avalon has surfed a great heat. She found that 5 pretty early on, backed it up with a 6.33 to put Sally in that, chasing a mid-range 7 to get the advancing position, which is also that mental game. And I think that's something that's so important to touch on. Hearing a couple of the shortboarders this morning talking about their heart racing a little bit, getting a little bit flustered, like they're excited to compete, they're putting on that jersey, they feel that little bit of anxiety while also knowing how to manage that and use it to their advantage. The longboard crew has that same feeling. They all feel that pressure, and they all want to take away a win.
Will this be a buzzer beater for Sally Cohen? No, it won't be.
She tried. Yeah. She went for it. She's staying busy. Avalon's in a great position out there, just maintaining priority, making sure that if one of those solid waves comes through, she's going to be on it. For Sally, I don't see that huge score coming from anything that doesn't have that good outside section. There's just no way that the judges are going to give it. But great style coming through from her. I really liked her approach. She just wasn't able to find a wave that could amount to anything. But I think for me, watching women longboard is one of my favorite things in the world. I just love the approach. I think that the traditional longboard criteria was pretty much written with women's longboarding in mind. With style, flow, and grace, it's just such a natural thing that we see. And here we go with a little victory lap from Avalon, possibly.
Yeah, you could tell right there that she was on that wave and made a decision like, maybe I should get out there and try to at least compete with Sally Cohen for these last 13 seconds, paddling right at her. There's the turtle roll.
The hard thing, too, with that section coming at them is that as a shortboarder, you can take off and try and do one hit against the foam. As a longboarder, you don't really want to have that kind of 2 waves coming together and converging in the middle. You want to be able to take off with a good wall running in front of you.
Yeah, the bad luck roll continues for Sally Cohen. Didn't really get the wave she wanted, and the last wave she did get will not count as it was after time. But for Avalon Gall, we've got another quarterfinalist here in Vans Duct Tape. We got more action to come, special guests. It's all happening here at the Vans US Open of Surfing.
This is the 25-minute heat, and I hope you enjoy.
Well, I'm back. Round 4, heat 3. Welcome back, brother. Thanks, sir. Here we go. Looks like red right out of the gate.
Right out of the gate, boy, come on. Get this one nice little cut back to the inside. Right up to the tip. Right in that flat spot. Straight in that nose right. This one might stand up nice for her to the inside. She's got another nose right on the right. And look at this thing. Sweeping back to the left. Almost pulling and getting all kinds of speed out of it. She's got to do a nice drop right in the short range. The one watch is chasing it down from all directions. Out the back. Maybe up another hit on an absolute cracker as well. This one's standing up to the right for her on the inside. And this heat with some fireworks right off the bat. Maria all the way to the inside. Gets back to the tail just in time. She's got another elevator drop that she can avoid. What a start to the heat. Makes some noise. The girls from Latin America are coming here to spice it up.
Welcome back to the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Round 4, Heat 3 in the water. And now one-on-one matchup and an engaging one-on-one matchup in the water. But you know what? We got some engaging stuff happening right here on the set. I'm Kaipo. You can call me whatever you want, but my name's Kaipo. This is the Hall of Famer, Peter Mel, and Alex Nos is joining us. Thank you for coming, Alex.
Yeah, right on. Good to see you guys.
You too. I'll reach over. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, cool.
So what's up, Alex?
I just actually been enjoying watching all the action. Sorry. It's been cool to sit back and watch it. You know, usually when you're in it,
yeah,
you can't enjoy it so much. So watching a lot of the girls ripping really hard, a lot of the guys.
It's a different duct tape feel to me right now. You know?
It totally is.
Right.
I mean, Huntington kind of isn't the easiest wave to surf, so it exposes some weaknesses, and in a lot of times with board design, I feel like, you know, some of the larger boards with this chop kind of difficult.
Well, here we go. Chloe, come on, Peter, on the replay.
I was going to actually ask Alex here in a moment, like, being that we have a little different criteria from the original duct tapes. Is the surfing creativity, and is that being hindered a little bit because you're seeing what the scores are? You're always focusing on what the judges want to see, where rather than just being creative and just going out there and doing your style. Like, you were a very creative person. You were fun to watch because you just didn't know what you were going to come up with. But now they're going after scores occasionally. Does that feel like it hinders a little bit in creativity, or do you feel like you can still be that creative and surf within the criteria?
I mean, it's kind of up to you, you know. If you want to like try to tick all the boxes and wear a leash so you don't lose your board because you're looking at the. I mean, it's a contest at the end of the day, you know.
Yeah, but you know what? Right now, that was a contrast in the two opening waves from Chloe Calmon and Maria Fernanda Reyes. Maria with a leash on, and Chloe going leashless and looking classic. And I think she's going to put up the bigger score between the two. I know not the leash that it matters. But
it does hinder a little bit, right? I mean, do you feel like
aesthetically it looks?
I mean, it's hard to. If you're walking around on something and you got a string,
Look,
it's
she's
a little
grabbing
hard.
her leash right there. Getting out of the way.
But these are two. I mean, these are two tough cookies here. You know, Maria, she's from Peru. She's used to surfing these like long lefts, and Chloe's kind of a hammer. You know, I've seen her in all these difficult conditions, a lot of chop, short interval type waves don't really affect her, and I think you know, she's won 2 duct tapes, Portugal and China, and won the Mexi Log Fest. I remember that, and you know, all those stops were kind of lackluster waves. I mean, that's kind of like a Brazilian thing, right? To be able to kind of just be able to bust it out.
She makes them look gorgeous, though.
Yeah, she's cruising. I think it's going to come down to wave selection, length of ride, and doing something good on the outside, you know. Like you watch Justin and his heat and how he can kind of cruise through all these competitors. It's just by doing something killer on the outside, big nose ride and milking it to the inside. And Chloe knows how to do it, you know. She's pretty hardcore. Here we go.
Here comes Chloe Calmon. She's got priority, and she's going to take this left into the pier. Walks up the nose. Quick 5 for Calmon. Comes around this section here. Nice little bowly section. Drop knee through that turn. And some footwork on this inside transition. Calm, poise, style, flow, and grace in the criteria. And I'm seeing some flow, I'm seeing some grace, and I'm seeing some style right here. Touches the nose again in the shore break. Make sure she gets back on the tail to go complete. Another beautiful ride by Chloe Calmon.
Yeah, you see her upper body's always quiet, graceful, and there she goes. You know, smart surfing, go through the pier, paddle on the other side, avoid the chop, the rip bowl. She knows what she's doing.
Gotta love that she's on that traditional log too. The board's like has the width on it, you know, full traditional style board. The rocker's low. Not easy to ride, and like you had mentioned, you know, because it's easy when you have that straighter rocker to have those bumps make, you know, heavily affect the ride, especially the flow. And she just gliding across that board. I love the fact that you mentioned the quiet upper top. It's something that appeals to me watching this style of longboarding.
Yeah, also, you know, utilizing every inch of the board. She's got a killer drop knee. She's displacing water, and I think her board's a little bit heavier than Maria's, and that's going to help her out going through all that chop, because when you got that big wingspan, if your board's heavy, it's going to cut through
That's
it.
exactly what I was going to ask you. On a lower rocker board, Alex, it's nice to have a little bit of weight, right? To kind of like get through there, and heavier boards sometimes almost create their own inertia. Totally.
Yeah, you got complete inertia, and you're just going to, when you don't have a thruster setup, what you see with a lot of shortboarding, you're thrusting literally to get through those flat spots. And if you have a long board with one fin, you're gonna like be a leaf, you know, floating on the river sort of vibe.
You know what I've found with single fins, not just single fin, kind of like retro shortboards.
She got a 7 for that. That's pretty good.
See, that was style, flow, and grace, like I was saying. But you know what I find with single fins is they go faster in a straight line than a thruster. Your thoughts?
Yeah, less drag, less stuff in the water. But I mean, it's all about approach. Definitely through that fat spot that Huntington's famous for. You know, stand tall, do nothing at all on a longboard. It's going to kind of get you through it. And what, Avalon won the last heat? Is that what's going on?
Yeah. Why don't we have an interview with Avalon Gall right now? Or maybe not, because Maria's going to go. We'll get back to that. And here's Maria Fernanda Reyes.
Nice.
And a little bit of the limbo midsection. And a couple windows getting rolled up there, but she's regaining composure to the 5 and not going to be able to make the connection to the shore break. Now let's check out the interview with Avalon Gall.
Yeah, we're just keeping the eye on the water here. Like, do you know who you're facing next? We're like, we don't know. She doesn't even know, have no idea. And you're just telling me that you're tired. It was a hard heat.
Yeah, it was really hard with like it being windy and stuff, but it was way better than like it has been. It was like the first day that we competed, it was so big and it was so messy and it was so hard to paddle out, but it's cleaned up and it's like really fun for logging right now.
Do you feel like you have an advantage just by the fact that you grew up around here?
Not necessarily, because I don't really surf beach breaks. I pretty much only surf Sano, and so it's totally different than here. And the only time I come to Huntington is for this event every year, and that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was talking to your dad. He's such a sweet guy, and your mom was here yesterday, and he was telling me about you being homeschooled. How does like this family-oriented ambience just like affect your surfing being at home now?
Well, yeah, so I've been homeschooled my whole life, but I've been surfing with like Khalees and like Connie and like a lot of other people since we were like babies, and like getting to like grow up and surfing with them and like traveling the world with them is like such an amazing thing, and like I'm so blessed to be able to do it.
Amazing. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next heat. Back to you guys.
All right. Yeah, Avalon Gall moving on, and as we go into the next round, which will be the quarterfinals, she's going to be facing against Caitlin Mickelson. So it's a straight, basically it's a straight draw from right now on. So if you're wondering who you're surfing against, it's a straight draw from this round into the quarterfinals. Every 2 heat winners will be paired together in the quarterfinals. Peter.
Thank you, Kaipo, for that clarification.
Got to keep it clear with the viewers so they can keep track of what's going on.
There's still a lot of surfing to be done, and of course, you're thinking about the world titles that's coming up in Malibu, and I'd love to hear your thoughts, Alex, in regards to how the tour has been set up, and you know, and the way that things are going to be happening now for choosing a world title.
I mean, you got variety here. Huntington and Malibu, you know,
two different beasts, yeah.
Stark contrast. But if you can get through this, like just watching Avalon's heat, she wants it. Like she seems chill, but she hangs out with a lot of heavy hitters. And I see her at Sano, and I'll surf in the morning, leave, go get lunch, wait in the line, come back in, and she'll just be coming in. You know, she puts in some solid hours, even if it's choppy, you know, 20-mile-per-hour northwest winds at 4 doors. She's still out there for the whole time. I think she's hungry for it, and surfing really beautifully and with a lot of confidence in these conditions, especially. So she's someone to watch, I think, for sure, and could maybe, you know, take down some of the favorites. You know, Honolulu, who's also a very, very good competitor, really consistent. But Avalon, yeah, she's kind of a hammered, I think. She's coming in hot.
I agree. She's a young lady with a bright future and a lot of board control, puts on great surfing. So it's a very competitive field, even though we're only in round 4. We're calling it round 4, but it's actually the round of 16, if we want to translate that, Peter.
There are 16 surfers left, Kaipo.
That's
then
right.
We're going to go to 8. This is the quarterfinals.
That's right, Peter.
Simple math.
Surf math coming into play.
All right. Yeah. So you got Chloe with 7, 5.23. Those are pretty good scores for these lackluster kind of afternoon conditions, and I think she's probably going to build on that. She's got priority and she's got good wave selection in these junky conditions.
Who's been your favorite in watching, at least in the women's side and as well as the men's side, in these types of conditions? I mean, in how they've been able to separate themselves?
Well, it's actually kind of difficult to play favorites because there's.
You don't want to say it.
No, all the girls are just accelerating in their style and confidence exponentially every event. All those duct tapes I go do, but I mean, some of the Hawaiian girls, they're so well versed in a little thicker water and junky conditions, offshore, Khalees, Hono, but the Sano crew is pretty hardcore when it comes to surfing all day.
Yeah, different tribes.
Avalon and Karina, they put forth it. Lindsay. So it's kind of hard, but it's definitely, even in the men's and the women's.
What does that typical Sano day look like? I mean, you kind of mentioned it. You're saying waiting in line. What does that mean? You have to wait for a parking spot?
Yeah. You
so it is, right?
Yeah,
it's SoCal, bro. Welcome.
So how do you spend the time going into waiting in the line? Because I've seen that line be, 40 car deep.
I mean, yeah, the Sano kids, most of them lead pretty alternative style lives. So they're in their van or in their car, taking up the time pretty easily, blasting some tunes and getting ready and hanging out, and they'll be there all day.
Well, we've been here all day, and we're going to continue being here, but don't worry at all, because we're going to be right back after this commercial message. More Peter Mel, Alex Snows on the way.
Special thanks to all of our sponsors to visit Huntington Beach, Red Bull, Pacifico, 805, Flying Embers, U-Theory, DF Goodrich, Salvazon, Hydro Flask, Carita, Shiseido, Box Water, Food Wax, and Sailor House. Thank you, and reminders to all you guys. Some great activations from our partners behind us down there in the village. So get back there, check them out. Check out their products, play some games for a chance to win some of those. Stand by for lap on red.
Welcome back to the 2022 Vans Duct Tape Invitational, set against the iconic backdrop of the Huntington Beach Pier, of course built in 1902, but as we know it today, really rebuilt in 1914. And pretty much since then, it has been a backdrop for surfing competitions all throughout history. In 1914, Native Hawaiian George Freeth, he had a surfing demonstration held right here at the pier, recently rebuilt, and then from there only built upon. 1959, the West Coast Surfing Championships were a weekend-long adventure, renamed the U.S. Surfing Championships. From 1964 to 1972, 10,000 or more people would come here to the pier to watch the surfers try and do that so iconic move, shooting the pier. The insurance companies, though, you guys, making sure that everyone wore helmets for those surfing competitions. Certainly, we've seen as few people try and shoot the pier throughout the longboard competition today. Curious what you guys think about the conditions and whether we could see someone try that again today, because I know the crowd around me would be stoked to see it happen.
Yeah, let's have someone shoot the pier, please. They don't need a helmet in 2022, but yeah, go ahead and shoot the pier. Do you like that, Peter? George Freeth.
Pretty cool.
We're digging into some surf history. Now, was it Joe Quigg or George Freeth that put a fin on the board for the first time?
Don't know that answer.
I know George Freeth was really kind of, you know, when we look at the era going into hot curls and so forth, George was right before that, making those box boards, but great history from A.J. McCord.
And I'm thinking about, like, there's not a ton of trees around these days. Like, where are you getting your wood from back in the day? There's no redwoods.
Yeah, well, I mean, you look at, actually, he may have imported, because in Hawaii we were making them out of primarily koa wood, right?
Yeah.
And then there was surfboard kits, if you would, you know, and that you would have furniture manufacturers making these surfboard kits with the surfboard boom, and people would put together those box boards. And then there was, of course, boards were finless, and then you had guys like Joe Quigg and stuff started to attach like a little keel or rudder on the bottom to give the board some direction. Before that, I mean, my great-grandfather or whatever, they used just their feet to turn the board.
Yeah.
Like 1 foot.
Totally.
Have you ever ridden anything like that? Just to try it out, give it a go? I personally
what, like a kook box or something like that? Yeah, you know what? I have. I've ridden one of those, the hollow chamber boards. But not, you know, not that easy to come by.
No.
But however, in my youth, you know, early teenage years, there was a lot of the D-fins around. You know, my dad's got a pretty cool Velzy that I rode quite a bit when I was younger, and old Hobie with the gold foil logo. But we're pretty fortunate that stuff still exists. You know, if you really want to find it, you could do it. And a lot of the original board makers are present, alive, and around, so you can go straight to the source and learn from them, which is something you can't really do in other sports or art forms. You know.
Yeah, really cool.
It's kind of hard to go knock on, you know, Picasso's door.
Right. But you having a Velzy, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Dale Velzy, of course, legendary shaper. Whoa, who makes that fin?
Yeah, look at that plug right there.
That's your fin?
That's my fin. Look at Nolan endorsing it. Yeah. Oh, Chinoski. So I thought that was Nolan.
That's okay. He can be Nolan's stunt double. That's Matt Chinoski. That's the wax head.
That's the wax head. Look at no leash.
No leash.
No leash.
We're kind of on a roll right now with this leash thing. I'm thinking I'm starting well, not starting a movement, but I'm backing up a movement of ride a longboard, free yourself, and if you fall, you gotta swim.
Well, you find ways to fall without a
on
leash
your
to keep
board.
your board. Yeah. I mean,
pearl your board.
I mean, you've done some shaping yourself, Alex, right? I mean, and yeah. I mean, have you ever worked with wood besides a stringer, of course?
You know what? I've never made a solid wood surfboard. No.
It's hard. Yeah, it's pretty difficult to work with. I know that.
I've got a couple of friends that have been doing it that are pretty. Tanner Prairie, who's a guy at Costa Mesa, he did a few balsas, Polonia. He's kind of kicking butt. So if you want to get a wood custom surfboard, go check out Tanner Prairie. He's burning through, like, you know, planers. Yeah.
He is. That's what planers are really made for wood. Not
Yeah. True,
so.
but the dull, you know, you can at least have a blade that'll last you for you know, several thousand boards probably with foam. But as soon as you start cutting wood, wow.
I want a wood question for you, Alex. Balsa or Polonia? What's better? What's more buoyant? They're both buoyant, like woods.
I think it's personal preference. You know, Tom Wagner.
Of course.
He's a big advocate of the way Polonia bounces back and forth through the white water. There's like a famous quote of him in the Tom Scale movie. He just loves it. Ball says, I kind of like that corky feel.
Yeah.
It's just cool working with organic ingredients, I guess. But they're doing a good job with some of the bio and plant-based blanks. It's going to be cool to see where that goes in the future, I think.
Talking about Tom Wagner, he was a part of my family back on the west side of the Carolinas. We have the Buffalo Big Board Classic every year, right? And we're on like 45 years or whatever. And Tom was actually the guy that brought back the ancient, well, he brought back a lot of designs of alayas, and he used that Paulonia wood. And those things on alayas, if you don't know what alaya is, it's a finless wooden surfboard. That's all it is. It's ancient Hawaiians would ride it. But he brought them back with those Paulonia wood, Alex.
Yeah.
And they went good. Those things like were that damp.
Oh yeah, he
feeling.
Yeah, he tears. His son's a really good surfer, and they really kind of ran with it in Noosa Heads. And you see some guys now ride those things.
Incredible, right?
There's a couple of solid cats that underground guys that you see ride those. Seeing Dave Rostovich ride one at Sunset Beach once was pretty insane.
Yeah, the whole finless movement, even if it's a foam finless board, things that like Derek Hines doing.
Yeah, it's super cool.
Friction free, like. What do you have you tried any of that friction-free stuff, finless stuff?
Yeah, I've made a couple for sure throughout the years. Also having like, what do we got? Sorry,
no.
I got distracted. I want to see the girls go. Look, here we go. Here, is this gonna be your pier? No.
And, it's okay. She's still in the lead. Chloe Kalman, she's in the red jersey, and Maria Fernanda Reyes needs a big score. She needs an 8.33 if she wants to take the lead off of Chloe Kalman. So the surfer from Brazil, Chloe, currently number 2 in the rankings, is showing some dominance so far in this heat. And we're down to 1 minute and 20 seconds. Not a lot of time, Pete.
Not at all. And at this point, you're thinking about that 8.33. It's going to take something pretty special, because with a minute to go, you're not going to be able to get 2 waves. So that 7-point ride from Chloe Kalman very early in that heat was a huge point of difference.
Yeah, she's gonna have to like kick flip the pier. I don't know if it's gonna happen.
On a 30-pound log.
And do we know who's Chloe against next round? Do we know that?
Yeah, I'll tell you. She's either going to go against the winner of the next heat. Chloe would either go against Kalise Kaleopa'a or Lindsay Steinreide.
Oh, that's gonna be heated, right?
That's our next heat we're gonna call too.
Oh yeah, they're
because we're keeping you on the set, Alex.
Kalise,
we don't want to let you go.
Yeah, they're gonna. That's cruel. Bull. That's a wild matchup right there.
Old school, new school.
Yeah, Lindsay's kind of like, she's kind of wears her emotions on her sleeve. She's a hard worker, and she's got a poker face. And Kalise kind of just might just smile her way to victory.
Oh yeah.
How much head-to-head experience do these women have? I mean, I don't think that they've had a ton of experience in it, right? I mean, because we've been changing format and so forth, it's interesting because there's a lot of strategy in head-to-head in competition that hasn't been had yet.
No, that's it.
That's it.
Chloe won.
That's right.
She's off.
She's off into the quarterfinals, and we're going to be off to a commercial break, but we'll be on when we return. And Kalise Kaleopa'a and Lindsay Steinreide, they'll be in the water.
Oh.
Khalees into this one. She's got this one. She kind of takes that straight line and just uses the power of the White Washington to really try to put a spin on that inside closer, it looks like.
Back at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, and Khalees Khalil-Pa'a making her way gracefully up and down that longboard as she finishes off her ride on the inside. One of the stars of Waikiki, Queen Surf Break, Khalees Khalil-Pa'a out there in the red jersey. She's matched up against a former world champ in the way of Lindsay Steinreity. So a great matchup here. And the winner goes into the quarterfinals. Steinreity, a 2011 World Longboard champ, and Khalees Khalil-Pa'a, a bright shining star in the world of longboarding. My name's Kaipo. I'm here with the Hall of Famer Peter Mel and the ever-present, ever-knowing Alex Knows.
Fill in here. Yeah, I know. It gets a little confusing. You didn't know what you wanted to call me.
Yeah, well, I'm calling you both, ever-knowing, ever-present. How's that? Alex, what you been into? What kind of shapes are you into these days? What are you into making?
I'm a bonzer head for sure, but I like narrow-nosed longboards. Dane Peterson makes some of my boards, and I kind of emulate them on my own shapes when I make myself longboards. But it always changes every few years, you know, for sure.
What about bonzers? Are they 3-fin or 5-fin bonzers?
Mostly 3-fins. Yeah, I mostly ride the 3-fin, brush short, inspired vibes. But yeah, they work great. They're like, you know, single fins with a little bit of an insurance policy, you know, if you're surfing some waves of consequence, or they work great over flat sections. And then longboards, you know, obviously single fins, 50-50, pinched rails, a little smaller than most people, what a lot of guys are riding now. Here we go.
Pete, the replay, Khalees.
This is talk about grace. Just love how quickly she moves, and she does it in very small footsteps and just glides all, and it's such an easy motion on the eyes. And I especially love how she was able to
look at that
side section just gracefully slide their little style. She's got those longer arms. It helps with the balance. So yeah, that was a pretty nice wave. I actually feel like that score was slightly undercooked, personally.
Yeah, 3.67 for Khalees Khalil-Pa'a as she makes her way on the north side of the Huntington Pier, taking advantage of that rip that runs next to the piling to suck her out back to position. She'll cross under the tee and be right back in the game. Talking about bonzers, Alex, you ever met Malcolm or Duncan?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, good friends of mine.
They give you tips?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. They give me tips, and I get some great boards from Malcolm.
Nice.
And Jacob over there. And, yeah, I just try to learn from them. Like I was saying, it's pretty special to be able to round the originals in the world, you know, of surfing.
Yeah, I agree. Here we go with Chloe Kalman. She's victorious on the exit out of the water, and she'll be matched up against the winner of this heat number 4 when we get into the quarterfinals of the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. That's going to happen later this afternoon. And then we asked our fans, hey, who do you think is going to win this heat? This is our Pacifico fans pick, 66% to Khalees.
Whoa, don't underestimate Lindsay. She's furious. I grew up surfing with her. She was always, well, she doesn't fall much. And she's got a good strategy. She's competitive. She's been doing, what year did she win the world title? Like 10 years ago?
2011, I want to say.
Yeah, so she's no stranger. I mean, how old was Khalees 10 years ago? Like
maybe
9, 8, 4? I don't know, but yeah, so 2 different worlds colliding here. I don't know if I've seen, I mean, not to go back to the leash thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
But it makes it kind of difficult to cross step. I mean, Khalees didn't seem to have much of a problem there. She's got really small steps and maybe wearing a knee leash. I don't know if Lindsay is. Doesn't even look like Lindsay is, but who knows? Choppy conditions, boards are breaking.
We've had a lot of excitement, Peter Mel, and but we've been enjoying kind of the grace that's been exhibited by these women on the longboards.
And that's why they're getting through their early round heats. And we mentioned it, that the way that the scoring criteria is being developed, and it's this ode to the traditional style. And that was something I think that all the way from early Hawaiians, it was about that graceful ability to keep a board in trim and keep it going at a nice flowing speed, which is so challenging, way more challenging than anything is in conditions like this, to have that ability to keep that trim going and keeping the speed.
What is it? It's the making the difficult look easy. What's your thoughts on that, Alex? Making the difficult look easy.
It's more, I don't know. I think just the longer you do it, the more you do it like you're used to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's not to say these people aren't trying, or if it's not. I think it's just when you keep the upper body quiet, or you surf with intention, after a certain amount of time, your style smooths out. I mean, it's not, and that's just not just longboarders. I mean,
that's just surfing in general.
Tom Kern, Bruce Irons, those 100%. Guys look.
100%. I mean, good surfing's good surfing, and you know what?
Craig Anderson looks like he's like asleep. He's pretty cool.
Good surfing is good surfing is good surfing, and Chloe Kalman did some good surfing out there. That's why she surfed her way into the quarterfinals, and Chloe is with Louisa.
Yeah, Chloe, you just started this heat such in a good place. I'm wondering if that activates just the fierceness or just puts you in a calmer mode.
I think it was pretty much a state of mind, just coming down to the beach Saturday. It's sunny. It's so packed out here, and I just tried to get into my zone and just forget about all the outside noise and just focus on having a good time. And it was funny because as I was prepping for my heat, I was sitting over there and the athlete zone was packed. And I realized just in front of me there was David Nuhiva, which is a great legend for such an important person for the longboard culture. And I always look up to him, and just to see him in person, especially as a goofy footer out here in Huntington. I've watched so many footage from him, and just to see him sitting right in front of me and just.
You're gonna watch yourself?
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I just thought maybe I should channel that and have a good time and put on a show. And yeah, it was really nice to surf with all the energy, and yeah, I felt good.
It worked out perfectly. E agora em português, crescendo no Brasil, que tem muito beach break, você acha que isso traz alguma coisa que te dá vantagem aqui em Huntington?
Com certeza, porque eu acho que quando você cresce surfando beach break, você está sempre de olho nas mudanças, é uma condição que está sempre mudando, a maré, a bancada, a correnteza, vento, então eu acho que te torna um surfista mais alerta e que se vira assim, quando a situação muda assim, então eu acho que vindo do Brasil eu surfo em beach break praticamente minha vida inteira, comecei a surfar em point break quando eu comecei a viajar, então eu acho que isso me dá um conforto de ver às vezes uma maral meio fechadeira, isso tem em casa, então não é um bicho de 7 cabeças, assim.
Fica muito confortável, que ainda tem mais para hoje. Boa sorte no próximo heat.
Obrigada.
I just asked her, coming from Brazil, she grew up surfing beach breaks. If that helps her here, she was like, definitely, this is an ever-changing condition. It makes you be more alert, that kind of a surfer. So that turned out pretty great for her right now. Back to you guys.
All right, parabéns. We're going to see Chloe Kalman in the quarterfinals, and she deserves to be there with that brand of surfing. We saw a ride by Lindsay Steinreity during that interview. We'll be waiting for that number to populate. And here's the ride, Pete.
Yeah, it was unfortunate she wasn't able to pull that little roller coaster on the beachy. That would have been very helpful. But they still liked it, and it ended up being one of the better waves of the heat, or it is the best wave of the heat. But that outside work of getting that glide to the tip, and then this kind of weaving back and forth, I love that. Just at a point of difference rather than just completely riding in straight. But that right there, she pulls that down, all of a sudden we're going to see it going into that good range. And all right.
But on the outside, that's like something you always see here because there's so much dead time in that giant trough. So you'll see Justin Quintal, you know, get those big scores just by getting to the tip right off the bat. Something that Joel Tudor did for years. Something that David Nueva invented. Corky Carroll is just doing something on the outside, linking it. Had she pulled that floater, you know, that would probably be a pretty solid score. But Caity now, if she holds on the position of priority, she'll probably get a really good one, and I don't think she's going to fall on the inside.
Well, we'll see what the next exchange brings. I like the conversation with David Nueva, an absolute legend. It's great to see Uncle David still around the site right now, cruising, you know, true surf star, and really put surfing at the time. That was high performance surfing that he brought here to Huntington Beach, blowing people's minds. Lindsay Steinreity up and riding under the priority of Caity Simmers. Has to glide through some of this just full water in the middle there, unable to make the connection to the shore break, and will maybe slightly improve her 2-wave total. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we got the conclusion. Round 4, Heat 4. Wait. Don't go to break. Get on the nose because Caity Alex is up and riding.
Yeah, smooth, straight to the nose. Talk about David Nueva, you know, like that was the vibe right there.
More vibe. Everyone says.
Too bad. She was looking good for that one. A little smaller than Lindsay's wave, but solid performance.
I guess we can go to a break now. As Caity starts paddling back out. Don't be fooled. We got more coming your way. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned.
Both girls now really gone for it now inside the short break. And that's what you want to do. You want to go get it or go home. So Caity is ready to come in at 6.33, so that gives her a total of 10. Lindsay, you're still looking for out there at 4.50 priority. You have a total of 7.17 with a 5.5 and a 167. And Caity, you got that 6.33 on your last wave, so you have a total of 10 even. Lindsay, you're looking for a 4.50 while you're still at priority with 10 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
And red low score is a 3.67, so that'll be the score you'll look better now. Red, a 3.67. And it looks like the red turning the purple here, taking off.
The Fans Duct Tape Shaping Bay, a one-of-a-kind structure where we're shaping, glassing, sanding, making boards right here on the sand in Huntington Beach. Peter, let's get in there.
I know, I should be. I know, we were too busy calling heats, but man, what a place to actually check out how it's all done, because it's art, right? I mean, Alex is pretty cool.
Yeah, I was in there the other day, glassing a board, Golden State Glass Shop. That's where I get my boards glassed, and Brian and Jay, they're in there all day working in there. They're both such talented board builders. I think it's cool. I noticed how easy it was for a crowd to gather, because everyone's so used to seeing them on a rack at HSS or Jack's or whatever.
It's all done, right?
They don't get to see what actually happens. And Brian and Jay, they're some of the best at their craft. So you'll see Brian over there helping, kind of guiding people through shaping their first boards. And then getting him glass right away. I just saw Karen Caples in there.
All right.
Shaping a pretty cool 90s
my favorite
thruster.
Skateboarders.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's been there since 8 this morning.
Nice.
He's not practicing it, obviously.
Apparently his board was started off as like a 7-foot fish, and now it's about.
It's a 5.5.
It's 6. It's like look probably 5'11", but a 90s blade thin. But it looks really cool, and all kinds of guys have been shaping in there, glassing. Here we go, Holly Bloomfield. She's deadly out there.
Yeah, she's going to be coming up next against Hiroka Yoshikawa. That's going to be heat number 5. But back to board talk, because I love the board talk. Both Peter and I pretty much grew up in surfboard factories.
Yeah.
So the thing with surfboard factories, and you can attest to this too, Alex, is the guys who build boards chose that lifestyle, and some of the gnarliest like stories and knowledge you're going to find, you know, at surfboard factories, guys like glass boards and sand boards, and it's not just the shapers, you know?
No, it's people don't realize it goes through, like, you know, quite a few hands. You guys understand, hot coat, sander, gloss, polish, airbrush, and that's just at the factory. I mean, blowing foam is a totally different thing, and fin boxes, leash plugs, everything that goes into it. A lot of unsung heroes. But yeah, it's really cool to see it on the beach. Like I said, Brian Anderson, you know, I went to high school with that guy, and he's been working on boards, working under stretch in Santa Cruz, and J-Boy, his dad was glassing boards at Robert August.
All right.
When I was a child over there, and learning from those guys and watching them glass and shape at Spanners, Robert, Mark Martinson, Boozer. Yeah, that was a whole trip over there learning from those guys.
I have one of those. I have a Mark Martinson, Robert August.
Here we go. Mike Minchington too. Those are all the crazy board builders. This is gonna be a big score.
Here we go. Lindsay Steinreide, currently in second, but on the comeback right now. She needs a 4.51 and did a good job on the outside, skating through the middle dead section, gets to the shore break, taps a 5 again. Steinreide looking for a nice little roller coaster finish. And I think we're going to see a lead change, Peter.
I would agree. 4.5 needed there. Definitely going to add to that 5.5 and most likely take the lead.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Khalees, that last wave of hers was a pretty hot ride. She fell on the inside, and Lindsay kind of finished that one. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm no judge, but
here's a 6.33.
I really liked how she laid it on rail, and it's so, you know, when you actually get that board, you know, in a board that wide, to get it up actually almost to 90 degrees, and you know, you got to have pretty amazing footwork to be able to kind of pull it out of that rail, out of the water, bring it back into that flat trim. You know, and I know turns aren't necessarily, as long as you have the, you know, it keeps the speed through it, it keeps that trim. It's got to be rewarded.
No, it's nice to see someone use the whole board. I appreciate someone that can turn a longboard and stylish and effortless. I mean, look at Khalees. I mean, it's all technique. You know what I mean? She doesn't have a lot of weight to put into her turns, but she knows how to use that rail. And
see where she's turning there. I mean, she's actually on the other side of the stringer to get that board to trim through.
Totally.
Oh, she's absolutely killing it. So that was a great exchange between Khalees Kaleopa'a and Lindsay Steinreide. We were expecting Lindsay with her score to take the lead, but Khalees was right behind her and answered back. So judges owe us scores for both of those waves to set the situation, Peter. This one's going to be a close one.
Yeah, well, I feel like Khalees actually will most likely keep and retain that lead. After you see a quick switch, they'll probably get Lindsay's right in first, but I feel like Khalees will get it back. And just by the glide, she made transitions through. And again, the speed was there. It didn't, pitching, off balance, none of that. It was on that wave. And so I really like Khalees. I think that even Khalees probably could be the best wave in the heat.
Yeah. What do you think, Alex?
I don't know. It's all blur right now.
It's a lot of rides, huh?
I don't know. I feel like I'm a terrible judge. I don't know. I always watch these contests and I'll think, that person won for sure.
Yeah.
They get dead last. or something like that. But that's what it is. You know, that's what's cool about surfing and longboarding. You know, it's very nuanced. So you're kind of just playing favorites on what you like. You know, it's like music or looking at a painting or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, tapping into like the outside energy of the wave and getting a good nose ride definitely seems to be rewarded. And the two of them, they know what they're doing.
Well, we're waiting for scores, and Khalees isn't going to wait for that to be announced because she's going to get busy right now, back up and riding. Khalees Kaleopa'a from the south shore of Oahu. Lots of white water there that she's just going to have to transition through, sticking on the side of the pier. Sometimes the water gets messy there, just waiting, and then right behind her, Steinreity, up and out. On the inside. And
that was it. That was sick.
And hangs on to, wow, bouncy little inside section, and she hangs on nicely.
Yeah, she floated that. That was cool. I like seeing the whole board up in the lip line. Kind of, that was a little knock knee. That was kind of, we were talking about Craig Anderson. That was almost a little Craig Anderson out there.
Craig-ish.
Yeah, it was.
That was Craig-ish. Here we go, one more time to enjoy, Pete.
Yeah, well, the 5.97 came in for Lindsay, which she did end up going to first, but then Ecclesia's score came in, and I was thinking it was going to be the best wave of the heat. It did actually come in as a 6.73. Now, this one, even though I didn't think the inside was there, the outside work to me wasn't quite as good as the wave previous, so I don't know if it's going to change anything, even though I really like this as well as you did. But that, with all that bump, just getting bucked off and somehow containing control there was pretty darn cool. So, I mean, maybe the judges like that kind of little flare of dramatics, yeah. But I personally, again, if I were throwing down a score, I think it would stay the same. I think that's probably 5.5-ish in my eyes. But again, I love that wave previous to it. It's just way more grace, way more fluid.
Yeah, maybe a little bit smaller, not a lot of stuff on the outside, but a good finish. Like to see a good ender hit that section or do something cool on the insides, kind of.
Yeah, score came in, did not factor in.
5.0. Peter,
you're good.
I'm paying attention a little bit here.
Have you been doing this a while?
But I mean, with longboarding, I've never judged a lot of longboarding. Personally.
Well, you're already on the panel because you nailed that one.
Jeez.
Don't underestimate yourself, Peter Mel. You can do it.
That was hardcore. And I was like,
because I thought it was good too.
At first, I was like, oh, that's an 8. And then you said that, I was like, I guess that's a 3. And I don't know.
All time.
But it's getting crazy. Lindsay needs a 7 to advance. Man, that's a pretty big score. 50 seconds left, but it was like Top Gun's a dogfight right there.
Like the 6.73, there was a turn in the middle of it, right after she got to the tip, where the board went up on rail and she glided through it. And again, I haven't seen that very often on a log, true log. And I was stoked on it. So, I mean, I'm glad the actual judges saw it too.
Yeah.
All right, well, 25 seconds, and the door is starting to close on Lindsay Steinreiter. She has priority in this last 20 seconds. She needs a 7.09. We're going to pick up this ride of Khalees on the inside here, just gliding. And not going to make that connection. No harm, no foul. It'll stay the same. The situation in the water. Steinreiter yet to catch a wave. She needs to do so as the clock counts down, and the hooter's going to blow, and that's going to be the end of the ride for Lindsay Steinreiter. Khalees Kaleopa'a on to the quarterfinals. Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Alex Nos, for coming in here talking story with us.
Too easy, guys.
We
Thanks.
appreciate that, brother. We'll be back. When we come back, Honolulu Bloomfield and Hiroka Yoshikawa will be doing battle at the pier.
Up next, we're going to see Heat 5. Stand by with the countdown next heat. Stand by with the countdown. Counting in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
just on a wave. I've seen her at the Duct Invitationals in years past. One of the invitees is straight that she's here.
We are with Wild Coast and Shiseido and WSL Pier doing a beach cleanup. We're just picking up trash up from HB and collecting as much trash as we can.
At Wild Coast, we are all about saving our wild coast and oceans, and we have partnered with WSL to help clean up the beach and save our oceans worldwide.
To have them kind of come into the surfing world and also want to make a difference in terms of keeping our oceans and beaches clean, and to be able to collaborate with such a big brand on that level has been really, really cool for me to be a part of.
What Shiseido is doing is so amazing, and I feel so proud to be a part of it. It's our way of giving back to the ocean. Not only surfers, but the whole world. We all need the ocean. You know, we're not only spreading the message, but also physically doing it.
This is where the big change happens. It's when multinational companies are coming together to do this type of work at this level on the ground and building a community around it.
And that passion is appreciated. Thank you so much to Shiseido. For more information, check out weareoneocean.org. Well, the beach is packed. Good news for everybody involved is all these seats are 100% free. No tickets needed to come down and check out elite level surfing here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes. We are in Duct Tape, round 4, heat 5. I love that Vans has decided to make this part of the world's largest action sports festival and a World Surf League Championship Tour event for the Longboard Tour, stop 2 of 3. Now we've got champions in the lineup. Honolulu Bloomfield currently ranked number 1, going up against Hiroka Yoshikawa. And both surfers had a quick start, but both of them with low scores, 193 and 183, but they do have 22:30 to go. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes. Tail of the tape, on paper, pretty clear. Honolulu would be considered the favorite. She's our 3-time longboard world champion, but Hiroka Yoshikawa could play the spoiler. We've seen a lot of that already today.
We have seen a lot of that. It's been a wild day of surfing for the Longboard Tour. Honolulu, obviously 3 world titles. Also coming off of the win at the Sydney Surf Pro, so won the first event of the 3 in the title race events this year, which is why she's number 1 on the rankings. But she's up against a Japanese competitor from Chiba, Hiroka Yoshikawa. Hiroka coming from a full surfing family. Her parents own a surf shop in Chiba. Her dad is a shaper, and she's riding his boards right now. So it's been, you know, in her blood for a very long time. And coming out of Chiba, she surfs conditions like this all the time. So I'm going to give her the nod in this one.
Yeah, no stranger to the funk. And she's been super smooth throughout this entire event. Here she is in the blue jersey. That wave, not ideal. She'll get right back out there, and that'll give Honolulu a priority, most likely. So the WSL Longboard Tour for 2022 has already been packed with action. We are 1.5 events down, and the final event is in Malibu, California. And this event right here, you know, definitely will inform us all as to what we'll be looking for when the finals come around to Malibu. We've got 20 minutes and 54 seconds in this heat. You see Hiroka out the back waiting for scores. And here we go. This is your WSL Longboard Tour, a 3-stop series starting off. Manly Beach, Australia, Harrison Roach, and Honolulu Bloomfield with the win. Today, well, this could be how we fill our finals, which will most likely come down to tomorrow. And then upcoming Cuervo Classic Longboard Championship at the one and only Malibu, California, Shannon.
It's so exciting that the WSL has secured Malibu for yet another year to run the crowning event for the championships. Now, those first 2 events between Manly and Huntington Beach worth 5,000 points. Surfers are only going to be carrying 2 events worth of points to win the world title, so they're going to drop their worst results. Heading into Malibu, there's going to be 10,000 points on the line, which means we're guaranteed to crown the world champ there.
Honolulu Bloomfield. She is super stylish and very consistent. It is rare to see Honolulu fall or make mistakes in heats in any type of waves, from solid 12-foot Hawaiian-sized North Shore waves to You know, 1 to 2 foot Huntington Beach, she thrives in all conditions. But you know she's not taking Hiroka lightly. Hiroka backs up her first score with a 2.27. So Hiroka in the lead for now with 19.5 to go. While our surfers make their way back into the takeoff zone, that gives us a chance to go to the glass. Louisa Florence standing by with the winner of that last heat, Khalees.
Yeah, and she was just telling me she's tired. The conditions have been all over the place this week, but it's definitely better today. What do you think?
I think today we got really lucky with how the conditions are, especially for longboarding. Watching the shortboarders this morning, it looked very difficult for them, so I'm just stoked it's like this because it could be way worse for Huntington, so yeah, I can't complain.
Yeah, but your cousin was like, he grabbed my microphone and he was pretending to be a reporter and he was like, it's streaky out there. So how did you manage to score today?
I want to say it's like half luck and then half just like studying the wave, I guess, with your mind, but you could totally have a plan before you paddle out and it fall apart depending on the ocean. So I think you have to just be in one with Mother Nature out there and kind of just go with the flow, but still have like an idea of what you want to do.
Amazing, congratulations, you're moving forward. You gotta love this Hawaiian vibe, being one with Mother Nature. So take that, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Louisa. Congrats, Khalees, making it through into the quarterfinals. We will see semis and finals tomorrow as we get to the end, the finish line of the Vans US Open of Surfing, but plenty of action before we even start to talk about what's going to go down here on Sunday. 18 minutes ago, Honolua comes through with her last wave, a 3.67. She'd have a quick little up and down for a 1. That's enough for Honolua to get into the lead. And that is a place where she feels pretty comfortable. It seems like more often than not, whenever Honolua surfs a contest, she wins.
She is pretty consistent. Out of those 3 world titles, they've come every year that the World Longboard Tour has included multiple events. Back in 2017, we had a 2-event tour that started off in Papua New Guinea, PNG of all places. It was wild. It was basically like throwing the longboard crew out at Nias on a really good day. Super solid, barely reef break.
Oh my gosh, I remember watching that event.
It was one of the most wild experiences of all of our lives that were there. And Honolua ended up winning the world title that year, backed it up with an event in Taiwan and came out on top. And then in 2019, so that was 2017, her first. 2019, we had 4 events on the world tour that year, which included Noosa, it included Spain, New York, and Taiwan again. And then last year, it was events including Noosa, including the Surf Ranch, which she got a perfect 10 at. If you haven't seen that wave around the world, we'll maybe try and show it to you at some stage because it was this insane switch stance nose ride, got barreled on the finishing section, absolute grace and poise, style and flow. And she walked away the world champion again at Malibu last year.
Very cool, and very excited to see what happens at Malibu. It's right around the corner. Peak prime time Malibu season for us to finish off the WSL Longboard Tour. We will have a champion after that event. As it stands now, Honolua Bloomfield, as you saw right at the beginning of this heat, she is #1 in the world coming into the Vans US Open of Surfing. And a lot of names that we've seen in this contest still involved. There you see the top 10. Chloe Kalman in 2nd. Soleil and Tully tied for 3rd. Natsuma, Sophia, Rachel, and Mason all tied for 5th. This is going to be a very important few rounds of surfing here at the Vans Duct Tape in Huntington Beach to really kind of lock in our top 10 and break some of those ties.
Oh, it's absolutely crazy. Even looking at that list of women still left in that top 10 conversation, 2 of them are world champions in Soleil Erico and Rachel Tilley. We just saw Lindsay Steinreity, the only other world champ in the draw this week, fall out in that last heat to Khalees.
Late takeoff for Hiroka. And she's trying to fade through to make the transfer to the inside. Ooh, has a little bubble to ride on, and she gets it. Quick little 5 there. Continuously redirecting that 9-foot plus board. A nice finish. That is going to be a solid score for Hiroka Yoshikawa. Kind of against all odds on that wave. Almost fell in the takeoff, but then had a beautiful control throughout the entirety of that ride.
That was amazing surfing. That was such beautiful longboarding, and that to me speaks volumes of her knowing how to surf beach break conditions like this, shifty, onshore, and feeling so comfortable at just reading what's in front of her. Now the only issue here is not really finding a nose ride. Now that's something that the judges are going to take into account until that little moment there on the nugget finds that little corner. But really good use of the rail and just finding that trim point. She put that board in the right section. She didn't race away from kind of that critical zone on the wave too much by racing out into the flats. She just kept that board engaged with any little area that was going to keep that board moving forward. The only thing is really finding that solid nose ride, especially at the start of the wave, that the judges really want to see, and that is part of that criteria.
Yeah, and do you think the judges look at the drops, right? We saw, with Hiroka, the beginning of that wave was a pretty severe takeoff. It was a pretty vertical wave, especially looking at what we've seen in the last hour or so. There hasn't been a lot of those kind of big pockets out there. Do the judges take into consideration the takeoff and kind of the recovery that happens sometimes?
I think that they'll take it into consideration if it's being done with control. So a big takeoff, a risky section, absolutely going to be rewarded if they have control taking off into it and if they can pull off a maneuver. If it's just one big bumpy takeoff, maybe not necessarily, but they're definitely looking for these surfers to look for potential like that. And they're going to reward that risk, which is part of that initial criteria. Now that last wave came through as a 4.33, and I really appreciate the judges actually going that high without having one of those really critical moments out the back.
Honolua answering back. Great start to that wave. Kind of a quick fading carve. And she's out. Did like the look of the takeoff. It must be a really interesting vision when you're standing really high on the water like they are on these big boards and kind of surveying the scene and you go, where did this wave go? Anyway, there will be more action here in round 4, heat 5. You're going to have to stay tuned to find out what happens next. This is Van's Duct.
Pretty sure she's made almost every final that she had been in the dive grade. Yeah, that's what I thought, because I've done quite a few of them here over the years, and beautiful style, graceful. Super consistent, very graceful, just has that fluidity through the wave that very pleasing to the eye to watch. Out the back, red up, doesn't like that, but yeah, her style is just such a smooth, clean style. She's a great approach to the wave. And a very talented surfer, very consistent. Not a lot of mistakes happen when she's surfing. And obviously, she's made it into every final nearly. And she's back up and right. So this one looks a little better. Just got a quick little 5 there. Right here, so she can navigate through this little flat section. Nice little trim. I love that. That's what I wanted, the parallel stance and the little paddle. We see a few waves moving through the lineup. It definitely seems challenging on a longboard. Like there's a lot of little niggly bumps ready to bite those long, round rails. All right, it's kind of a steep takeoff and then super mushy.
Welcome back to the 2022 Vans Duct Tape Invitational. I am in the BF Goodrich tent, which is the best place in the entire Van Dorn Village to be right now because I'm with the Howley boys and they are serving shaved ice. So Chris, Shannon, my only question for you, what flavors would you like, my friends?
I want a mixed shave ice.
Okay.
Just tell them, make it Howley style.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, this is torture. What? That's not fair.
Especially on a day like this, it's so hot now outside.
It's going to melt by the time it gets to us, but I will be making my way to the shave ice zone after this.
Well, just apologies to our audience. If you hear Chris Cote lay out of the conversation for a while, you know he's eating shaved ice in here.
Yeah. You can take it from here. I'll be right back. 10 minutes, 11 to go. Honolua Bloomfield comes back. A 5-point ride to get her onto the top spot in this heat. Hiroka Yoshikawa does have priority and only needs a 4.35 to go, so this is still a really tight matchup. I'm curious, do you think Honolulu has competed against Hiroka Yoshikawa much in the past?
You know, they've been on tour over the same years before. I don't think that they've had a head-to-head matchup like this, but Hiroka's been in the scene since 2011. That was the first time she started competing in those LQS, longboard qualifying series events at home in Japan and in Asia. And there's such a thriving longboard community out in Japan. So she's been in that scene for a long time, as well as Honolulu. So they would have had, you know, each other in the same events. But for Hiroka, it's the first event for her this year, getting that call up, I believe, after a good result that she had at Noosa a couple of years ago, just because we haven't had so many longboard events, and there are some regional positions available. So it's been great, and she's so deserving of getting a spot into this event. Yeah, they're definitely familiar with each other. And that's sort of the thing, too, with longboarding. It's a smaller community. I mean, if you take in your average surfing population around the world, a lot of people are riding boards that are probably over that 8 to 9 foot mark anyways, even including soft tops. But little nose right there to start for Hiroka. That won't factor into anything big for her. But really that core crew, it's a small community, and there's a lot of overlap between, and it makes it a really cool family.
Speaking of really cool, what a way to take off for Honolulu Bloomfield. Just a quick run to the tail. Nice turn to get this wave started. Pretty steep takeoff. And it looks like this wave will have plenty of power to get her through the flats. It does. I'll tell you, if any surfer has the ability to maintain composure in a dumpy shore break situation, it's Honolulu. She surfs all up and down on the north shore of Oahu over shallow reefs and is fearless. Seen footage of her and photos of her surfing giant waves. So for her, that inside section is easy. Duck diving, on the other hand, is going to be difficult for anybody
Extremely.
in the field. Is there a name for that when you sit back on your log and try to kind of let the board lift you over it? Is that like a reverse duck dive?
I mean, that's
An
basically
eagle
what it is.
dive?
I actually don't know if there's a term for it, but I do it every single wave that I'm going through on a longboard.
to.
Every wave. Taking a look at this replay, so nice tail work from Honolulu from the start there. That was a good use of that section as well. And then that board just, again, found that trim line, and then she gets to that nose right here and is able to just maintain really good speed and flow. Coming into that finishing section too, that was a gnarly section for her to kind of come off of, but she did it with so much grace and so much style. And for me, that really speaks to, you know, we're not going to see a huge score reflected, but that's because the outside section didn't have, again, anything really critical that the judges are looking for. But that good finish off on the end section's rewarded. And it's still that approach that's quite traditional. Even though she came in and rode a closeout, her whole stance, her whole approach within that was really stylish and traditional.
Yeah, it was. It's going to be a good score for Honolulu. Just based off, you know, some of the waves we've seen ridden in this heat alone. You know, there's a lot of ones on the board for Honolulu. A 5 and a 4.6. It's enough to give her a 9.6 total. Hiroka now battling back. She needs a 5.27. Quick little tip touch, a little tickle of the 5 toes. Again, the wave, where is it? Where'd it go? That's a Houdini wave. It disappears. Magic.
So much magic.
Honolulu now. Quick 5. And out.
That was a nice little pocket. It would have been good if that wave continued on for her. Not such a quiet kind of upper body in that approach, but found that board in a nice place anyways. And a little bit of a paddle battle here. We don't have priority established yet. And I'm going to say it's going to end up going to Hiroka, and there it is. It's just showed up to her name. But kicking out of those waves, this is where, you know, there's a lot on the line. Hiroka's only chasing a 5.27. She could get that with her eyes closed if she gets herself on the right wave. So now that she has priority, she can wait for it and be patient and try and get something that's going to give her that potential.
Yeah, it's still very tight in this heat. Nobody breaking that mid-range score threshold yet, but there's 5 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Plenty of waves to ride. They're not all going to be quality, but we have seen waves come through that have offered up the outside opportunity along with that inside shore break moment. And I'm sure we'll see at least 1 or 2 more of those for each of these competitors.
This is a nice matchup as well because neither of these women are from Southern California. For Hiroka, it's actually her very first time to California. This trip, first time surfing the Vans US Open of Surfing, as well as first time on Californian soil. So she's been enjoying herself. I'm sure she's going to get a few sessions in down at San Onofre. There is Taka and Taka's mom filming for Hiroka. There's a great crew of Japanese surfers that are in the draw for the longboard event as well. Natsumi, Taoka, those three rounding it out and providing that support network for each other, which is always nice to see. And then for Honolua Bloomfield, she's from the North Shore of Oahu, which is why she's one of the kind of probably most well-rounded surfers. She's used to surfing really challenging waves on a longboard, and she just makes bump and chop look really smooth. But she now lives in Vista, down in your neck of the woods with her partner Clay and their dog Goober, little puppy that Clay's got around the contest site today. That's a nice looking nose ride to start.
Yeah, that's a cool looking beginning of that wave. You mentioned Clay Kreiner, one of the best skaters out. A vert icon, and somebody you should be following on Instagram because he's awesome. 3 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Honolua still in the lead with a 5 and a 4.6. Hiroka Yoshikawa looking for the opportunity to drop something above the 5.27 mark. She's getting back out into the lineup. So 9 waves ridden for Honolua, 6 waves ridden, or 7 waves ridden now for Hiroka. So still pretty even. This is going to go down to the wire. You can guarantee that.
It definitely is. With a tight heat like this, especially with Hiroka already having a score in that 4-point range, she's found a little bit of the formula. She just needs to get something with that outside section to offer. 3 minutes on the clock, and can see Honolua sitting so close to her, just staying busy. If she can also increase that score line somehow, even on something that's a little bit smaller, she gets a really sick 5 to 10 combination. She's looking at a great score, even if it's one of those smaller waves. I think the size today probably isn't going to matter as much as finding something with a critical pocket and being able to do a good nose ride, engage that rail, and do a nice turn.
Yeah, there's really no time to waste right when you stand up on these waves. We saw Honolua with the 4.6. You know, that was her just standing right up, and literally the second her feet hit the board, she was running towards the nose. That first, 2 seconds of the wave has really been key in getting yourself a score of note. So with 2:20 to go, you've got Yoshikawa with priority out the back. Honolua has to give way to Hiroka if a wave does come through that they both like. Only one surfer with the P next to their name has the option of going or not going. You can sell the other surfer a wave, meaning you can kind of look at it and act like you're into it. Fake it a little bit. Oh my, look at this wave. Wow, this is going to be a good one.
Cool.
Hoping it's going to be a dud. See that all the time. It's part of the game.
Part of Cote's game whenever he hits the lineup out at Cardiff.
Oh yeah. Selling everybody duds. And catching a dud myself more often than not. Minute 40 here in round 4, heat 5. As it stands, Honolua Bloomfield with the slight edge over Hiroka Yoshikawa. Both these surfers trying to get into those quarterfinals. It just does, emotionally and, pride-wise, it feels a lot better to say quarterfinalist than round 4 finisher. Just has a better ring to it. Of course, finalist and winner has the best ring to it. But there's just something about getting that final series.
Definitely. A 9th place finish is great, but if you could have a 5th place finish, a quarters, so much better.
More points, more money. They do get paid.
The
higher they finish. The higher you finish, the more money you make.
Oh,
it's not something we talk about often because
science?
Talking about money is kind of whatevs, but there's cash on the line. And I think for these surfers, it's more important to talk about the points, to talk about, the actual surfing that they're doing, which is beautiful so far. Even in pretty wild waves, these surfers showcasing a lot of grace. 26 seconds to go. I don't think that was a 5.27.
That was such a shame. So I liked that outside section. Maybe it wasn't going to facilitate a good nose ride, but she engaged that rail, had a nice clean carve. And one of the struggles that I've noticed today, and it's difficult to identify it, especially if it's a new place you're surfing, like for Hiroka, first week being here in Huntington Beach, is surfers are often racing too far out to the shoulder. And actually, had she just angled that board, cut back a little bit more to the right, she would have been able to get that inside reform, which broke really quickly, but could have found a nose ride and some potential.
Yeah, that was her last chance, and she falls short. Congrats to Honolulu Bloomfield, a quarterfinalist here in the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Next up, Tully White and Sophia Colhane. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome down. Blue, here we go. Sophia Colhane from Hawaii. Well, trying to carry some speed, and she finds that little chip shot. Early indications are that she will make the, oh, what happened? It looked like she was going to make it. I apologize. And out the back, red. They're playing on this little middle inside peak. In between the sets, taking those mushy little ones.
I just talked to some of the girls that came in from those previous heats, and I can't think of crazy that what's out there. It's really all just food and having a lot of fun out there. Enjoying the way that they're getting the ride and things. It's a little difficult, but it's real fun.
Well, it's difficult for them, it's difficult for the competitors, so in the end, just as fair as it gets.
No matter what position you have.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, part of the Vans US Open of Surfing. This is Honolulu Bloomfield, multi-time world champion and now quarterfinalist here in the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. She just got a win over Hiroka Yoshikawa. Well, I'm very excited because I am with two of my favorite longboarders in the world, Shannon Hughes and Karina Razunko. I'm Chris Cote. We're about to talk you through yet another stellar heat in the water. Karina, so far it's been so good here in Vans Duct Tape competition. I mean, literally something for every type of longboard fan. Right now we're starting to see some of the, I guess, highest ranked surfers on the world tour making it through these heats, but we've also seen some big upsets. Have you been entertained so far by the 2022 edition of the Vans Duct Tape Invitational?
Oh yeah, totally. It's been super different, like seeing these girls taking off on these waves and landing straight in the beach break. It's been very impressive watching them maneuver around these waves. It's been super fun.
Yeah, and I feel like today is a little more conducive to traditional longboarding, but that being said, the first couple of days of the Vans Duct Tape Invitational were radical. And Karina, you were out there involved. I loved watching you in your first couple of heats. Definitely put on a great show for us. And you know, when you think of combining the World Surf League Tour and the Vans Duct Tape Tour all into one big happy family, you probably got to compete against some surfers that you don't normally wear a jersey and sit opposite of.
Yeah, it was super fun. It was a totally different experience than I've had in so many years, and it was super fun surfing against all these girls. Yeah, it was definitely a melting pot. I loved it.
I love it. Well, with 21:38 to go, Shannon, we've got another stellar matchup. Sophia Colhane and Tully White in the lineup. Already a couple waves ridden, just a couple low scores on the board, so pretty much looking to get rid of that 0.5 and that 1.33, but you never know. I mean, this is Huntington Beach. This is the Vans US Open of Surfing. Expect the unexpected. Sophia Colhane from Hawaii, a standout so far in every heat she's surfed. What can we expect from this young surfer right here in blue?
I am just really proud of her. She had a struggle in her first heat of that round 2 matchup, and then had to battle her way through that elimination round in round 3. Really didn't find any waves in that first heat, and then made a really strong comeback. There's a couple of the women that kind of had been seeded that way. And to be able to figure out tricky conditions, I think from there she's able to build a lot of confidence moving forward through the rest of the rounds, especially matched up a bit against someone like Tully White, who's just got a bit more competitive experience. Tully walked away with a semifinal finish, although Sophia had a quarter at Manly. while Toli had that semifinal. And so for her, she's got, you know, Toli's maybe got a little bit more competitive history to her. Sophia's just such a good server.
Quick cross step to the nose, fading right, fading left. Where she ends up, we have no idea. Well, we do have an idea. She's going to end up right on the nose, hanging 5. Nice turn to finish that wave. That was well done from Sophia Culhane. What do you think? Is that how you want to start your heat, Karina?
If I could start my heat like that, I'd be laughing. That's so good. She really used all the parts of that wave and getting up to the nose in those tricky pockets. That was very impressive. She's really come a long way with her surfing.
And, you know, some of these boards, I can describe these boards as pretty, right? I mean, they're beautiful works of art. Sophia's board in particular has a really nice looking outline to it, and it looks like the perfect selection for today.
A great board shaped by Michael Takayama. Look at the way she found, I love that description, Karina. She found everything that wave had on offer, right? She had that nice nose ride to start. She had that second nose ride, really engaged the rail as well, and had a really sick finish on the end section. Judges just dropped in a pretty solid score for it, and it's going to put Toli in an interesting situation.
Yeah, that's a big start for Sophia Culhane, a 6.5. So that's one of the biggest numbers we've seen in the past 3 or 4 heats. Perfect example of a quick start, and now it gives her the luxury to be a little bit more selective, and she can, you know, she can wait for the right wave to appear. Toli White, meanwhile, out the back with priority, just sitting on a 0.5, so nothing happening just yet for Toli White, but she's really been kind of the buzzer beater story of this entire event.
Yeah, it's been really impressive to see Toli's performances. Coming out of Manly as well, she's used to surfing locations like this, these kind of soft beach breaks. But she also has a really strong mental game. I mean, Karina, you've known Toli for a little while here, and she's just a really solid competitor, even coming down to those moments when she requires something, and she has to keep that mental attitude in check coming down to some really dicey situations.
Yeah, totally. I even see it on land. Like, she's just a very calm person, and you could see that with her surfing. She just like brings that to the water, and she doesn't let things get in her head, which is like really cool. She's actually one of my favorites. She's one of my favorite surfers. I would love to see her win this. The whole event, actually.
Yeah, you almost said she's one of my favorite surfers in this event, and you're, wait, actually, one of my favorite surfers, period.
Period, yes.
All right, what about her style do you love so much?
She's just super smooth. Is this her?
Toli White.
That is Toli.
I believe.
On the blue board, little backlit, beautiful footwork coming off of that nose ride. Wild section too. She's gonna kick out of that. That was heavy.
That was smart.
Yeah, that was very heavy. That inside section would have crunched her. But yeah, she's just super smooth. She has like nice fast steps to the nose, and she just has really good bottom turns to like get her back into the right position. She just does everything very textbook. She's very impressive to watch.
What did you like about this one?
I mean, this wave is super tricky, but she goes right in the critical part of the wave, and she gets to the nose, and I think that's kind of what it's all about when you're longboarding, just being in the right spot, being in the pocket, and that kick out was sick.
It was sick, and it was a lot safer than what was about to happen. It feels like about a month ago, but on day one we saw a couple broken boards, and they're still lingering around. They're almost like warning signs for people out there. Be a little bit careful, even on a day like today. We could see a busted stick, but the way I'm seeing these surfers controlling these boards, I don't think we've got to have to worry about that, as Sophia, she's already gone right and left 6 times on this wave. She is having a field day in these conditions here in Huntington Beach. 16:30 on the clock as the judges lock in their scores. Let's go down to Louisa Florence standing by with Honolulu Bloomfield.
Yeah, I just had a hard time pulling her from the sand because at the end of the day, she's our 3-time world champ. Tell us, how was this heat for you now that the conditions kind of improved from the previous days, or what are you thinking?
I don't know. Personally, that was a tough one for me. I managed to find a couple, but I was having a hard time. It was kind of all over the place, and I wasn't able to make the sections most of the time. So it was a nail biter for sure. Hiroka is like an amazing surfer. I love her style. So I was super actually scared for this heat. But yeah, she's amazing, and I was just stoked to squeak through.
Amazing. And what do you think you can take from this heat to the next one? Because it's coming up.
Maybe practice a bit more.
Really? You're going to go some free surfing?
I think so.
Really?
Might just go straight back out there.
Amazing. And we're going to just try and just feel the wave, the Hawaiian vibe, just be one with nature too?
You know it.
Amazing. Congratulations. I'll let you go. Back to you guys.
I love that. You know, the one I would say shared attribute to all of our surfing champions is the inner grommet. You've got to love it. Honolulu right there saying, yeah, you know, did some work out in the water. Now I'm going to go do some little vacation surfing on the other side of the pier and then get right back to work. She's one of those surfers that I don't think I've ever seen her not in a wetsuit. She wears that thing from 9 to 9. I mean, every single day. She's a surf rat, and I love it because obviously the talent level there is through the roof, but even when you are so naturally gifted, you got to keep practicing because everyone else is putting in the work.
Yeah, definitely. And I love that Honolulu is just so humble too. She comes out of the water and she clearly like ripped the whole heat, and she's still like, yeah, I think I need to practice. She's so humble and sweet and kills it always. She's so consistent.
So 14:20 on the clock. Sophia Colhane is having a great heat. She's got a 6.5 and a 4.73, well into the lead for now. Tully White needs a 6.96. The beach is packed, and we're trying to pack our quarterfinals. Stick around. Let's see what happens next. This is the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. The Vans U.S. Open of Surfing is brought to you by Vans, off the wall since '66. By Flying Embers, official hard kombucha of the World Surf League. By Hydro Flask, every adventure starts with two simple words, let's go. And by 805 Beer, proud partners of Connor Coffin and the WSL, properly chill. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. We're live from Huntington Beach, California. And this is the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. We got 11:48 to go. Sophia Colhane with priority and the lead over Tully White. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes, joined by Karina Rozonko. And so far, right now it's all about Sophia, but we know how good Tully is. And obviously if you get to this level of competition, you know how to deal with stress. She does have plenty of time, 11:26 to go. But what do you think young Tully White is thinking right now, Shannon?
I think she's trying to keep her cool. She's got plenty of time on the clock. She does have a good requirement, though, right now, chasing a 6.96, which would be one of the highest waves that we've seen throughout the day. I know Chloe Calmon found herself a 7 in her heat. So there's, you know, they're out there, obviously. But for Tully, it's kind of a big ask. She could maybe be going for something in that 5-point range to build in the score line. There's a bit of a work in front of her, and I don't think this heat is shaping up the way she would have expected heading out. And with that, I'm just really proud of the way that Sophia is surfing. She's only 16 years old. She's still in high school. She's hoping to wrap up her senior year early next season to be able to just focus on surfing. But at such a young age, she's just keeping that cool really well. And her surfing has developed, I think, more than we've seen a lot of surfers. I mean, she came onto the scene actually back in 2020, and she made the finals in her first ever event as we take a look at this 3.5 from Tully White. So that was a tricky takeoff. There's a lot of bump on the face. She gets that quick tap to the nose, and then let's see what happens here as she kind of works her way down into that inside section. She's just gonna have to straighten out. That was a really solid wave. She got that quick nose ride, but nothing really critical and no length to it. She's trying to stay busy here. But Sophia has actually made it into the finals of an event of this caliber. She walked away second place in 2020, which set her up at #2 in the world at that stage, which is so impressive. And Karina, I think it's been really exciting now to see her be able to find herself back in that sort of momentum space as well as we take another look here.
She is picking off really nice waves in this heat for how the conditions are. She's finding the good pockets and really riding them through all the way into the inside. Except for that one.
Except for that one. Totally with another chance. Still sitting with that big requirement. Now, you obviously have been surfing out here for the last few days, and we were talking about the conditions being really big but maybe slightly cleaner on our opening day of competition compared to the last two. What's it really like when you're out there?
It's so much different. Even when you're watching on the beach and like in the water and looking at the webcam, it's like two different places. Like I couldn't imagine surfing these conditions right now. These girls are shredding. Yeah, it's a totally different thing.
Sophia making it look nice and smooth, trying to find that transition through the inside there. And yeah, it's just incredible to me, Caity, to see how easy they're making it look, even though we're not seeing the giantess of scores back and forth. You know, we're not seeing those excellent scores today. But the fact that they're finding themselves with 4s and 5s consistently and then building into that 6+ range is really, really impressive.
Yeah, I came here last night just before dark to watch a couple of mortals attempt to surf, and they didn't catch a lot of waves, and the waves they did catch, you can tell, were really tough to ride. So I give a lot of credit to all the surfers who have put up big scores today, who have put on performances like we're watching. They make it look easy, but it definitely is not. You know, I feel like especially when you're on a big log like the boards they're riding right now, you know, all the little cross chunks and weird things coming at you affect you way more than if you're on a 5'7" little fish or something. So there's just a lot more room for error on a big board like this.
That's right. I mean, that's so much of it. Just those chops affect such a big board.
Yeah, and without leashes, there's the risk of also losing your board, and then that takes up half your heat trying to swim and get it. So yeah, there's definitely some factors when you're riding longboards here.
It was 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go. With priority, Sophia Culhane has really kind of taken control of this heat. Even though Tully White only needs a 6.96, if you look at the scores, that would have to be the best wave of this heat so far.
That's saying a lot. Taking a look there, we've got our new longboard tour director, Kira Seal, on the left. We've got Sophia Culhane's mother, Sarah, there. And it's been a great crew. We've got that Hawaiian contingency that's really been just hugging that corner of the athlete zone.
The athlete zone is the ultimate experience in terms of rubbing elbows with legends and friends and family. It's such a good vibe in there. There is business happening, and a businessman who's been on the prowl in that VIP area right now. Mitchell Salazar, what do you got for us?
I wouldn't consider myself that much of a businessman, though, Chris, but I appreciate the thought. First of all, I want to say, Karina, big fan. Love the style. Keep posting things on Instagram for all of us. Second of all, I want to talk about the kind of community there is in Waikiki and the support there is around them. Malia Kaleopa'a is still here supporting young Sophia Culhane. She's basically her auntie, Sarah, her mom, and obviously talking about the competitors and just the friendly vibes that they bring. Kelis Maliale Kaleopa'a, Kiani Canulo, Tiki Willis, and Haley Otto A couple of them aren't here for this event competing, but they kind of have that sense of community right there for the beach girls in Waikiki. And before, I think you only saw men kind of progressing and elevating the performance levels there as the beach boys kind of dominated in the past. And I think those women coming up right now from the South Shore of Oahu are making big strides. And obviously they're impressing as Sophia's already got a quarterfinal finish earlier this year.
Thank you, Mitch. See, he's good at business. He gave us a lot of information there. 5:45 to go. And as we get towards the afternoon here, it is 2:55 Pacific Standard Time here in Huntington Beach. 5.5 to go in this heat. Both surfers casually looking for waves. I'm sure that's going to switch up a little bit, where we will see some urgency pulsing through this lineup as time is starting to fly away from us like a seagull.
It is going so quickly. Blue had priority going into this wave, which is a great wave selection and a chance for her to build that scoreline against Tully White. Got that nose ride to start. And now this is where, oh, look at this reform through to the right. This could be a really good section. It's got that double up into the next wave, and that board just slices through this wave like butter. I cannot believe how smooth, aside from that backwash section, she navigated that wave, Karina.
Yeah, that was really impressive. She is really finding the waves and using that priority to stick ahead in the competition, and she's crushing it. She's doing exactly what she needs to do.
She's in the zone. That's probably going to be, I would think, a little bit better than the 4.73. You know, she got full use of that wave from the outside all the way to the inside. It didn't really offer her any time to display the elegance that she usually has on that board, but the judges are going to take a look at that. She's still in the lead, and she does give priority over to Tully White, but Tully White just hasn't had the selection that Sophia has had so far.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look even at that quick footwork, Karina, just to get herself up to the nose and then to negotiate this inside section with that double up was so difficult, and she just did it with so much grace. She obviously didn't get a whole lot of work done there, but even that section.
Even getting up to the nose in that section, she's really just trying to fit as many maneuvers in as she can, and that was very impressive. That was a steep section right there, too.
That was an extremely steep section.
There's a lot that could go wrong right there.
What do you think about their equipment? Now, to me, it seems like the board that Sophia is on, that Michael Takayama, just seems to be kind of hugging this wave really well. It really fits into it really well. Where Tully's board seems maybe slightly more difficult, that sort of standard Australian shaped roll bottom.
Yeah, like a piggier shape. She's riding a Keo, I think, out there is her board.
I think so.
Yeah. I think, yeah, I don't really know if it's the board right now. I feel like Tully's just kind of not getting in rhythm with where she wants to be and finding the right corners, because I think that's what it's all about right now, is finding the corners that shape up. Oh.
And
oh no.
Sometimes when you do even find that corner, things can go awry quick. So we'll see if Tully White can beat this.
Does she have a leash on?
I don't think she had a leash on, because it popped up so high. That tail could not have gone that high if she didn't have a leash on.
Hopefully she's a good body surfer.
She is a very strong water woman. Have you seen some clips of her surfing other boards?
Yeah, she rides those bonzers so well. She does this layback, and oh man, I'm telling you, she is one of my favorite surfers. She is a very well-rounded surfer.
I think it's one of my favorite things too about longboarders is when they step onto something different, especially if it is one of those kind of funkier boards like a bonzer, they can take that traditional longboard style and translate it really well onto boards like that. And that's so much of what comes out in Tully surfing and the well-roundedness of it.
Totally, she's so smooth.
She is so smooth.
As we're getting down to the wire here, 2 minutes left. It's your 2-minute warning. Culhane still controlling this heat, and now she has priority. I doubt she's going to sit out there and do the whole defensive thing. And it seems like there's enough camaraderie between the two of these surfers that they're going to want to surf it out all the way to the end. And if they do get involved in a big paddle battle right here, of course, I'll be proven wrong. But the score comes through for that last wave from Sophia Culhane, and it's even bigger than the 4.73 she previously had. A 5.17. Now Tully White needs a 7.40 with only a minute and a half to go. I'm starting to get a little bit worried for Tully White, but she has had some miraculous finishes already so far, so don't count her out just yet.
She could find that 7.4. She gets on the right wave, but at this stage, Priority coming into play, Karina. It's been a while since you surfed with Priority. Of course, your career coming through on this side of things in the WSL and then transitioning into the duct tape side. I mean, Sophia's definitely sitting in that controlling position.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot of pressure with the Priority thing, and I feel like Tully is definitely feeling that pressure right now with it coming down to like 50 seconds left. Yeah. Still possible. Is it?
I love the positivity. Maybe.
Anything's possible.
Anything's possible, truly.
And now we get to see a little competition on the lineup. So this is what we're used to seeing in the Challenger Series events, and that's fine that it's happening here in the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. These are all very competitive athletes, and so every once in a while a paddle battle is fun to watch. And both surfers now activating in this wave. They both had a good look at it. Now that's going to make things interesting for our Priority judge. What happened there?
Wow, I'm going to say, yep, Priority flipped straight to Tully. So Sophia had to go. She had to use Priority and take off on that wave. Obviously didn't actually manage to catch it very well, but this is the moment that Tully's been waiting for.
All right, time's up. She needs a 7-4. I'm thinking hang heels, get a tube in the shore break.
Oh!
All right.
That was pretty critical.
That was
and she
awesome.
pulled that without flinching, and she got that nose ride. That was very impressive, actually.
Well, you can hear the beach going wild.
They liked it.
I love that she had one more wave come through. I think she's feeling it, though, and knows that to get a near excellent score, was going to need something really impressive out the back. What are your thoughts on this one, Karina?
Let's see. She gets in the pocket. She's cutting back. I don't know. That inside section's pretty heavy, and I feel like if you're coming clean on that inside section, they've been scoring that high. She went underwater there. Her nose went completely underwater, and she pulled that.
Now that I watched the replay, that might be closer than I previously thought.
I don't know if it's going to get the score, but it was definitely going to be close.
It might not win this heat, but it won our hearts.
It won our hearts.
And that's something.
And she charged. Yeah, that is a really hectic section. Beautiful poise, surfing out the back, all of that style faux grace, connecting that outside section, and charged hard on the inside.
And I liked how it was the last second, too. She's like, I'm going.
Well, she put up a fight to the bitter end. Comes through at a 5.33, so it's going to be Sophia Culhane getting the win, but Tully White with the last second heroics. Thank you so much, Karina Razonko. We're going to flip it. One more heat coming up with Kaipo and Hall of Famer Pete Mel.
Just like that, into this heat number 7. So there we go. And Mason Schumer. So they from the USA. And Mason from the USA. It's a big place in the USA. The only trips from out to Australia is as big as America, and yet it has the same amount of people as we do from San Diego to LA. In the entire country.
My job is professional surfer.
My goal is to win titles. That's what I'm here for.
The world's best surfers in the world's best waves.
We've had a shark attack.
Whoa.
It's the most intense surfing scenario you can imagine.
I have to step up my game now and not make any mistakes.
Oh my God.
This is a war. You have to find a way to win it and do it at all costs.
Apple TV Plus. That is make or break. You can catch it. It's a 7-part series and very intriguing. Coming out of this heat, it looks like Sophia Kulane advancing on into the quarterfinals. My name's Kaipo. This is Peter Mel, and the wonderful Karina Rizonko is meeting us. Thanks for staying on the set with us.
Of course, happy to be here.
Well, Pete, we got another setup out in the water. Soleil Erico versus Mason Schremer.
Well, watching that last heat, the backwash playing a little havoc on that inside section, but I think that if you can negotiate that, that's where some scores are coming, because it is challenging definitely through that inside section.
All right, we're going to start off with Soleil Erico. Quick trip to the nose there. Now back to the middle of the board for a little turn, gliding through the inside, kind of more dead water, makes the connection, has to weave through a couple of different warbles. Not a lot of speed going up for that roller coaster, and that lack of speed is going to cost her the completion. Hard wave to surf, Karina.
Very hard wave to surf. I know Soleil's been training with CJ Nelson, who's one of my favorite surfers, and yeah, so you can see the style influence there with those cutbacks and stuff. But she's ready to win this thing, I feel like.
Yeah, she's a former world champ, right? So she's already knows the feeling of ending up on top. 2018 Soleil Erico world champ. And also when we look at the final contest site where we're going to crown a champion, it's going to be in Soleil's home break, Malibu, California.
That's true. She's super familiar with that wave. I remember just seeing her out there. She comes out from so deep, and she crushes that, so I think she'll be very comfortable surfing that wave.
I agree. I agree with you. Well, we're waiting for that number. It looks like Mason Schremer opened up with a 3.83, and we'll see who got the best of that exchange. My gut is that Soleil did, but I don't know what the review on Mason's.
Yeah, we hadn't seen Mason's wave yet. I did notice on her way out there that she had some, it was electrical tape, but it might as well have been duct tape, but she had sustained some damage on her surfboard in travel, which is always one of the things, right? I mean, traveling with an LB, it's not easy.
Oh, it's not easy. It's not cheap.
Yeah, right? They're all of a sudden they see it like, oh, this is 10 feet long. We're going to charge you triple.
Oh, yeah.
And this is the wave here, Kaipo. Able to glide to the nose through that midsection. Very well done there. That one came into the 3.83, and then, look, you're right. A definite exchange went to Soleil.
And really because Soleil got up to the nose real quick on the outside and got to that hang 5 position.
So is it Soleil?
Soleil Erico.
No, you don't.
Soleil.
Silent L.
Soleil.
And really, Karina, that was really impressive for her to kind of get up in the lip at the end. But actually, I shouldn't have said impressive. It was a bummer because she had no speed in which to complete that maneuver. I think that's what cost her.
Yeah, she would have come down a lot, all the way to the bottom off the whitewash if she had more speed going into that. I mean, impressive for what the conditions are. She surfed that wave really nicely.
Yeah. And that's what it is. You got to make the difficult look easy, and that's the goal this afternoon. Well, Sophia Kulane took a win over Tully White in round 4, heat number 6. She's in the quarterfinal, and she's up against the glass with Louisa Florence.
Guys, I was just kind of like laughing here with her because out of all of that, she said that this is the worst part. So what was your insight of this heat?
It was super tricky out there, but I got to find a couple and got to share the lineup with Tully, which was really cool, and just excited for the next round.
Like, we were just watching the heat before you, and the score was very average, and then we saw you scoring pretty good waves. So what do you think you could like milk from those waves out there?
It's really tricky, but I think I just tried to find as whatever I can and just keep going in circles and trying to find one, but I'm happy with my scores.
I guess you just have a good eye. Your mom was telling me you're a super strong water woman. They said the same thing on the broadcast. Do you feel that way?
Sure, I do. I mean, I get to, at home, I paddle canoe with all my friends and family, and I do all sorts of things, so.
Amazing. So just keep on going. I hope to see you back here.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Base, back to you.
Yeah, Sophia Kulhane, Queens Beach local in Waikiki, South Shore of Oahu. Hot crop of longboard surfers coming out of there, Karina.
Yeah, all the girls from Queens surfing Waikiki, they have a strong little crew over there, and they're ripping. I think all looking up to Kalia Moniz, who is someone who was a big inspiration for me growing up as well. Like, they have her as a good role model over there.
Thinking about peer groups, and I know that you're kind of a Sano girl, right?
Yep.
You've got a crew there. How do you guys feed off each other? Is it more just like, I mean, watching each other surf and trying to, is there a one-upsman kind of thing happening, or is it more just the vibe kind of helps push the crew?
Yeah, I think we all just love it, and we grew up with each other and just feeding off of what each other's doing. We watch someone do something super unique and take that and make it their own. So I think the Sano crew has a very unique style and setup. Yeah. Andy Niebles being one of my favorite surfers, he definitely brings the uniqueness to surfing.
And in regards to Sano and say HB, I mean, they're two wildly different waves. Is your equipment change at all when you come to HB at all? Or are you trying to just ride the board you have at home right here?
It was only the second time riding the board I had in the contest. My friend Nick Melanson, who I grew up with surfing at Sano, shaped it for me. And no, I actually went flatter with the board when normally I would go with a little bit more rocker for the beach break. But I don't know, I actually loved it out there on that board.
Yeah, good. And now, Alex was talking about, and he would mention you and your crew of surfers there, and how that Sano vibe is. I mean, are you one of the folks that comes in the morning, parks it all day?
I used to be, yeah. Not so much anymore.
Did you grow out of that?
I live in Bali now,
yeah, that's
so
right.
It makes that's a big drive.
Where are you living in Bali?
Canggu.
Oh, no way. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's
in a good neighborhood. You're in fun waves.
Best wave ever.
And good lifestyle.
Yeah, I realized how bad the waves are in California once I moved there.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, because an average day there is probably an A+ day at home. Right?
Yeah.
It happens.
The island of the gods, right?
Yeah.
For a reason.
Yeah.
But we're in Surf City, USA right now, and it looks like Soleil Erico 5.5, Mason Schremer 3.83, and things have slowed down a bit. Pete, is that the tide or is that the swell?
I would think it's a little bit of both there. We saw the interval, like I was mentioning this morning, it was down at 13 seconds, and still a little out of that southerly direction, but it wasn't on every buoy. I had mentioned like how you can see a graph that has every single buoy on the coast. And so some of them were registering the 13-second interval, and a lot of it was registering the 6-second wind swell. So we're seeing that drop off. We're seeing the other side of it, and then hoping that there's fingers crossed that we actually have a little more wind swell, so at least we can have some waves, especially through this high tide.
Well, it's going to be the waiting game right now for Mason Schremer. For wave number 2, she can pull ahead of Soleil Erico just by getting to her feet and getting a couple turns. But she's going to want to put down a meaningful score if she wants to get out of this heat, Corina.
Yeah, I know Mason last week was just in Salina Cruz getting some good waves, getting ready for the contest, and a little bit different waves.
I'm sorry. That's why I was just like, I don't know if that's the best warm-up for Huntington Beach is Salina Cruz,
No.
but it's a good surf trip.
Well, no, because you're surfing a bunch.
Yeah, you are.
You're in the water a bunch, and the water's warm, and yeah, I think she scored some waves down there, but I know she has it in her. She's been surfing really good. She's on a Thomas surfboard, and she's been surfing those really well. They look good under her feet.
Here we go with Soleil Erico again, quick to a 5 on the outside. And a nice redirect for Soleil. Little footwork with the cross step, gets back there. Nice pivot turn, change directions, back up to the 5. Inside section, and wisely straightens out there instead of trying to get greedy. Right behind her, Mason Schremer. Gliding through that midsection, now faded backhand turn. Taps the nose on the 5, gets back on the tail to negotiate the steep inside dump, and she's able to go successful as well. So nice exchange between Mason Schremer and Soleil Erico. We will be waiting for those numbers.
Best wave, I think, for Mason so far. Obviously, the 383 carrying in our first wave, but that one more complete. You know, we saw her fall on that inside section. This time she was able to, no worries, get it clean. But I feel like this one here is the best wave of the heat, even better than the 5.5. Just, I mentioned how she was able to carve through all these maneuvers, redirecting back and forth and doing it so smoothly. I mean, a good read too. Look at that, just quickly, and then able to jump to the tip again right before the shore break. Yeah, it feels like to me that that will be the best wave.
Yeah, she definitely had a lot more speed on that wave and put herself in the right position, was completely in the pocket. Mason's left didn't really hold up as nicely for her either, but she still made the most out of that little reform. Ooh.
How about your boards in Bali? Are they going to be narrower than you usually would ride here, or the same?
I kind of just ride whatever's around, and like if the waves are bigger, I'll grab like a mid-length or like a single fin.
Right.
Yeah.
Ride what's appropriate, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't longboard as much in Bali.
So, while we wait for the scores to populate for both Soleil Erico and Mason Schremer, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back with more action from the Vans Duct Tape Invitational.
Welcome back to the 2022 Vans Duct Tape Invitational. We have longboard in the water, but me, after running around with all the things to do in the Van Dorn Village, I have found a spot to take a break. I am at the Pacifico Beer Deck, where we have a great view of the action in the water, great seats here, and all of my new friends just enjoying the sunshine, some good brewskis, some good action in the water. So if y'all need me for the rest of the afternoon, you can find me right here. I'm not giving this seat up ever again.
Unreal. AJ, looks like she's living life anchors up right now over there at Pacifico.
Nice, Kaipo. That was good.
Thanks. All right, 9 minutes and 50 seconds on the countdown here, and a 7.5 drop for Soleil Erico, 4.13 for Mason Schremer. So Soleil Erico in the lead. Let's learn a little bit more about Soleil Erico. She's currently going to the University of San Diego, so from Malibu to San Diego to do some studies. And then when we talk about boards, Soleil just dropped 2 longboard models with Firewire, the Velvet Hour and the Sun Kiss, and I actually think they're available in stores right now. 2018 World Champ Soleil Erico.
Nice.
Wanted to get that in there, Pete.
Good job. Is she riding one of them now?
I would imagine so. Now the question is, which one of those?
Yeah, 2 longboard models. Wow.
That's pretty good, right?
That's impressive. Yeah, maybe one of her high performances and maybe one of her single fin logs.
And I think, and I've seen the trend before, Karina, and it's interesting to talk to you about, like, sometimes longboard models from the same person, there'll be a nose rider model, right, wider nose and kind of narrow tail, and then they'll, like, someone else, then also the surfer will have, like, more of a pig model with that wide point move further back, a little bit narrower nose, which is actually my preference.
Me too.
You like that too? Yeah.
I think that is a classic shape, and I think it's been working for so long, and it's still working, so why change something if it's not broken?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And you know, we look back in the evolution of surfboards and that kind of like piggish model, and I really wanted to say Bob McTavish had a lot of early influences on those.
Yeah, Bob McTavish definitely had big influence on those kind of boards, and yeah, he's still shaping today, which is awesome. Bob is such a legend and still surfing too.
Yeah, and you know what's really, you know what's really interesting that I'm taking away every time I have more guests in here from the longboard world? As a culture and as a crew, you guys are really studied in surf history, and it's really refreshing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good to know where it all came from and respect your elders and, yeah, just appreciate where it's come from and how far it's progressed and people who paved the way for it, you know?
Yeah, I agree. But I'm always impressed because it does take a little bit of digging, Peter. I mean, if you're not, like yourself, just born into it, a lot of times it takes a little digging, a little bit of research to really find out a lot about surfboard history and surfing history.
Well, I think the culture actually breeds that storytelling. I think it's important to all of us, and I think that's why. I mean, that's kind of what we do here is talk about the heritage and respect the heritage, and I think that that's something that's been instilled for a very long time, and came from the Hawaiians and their storytelling, right? And knowing that their culture at one point was being threatened, and so in order to keep that alive and well, you've got to keep telling the stories. You tell it to your children, you teach them how the ocean works, you teach them how surfboards work, who to respect and why. And those are all things that I know at least it was instilled in my family, and definitely through my surf culture in Santa Cruz, we definitely were taught to respect the elders.
Yeah, there's different pockets of like really, really strong surfing routes, and Santa Cruz being one of them. Malibu's another one, and Malibu's own Soleil Erico just started off pretty good on this one, got to the 5 right on the outside, and let's see if she can make the connection to the inside. She sure does, and whatever she is riding as far as a model, it looks really, really, it's in touch with her. She's able to really maneuver that board really well, but at the same time, able to hold a nose ride.
You guys mentioned that. I was going to say that curve is more in the middle of the board. It's definitely not frontwards, and so it's giving her the ability to kind of carve off of that middle portion of the board. It had a lot of belly in it too, which you know, again, was that V, which rolls really nicely. A lot of curve actually through the tail of it too. You know, and again, I think that's what's giving her the ability. It just does gliding through all those moves.
And this is the challenge though in beach breaks. You got a way to get out through some shore break crunchers, Karina?
Oh, I usually just sit back on the tail and hope to make it over. I don't know how to turtle. I know that's a lot of people what they go for, but wow. And you haven't really seen many people hanging 10 today. That was very impressive. Straight off the bat, hanging 10, that was a huge move, and I think she's going to be rewarded for that.
And she really did put everything together here, Peter.
Yeah.
The outside maneuver and got some inside work as well.
Yeah, again, complete package of this wave, especially when the conditions are like this. You might as well make sure that, you know, if you're going to get that outside work done, which she had done, complete the ride, you know, because that'll create, I mean, she's trying to better a 5.5, which is already a pretty good score. And I believe that she is going to do that. She's going to improve on the 5.5.
Well, the judge is taking some time and getting the number in right now. For Soleil Erico, Mason Schremer sitting on the outside with priority. The clock has ticked down to just 5 minutes remaining. Time flew so far in this heat. No indication what. Okay, Karina, I'm going to quiz you now.
Oh gosh.
I'm going to quiz you now. What do you think the score is going to be for Soleil Erico?
I think she might get a 7 for that. I mean, no one's hung 10 in this heat yet. And I don't think really anybody's hung 10 much today.
Yeah. It's been close. Get there with 5.
Mm-hmm.
But like for
sections,
for whatever reason, unless Soleil has another score coming in, they didn't see it. Because I felt like it was going to be better than her 5.5.
What a surprising score with that 5.1 for Soleil Erico. She remains in the lead. Mason Schremer just dropped to 2.5. And when we go back to talking about those kind of pig board designs, or with the wide point a little bit further back, I got to acknowledge Dale Velzy as well,
sure.
as someone who put that together. I'm not going to drop names, but Keone Downing just messaged me, so
I'm not going to drop names.
Sorry, Uncle.
But don't forget Dale.
But you know what? We were talking about culture. Isn't that the great part about surfing culture? Is that you have your elders, and they want you to, and you're
right.
learning, and they want you to get it right.
Yeah.
So I am actually grateful. You know, thank you, Keone, and Keone Downing. Eddie Winner, and still runs a surf shop over there on the South Shore, Waialae Avenue, Downing, Hawaii. Check it out. That's some roots right there.
I love it. You know, and again, paying homage to the elders and design. I mean, it's funny how there's cycles of design, right? Like, you know, there's everyone's version of certain, you know, I'm the originator, no, I'm the originator. But in reality, where is it really from? You know, it's Ali'is and what they've been able to do carving your own surfboards. And I love the fact that, and it's kind of missing now, and it's only really survived in the longboard culture is shaping your own equipment, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
we've seen so many shaper riders in competition throughout the Vans Duct Tape Invitational.
Yeah, and I know that a lot of the duct tape events are included with shaping your boards and bringing them down here, and I think that's opened up a whole new playing field to have that support and like really push people to learn and figure it out and get excited about it.
Yeah, so it's it's not just a competition, it's a celebration of both history and our rich surfing culture. And thank you for riding along with us through this whole program, the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Again, on the conversation here is Kaipo with Peter Mel and Karina Rizonko. Soleil Erico has been pretty dominant in this heat over Mason Schremer. And as we close in on this 2-minute, 15-second mark, Soleil Erico with heat control, she has a score advantage and she also has priority. So time to play priority. Karina, you surf in many heats with priority?
No, never actually. I didn't even realize there was priority going into this.
Right?
Yeah.
So this is I mean, I think Soleil understands the game really well, and she's maybe able to play some defense, but it is a new thing to learn, right? The priority system.
Oh yeah, totally. And I've seen people use it to their advantage, and I've seen people get totally screwed over by it too. And it's interesting. It's so much more you have to think about in a heat, and I think that definitely puts pressure on either side.
Doesn't it change the dynamic as well?
Totally. Yeah. Because it's not just like, oh, I'm going to go for this wave. You have to think of, oh, is this person going to come at me? Do I remove myself? Do I stay here? Yeah. It's an interesting. It works for some people though. It works great.
Yeah. How about head-to-head competition? You had a lot of the surfers just one-on-one competition? No.
No, not really, at all actually.
Because I think that's an interesting, because it changes once again the dynamic of competing, having one other surfer in the water, because all of a sudden that, you know, talk about wave selection, it's not just any wave that's kind of you going after. You have to have the highest quality of the wave and being able to make sure you get the 2 highest quality waves.
And the fact that you risk the situation of losing your place in line. You know, before, like when it's surfing free for all, Karina, it's pretty cool. You're just like, okay, I'm gonna go. Yeah. I'm gonna go again. I'm gonna go again. I'm gonna go again.
Well, you know when it's your turn. Yeah. You know, like everyone kind of pays respect, but this, it's like, oh, it's fire. It's fiery when you're out there. It's like
trying to sell lemons.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Tricking you to go on waves. Yeah. I was like, yeah.
You're like, what? What's going on?
They're like, oh, are you going? And then you're like,
wait a minute, you just tricked me. Yeah. Did that happen to you? You don't have to drop any names.
Yeah.
It did.
Yeah, it did. But I was gullible. I was like, oh yeah, I'll go.
Oh, class.
I wasn't winning it anyways, so it's okay.
Hey, you had the better sweatsuit for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to give you that award, guaranteed.
I'll take that award.
Well, there it is. Soleil Erico on into the quarterfinals, and Mason Schremer eliminated from competition. Karina, thank you so much for this time.
Sorry, I get so nervous.
It. Good times. We'll be right back right after this. Back at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, and this is the last heat of round 4, round of 16. Winner moves into the quarterfinals. We're going to have that quarterfinals later on this afternoon, and this matchup out of Japan, Natsumi Taoka versus Rachel Tilley from the US of A. Rachel Tilley, a former world champ, taking out that title in 2015. She also won the paddle race yesterday. Here we go, though. We're going to turn our attention to Natsumi Taoka. And Natsumi, just been really smooth throughout the longboard tour. There you go, taps the 5 there in beautiful style. Gets a little caught up on the heel rail and has to deal with some of this backwashing element as she heads towards the pier. Another little trip to a tap of the 5 and gets upended right on the inside. But she will gain the score and the early advantage over Rachel Tilley.
I love the speed she carried through that midsection, especially the read she had, because it's easily predicted, oh, I got to go back right, but she saw that the left was actually going to have a bit more open face. She stayed with it and actually carried a ton of speed. Started off going right, little down carve with the drop knee. Again, just that footwork moving back and forth. But watch the speed she carries through his section here. Look at reading it, going, okay, I'm going to keep with this left, and look how it builds up. That's critical section there with that backwash lifting, and reads it just so nicely. So had that quick score of the .77, and now we'll pick up her best number so far. And Rachel Tilley being more selective, it looks like. And it looks like she'll have her chance now.
She may be rewarded right now. Look at this wave coming in. And Rachel looks at it, takes a couple paddles, and the wave doesn't formate. It not going to affect Rachel Tilley as with her priority as Natsumi Taoka not back out to the takeoff zone. So she'll maintain that priority and continue to wait patiently for her first wave.
As we get later in this afternoon, hoping that that wind starts to back off slightly. Been pretty breezy most of the day, though. I mean, we had that early morning northwest breeze. It was there, and it never really glassed off. It kind of felt like it was going to, but then it didn't, and then sure enough, it came on pretty strong there, probably late morning.
Some of that wind also, I think, created a bit of upwelling because the water temperature has dropped quite a bit, Peter.
Yeah, and I think it's breezy. It's up the coast. That's why we're seeing that 6-second interval in wind swell, which will actually keep it pretty busy in here, which is nice because, I mean, if we didn't have any wind at all, we'd be probably pretty flat.
All right, well, with priority, Rachel Tilley kind of paddling for that one. We'll see if that affects anything as far as the priority in this heat. And I think our priority judge says, hey, no problem, you're going to maintain priority. Now she's going to actually make a real effort to this one. So here we go, Tilley on the paddle. No. And now that will be a priority error and priority to Natsumi Taoka. Let's go down to the last heat winner. Soleil Erico is with Louisa.
Yeah, she is, and she was just telling me how much chillier is in the water and how lucky she got to get those rights when you're looking for lefts. How was it for you?
It was tough, not gonna lie. You know, Huntington's a hard wave, especially when there's wind. But I just kept an open mind. I was looking right, left, all different directions, like the whole heat, and then I managed to find a couple rights again. So yeah, I'm happy.
Besides managing to find the rights, you could score a pretty good score, something that it's being really hard for everybody. What do you think you did different, and like what kind of technique can you share with us that gave you that score?
I was definitely trying to push myself, like push my surfing. I was trying to surf in the pocket, and I was watching the waves like for the past 2 hours before my heat and just trying to figure out that line to take on the inside because it's really hard to pick whether to go right or left. You have to be looking all over the place. So I think that really helped watching the waves. Yeah.
Wow. So go back, watch the waves a little bit more, go feed yourself because you have a long way to go still. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Thank you. Back to you.
All right. Well, Soleil Erico is going to be coming up in the quarterfinals against whoever comes out of this heat, either Rachel Tilley or Natsumi. Natsumi opening up with a 5-point ride, and Natsumi also gaining priority right now, which could be valuable in these conditions that have been turning a little bit more inconsistent, Peter.
I was just looking at those folks on the beach, and I thought they were telling the surfers in the water what to do, but then I realized they saw themselves on the big screen.
We have a big screen. That's why I forgot about that on the pier.
I was like, what are they telling the surfers in the water? And then, oh, wait, they're seeing themselves on the big screen.
Makes a lot.
They're waving, but they're waving out to sea. But yeah, that's kind of funny.
Well, makes a lot of sense. There you go. The icon.
There's the big screen.
Huntington Beach Pier and the big screen.
It's neat. I mean, we have that at a couple events, but specifically J-Bay, which we were just at. The surfers can actually see the big screen, and when they're doing replays, you can watch it as you're paddling back out. Not necessarily here, because it's on the first tee, which is more towards the beach, so you wouldn't be able to see it as a surfer. Not that there would be any adjustments going down. I don't know if that would be the case,
but it's kind of good to pump you up, or you can look.
Or you can look at your competitor,
or you can look at it for time as well.
Yeah.
So we've had one event so far that was at the Sydney Surf Pro over Manly Beach, and that established our rankings coming into this heat. You can see Natsumi Taoka taking out a quarterfinal finish there, and so she comes in rated at number 5 into this event. Also, Rachel Tilley with the same finish of equal 5th. So both surfers with a lot on the stake. Again, we have 3 events on the World Longboard Tour. We take your 2 best results, and Malibu, the World Championships, is worth double points. So we are guaranteed to crown a champion in both the men's and women's on the cobblestones over there in one of the wonders of the coast of California, Malibu. Really cool, and that the way that the tour is structured this year. Taoka glides into this one. Wave hasn't even broken yet, but she's able to trim. Unfortunately, the power dissipates.
One thing about Huntington, and especially at higher tide, that sometimes you can get a little confused about how far you're going to sit out, because the shallow water is out by the tee. It's out by that second tee, and you think that you could maybe move in because of the fuller tide, but we saw Rachel Tilley. You saw the moment she thought, oh, I'm going to get this wave. She turned around and paddled for it, and then literally the wave disappeared into the gutter. And so that's the thing you got to do, is you got to make sure that you're out far enough so when those sets do come, you're able to have it break at the right spot. Because if not, if you move too far inside, you're going to be in a situation what happened with Rachel, where she's sitting in the gutter and it did not allow her to get into that wave. You can see it kind of lifts here and then disappears. Watch, this one will probably do something similar. It literally disappears into the trench, and the wave's just going to dissipate. It doesn't have anything left. So you almost have to have those sets that are going to break at least on that outside part, or at least actually foam, because of this fuller tide. Like, this wave's going to be all right. She's going to be able to make this one and probably complete to the inside if she can keep the glide and follow the energy, follow the bubble of energy.
Yeah, it's almost like a downwind run. You got to follow the bump and adjust the hull. Go. And she does make the transition into the shore break. Rachel Tilley, it's going to get really crunchy on the inside here. And
1 footer.
I don't know if that's in the criteria.
1 footer, a little balance, sure. A little grace. She was able to keep it together. She could have easily got knocked off there, but she didn't. That's Rachel's first wave. And trying to at least match the 5.0 of Natsumi.
Yeah, going to be curious on where this score comes in. Again, another angle of Rachel Tilley's ride. Some nice footwork there, Peter.
Yeah, she wasn't able to really get all the way to the tip on that outside portion of the wave, but definitely nice work through the inside. Good read. This is where she gets the backwash that kind of lifts her off right here, a little off balance. Whoa, and it keeps it together.
And she finishes off. Rachel Tilley, a second-generation surfer. You remember Rachel's dad, Glenn?
Yes, I do.
He was part of the NSSA national team in the 80s, the National Scholastic Surfing Association, coached by world champ Peter Townend and Ian Carnes, and that was a great group that were assembled from all of the kids from all the different regions in the United States to make that national team. Rachel's dad, Glenn, part of that. And then he did a few years on the Bud Pro Tour as well.
Now, NSSA still alive and well here in HB, run by Galen Clifford and Janice Aragon.
Yep, pretty cool. I don't know if they have the matching jumpsuits anymore or a national team, but
I'm sure there's some around. Yeah. I know that they, why not keep around a
Well, I would.
the old school. You don't have one? You never got one?
No, I was saying if they still do that for the kids.
I don't think they have
I
a
don't think they
national
still
team
have a
now.
national team anymore.
Yeah, Surfing America is the one that's fielding the national teams these days as far as USA. Matter of fact, the junior Ryan Simmons was actually had an event down with a scrimmage with Japan's national team.
Wow, that's cool.
Just up the beach here the last couple days. And from what I understand, at least the information I got, they split. You know, they had like 6 heats, and I think they tied.
That's
So
cool. That's cool to see the development of Japan. That means there's a new generation, a really strong new generation of Japanese surfers coming up.
But I love that they're actually scrimmaging with other countries, because I think that's important as far as, development. I know that at least when I was, competing for the national team, there was these scrimmages. We actually had the Pan Pacific, where you would go down and you'd surf against New Zealand, you'd surf against Australia.
Remember, Pete, I don't mean to cut you off, but remember the workouts over here for national teams where you'd have to jump in the water, paddle around the pier, and then surf a heat?
Yeah.
It's a long paddle.
Training.
All right, so the number in for Rachel Tilley, a 6.17, and that is a big score in the framework of this heat. So 6.17 for Rachel Tilley, and she has the advantage over Natsumi Taoka. Taoka with priority, and 11 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. We're going to take a break before the next exchange here, but we'll be back for the conclusion of the final heat of round 4 at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational.
I grew up in Huntington Beach, California. Seeing women in the water was pretty rare. And so to be here today and to see so many Groms, it's awesome to just be part of it.
So we're down here for WSL Rising Tides, and we have the very best of the best of Californian surfing. This is the future of American surfing here on the beach today.
It was just so sick that all the pros were like pushing everybody in and giving high fives, and it was just amazing.
Living in Santa Ana, only surfing on the weekends, moments like this is what inspired me.
When I was 10 or 11, like most of these girls, there was like 4 or 5 of us. Now there's about 20 to 30 of them I see now.
We're really grateful to have a brand like Pura Vida involved, because not only do they align with our values and what we believe in, but Pura Vida understands and sees the importance of investing in the next generation.
The new generation's coming.
Welcome back to the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. We're in the final heat of the round of 16, round number 4, up at stake. A ticket into the quarterfinals, in which we are going to run later on this afternoon. Rachel Tilley with the advantage out in the water over Natsumi Taoka out of Japan. Taoka in the red jersey. And it looks like Natsumi just finished off a ride, and it was just an in and out, so it's not going to change the situation at all in the water. 8 minutes and 10 seconds on the countdown. Rachel Tilley scratching into this one and is able to do so. Short break time here, 5 to 10. Great job to get to the nose quickly. And a little roller coaster on the inside. Solid finish for Rachel Tilley.
Well, she'll be adding to that 6.17. She just had a 2.57 before the break. I kind of wanted to touch on it before we went to break that they were tied. Rachel Tilley only had the one wave, a 6.17, and Naomi had the 5 and the 1.17, but they're actually tied, and they're giving the lead to Rachel because in order to break a tie, you go to the single highest wave. As we watch this one here, it feels like she's going to be adding points. I mean, a beautiful 5 to 10 right there. I was kind of baffling by the fact that she was paddling for that wave because of where she was in the lineup once again. But she proved me wrong. Got that thing up on plane, the board up on plane, and then was able to actually put together a nice wave on the inside.
On the paddle back out. And we're waiting for the score for Rachel Tilley. She's going to increase her lead over Natsumi Taoka because I believe that her last wave was worth far more than a 2.57. Your thoughts?
That's what I was saying. I mean, I believe for sure better than the 2.57. But then again, where she took off in the lineup, it was kind of in the shore break, right? So where this, so
it's going to be an interesting score right now coming through. And you know what? The judges, they liked it. They said, hey, it's all about the shore break at this tide. 6.67, highest single wave score of this heat.
And one of the things about that wave, too, was the fact that she was able to flow between those two maneuvers. She got to the tip, got for 5, went back, and then went right back and did 10, and then actually did the roller coaster on the shore break. That's where those critical sections were. She was able to do the 10 on that section when it stood up. And right now, where is that critical section? You're right. It's on the shore break.
Yeah, so maybe we're going to see a switch in the strategy or mindset of the surfers watching this heat going into the quarterfinals, realizing, hey, maybe I don't need to take off on the outside. The higher tide, all the points are in the shore break. Let's just concentrate on the shore break. What do you think?
No, I would say that they're going to catch it on the outside and then make sure that they're doing their maneuvers in that shore break section. But it's still getting yourself priority, catching that wave on the outside is going to allow you to kind of set up the shore break. Trying to catch it in there is always a little bit challenging.
We just saw Rachel do that.
But she caught it and she got to her feet before the actual section stood up. If you're going to sit on the inside in there.
No, I mean just sit on the inside.
Are you going to argue with me again?
No.
You are, I can tell.
No, not. I would dare not.
I was just
argue.
disagreeing with the situation. Doesn't mean we have to start an argument.
No. I concur. The point I'm making is the takeoff zone is going to start moving further in as the tide gets higher, and that's been evident in where the surfers are taking off. And as you pointed out earlier today, in this heat actually, is that the wave needs to have enough energy to carry the surfer through that little gutter. You talked about that longshore current and how that creates that gutter, through that gutter into the shore break where the wave steepens up.
Exactly, but I don't think that they're going to be sitting on the inside. At least I wouldn't be. Being that you're riding a 9-foot board, you're going to be able to catch the wave on the outside as long as it lifts enough. Yeah, they're sitting outside. You don't think they're not sitting in the shore break. They're sitting outside.
All right, 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
But again, the best part of the wave will be the shore break for sure. That's a given, and we saw that the points were allocated given to that in that area. I just don't see sitting in there. I think that you're still going to want to catch it a little bit outside just to set it all up. And with the fact that you've got these 9-foot boards, they're going to get that glide going. You're going to be able to kind of redirect and set it all up.
Yeah, I think the takeoff area will be moving a little bit further in because what we saw was some of the surfers not able to catch waves earlier in this heat.
That's why they have to sit outside to catch it, because it's going to lift enough out there. But if they were to move 10 yards in, then you're not going to be able to catch it because it won't have enough energy. It won't be braking. It'll be flat. So you got to catch it outside of that zone and then glide into it, or sit totally in on the shore break, which could be a strategy. We've seen it before in the past where it actually isn't braking on that outside section. You've had to surf the shore break completely. Just with the longboards, I feel like there's enough energy still, although we're not at the high tide yet, right? I mean, we've probably still got another hour.
Right now, local time is 3:48, so we're nearly there. 3 minutes and 25 seconds on the countdown, and we did talk about how tide is actually an ever-moving thing. Of course, it's an ever-moving thing, but there's no exact high tide. There's no exact low tide.
Even though they try to get it there.
Even though there is
they'll put it there.
Even though there's a number assigned to it, there's a number of different factors that that lead into a high tide and a low tide. One of them being offshore islands, another one being the bathymetry of the particular piece of the coast, another being the orientation.
441.
Yep.
So around the 430-ish mark, we'll see at least the
top off. 3-foot change from the low tide this morning.
And much different than we saw from the high tide early this morning, which was around 5, and I think there was only about a 6-inch supposedly difference in tide from that until low tide late morning.
So bigger swing in the afternoon, but still pretty mellow tides as we look at the coefficient overall for California. 2 minutes and 25 seconds on the countdown. Again, Tilly out in the lead. Natsumi Toka with priority, and here's her chance. She needs a 7.84. She needs a big number. Here she goes. Natsumi Toka outside, gets a little redirect pivot turn, and that wave did not have enough energy to carry on into the shore break. So I think that's going to be more and more of the theme, Peter.
Yeah, and just that read of where you're paddling on that outside to be able to get the energy, the little bubble of, because it'll move around. It literally, just because you have the wind swell and the south swell mixing, the energy will move around through that deeper water. You got to be able to read it. I mean, Rachel Tilley did a great example of that on the 667.
And what about even where the sand is, to read where the bumps are and the shallowest piece of the sand is going to give you that energy to shore.
Yeah, I mean, it's next to the pier generally, I think, is still the zone. You'd say that you want to move to the south. I don't think there's enough shallow sandbar that far away. So you kind of want to stay pretty darn close to the pier.
And the bottom's changed a ton, hasn't it? Because we had that Frank the Tank hurricane swell come through Rip here. I'm sure the bottom's a lot different this weekend than it was just 1 week ago.
Yeah, I would say that the current was so strong that it actually ripped the gutter deeper, right? And so that actual midsection is going to be tougher to hold the energy through because of all that current. It pulled all that sand. Hopefully it placed it outside, back onto the outside bank. But at this point, it doesn't look like that truly happened.
Well, that's what we want to see. Rachel Tilley doing a good job to glide through there and gets to the nose once, twice for another 5. Steepens up on the inside, oncoming whitewater, banks it off that whitewater. Can't hold on to the finish, but she did some good footwork previous to that fall.
Don't know if it's going to change her top 2 just with that fall. And then there's another example of just paddling, we're at 35 seconds left in this heat. She's trying to scrap for anything, but needs the 7.84.
Big number.
It's a huge number for right now, too.
Well, just 25 seconds on the countdown, and things are looking good for Rachel Tilley. The 6.17 and 6.67 showed great grace, style, and flow, as well as great wave selection and great use of priority at the same time.
All of the above gets you a heat win. Well, she made $1,000 yesterday by winning the paddle race.
And she's on to more. She's on to the quarterfinals. So round 4 all completed here at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. When we return, quarterfinals will be in the water and a special guest. You want to stick around.
Welcome back to the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Rachel Tilley coming through with yet another heat win. And that smile says it all. She's feeling herself here in the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. And we're very excited to be bringing in a special guest. I'm Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes, and it's always a pleasure to be joined by Michael February. Welcome back to Huntington Beach, my friend.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
I know you made the long trip from South Africa to get here this week, and you know, now that we have you, we're going to put you to work off for the whole weekend. So when we get MFeb time, we use it. Again, welcome back. I know you've actually been part of the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, if not a huge fan of it since day one. Tell me what you're liking about it this year, since we've kind of made it a broader competition, bringing the World Surf League longboarders in as well.
Yeah, it's been epic. I mean, they just had the duct tape down in Cape Town in South Africa, and that was pretty awesome too. The first one that I got to actually watch live. I've been a part of the festival before with the board shaping and everything, which is awesome. But to actually watch the guys compete and just the whole vibe and everything, like everyone's just having such a good time and everyone's just, you know, doing their thing and being creative in the water, and I've just been enjoying watching and getting into the longboarding, yeah.
Yeah, it was really fun. I got to pop in there in Muizenberg for the opening day of it. We spent about a month in South Africa through July in J Bay mostly, but it was just so fun to be able to also see that pack arrive in South Africa for the first time. For many of them, I think it was their very first time ever maybe being in Africa on the continent, for sure surfing within South Africa in that Muizenberg region, and I think it was just really special for them to see what a great surf community there is there.
Oh, definitely. I think it's also nice just to have a different style of an event in South Africa. I mean, surfing's so great in that sense. There's just so many different parts of it that's exciting, and the longboarding is, you know, equally as exciting, and it's rad for everyone to celebrate that, yeah.
I liked when you said the word exciting. I just looked up at the screen and we just saw Caitlin right there, toes on the nose, flying down the line, right in the power source. So a cool start to this heat. So we are into the quarterfinals. It's official. Our final series underway here at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Let's take a look at this opening wave, which was wild from the jump, but she controlled it nicely.
She found such a nice nose ride coming into this next section, so she didn't actually get properly to the nose on that first section, but great control demonstrated. That was a really nice in the pocket hang five. Lost control on the finish, which was unfortunate, but she had some speed coming through.
You think she'll get credit for a completed nose ride right there? That was right on the edge.
I get so, like, I'm the worst person at calling a complete wave not. I'm going to say no, most likely, just because she was still kind of coming out of the section as she fell. Had she been able to just ride out and kind of like pop up and then fall, I think it would have been okay.
Well, it came through at a 4, so it could be right there in the middle. You know,
yeah.
I think she deserves a lot of credit for grace under fire, showing a lot of poise in a pretty radical section, and not easy to do on a giant board like these crafts that these women are riding right now. So we got Caitlin Mickelson from Encinitas going up against Avalon Gall. Caitlin starts nicely with that 4-point ride, and these heats are, you know, flying by time-wise. It seems like we've packed a lot of surfing into a short time here, and tomorrow we're going to see the semis and finals go down, but we're just getting into the quarterfinals here. So this is where things really start to get interesting in terms of ratings. You know, some of these surfers are still wild cards coming into this event. Others, top-ranked surfers fighting to keep those spots up top. And Caitlin, again, up and at it. She is definitely shown us that she means business out here, taking to the nose as a way to transition over the hump into the shore break. She's kind of kicked it into the next gear.
She's looking really hungry. Both Avalon and Caitlin had 9th place finishes, which was round 4 at the first event of the season in Sydney. And they're both going to need some good results. Like, quarterfinals for them is great now, because this is going to be their event counting heading into Malibu. But yeah, I can see that she's just really looking comfortable here. She's competed in Huntington for so many years. Grew up in Encinitas and has competed between NSSAs and WSA events, shortboarding and longboarding when she was a junior. And so for her, this is a place where she served hundreds of events. She's won plenty of them. And I really am liking her approach coming into this heat. Especially this wave, again, now finds that little nose right there. That was super difficult to come out of. Her board literally got buried, and she somehow came out with enough speed but was able to pedal back from the nose and still ride out complete.
That was a sketchy moment right there. I'm
Super
glad
sketchy.
she pulled that through. So Michael, February, I know you're always working on something. Pretty much every project you've done, I've been a huge fan of. You know, actually every project you've done, I've been a huge fan of now thinking back. So what's the latest and the greatest? What can we see right now featuring Michael February?
I mean, at the moment, I think one thing that I've been pretty excited about is the Juju Vans collection that we just released. That's kind of the most current thing at the moment, and we're super proud and just excited that we're getting such amazing support, and we've got a collection with Vans to celebrate that. So at the moment, we've just been really stoked on that, and yeah, I mean, obviously just trying to find good waves, and we just had winter back home, and that was really fun, and it's always a special time in winter in South Africa. I mean, obviously you guys got good waves for the J-Bay event and stuff, so yeah, it's always good just spending time at home and getting some good waves, and yeah.
You know, one thing that I did see that I'm sure a lot of people were excited about, seeing you on a log. I saw a couple clips of you, I believe it was in the contest zone where they had the duct tape in South Africa. A tiny little wave, giant board, and you just looked like you were having so much fun.
Thanks. I mean, I'm still learning. It's fun getting to watch these guys and girls surf, and you know, their approach and their like the way that they surf on. It's just cool because I mean, surfing, there's so many different feelings you get and different crafts to ride, and I really enjoy it, and it's kind of cool for me personally, just learning new things and having different types of surfs and being able to appreciate the different parts of surfing. And it's yeah, I'm super into it. I love watching everyone surf, and it's cool because where they had the duct tape, I live there at the moment, and the wave's kind of small and pretty soft, so the only option is the longboard, and it was cool to see them come, and I mean the whole community was excited to watch their approach on riding our waves, so that was fun. Yeah.
And I'm sure everybody happy to see just a little bit more. I think MFeb on a log is pretty sweet, but I would definitely love to take a look in your garage at the collection of boards. I'm sure it's very eclectic from what I've seen. 15:56 to go. Avalon Gall trying to answer back as Caitlin Mickelson with a pair of fours well into the lead for now, but it looks like Avalon trying to get that transition to the shore break, and she opts out at 15:40 to go. It's Mickelson in the lead for now. Well, Rachel Tilley came through that last heat with another great showing. She's on the glass now with Louisa Florence.
We were just like keeping an eye on the water, and she just told me like, now the race is on, moving to the quarterfinals. And you're good at racing. We saw it yesterday at the pedal race. So how are you feeling moving forward now?
That was a lot of hard work, and I know Natsumi's really good in those types of conditions, so I had my work cut out for me, and the heat didn't really start how I wanted to, with obviously her getting that first quick wave, and then I sat there with priority, and I did not utilize the priority because I paddled and missed a wave, so I kind of went, okay, the hard work is in front of me, and fortunately was able to put two together, and then sat comfortably after that. But now into the quarters, so I'm stoked.
Yeah, and you had, some good time to watch the conditions today. So I'm wondering, like, how do you prepare yourself mentally, knowing that there's no way to prepare yourself for your heat because we never know what's going to happen?
I think it's just trust in the experience that I've had here. I think I said that in my last post-heat interview too. It's like these conditions are so tricky, and you just have to know that we've surfed in these conditions a lot, and I've had a lot of experience at Huntington, so I just tried to trust myself and not overthink it too much. And I know I always surf better when I'm having fun, and I've been having a lot of fun this week and partaking in all the activities in and around the contest, and so trying to stay relaxed and watch what the other girls are doing and learn from them and go from there.
Amazing. It's a good recipe. So go regroup and keep having fun. I'll see you next.
Thank you.
Congrats.
13:50 to go. I love the stoke from Rachel Tilley, and I think every single post-heat interview we've heard the sportsmanship and the respect for their fellow competitors right there, giving some love to Natsumi. as she should, because Natsumi, a great surfer, but unfortunately she's out, and Rachel is into the quarterfinals. And now Avalon Gall is trying to make her way into the quarterfinals with a nicely surfed wave here, all the way from the outside, gracefully straightening out, trying to stay away from that closeout section and doing a nice job of it. So we've got a heat on our hands. Caitlin Mickelson right now in the lead with a 4.67 and a 4. Avalon Gall dropped a 2 for her first wave, and that wave right there will be much better than that. So we got a heat on our hands, Shannon.
I love it. I love this wave that Avalon just caught. It was a bomb. Straight from takeoff, straight to the nose, nice perched hang 5, good pedal back, and great engagement of that rail as well. That was a really nice cutback. And then she finds one more quick tip to the nose. And I just even love being able to see that bit of spray that's kind of flying off her board with each of those carves, keeping it really smooth, really stylish, but also throwing in the power that the judges are wanting to see.
And just as we expected, she evens it up. A 6.83 for Avalon Gall. Now, if she's in the lead, that leaves Caitlin Mickelson needing a 4.17. Well, things are heating up in the lineup here on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more duct tape action, more Michael February, and more tube riding. Strangely enough, we did not see any tubes during that break, but I'm sure there's still a chance.
There's always a chance.
We may see some nose riding, though. That's the more important thing here in the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. 10 minutes, 21 seconds to go. Avalon Gall in the lead on the strength of that last wave, a 6.83. Caitlin Mickelson now playing catch-up, needs a 4.17. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes, joined by Michael February. I got to say congratulations first and foremost. So in 2020, you know, a lot of people during the pandemic, they did some gardening, maybe learned how to make bread. Michael and his wife went ahead and raised $54,000 for their charity partners since 2020. You guys have been doing some really great work. So just give us the long story short. How did the Juju project start, and how did we get to $54,000 raised for your charity partners?
Yeah, I mean, we've always wanted to, find a way to give back. I mean, obviously growing up in South Africa, and I think we, when the pandemic hit, we kind of found the time, and obviously we felt like there was a need to, finally start something like that of our own. Obviously we've been able to work with like the Gadauskas brothers with Positive Vibros, and that's been pretty inspiring. And I think we're finally ready to start our own thing, and we basically aim at highlighting and supporting different surf organizations in Africa, kind of sticking to what we are passionate about, and that's surfing and definitely Africa. It's just been really overwhelming, the amazing support we've had. I mean, we just wanted to start something, and hopefully through a few collaborations be able to raise some money and awareness around these organizations. And the support's been unreal, and we've been, through this Vans collab and everything. It's been unreal, and we're just stoked with all the support and everything. Yeah.
Love what you do, and I'm loving what Avalon Gall is doing right now. I feel like she she had a fire lit under her, and she got that 6.83, and that really kind of gave her the motivation, and she backed it up quickly. So 6.83 and a 4.23 now for Avalon. This is live. Caitlin Mickelson, she's trying now to get a 6.40, so the situation vastly changed from 5 minutes ago. Avalon well into the lead here in quarterfinal heat number 1. And to me, I'm not trying to jinx it, but it looks like the waves might be cleaning up a little bit, getting a little bit better. You know, we're seeing a little more opportunity to get up on the nose and stay in the pocket and kind of easily make that transition to the beach.
Yeah, there's definitely been more opportunity in the last couple heats than what we saw in the first couple heats for that round 4, which was a few hours ago now. The conditions have shaped up just a little bit better, more consistent on those sets, and more of them are actually linking up from the outside to the inside, which is such a good thing, especially because we're in the quarterfinals now with so much on the line.
That's right, 7:28 to go, right back at it. Caitlin Mickelson now answering the call, surfing for a 6.40. This wave has plenty of push to get her over the hump and into that inside section. Free falling. Tom Petty vibes right there. Love to see it from Caitlin Mickelson, and she's saluting the crowd right there. Come on, give me that score. So that was nicely done for our surfer in red. So with 7 minutes on the clock, now we're starting to see a battle in the lineup. Mitchell Salazar has a front row seat from the VIC section. Where are you looking, Mitchell?
Well, you were talking about conditions cleaning up, Chris. This northwest wind that's coming pretty strong. I mean, 14 knots right now. It's quite strong and significant out there. It's cleaning up the lefts, that's for sure, standing them up. But in the heat previous, both Pete and Kaipo were talking about how difficult it is to transition from that outside section to the inside. The peak high tide is in about half an hour, and I'm noticing that a lot of these waves, despite breaking on the outside, the best surfing is definitely coming on the shore break section. But as you saw there on Caitlin's last wave, the last section is definitely the toughest to manage too. So I do expect a lot of these ladies to keep continuing to catch those waves on the outside. I do expect them to kind of be a little bit more conservative on the inside section because it doubles up so much. And we're going to do a dab real quick with Connie, men's semifinalist. Yes, sir. Let's do it. And then also I have a question for Michael. Don't think I'm forgetting about you. How can people know more about Juju Surf Club and ways to support your collaboration with bands?
Yeah, so people can go, I mean, we have our Instagram page, Juju Surf, or they can go to our website. I think the link's in there. I think it's jujusurf.org, if I'm, hope that's correct. But yeah, and they can find out more. They can see some of the organizations that we've been working with, some of the projects that we've done, and yeah, I mean, the more people that get involved and get to, get eyes on the amazing work that all these people are doing in Africa, it's the better, and yeah.
We've seen in the past, the board drives and just basic awareness for people around the world as to, what's happening in regions of South Africa. Just tell us how meaningful it is for a kid over there, to get a surfboard out of the blue. I feel like in California, surfboards grow on trees around here. Everyone's got 3 of them in their backyard just waiting to be ridden. Different story in regions of South Africa. So tell us how meaningful it is for a kid over there to get aboard.
Oh, it means everything. I mean, there's so many amazing communities that people pass through, and maybe they'll hand them a surfboard or two, but yeah, I think the value that they have for just having a surfboard and being able to go out there and spend time in the ocean is just insane. And I think even just more so just being in the water and that it just, I don't know, it just has such an amazing effect on these communities and just such a positive, amazing impact. And I don't know, it makes you really proud to be able to, surf every day and just get to share it with others because it makes such a difference in their lives. And yeah.
I think one of those prime examples, especially coming out of a community, where Jose Faulkner was able to find a surfboard young in life, and now he's competing on the Challenger Series. I've seen the two of you hanging around since you've been back here in California. How meaningful has it been for you to see someone like Jose graduate to such an elite level of competitive surfing and have such a strong backing behind him?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, it's really such a nice moment to see guys like Jose, you know, kind of leaders in their community and where they're from, and just creating such a good example for, you know, a lot of South Africans and other Africans. And you see that throughout Africa, there's a lot of emerging talent and amazing people with, yeah, it's just really cool to see, and I'm excited that Africa's, you know, in the place where it is right now. And I mean, obviously social media helps, people have more eyes, and you know, people can get support, and I think people like Jose are just such an amazing example for many people, and I'm just stoked that he's finally, you know, getting what he works so hard for, and to see him, you know, being able to surf on this stage and everything, and just get to show people what he does and what he loves is pretty epic. And yeah, it's so rad to have more people around that are from Africa and from home doing great things, and yeah, it's cool, it's exciting.
He's super fun surfer to watch for sure. We got 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go here. Mickelson now in the lead. This has been a seesaw battle, things switching back and forth throughout the whole heat. Caitlin's last wave was a 7-1-0. Now Avalon Gall needs a 4-9-5. Things look like they're pretty chill out the back. So Michael, February, what do you have coming up next? You always seem to be so busy. You take it in stride, you know, nice and calm. But I know you got a lot of things coming up. What can we look forward to from you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm at the moment, you know, I've just been enjoying surfing a lot and been, you know, working on some fun boards and that. And yeah, I think hopefully we're going to be doing more projects like Sonic Souvenirs and going to some more rad places and meeting cool people, and you know, getting to put some fun creative projects together. And yeah, so I think yeah, we have some places that we have eyes on, so that's always exciting. And yeah, just surfing and enjoying it, really.
Yeah, I gotta commend you on Sonic Souvenirs. I mean, you have turned me on to a lot of great music already in the past, and that series right there just really even, you know, grew my love for African music and all the different styles we hear from that amazing continent. So please, more Sonic Souvenirs, because I gotta fill my soundtracks with all your songs you put out there. So minute 15, still business happening on the south side of the pier. Mickelson now tapping into it. She just has incredible speed bursts on these waves. It's really cool to see her kind of oh, and a backside air, and that's totally acceptable. It was progressive, it was performance longboarding, but it was kind of done in the way that was natural and organic and all awesome.
That was pretty sick. That was a crazy finish for her. Her last wave as well came through as a 7.1, which was a really good score. One of the judges went into the excellent range. And I just want to say, Caitlin, I mean, she's got so much experience here. I am loving the surfing that she's bringing forward. It's smooth. She's getting all the work done that she needs to, but without really forcing anything. Here, just finding that trim line to start, but even that pedal back to redirect the board, those are all really subtle movements on a longboard that just create really important moments. And then here she hits that little backwash and can't really help but get that board into the air. Lands solidly on her feet. And it just seems like she's kind of blocked out Avalon straight out of this heat.
Yeah, so what, the fins are about 9-10 inches long. She got fully out of the water, much more than a credit card. Proper backside air, kind of a chop hop. It's still really cool. You don't see that often on a 9-foot log. Well, that's going to be it for quarterfinal heat number 1. Thank you so much, Michael February, for joining us here and for all that you do in surfing in and out of the water. Always a pleasure to hang with you, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you throughout the weekend. Thank you, Michael.
Thanks for having me.
We'll be back with more action coming up next. Chloe Kalman and Khalees Kaleopa'a. Stay tuned.
DPI semifinals, and then we're into women's Challenger Series, men's Challenger Series semis, and then women's final, men's final, longboards, and then the same in the shortboard. So semis and finals tomorrow morning, or tomorrow all morning. Here we go with the countdown, ladies. 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chloe Kalman and Caity Simmers. Chloe hails Brazil, and Caity from Hawaii. Yeah, 2 unreal 50-foot surfers here. As far as the 2 weeks, the foot side is off, so either of these girls can take it all out here at Malibu. Both unreal surfers. Well, we're already going to get a little paddle here. They're not going to get it.
Today we are putting on the Van Surf Camp, so we are working not only with Native Like Water, but Stoked, Mentoring, and City Surf Project.
Native Like Water works with tribes throughout the state of California and also internationally. The group that we have here today are representing various nations, sovereign nations from throughout Southern California and throughout the nation. So it's what we call an intertribal representation, where we can all kind of get together and participate.
It's native territory, and it's super cool knowing that WSL is acknowledging that.
One of the things, our goals in the grant that we received is to help restructure that narrative and to have that inclusivity of our people within these coastal environments. We want to go from just surviving to thriving, and this surfing is an example of us thriving within our natural environments.
We are back in the quarterfinals, running through. This is quarterfinal heat number 2. Chloe Kalman versus Caity Simmers. And both of these surfers with illustrious careers already. And you look at the scoreline right there, ranked number 2 in the world. Chloe, Caity, I see no ranking next to her name, but I know that she is an absolute threat anytime she enters the lineup.
And the only reason she doesn't have a ranking next to her name right now is because she chose not to fly to Australia to compete in the first event of the tour. So she's putting all of her eggs into the Vans US Open of Surfing basket, the Vans Duct Tape Invitational basket, and she is looking for a result. She's already got herself a quarterfinal. That's pretty darn good. She also came in really high on the rankings last year. She was in that world title race coming into our final event at Malibu. Ended up walking away number 4 in the world last year. So overall, she is an absolute threat, regardless of not having a current ranking.
I mean, 4th in the world is huge.
Huge.
I remember seeing Connor Coffin after the Rip Curl WSL finals a few years back. And, you know, obviously he was kind of bummed out. He had lost. And I said, dude, you're the 4th best surfer in the world. And he kind of cracked a smile, and you know, you could say the same thing for Caity. Excuse me, 4th best female longboarder on the planet. That is pretty awesome.
Do you want to know who was 3rd best last year?
Who?
Chloe Kalman.
There you go. That's one better than 4th.
Slightly better.
According to my math. 21:30 to go. Just little test runs right there. Nothing of note yet. I am so excited to hear the post-heat interview from Caitlin Mickelson. I hope we get to see Maddox again. We'll see. You know, what I do know is Encinitas is very proud of this local queen of the reef, her local spot, Cardiff Reef. Many other notables surf there every day, so for her to be the queen of that reef, that's something big.
It is an absolutely solid result. I love that little moment there, seeing Avalon run up and give her a hug. I mean, these two, you know, they've been competing against each other for a while now as well. And for Caitlin, this is a really solid result for her. She's into the semifinals. She hasn't made it to the semifinals in a few events here. And for her to find some momentum like that behind her is really, really impressive coming into finals day.
Yeah, now we're looking at 20:40 on the clock. It seems like a lot of time, but trust me, blink and we're going to be down to 5 minutes. These heats have been flying by. Bunch of waves ridden that last one, and there were some seriously wild finishes. The shore break taking no prisoners right now. So these surfers have to be on their toes, mind the pun, if they want to ride completely to the sand. Priority right now is with surfer in blue, Caity. Have you seen Priority really come into much play or focus at the beginnings of these heats?
Usually not at the beginning. I mean, kind of same as any heat, you know, surfers wanting to get in the lineup, kind of a little bit of the luck of the draw of who's sitting in the position when the right wave comes through, and maybe is that wave coming through with a clear right or a clear left will determine which surfer is going to take that draw. But as far as that priority conversation is concerned, that's been a part of the Longboard World Tour for many years, for probably going on 20 years. I believe it was introduced back in that kind of 2007, 2008 range, something like that. So in those mid 2000s, priority came into play in the longboard scene, as well as these head-to-head matchups. So these are something that the surfers are really familiar with. The only really unique thing in the conversation is the fact that the World Tour for longboarding doesn't have tons of events. So they don't get to surf heats like this all that often just because there aren't as many events, but they're pretty used to that kind of space anyways.
So with 19 minutes to go, our surfers get themselves set up in the takeoff zone. That gives us the chance to catch up with the winner of that last heat. Caitlin Mickelson is with Louisa Florence.
Yeah, and I know on the heat before, she was telling me that she was swallowing some water, and now on this heat, she was like dealing with fishing lines. So that was like beyond, hard work, right?
Yeah, definitely. On the paddle out before the heat even started, me and Avalon were like dodging fishing lines, and the winds were pretty heavy, and it was a little nerve-wracking, but then once we got over to the south side of the pier, it was a lot more calm and manageable.
And then we saw you like doing some really good moves there, and it was luck, but I would call skill. So tell us what happened in your eyes.
I felt like pretty confident out of the gate, but like Avalon surfed so beautifully and like graceful that once she got a wave, I was like, oh man, that was a really great one. And I was like, okay, you're just gonna have to like pull out some power and like really like try to like maneuver some waves and get to that inside section and just like go 100%. Otherwise, she was gonna just take me out, no problem.
And you were telling me that semifinals was your goal, and then everything else that comes now is going to be the cherry on top. But what's going to be the cherry on top for you, and what are you going to do to get there?
Oh man, I'm just gonna keep staying in the positive mindset and just knowing that I'm here for a reason and that I can do it and win it. I definitely had the goals of semis, just knowing with Malibu you want to be in one of those top positions in order to win a world title. But now that I've passed that goal, I'm just ready to go all the way and take it out.
Go Mama, you go. Congrats.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Caitlin Mickelson. And I wouldn't say that Caitlin Mickelson was a name that at the very beginning of this event that you would have kind of called out as a favorite, but how she surfed today, watch out, finals. She's coming. What a great performance by Caitlin Mickelson in quarterfinal heat number 1, and she is our first semifinalist of the 2022 Vans Duct Tape Invitational, which we will see on Sunday. We got to figure out who she'll be going up against, as well as the other 2 semifinalists. Will it be Chloe Kalman? Will it be Kalise Kaleopa'a? You got about 16 minutes and 50 seconds to find that out. Right now, some low scores on the board, which we hope will be wiped away by some big scores.
I think that we will have that happen. I think there's definitely some potential out there. We saw it in that last heat with Caitlin finding herself in some rhythm with some better scores. Avalon as well. I mean, that was a really tight heat. That was the tighter heat of the draw so far, coming through with less than a point dividing their heat totals. And yeah, great to see Caitlin find herself with that semifinal finish. I was just checking through the rankings, and I don't believe she's made it to the semifinals at this level since maybe the 2017 World Longboard event that happened in PNG. She's had some quarterfinal finishes, and she's been really close to winning that world title in the past as well. So great to see her a few years on, finding that rhythm again, finding herself in a better position. Outside of just the Duct Tape Invitational event, she's kind of made it into that top 4 on that side of things as well. But for her now to be back into the semis, heaps of confidence, and I love hearing her say that she's gonna just try and take it all the way. In this heat now between Kalise and Chloe, also a brand new matchup in the head-to-head format for the World Longboard Tour. They've surfed plenty of those other heats where you got still the 3 women in the lineup, but graduating to this side, they just haven't actually met on either side of the draw. Looking at the next 2 quarterfinals, just kind of rounding out who is even left in the draw here, with Honolulu Bloomfield and Sophia Collane coming up in the next heat. And then in our last quarterfinal is Soleil Erico up against Rachel Tilley. Both of those duos have met up together. So at the last event in Sydney, the bottom half of the draw looks exactly the same from the quarterfinals on. It was Honolulu and Sophia in the quarterfinals at Sydney. Honolulu took the win and advanced through and took the win of the contest as well. it was Rachel Tilley and Soleil Erico in the quarterfinal number 4, and Soleil took the win over Rachel, which also happened back in 2018 when Soleil won her world title. It was up against Rachel in the final, the two of them. Rachel finished runner-up that year. And so it's kind of funny to see some of those matchups heading out again, and then some of these where we haven't seen these two surfers with just the two of them in the lineup.
It's nice to see some fresh rivalries developing on the women's longboard tour. Of course, we've seen it time and time again, these post-heaters where you see hugs, high fives, smiles, and handshakes. So, of course, sportsmanship across the board. But there's nothing wrong with a friendly rivalry here and there, and I know for a fact, Chloe Kalman, who's always fighting for a title, going up against Honolulu Bloomfield, always fighting for a title. I mean, there are some really fun matchups up at the top in the upper echelon of women's longboarding right now, and it just makes all the events that much more entertaining.
Oh, there's full rivalries on the longboard tour. Chloe, back in the day, I mean, things have changed a little bit now, but when she first came into that scene, she used to set up her own tent down the beach and just kept herself separate from the rest of the pack. As we see Khalees there looking for a wave, that was Chloe on the wave before that didn't amount to anything. Things have changed a little bit, and Chloe's got, she's a really good friend with Zoe Grospagnon of France that was competing this week and fell out early, and they've got a coach behind them now, but kind of, they're very much part of the crew now. But in the early days, Chloe was a bit feisty. It was kind of intense. She had a couple runner-up opportunities to the world title during those years as well. And then even coming up in that last quarterfinal between Soleil Erico and Rachel Tilley, there's been a healthy rivalry between them from their Grom years surfing against each other here in California. And I tell you what, they both are paddling out in that heat with very sure desires to beat each other. Not just kind of in that friendly way either, but they really want to make sure that they get that one up on the other surfer.
I like it. Maybe I'll take the friendly part of the friendly rivalries out and we'll just flare things up. We are going to move on to the final stop of the WSL Women's Longboard Tour that will be at Malibu. And it's right around the corner. And it'll be fun to start to talk about some of those scenarios after we get through the semis and finals tomorrow here. Sunday will be finals day here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. We'll have men's and women's Challenger Series finals as well as Vans Duct Tape Invitational finals. And when the finals end, after the presentation, you go straight over to the skate park where the Vans Showdown finals will be happening as well as the best trick contest. Of course, this all goes down online all over the world. Big screens, small screens, phones, laptops, whatever you got, you can watch it. Vans US Open of Surfing.com is where you can watch the Vans Showdown. Or better yet, get down here. Check it out in person. This is the only place where you can go see elite level surfing, skateboarding. You can get a hot dog from Steve Van Doren, play some music on the beach, do some drawings on a shoe, shape a surfboard. I mean, it's limitless what you can get involved with down here at the Vans US Open of Surfing. Maybe you'll be watching Chloe Kalman in the finals tomorrow. She's got some work to do right now with just a 1.7 and a 0.5. The ocean, though, looks like it's taking 5.
It is definitely taking 5. You can see her repositioning herself in the lineup there as well. She's now slightly farther inside. She would also be under priority, so better decision to just catch a wave on the paddle back out maybe rather than sitting and waiting for one of those sets. That's another missed opportunity. It is still seriously so challenging out there. Even though we heard that little report from Mitch on the wind changing just slightly and maybe keeping those lefts a little bit cleaner, it is extremely difficult conditions today, and to be able to see some of these surfers find multiple waves that actually they could get some nose rides and some nice kind of rail work all the way through to the inside has been pretty surprising.
Yeah, as usual, the best female longboarders in the world make things that are very difficult look very easy. And even just getting out there, we talked to Caitlin Mickelson after that last heat, and she said, yeah, there's much more going on than just wind and chop and waves that are hard to find. You're also dealing with fishing lines, pier pilings, glare, I mean, all kind of things happening in this lineup. So 10:25 to go. Having a paddle now on potentially a good-looking left-hander. It is Khalees. She's got to fight to get into this wave. Is it going to let her in? It does. So she gets up, a nice little redirect. weaving down the line, getting up to the nose. Quick 5 there, air dropping down at the bottom of this wave. Gets a nice high line turn with a proper finish, and she rides out clean. Some bonus face to work with on the inside. A little 5 to the sand. That's exactly what Caity Simmers needed. She only needed a .98 to get up into the top spot, but she's going to want to delete both of the numbers in her scoreline right there, and a wave like that is going to help her in a huge way.
Oh, that was huge. That was the moment we've been waiting for this entire heat. Let's take a look at the replay here. I like that little fade takeoff as well. Didn't rush anything. Nice little S-turns to set herself up. Found a really hectic quick nose ride, and then a nice bowly section with a lot of speed. Nice little roller coaster over the foam there. Keeps that momentum moving forward as well, which is what we want to see with that nice kind of engagement of turns, and then gets that last connection to the nose. In comparison to what we're seeing from the heat so far, obviously going to be the best wave because we have nothing over a 1.70, but also very impressive given the conditions.
Well, we got 9 minutes left here in quarterfinal heat number 2. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. You're watching the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Stay tuned.
All right, Caity, your last wave, a 5.83, a 5.83, so just like that, nearly a 6, jumps into the lead now. Chloe leading a 5.57. And now just playing with that dramatic short rate area too, so she's certainly keeping in mind the strategy of the short rates, kind of getting the scores on those. And we want to get some action off the back too, so the chicken to play with. If she had that inside section and something off the back, I think it's really not so long. And Chloe, yeah, got Chloe hitting her 5.57 and all the touches. Elise wants to get rid of a 1.43 to make it a little tougher on her. So it looks like Chloe kind of paddling in a little bit. Yeah, it seems like she probably wants to grab one of those as well. Coming up in quarterfinal number 3, Honolulu of Bloomfield, the #1 ranked surfer so far. She won the event.
Arcal on the answer back, building up speed again, throws the tail, spins around the revert, no problem for Ryan Calnan.
Well, it was a close call between Caitlin Mickelson and Ryan Callanan for the air of the day, but Ryan Callanan just a little bit higher, a little bit more radical, but was not an easy call for our judges. The Flying Embers' second place air of the day goes to Caitlin Mickelson, and that was super cool. I love that wave right there. That was awesome.
And as you called it out, at least 10 inches out of the air, that full fin was showing. That was a heavy little like section, backwash section. And the fact that she just kind of landed it and so it was fine.
Yeah, it was a rare case of an acceptable aerial on a log.
Definitely not what her intention was, that's for sure.
Accidental airs are totally fine.
Yeah.
6:11 to go here in quarterfinals heat number 2. Things are heating up. Elise now up on the nose, gets the quick 10. Beautiful redirect back into the whitewater with another fiery finish there. Doesn't quite ride out, but a lot happening on that wave. And it's not easy to pack a lot of maneuvers in like that in such a short space, but she did it with style, grace, and a whole lot of flow.
And I feel like even negotiating these little sections for her, maybe it's just like surfing a busy day at home at Queens and Waikiki and having to negotiate some people in the lineup. That was a beautiful 5 to 10 combo. We haven't seen any 10s for a while. It's been really hard, and then great rail work. That was a really hectic section to try to ride herself out of and kind of find some little projection. You need that on a longboard as well, especially because you got so much length underneath your feet.
Yeah, I don't think she knows that the Flying Embers air of the day has already been given away.
She's trying for it.
But let's not say anything because we want to see more action like that. 5 minutes to go, using the backwash to help project her back into the lineup.
That is, I mean, look at that. That is
what are we looking at?
challenging
Is this a river?
conditions. We're looking at a river. We're looking at a high tide river with waves going in both directions. And these women still able to stand up and keep their upper body as quiet as ever and look like completely graceful ballerinas on a wave doing highly technical maneuvers with a lot of consequence on the line if they go down in the wrong section.
Chloe Kalman now fading right. That wave went nowhere. So she's going to get involved with a little paddle race. Khalees already pretty much out the back, but we'll wait and see who gets the P next to their name. It looks like Chloe thinks she has a chance, or is that just what she always does? She's a fiery contest surfer, isn't she?
She is a fiery contest surfer. She's a very good contest surfer, and she will want to put herself in a position where she probably, she won't be able to catch up to Khalees as far as priority goes. But she's going to put herself back into the lineup to try and get a good score. She is chasing a big score now. Khalees has done really well in this heat. She found that 5.83 that was a really well-surfed wave. And then just the backup score, even right now, of a 3.83 puts a requirement with 4 minutes on the board into an almost 8, a 7.96, which Chloe's one of the surfers in the draw that I guarantee you most of the women in the athletes area right now look at it and they go, Chloe so often maybe walks away highest wave of the day. Highest heat totals. She's a very consistent performer like that of Honolulu Bloomfield. So for her to look for a score like that, it's something you kind of go, okay, maybe she can get it. But in these conditions right now, it's proving to be impossible to get a 3 to 4 point ride, let alone an excellent score.
So in terms of what board to ride on a day like today, I mean, it really is an anything goes type of situation out there. It's not ideal for longboarding, it's not ideal for shortboarding, but you know what? I think if you got a 10-foot soft top out there, you could really get weird. But what we're seeing here is surfers making it work. All of the competitors we've seen so far in the Duct Tape Invitational for today have absolutely shined in really, really tough waves to surf. You know, the scores tell the same story. Khalees, she's got a 5.83 and a 3.83, and surprisingly, this may be the lowest heat total we've seen in a long time, maybe 5 years, for Chloe Kalman, just a 2.87 total.
Yeah, she's having an absolute shocker right now. I am super surprised. Sitting with a couple of ones on the scoreboard. That is not going to feel good for her. She's definitely out there heavily considering the current situation, trying to adjust as best she can, but Khalees is going to use priority on her. She's got priority. She knows that Chloe's capable of getting an 8 if she finds any wave that has some ability to it. But she's being smart, and she's going to sit way under Khalees. Khalees wouldn't have been able to get into that wave, I don't think, and this could be an opportunity. Really speedy section, nice and stylish. I like that takeoff. I like that little S-turn right there. Nearly digs the rail in, but again, unable to find a score with any actual, a wave with scoring potential. And Khalees is just dominating this one. Khalees still super young and just finished high school. As we see this replay here of Chloe, beautiful, graceful style, lovely little drop knee cutback. But again, not anything that's gonna find her some score that she needs.
I think she may be a little shook.
I think she's a bit shook.
Anyone would be, you know,
Yeah.
with this much time gone by, that low of score. She did get a 2.5. I think, you know, she only really used about 25% of her board. And we want to see these surfers using the entirety of these 9-foot plus longboards.
I like that. That was good. 25% of the board. That's exactly what was used. It was a really nice use of that 25%. I'll give her that. But she knows. They all know. Word around the athlete zone is checking in between heats here. They all know they need to find the wave with the scoring potential out the back. And every one of them is going, how do we do that today?
Yeah, I don't think, you know, coaching, all of those things, they're going to help you. But this is one of the instances where luck is playing a factor, and right now Chloe is just, playing a factor. Yeah, Chloe's kind of on the side of bad luck.
Oh man,
in this heat.
30 seconds on the clock. Khalees, the princess of Waikiki, following the footsteps of the beautiful Kelia Muniz, 2-time world longboard champion,
and making Hawaii very proud with a beautiful performance out here in challenging conditions. There's her mom, her cousin there, and the whole crew ready to cheer her on, and some great sportsmanship as we would expect from the ladies.
We got another semi-finalist, folks. You're watching the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, part of the world's largest action sports festival, the Vans US Open of Surfing. We got 2 more quarterfinal heats to come. We're going to bring Kaipo Guerrero and Pete Mel in on the call. We'll be right back.
Back at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, and Kalise Kaleo-Pa'a has made her way into the semifinals. That's quarterfinal number 2. And wow, what a big day. We got quarterfinal number 3 out in the water. I'm Kaipo. This is Peter Mel. We're having a good time, and we have another great matchup in the water. Thanks for making our company. This is all on the lead to our finals day tomorrow. This is day number 8 of 9 at the Vans US Open and the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, and we appreciate you watching. We're going to talk about some longboarding right now with Honolulu Bloomfield and Sophia Culhane out in the water. So North Shore of Oahu and South Shore of Oahu all represented in this quarterfinal number 3, Peter.
2 quarterfinals left of the day as we see Honolulu, a little tap of the 5 next to the pier. See what she's going to do for an inside connection here. She's going to stay with it. And will we see her shoot the pier? Probably just a paddle through. But already earned the 3.67 for her first wave.
All right. And 2 minutes and 55 seconds on the countdown. And 3-time world champ Honolulu Bloomfield out in the water. Opened up with a 3.67. Waiting for that last score for Honolulu Bloomfield. Meanwhile, the South Shore of Oahu's Sophia Culhane out in the blue jersey with priority and waiting for a wave to come through. Wind-swept conditions, high tide. We're just right about at the high tide mark right now, Pete, or just a little bit past. So a 5+ high tide, and it slowed down conditions, but it makes for a really steep shore break.
Well, we had touched on it earlier in regards to what you need to do in order to get the scores needed today. Well, a little switch foot action.
That was a 3.67.
There's that quick tip touch for Honolulu for a 4.93. Little redirect here. So just getting a quick start, applying some pressure to Sophia. Whereas Sophia, being that she probably would have been gifted priority right out of the gate, she's going to sit out the back and wait for one of those bigger set waves. We touched on it earlier today, Kaipo, and earlier just about an hour ago. in regards to, where you're going to be positioning here. It's still the outside section, but ultimately you're going to need, with the higher tide, you're not going to have as consistent waves on that outside section. So being patient is Sophia, which I think is a good call. Definitely a bigger wave is going to keep for extra energy going through the inside. Ooh, she might be a little bit inside here. It's going to see, that's what I mean, Kaipo, right in this zone. You can kind of get a cap on that outside section, and maybe, yeah, if you're not far enough outside, you're not going to be able to catch it. You got to either be all the way in on the shore break or outside far enough to catch the little mid peaks that'll break out on the, almost at the tee.
Well, let's hear from the last heat winner, Caity Simmers.
Yeah, and she was just telling me that was probably the hardest heat of her life, so I'll just let you speak.
Yeah, like I said, you never know with the ocean and the conditions that you have, like when you paddle out. It was totally different from just sitting in the lineup to when the heat started. Like, basically you're surfing the shore break right now, but you just gotta hope for the best and go with the flow.
Well, you have a lot of experience. But how do you kind of like gather that in your body? It's like, okay, I got this, I got to do this and this and that. How do you program that in your mind?
I feel like you have to find a happy medium, a good balance. For me, I love free surfing a lot, so I struggle with the competitive mindset a lot more. But nowadays, I have to just balance both. And when I'm in the heat, think of like a competitive mindset. And when I'm not in the heat, then I can just think how I want to think, I guess.
I'm sure this Hawaiian crew here help you think how you need to think too.
Oh yeah, I love traveling with my family from home because we're such a tight community back in Waikiki, and I travel with my cousin all the time. I'm here with my best friend Sophia, and it's just really good vibes, I guess you would say. We're always like supporting each other. Even at home too, we always like push each other for us to do better. Like, it's really nice feeling having them here.
Amazing. So carry that on, because you're in the semifinals, girl. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, yeah. It's been really, I don't know, pretty much through a lot of surf history, the Hawaiians kind of hang together and have a good time. I think some of the funnest groups in surfing and traveling around the world is when you get a bunch of Hawaiians together, Pete.
I would agree, for sure. They know how to have a good time, good jokesters, good storytellers.
You're bound to have someone who can cook it up, too.
Yeah, no doubt, right? How are you on the grill?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm just okay on the grill.
You've learned to find the best cooks around.
Yeah,
huh?
I find the best. I'm really good at talking story though. Like, I'm a good storyteller.
All right, so then you get someone else to cook, and you the storyteller.
And then
the
we find somebody who can play some music too at the same time, because you need some music. You know what I mean? You don't need a Bluetooth speaker. All you need is a couple ukuleles, maybe a guitar. You know what I mean? Some beautiful voices, and we sing along.
I love it.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying that, like, this is an interesting, a balance of like, hey, do you commit to the outside, or are you just going to surf the shore break? Because ultimately, I think if you do sit on the outside, you run the risk of actually not being able to find a wave because they're not as consistent out there. But you might have the ability to be able to catch that wave in the outside and glide in, and it really sets up the inside way better. Because you just saw an example right there. That was on the shore break, and so it's going to lift really quickly. It's going to be really hard to get any kind of speed going, and it's going to break so quick that committing to the shore break is a tough one for me, strategy-wise.
Well, on a longboard for sure.
Yeah, and I've had a few high tide heats, and like I just went, you know what? I'm going to commit to the outside. If it comes to me, it's meant to be. If it doesn't, the guys in the shore break are going to win the heat, and that's tough. But like, I've had a lot of luck sitting outside and just finding the little bubble, and then you're able to commit and cruise.
Well, I mean, you're big wave Pete. You're always on the outside, man. Like, that's like,
no,
when are you not on the? I've never seen you. We've known each other for like decades. I've like never seen you on the inside.
But it's an interesting one to especially at Huntington. I mean, this is an example of like that was the hardest heat, for Caity, because she didn't know. She was confused, probably figure out what do I need to sit on the shore break, or do I need to go outside and catch the one that's going to let me glide into the inside. I mean, it's not going to necessarily have a whole lot of scoring potential outside, but if you can stand up and get the glide going, it's going to help.
It's all about the early entry, right?
Yeah.
And the early
especially
entry
with a longboard
is going to give you some momentum going into, that shore break section, and a little head start is, well rewarded.
There's the example of it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, on a shortboard, I could see committing the inside occasionally, but I still feel like there's enough energy out there to find a wave outside.
Well, it was radical because Honolua and Sofia, you saw them paddle for waves, and because the ins and out of it, they couldn't get into the wave, or the wave broke too steep and too fast for them.
And it's an interesting one for the priority judge as well, because look, there's a wave that's breaking outside. Right?
Yeah.
That's where you need to be in order to catch it. You can't, it's either you're committing the 50 yards or whatever, let's say 35 yards out, or you sit inside, and now they're going to have to give priority, not at about halfway out.
See, so tricky, but Honolua finds her way to the nose and just taps that 5 and hits the closeout, but unable to hang on to that closeout maneuver, Honolua Bloomfield. But she's got a big head start right now on Sophia Kulane with just a 1-point ride, and that was not a takeoff, so she's not going to get any points awarded for that last wave. But it just shows you how difficult everything is out.
Yeah, and I don't think that there's a whole lot of warm-ups going on in between heats, because they're having successive rounds going back and forth. So you're really going to have to make the adjustment during your 25-minute heat. You're not going down the beach, going and catching waves real quick before your heat, generally because you're trying to save energy. It was unfortunate here for Honolua. She, in that moment, she had the tip walk, she was good glide, and then a maneuver there. I mean, she probably goes 6s or 7s, if she makes that move. But unfortunate error there, goes down, so it's going to suppress the score a little bit.
Well, I feel like a break, Pete. What do you think?
Okay, go for it.
All right.
Well, that's pretty quick.
We're going to take a break right now, but we'll be back with more action. Quarterfinal number 3 out in the water. It's the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Welcome back to the Vans Duct Tape Invitational here, Southside Huntington Pier. It's a beautiful afternoon this Saturday afternoon, day number 8 of 9 days of the world's largest action sports festival. And Sophia Kulane finds the left and threads the wall. Nice big turn off that section and unable to
That was pretty cool.
Complete.
That was pretty cool. I wish she would have pulled it off, because it would have been probably one of the better scores of this heat. Instead, incomplete, which throws down a 1.4 for her efforts. And quickly, Honolua has the 4.93 and a 4.33, so she's got the quick lead.
Well, it's going to be a challenge right now for the longboarders with this tide, with this condition, with this well swell. But you know what? I want to hear the thoughts of Mitchell Salazar, because he knows HB like the back of his hand.
A Kaipo, I do, but first things first, Connie, get over here. We're doing a dive again. Watch this, guys. Watch this. Best thing you're going to see on TV today. Okay, we got it. Thank you. What's up? That's what's up. Coniello Stewart, he's going to be in the semifinals tomorrow, the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. We're hyping up finals day. Pete and Kaipo, it's going to be an excellent one. We got the semifinals of the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. We got the Vans US Open semifinals. And then guess what? Afterwards, finals. It's going to be an awesome day. 8 days of competition so far, but day number 9 is going to be the best one. Speaking of the best things about the Vans US Open, I also made a custom t-shirt a while ago at the Vans retail store. As you can see, went simple but beautiful. It's going to be good. Come and check it out tomorrow morning.
One more dab.
Yeah, one more dab for us. Just a dance move.
Just solo.
Something,
Just solo.
anything,
Just
solo?
Just solo.
Just solo. Okay. It's Friday. Oh, let's do it. It's finals day. It's Saturday, Sunday. Hey. It's finals day.
Go, boy. Yeah. Go, Mitcho. Go, Mitcho. Go, Mitcho. Go, Mitcho.
Where's the dab? Come on, bring it.
Yeah. That's a good time right there. Ladies and gentlemen, Mitchell Salazar. That was a good time. Hey, finals day tomorrow. You want to be here or watch or both. Here we go. Sophia Kulhane. And, oh, it would have been nice to finish that one off on turn.
Again.
Got some footwork in there.
Yeah, a bit of an error. At this point, when you're working that inside section, no mistakes can happen. Sorry. It needs to be full, complete.
And now the different technique right here of, getting under waves in a shore break with a heavy longboard.
Turning turtle. A little bit of the tail pop. That's that right there.
Yeah, tail. I haven't seen a lot of turtles. I mean, maybe when it was bigger, you know, these are pretty close together to throw down the turtle.
And then there's the one where you slide off the side, grab the nose, and just go underneath.
Yep.
Kind of just an off-board duck dive. Different techniques. I love it.
Hey, you gotta learn to kind of negotiate through all of this stuff with your board. It's all part of it, and it is a bit of a challenge, but nonetheless, everyone's got the same playing field. We've got a lot on the line. It's a ticket to finals day if you come out of your quarterfinal heat, and you're looking at also big points on the World Longboard Tour.
So true, especially with the only 3 events. Ultimately, the final event being the double points. So ultimately, Malibu, that's why we're going to be able to crown that champion there. But you got to do well in that event if you're going to win the world title.
Oh, man, it's nearing happy hour. And with that, where's AJ?
We are at the Flying Embers deck, and they have so much new cool products. So we got margaritas, we got mojitos, and this is a local company who a few years ago was just starting, hadn't found their name just yet, and there were fires in Ojai where the company is based. And so they actually named their company Flying Embers after the firefighters who saved everything for them. So this week, they've invited firefighters, lifeguarders, first responders, athletes, everybody to come enjoy the Flying Embers deck, take in the view, enjoy all the drinks, and whoever is on this deck, they are always having a party because it's right next to the host site, and I know y'all can hear this and are a little bit jealous of this one.
Oh, sure are. That's a good time over there at Flying Embers, born in Ojai and brewed in Ventura. So a great brand, and they give back to local firefighter organizations as well. So great brand with a great message and some great products, great new products, Pete.
Embers on fire.
That's right. All right, so catching up with the heat, 140, 1.4, 1.8 for Sophia Kulhane. Has not even broken the 2-point mark at this moment. A little bit tough for Sophia.
Yeah, it's the unfortunate errors. She pulls off just 2 of those moves on one of those waves, or on either wave, and we have a different heat. Right now, a pretty good substantial lead for Honolulu.
And Honolulu is able to do that, right? So that's how you win 3 world longboard titles, is that you're still the surfer, no matter what, that is able to adapt to the different conditions on offer and really, put your head down. Now, so I think of Honolulu not as like a tactical surfer, but it's just a surfer with just great natural ability. I mean, she's harnessed that, but she has a real natural ability to understand the ocean.
Reading the ocean.
Yeah.
It's a big, I mean, it's almost like, reality is riding a wave is one thing, but being able to catch it, position yourself for the best waves in a heat, that's an ability that kind of comes with, I mean, obviously experience in the ocean. Time spent traveling, I think, is a huge aspect of that, just being able to, try out all the different, different types of waves. But yeah, she's very comfortable in whatever the ocean throws at her.
And here she is, taking a look at that. Little paddle, probably a priority switch at this point. That looked like an effort to me. And the priority does switch to Sophia. Sophia now with a little whitewater rolling on her side. She's taking a look at that one, decides not to go. Honolulu says that one's way too double up and steep. There's no opportunity there. So both surfers maintaining position and really in kind of sitting in a way just right
there in the shore break.
In the shore break.
That's what you got to do. But I mean, I see that wave breaking outside on the main, portion of it.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah,
I know.
Roll in.
My thoughts: get outside. Get outside right now, especially if you're going to want to pick up a bigger number. At this point, she's got a 4.93, a 4.33, and Sophia, same thing. If you're going to get a bigger number, showcase something different. We haven't seen anybody ride from the outside yet. And although it's 5 minutes left, so not a lot of time. So I guess that the inconsistency, you got to move to that inside because that's where you're going to see more waves more waves to be caught.
Yeah, that's wasabi. You got to know what's up out there. You got to pick your part and pick your peak and really navigate through all the rolls and peaks and valleys, flat spots, a little bit of this wind chop. You can get a little wind roll in, but it really is all about, its wave selection is key right now, more than anything.
See what happens in quarterfinal number 4. Soleil's up there against Rachel Tilley. Last heat of the day, but another opportunity right there. I mean, you could have been outside, catch that one. It is a little bit tougher to find that wave on that outside section because, once it gets the inside, it seems like there's going to be more opportunity to catch a wave. But there you go, quickly.
Charging. Look at this double up right here from Honolulu Bloomfield, but recognizes there wasn't any time to get to trim into a nose ride, so she just kicks out. And we're going to roll through this. Do you have any good longboard stories, Pete? You ever shape a longboard?
I do. Well, I've shaped guns.
Okay. Those are long boards.
Yeah.
I mean, how big's your Mavericks gun?
10 foot.
You could ride that in this competition.
I could. I wouldn't, though, being that I can't really walk on a gun.
Yeah.
And that's I feel like part of the criteria. No, it's long enough to be legal, but ultimately it's not really. The style of longboarding isn't going to get scored very well. I probably couldn't even get over a 3. But I do have a good story. Vince Collier, the late Vince Collier, Memorial Day event in Santa Cruz. It's one of the legendary Santa Cruz longboard events that happens at the Steamer Lane every Memorial weekend. And Vince Collier, we had an event where we'll get back to that.
We'll get back to that as Sophia may be able to come back right now, but she needs a big number, a 7.46, but perhaps her best ride so far in this quarterfinal, and Sophia kicks out. But put that together, that may reduce her requirement, although the clock's working against her.
Yeah, it will definitely reduce her requirement. But I mean, again, paddle out's only about 10 seconds, and she can get back out to this inside portion that they're surfing. Vince Collier, small conditions at the lane. In order for him in the final, he rode a wave backwards, facing out to sea, riding backwards, and he rode it directly into the rocks. I don't know if you know Steamer Lane. Why? Entertainment. Commitment. Destroyed a surfboard.
Sure.
Could have destroyed his head, but it was just Vince being Vince. And it's a funny story, but that's how he won the Memorial Day Longboard Classic, riding backwards into the rocks.
Well, Vince Collier is not
an animal.
Not only a legend, but definitely an animal, an intimidating character
live
as well.
Live life to the fullest.
And live life to the fullest.
And
so
actually
I guess that's
lived
the story there.
To the last day of his life, actually. He was on a good path at that moment. Generally his path was, ups and downs.
Ups and downs as roller coasters.
He was on a huge up, actually hanging out in Puerto Escondido, had just surfed and gotten barreled all morning long, and passed away in a chair on the beach in Puerto Escondido looking at the waves.
Wow.
And a peaceful way to go. He was literally sitting there just looking at the waves, and all of a sudden his girlfriend came up and she's like, whoa, he's gone. And it was such hey, if you're going to go, man.
Rest in paradise,
right?
DC. How's that? Yeah. Live life to the fullest and celebrate every day, I guess, is the lesson there. 1 minute remaining, and the score in last for Sophia, a 3.1. She has reduced the requirement to a 6.16. And she does have priority, although she only has 45 seconds to find a wave. I see something breaking outside again.
Yeah, there is opportunity there. I think there's enough waves that are breaking in that zone. Not always going to be easy to get to the inside section, though. You know, there's a certain level of wave that has enough energy to do it. Here you go. Honolulu on the shorey.
Oh, look
on
at
the
that.
tip.
Finding a gem just in a coal mine. And that would have been difficult to pull off because those waves just stepped over each other. But what some great footwork. Here we go, Sophia. This is a chance for her. And some fangs in that wave. Banks it off there, banks it back, redirection, comes through, gets a little double up on the way, all the way inside. At least she's giving herself a chance, Pete.
For sure. Needs the 6.16. Was there enough in it? I guess we're going to have to wait and see. Personally, I feel like probably not.
Well, let's start with Honolulu. This was pretty quick feet to get up to the nose.
Very quick feet. And the finish would have been really important to up from the 4.33, at least to guarantee your spot to the 4.3. Look where she's trimming. Her feet are actually on the other side of the stringer. Little redirect there, which was good. Great footwork of N having to be very, very quick.
Yeah, that was a 3.87, not enough. So Sophia is going to leave Huntington with an equal 5th, and Honolulu is going to stamp her ticket into finals day and a semifinals appearance when we return tomorrow for finals day here at the Vans US Open, as well as the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Last heat of the day coming your way right after this break. Afternoon here, day number 8 of the Vans US Open of Surfing and quarterfinal number 4 at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. Soleil Erico and Rachel Tilley out in the water. We got 2 former world champs out in the water with Rachel Tilley, 2015 world champ, Soleil Erico, 2018 world champ. Unfortunately, only one's going to go to the semifinals.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of how did Soleil do at Manly? Did she end up in the semis or not? Because Rachel, I know, finished it 5th in Manly. So this is an important heat for her if she wants to be able to, again, vie for that world title one more time.
Yeah, Soleil made the semifinals. So
okay,
she's
so
third
this
on
is
the ranking
yeah,
right now.
so this is big for both these surfers, right? If you want to solidify a spot or at least hold on to a result, because one of these results from Manly or here at Huntington Beach is going to count. So any way you can better what you've already got from Manly is going to be helpful, whereas Soleil already has a third.
So she needs a finals appearance to really improve upon her standings and chance for a world championship.
And carry whatever she's going to have points-wise. Same thing for Rachel Tilley here. She already has a quarterfinal, so if she loses here, it's the same amount of points going into Malibu. But if she's able to get through, she's going to build.
Here we go. Tilley with a step to the 5. I don't know if that's going to count if she actually rode out of that. Rachel Tilley, again, as we mentioned, the 2015 World Longboard Champion and the winner of the 2022 Vans Duct Tape Invitational paddle race that we had yesterday afternoon.
Is that going to be annual, you think? Are we going to see that again?
Yeah. I think it's going to start to be a new tradition. It's pretty cool. It's like the paddle race harkens back to kind of some of the surf club, longboard clubs in the 80s and the 90s when you do those paddle races. It's kind of a sprint race in and out of the surf.
Have we had any, there was said there was no rules, right?
Yeah, you can contact for
Okay,
sure.
Well, beyond that, can you actually grab a paddleboard?
No. It
has to be on one of your boards.
It has to be on one of your
boards.
boards.
Okay, so there is rules.
Well, I mean, but there's no rules once you're paddling. Like, I can grab your leg. If
I see.
You know what I mean? I can bump you. I can do anything. There we go. Soleil. That was quick feet. Getting to the nose. Banks this off on the inside. That was crucial in some difficult conditions. Malibu's Soleil Erico. That's a nice start for her.
Yeah, that's going to help a lot. First two waves, just a 1.5 and a 1.6. This is going to be the best wave of the heat. Again, with that shore break section happening so quick, able to jump to her feet. Good read here, straight to the tip. Yep, guts that tip. And then the roller coaster carries speed very well through that section. So again, this is going to be a pretty good number here for Soleil.
So we're waiting for what the judges decide upon that. And numbers are starting to trickle in. It looks like it's going to be a mid-range score. It does come in at a 4.67. Here comes Rachel Tilley. Actually takes a look at that, decides not to go.
Got to be careful. This priority judge is not going to let you. If you make any kind of look at a wave, they might take away priority.
Well, if Soleil was out the back,
it might have happened. Yeah.
Here we go. Tilley looks again and decides not to go. She's going to hold her position, looking for perhaps some landmarks on the beach. I agree with your assessment, Peter. If the surfers moved out just a little bit further and just catch a whitewater even that happens to break out there, and at least get some momentum running into the shore break, we shall see. 18 minutes and 50 seconds counting down here.
I guess it's the same risk of surfing a different part of the beach, from the north or south, by going outside by 30 yards. You're running the risk of the inconsistency and not even catching a wave.
And Rachel Tilley gets a little bit too much weight on the rail and just catches the heel rail. Let's hear from Honolulu Bloomfield with Luisa Florence.
Hono, based on the conversations that I had with you earlier, I know you must be a little bit frustrated with your scoring and with the conditions, but you still made it to the semifinals. So how are you processing it all?
I think I'm a little more happy with this heat. After my last one, I went out to the north side and just kind of tried to surf more, practiced, and then went out there and just kind of tried to catch anything I could that would be a score, because it turned into shore break like right when my heat started, or I think it might have been the heat before. But anyway, I got a couple right off the bat, which I'm super stoked on because there wasn't much out there.
And I also know that you and Sophia surf a lot together in Hawaii, and you guys are friends, but then in the water, the game is completely different. And you guys just faced each other in the quarterfinals in Sydney, so it's a completely, same scene, new place. What did you take from that experience to the water today?
It's always really hard, surfing against your friends, let alone, an amazing surfer like Sophia. So, I don't know, it's just, you never know what's going to happen. She has way more than enough potential, but I just ended up getting the waves, so, but super love her, super good surfer, so.
Well, you made it to the semifinal. I'll see you tomorrow. Go have some fun, rest, and see you tomorrow.
Right, thank you.
Yeah.
No surprise, Honolulu Bloomfield into the semifinals.
You know, what's interesting, though, is that she already won the first event.
So she's just here yeah.
You know, I mean, she's already going to be carrying, because ultimately with double points, you know, there's 20,000 points on offer, or even just figure, I mean, I haven't seen exactly what the points breakdown is going to be.
I can tell you.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Please do.
So these two events are, first place will take 5,000 points.
Oh, 5,000 points for this.
Right.
And then, okay, gotcha.
And then when we get to Malibu, then it's the full scale 10,000 points.
Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, quickly to the tip. Nice work. And a roller coaster. Huge for Rachel Tilley there.
Yeah, that was a 7-point ride for Tilley. So she's gone to the lead over Soleil Erico.
Wow,
that was
quickly.
Key.
That was huge. I mean, we hadn't seen that in a long time, and that was a shore break ride that was the highest potential you could probably get on the shorey. So good job there for Rachel Tilley. Great read. Amazing footwork, too. I mean, I don't know how she was able to get to the tip, get back, and then get the roller coaster with all that speed still carried. So well done.
There you go. Rachel Tilley now out in front of Soleil Erico. Erico needs to find the comeback now. She needs a 5.51. Can Soleil answer that call? We'll find out on the other side of this break.
Five seconds.
With 13:50 on the clock. Yeah, you two battling it out. So you guys can face Huntington.
Welcome back to the 2022 Vans Duct Tape Invitational. As soon as this heat is over, don't go anywhere. The 8:05 post show coming your way next. We've got Caity, Shannon, and the Hall of Famer, Peter Mel. We had so much great surfing today, from Challenger Series events to longboard, all setting up the semifinals and the finals tomorrow. So 8:05 post show right after this heat.
All right, that's right, AJ. I'm going to be
hyping it up.
I'm hanging around for that thing. Are you kidding me? You guys are going to be like unwrapping everything that happened today. Chris Caity, Peter Mel, Shannon Hughes on that 8:05 post show. Keep watching. And Rachel Tilley is keeping on ripping right now. She's in the lead. She just got another wave. And I believe she did that under the priority of Soleil Erico. So we'll see what number comes in. She's needing to replace a 3.17 to increase the requirement for Soleil Erico. 12 minutes, 45 seconds. Counting down. Let's take another look at this wave, Peter.
Quickly, top of the 5. This wave kind of creases on her, unfortunately, and she has to go over the double up, and that's where she ends up purling. Actually, I'm trying to wonder, where did purling come from on that one?
Pearl, the purling, the term?
Yeah.
It's short for pearl dive, and pearl divers
there we go.
Jump into the water and go to the bottom, and that's how they gather their pearls. So
Thank you,
you had the Goofy Foot moment with me, like how Goofy Foot got we probably have a new audience, Peter. Like what is the origins of the word Goofy Foot?
So this is what a story. I mean, there's a couple different
I believe it
lineages, but basically Goofy, which is a Disney character.
Yeah.
They had a moment where Goofy went surfing, and Goofy, and this was in the, like, I want to say the 60s that this was done, but he was Goofy Foot. He had his right foot forward,
yeah,
or left
cartoon.
foot forward, right?
Right foot forward.
Right foot forward,
yeah.
Which means that the term goofy came from the cartoon Goofy.
I don't mind that as a mascot. 11 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay, but pearl diving, I get it. Pearled means it's short for pearl diving.
Pearl diving.
Yeah, all right. So good stuff there. I hate pearling.
Especially if it's on a 40-foot wave, it's probably not that fun. Nobody likes it, actually, you know? You know what I do like, though? What? I like, well, I used to.
Finding pearls?
I used to. I don't get to do it anymore. I like making heats. And right now, Rachel Tilley is making her heat, and there is the support squad for Rachel Tilley.
Well, she ended up adding a 0.1 to her total, which is a 1/10 of a point. Every 1/10 of a point counts.
Makes it that
Every
much
100th
harder
of a
for your competitor to catch up. So Soleil Erico now needs a 5.61 to get the score and get the lead off of Rachel Tilley. The time in the water, 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Here we go. Soleil Erico on her heels right there. Gets the nose, gets a nice little 5. She's gifted with a little double up on the inside. Redirection there. Hangs on through the difficult shore break in the shadow of the Huntington Beach Pier. Keeps it. One more tap on the nose on the way to just scraping her fins on the water. That was a great effort by Soleil Erico. 5.61. What do you think, Pete?
I think that she actually put some time on the tip there, too. So that wasn't just a quick little tap of it. She actually put on a full second where she was actually on there. That comes into play, especially in the shore break conditions, you know, being able to get all the way to the tip and hold it for the amount of time that she did. She waited till the right time to be able to get there. And once she was there, look at it, she held it there for quite a bit. And then the redirect off this foam. In comparison to the 7, I would say it's going to come underneath that, but only needs the 5.61 to turn it.
I'm actually baffled right now because it's a 3.67.
Well, okay, so held the tip time, but it wasn't that critical of a section. Not as critical as we saw Rachel grab the tip there. So there you go. I think that's...
I mean, we get to analyze stuff, and that's what we do. And, of course, we're on a set. The judges can't hear us, but I'm pretty baffled by that number.
You thought it was better than the 4.67?
Yeah.
And you thought it was the 5.61?
I thought it should have been closer to the 5. If not the 5.61, I think it should have been closer. But, hey, let's roll on. 9 minutes and 10 seconds on the countdown. Soleil Erico continues to trail Rachel Tilley in this heat. Soleil still requiring a 5.61. Now she's under the priority of Rachel Tilley. Rachel's going to spin it on this one, decides to go, utilizing her priority. Here goes Rachel. 5, shuffles back there, another 5, double up on the inside, putting together a really nice wave. She's going to be putting more pressure on Soleil Erico with this ride. And a little bonus section on the inside.
Such a great competitive surfer. I mean, even Glenn Tilley, Dad, he was one of the best constructing heat tactics, going through it, finding good waves, all of those elements that you need to have. Rachel has it, DNA. Watch this again, quickly to the tip, back again, and then even gets back to the tip. And she did it to keep the trim going. Like, that was necessary. That was exactly what you needed to do in order to keep the trim and keep the board moving nicely, not going too far on the tail, not getting too far on the nose to pearl. Yeah, and the team likes it. And she's going to improve. She will be adding points to that total.
Yeah, she will make it the need even larger for. Here we go.
Excellent.
Yeah. Oh, and decide not going to hamper priority for Soleil Erico as she's the lone surfer out in the lineup. She's maintaining first priority, doing a little bit repositioning, and needs to find a quality wave because her requirement now is a 7.5. Again, Soleil Erico, you see her on your screen in the red jersey. She needs a 7.5 if she wants to get out of this heat.
Now, not quite excellent needed, but pretty darn close. 7.5 is a good number. Generally speaking, you're going to probably need it to be a little bit bigger wave. She's going to have a critical section on whatever part of the wave she's got to be able to get to the tip. Maybe get a nice little roll. I mean, we have a great comparison. The 7.0 of Rachel Tilley. You remember that one? She was running to the tip. She actually was able to trim through a little section, little steeper section, and then carried that speed into a nice little floater. So that's the comparison needed. for Soleil, and you know, she has that semifinal. These girls are going to be flip-flopping maybe positions here, although there's still lots of time.
6 minutes and 35 seconds counting down. And Soleil now taking a look, repositioning, getting closer to the pier, trying to find that little wedge roll in or a wave that's going to offer her a wall so she can work the entire length of the board. She can get some grace, style, and flow in her ride, get some footwork going, maybe a couple of turns. She needs to have some very good surfing because the 7.5 on the scoring scale is considered a very good ride.
Go outside, grab an outside set. That's my vote.
Well, here she goes. Fades left, turns right. Nice start. And kicks out, although no wall in front of her. Now she just gave up priority and is going to reposition herself in this confusing Huntington Beach lineup. And a big wall to go through here for Soleil.
I mean, you know, just strategically, just a point for me. You know, if you want to showcase something different that's happened in this entire heat, you can go out there and, you know, if it's destined, that wave will probably come to you.
Well, I think with the separation now, the fact that Soleil is under the priority, she may want to think about that. But here she goes. Wide shot shows the separation between the two surfers and really illustrates this mixed swell, Peter.
Yeah, it's
the wind swell seems to have taken over.
Yes, for sure. I mean, we've got the south swell. You know, Surfline had mentioned that you know, our last full day, but there's enough activity down there that we'll still see some southerly angled sets, especially when the tide drops out again, like for tomorrow. But you're gonna have to have your dancing shoes on, both in the longboard division as well as the shortboard division. You know, there may be a change in equipment for some of the surfers going into tomorrow.
Well, Soleil did get a ride right there and did get a little bit of a hang 5 on the inside. So we'll see how that goes with the judges. And there's in the background, you could see an illustration of that turtle technique to get under the wave. And now, unfortunately, for both surfers, a set rolls through and all those waves broke on the outside and rolled all the way through the inside.
Coach Kaipo would have had him on the outside.
Coach Peter Mel said go out the back about, I don't know, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, hey, look at.
I'm not going to harp on it anymore.
Nah, when you're in the set and you're looking at this and you have all the camera angles and you have the benefit not to have any nervousness with the jersey.
Mental space in your head.
I mean, it's really easy to have a big picture.
Oh, I sit on my couch right here and start telling people what to do.
I mean, hey, you're the smartest surfer in the world when you sit on the couch over here and you put on the microphones.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about everything. Should have done that. Should have done this. Why didn't you pull that off? I mean, that's just all in a day's work for us, Peter.
Yeah, it's true. I got to shut my mouth.
No, you don't. You're a surfing analyst. We need you to keep talking at least for another 3 minutes, and then we need you to talk through the 8:05 post show as well. So you got a whole lot more vocabulary on your way.
All right, I'll keep the vocal cords going.
Yeah, you're good at it. 3 minutes, 4.1 was last from Soleil Erico, so the requirement remains the same, a 7.5 for Erico out there in the red jersey. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, and Rachel Tilley, who has the lead, also has priority, and here goes Rachel's kind of drifting. Now Soleil's paddling towards Rachel, who has priority. So this is going to be a tough play for Soleil unless a two-wave set comes through. And you can see both surfers making their way to the pier. Let's check out our heat recap. Rachel Tilley to the nose, ducks through that section, and gets a little floating roller coaster on the inside for the completion. One more look at it.
Yeah, that was nicely done. Again, backs it up with the 517. Really worked this wave literally to the sand just to make sure it completed that ride, adding basically the second highest wave of the heat and really a pretty good substantial lead.
shadows in the afternoon from the Huntington Beach Pier, iconic symbol here at Huntington Beach. You want to visit Huntington Beach because there is so much going on here, and tomorrow might be a nice day to visit Huntington Beach because that's going to be our finals for the Vans US Open of Surfing and the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. You know how long the pier is, Pete?
1,856 feet.
That's awesome.
Right? Am I right?
You're 100% right. That was really good. You know when it was built?
1902.
You got second. Peter Mel.
I don't even have to look at my book.
You know, and for those of you listening, Peter did that.
You know what's funny?
Off the top of his head.
Not funny, actually. This is a rematch of quarterfinal number 4 from the GWM.
Yeah, from Sydney.
Yeah.
So it's payback.
It's payback.
Time.
Yeah, Soleil got it.
Tiller.
And it's, again, they're seeding. They've just been battling against each other. And it was look at the closest of that heat, 11.77 for Soleil to 11.73.
I remember that heat. It was a nail biter, and I think it was kind of like a buzzer beater finish in that particular heat.
Look at the seeding is pretty incredible because you got like Honolulu was up against Sofia, and Honolulu took the win there. So now the quarterfinals, most likely, if it finishes, which it looks like it will in the next 20 seconds, Honolulu will be up against Rachel Tilley. So the seeding just kind of, the top cream always rises to the top. The surfers that have been putting it together and winning heats are meeting each other once again in the finals day.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the elite do. It's down to 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and it will be a payback from Rachel Tilley. Great sportsmanship at the end of this quarterfinal number 4. High fives on the beach. Dad and mom happy with the results, as they should be, because Rachel Tilley is on to finals day at the Vans Duct Tape Invitational, and we're going to be on to the 8:05 post show. When we return, you're going to want to tune in for all of today's highlights.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I get higher. Try to put me out and I get louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome, surf fans. It's official. It's happy hour. That means it's time for the 8:05 post show. And we saw a lot of surfing today on many different crafts, all of them masters in their field. This is Rachel Tilley coming in from a really strongly surfed heat against Soleil Arico. Chris Cote here with Shannon Hughes and Pete Mell. I came and sat in Kaipo's seat and the edge is worn out. That tells me that he was on the edge of his seat for the whole afternoon, and a lot of those heats went down to the very end. Obviously challenging conditions behind us, but all of our surfers made full use of every wave that came through this afternoon. Some big performances. The cream rose to the top. That was a nice way to finish our day here, Shannon.
Oh, that was crazy. That was a battle, too, between Soleil and Rachel. They matched up a few times in the past, and Rachel's finally gotten one back to Soleil because Soleil's actually had the better of the exchanges. Crazy, crazy conditions today. It's kind of unbelievable that they were even able to pull out scores as well as they did and just look so graceful throughout.
Yeah, Pete, it was not an easy place to surf today, but you know, especially when you put a 9-foot board on a 2-foot wave with 4-foot chops coming at you in every direction. Again, masterful use of the conditions we had this afternoon.
For sure, and you know, again, trying to be adaptable because all of a sudden you're thinking you've got one strategy, and all of a sudden the tide moves up about 6 inches, and all of a sudden you've moved into the shore break, and all of a sudden your feet need to be that much quicker moving up and down the board. And I especially like that last heat because Rachel Tilley adjusted so well. She put some good numbers up there in conditions that were not conducive to longboarding.
Yeah, and as we looked at the scores down the board, it was very even up until Rachel Tilley got that 7. So what was the equation to get a big score like that on an afternoon like this?
It was pretty impressive to see the last 2 quarterfinals. They adjusted from that outside, recognizing that, I mean, those first 2 quarterfinals, nothing was happening out the back. So they needed to come to the inside. And like you said, Pete, really quick footwork and really reactive to kind of what was happening while trying to kind of keep that flow within their surfing. Finding a wave that had a good section and seriously sprinting to the nose while keeping that footwork was critical.
Yeah, react, adapt, survive, and thrive. That's exactly what Rachel Tilley did in that last exchange. That was a big heat, especially for Rachel, who now finds herself in the quarterfinals of the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. She's up against the glass right now with Louisa Florence.
It wasn't this seat, though. No.
Go.
I don't know if I can hear the...
You're live. Go.
Oh my gosh, go! I'm so sorry. She was just telling me she's wearing blue because that's when she wore her world title. Oh my God, just tell me about this heat.
Yeah, that was such a crazy heat. I mean, we were riding the shore break in Honolulu and Sophia's heat before. That's when it kind of turned from no longer breaking on the outside and only on that shore break. And so, yeah, I just knew I had to have quick feet, and that one where I was able to get to the nose and then get a hit at the end, I surprised myself on that one and was stoked to get a solid score. That then I just knew I needed to up my 3 and sit nicely for the rest of the heat and put the pressure back on her.
This is live TV, guys, and your family's right here just cheering for you. How special is, to come back to California, be in your hometown, not hometown, but in your home, and then have family like just supporting you through this, final.
Yeah, well, because I live in Australia now, and it's great to be back here and spending time here. And my dad actually grew up here in Huntington Beach, and he competed in this event, which used to be the OP Pro. And so he has all of his experience here that he's giving me insight on, and using that to my advantage. And now I'm into finals day.
Amazing! We'll see you tomorrow. Go celebrate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Louisa. Congrats to Rachel Tilley. And I don't know if you guys remember, a long, long time ago, we had Challenger Series surfing this morning. It felt like ages ago with so many heats. But I'll tell you, it was a memorable morning for our Challenger Series heats. Let's go back to one of our first heats of the day. Caroline Marks going up against Molly Picklum. I think this was a heat that had big ramifications, not for the championship tour, but for the progress in both of these surfers who went wave for wave. This was a heck of a matchup from the jump.
Well, yeah, that early start from Molly Picklum. She ended up getting an 8-point ride very early and putting the pressure on Caroline Marks, but not phased whatsoever. She was able to get up there and post 2 7s. Caroline Marks isn't really going to use these points anywhere. Matter of fact, she's taking points away. It won't go into her score line. She's not going to use them going into qualification for the championship tour. So Molly Picklum kind of needed these extra points. Unfortunately, she's going to finish with that quarterfinal. On to the semis is Caroline Marks, but I know that she wants a U.S. Open title.
I couldn't agree more. I think that's exactly why Caroline is here. She flew in from Tahiti from a trip the day before we started. She flies out the day after we finish, which means she's here and she wants to take a win out before heading to the last stop of the championship tour.
That was just amazing surfing from Caroline Marks. If I'm a competitor going against Caroline, my whole job is to not let her go right. You do not want to see Caroline Marks activate her backhand, and she did just that in that heat. So we are into the semifinals for our women's bracket here at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. Semifinal number 1, Macy Callahan versus Caroline Marks. Semifinal 2, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson versus Sophie McCullough. I love those matchups. These are matchups that you won't see on the 2022 championship tour, but man, that is a really strong field for our semis. I mean, you'd have to say Caroline Marks considered the favorite going into this semifinals, but Betty Lou Sakura Johnson put on an absolute show in her quarterfinal heat as well.
She did. Quick feet, youngster. She was able to post a big number as well, so I expect her to be looking solid for tomorrow. Being a little bit youthful and smaller conditions is always helpful.
Yeah, and we're going to be running those semifinals quickly tomorrow morning because we want to get right to the action. Well, the men got involved as well here in the Challenger Series at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. One of the heats of the day was right here. We had young surfers going wave for wave. It was a battle from the very beginning, and to me, this was a heat that was going to pretty much dictate who would be the favorite. It was Zhao Qianke going up against Ryan Callanan, and this was another wave-for-wave battle. Multiple 8s, big 7s going down, but at the end of it, Zhao Qianke got the edge.
Yeah, it was a big deal for Zhao because right now, sitting very comfortably in that top 10 is Ryan Callanan. This is going to be a result for him, even though it's a quarterfinal. I know he wanted to go further, but Zhao, he is going to be able to pick up some big points, and he is in need of them right now, especially to start some momentum. But we head to his hometown in Saquarema, so you'd expect him to do well there for our Challenger Series event. We also have Ericeira, which I think Joao could do very well. But again, this is huge for him to get that semifinal result. So far, just the minimum.
Yeah, semifinal finish in a Challenger Series, an absolute keeper. Here's the end results for that huge quarterfinal matchup. Zhao Qianke with an 8-4 and an 8, a 16-4-0 total, one of the highest heat totals of the entire event. Now that sets us up for a very unique looking semifinal. You've got Ezekiel Lau versus Eitan Osborne. I don't know if these two surfers have ever met up in competition, but semifinal 2, Evan Geiselman versus Zhao Qianke. I mean, we've got East Coast, West Coast, Brazil, Hawaii, air guys, power surfers. To me, this is one of the most exciting semifinal matchups I've seen in a long time here at the Vans U.S. Open of Surfing. That foursome right there, so tough to call. I'd have to say Zhao Qianke, maybe with that electrifying edge, but Eitan Osborne coming through, the potential underdog to win this whole thing. I cannot wait for the men's semifinals.
I mean, if Eitan can find the airs, I think he could seal it up, but Joao has been so hungry, looking for those huge breakthrough results after having such strong performances that I could see both of them easily meeting in the final, and I don't know who's going to take it all the way.
Will it be power? Will it be airs? Will it be precision, Pete?
Let's wait till tomorrow. We'll see what the conditions are conducive to, and then we'll talk about it.
All right, that is,
we'll leave it there.
That is a wise decision there. Well, throughout today, we've had a lot of Vans Duct Tape Invitational surfing as well. And I'll tell you, these heats were heavily fought as well. This is your round 4 heat 5. And Honolulu Bloomfield, always a favorite coming into any contest she surfs from 2 to 20 feet. And she proved yet again that she is a clutch performer. She had a heat with Haruka Yokoshawa, who is a threatening competitor, but it was Honolulu Bloomfield at the end, getting the win, surfing her way into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, really impressive performance from Hono, what we would have expected from her. A beautiful performance from Yoshikawa as well, from Hiroka, but she just couldn't find that momentum with the right waves. And for Honolulu, she is seriously so steady on her feet. The girl never falls. She always performs well, no matter what the conditions are like. So she's going to be a tough one to beat come finals day.
Here is your Vans Duct Tape Invitational final bracket, semi-final number 1, Caitlin Mickelson versus Caity Simmers, Honolulu Bloomfield versus Rachel Tilley, superstars of longboarding, heading into the semifinals, which will go down here on Sunday, tomorrow, the final day of the Vans US Open of Surfing and the Vans Duct Tape Invitational. And we did see men's action go down as well. Your semifinal bracket equally as stacked with talent. Taylor Jensen, Kaimana Takayama, Justin Quintal, Kaniela Stort. We've got world champions. We've got expert nose riders. I mean, it's safe to say this is one of the best fields we've ever seen in competition for longboard, shortboard, whatever you got. Our semifinals are absolutely stacked.
It's huge. I mean, for the longboard tour, this is essentially the championship tour of longboarding, right? They're looking for a world title this year, so we expect to see the best 20 surfers on the planet competing this week. And then for the Challenger Series, it's those surfers that are wanting to be in that conversation as well. So we got a huge day of surfing planned tomorrow, and I can't wait to see it get all underway.
And it's very cool. We're going to have a combined finals day, Duct Tape and Challenger Series. And of course, all the activations happening behind us. Today is going to be a massive beach party. The Van Doren Village, of course, will be popping all day long. They've been working hard back there. You know, it's fun for the visitors, but I'll tell you, Steve Van Doren and the crew have been putting in the hard yards. The Vans Duct Tape Festival continues tomorrow from 9 to 4. This could be your last chance to ride boards shaped by Dakota Roach, Troy Elmore, Zion Wright, Holly Wan. And trust me when I say these are some eclectic surfboards. You're going to want to get down here and get your hands on one of these boards. After this, all these boards are going to be donated to stoked.org. And of course, the Vans retail store on the beach. This is a pretty cool spot where you can get exclusive items that you won't find anywhere else. And you know, we've all been around the world and back, us three sitting here. Isn't it wild where you see Vans US Open of Surfing t-shirts? I mean, I think every country I've ever been to in the last 5 or 10 years, I see at least one person with a US Open shirt on. It's wild.
You got to have a gift, right? Come down here to the retail store, pick it up, and send it to all your folks around the world.
There's a visual of the Vans retail store. They're so nice in there, too. You walk in there, you feel like it's your birthday. Everyone's cheering for, welcome, welcome to the store. So it's a really fun experience, and one that I hope most of you out there watching, at least if you're in the vicinity, can get down here and enjoy it. But if you're not, you have one of the best seats in the house right behind that camera, wherever you're at. Well, I'll tell you, the Stillhouse Top 5 is going to be epic. We're going to start it off right here. This is the Stillhouse, America's Finest Top 5, starting with number 5, Eitan Osborne with a huge win. Continues his roll into the semifinals.
I will say that this kid has put together a very good, solid performance heat. He didn't try to go too big. He just surfed within himself. He put some numbers up out of it very early and didn't have to go to the air and still got the win. So we got to love Eitan, competitively savvy.
He was so fired up, too. He had his brother, he had his dad on the beach waiting. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson got a 9-point ride, one of the highest single wave scores of this entire event. Stillhouse Unbreakable. Number 4 goes to Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Seamless, powerful. Look at that opening section, just straight into the next as well. And just such good surfing from the young Hawaiian. I am so proud of the performance she's putting together, and getting 9s in conditions like she had this morning, we could be seeing exactly the same tomorrow.
And let's say that there's a lot of pressure on that score there. She needed like an excellent number, and she put up a 9.
Well, here's number 3 on your Stillhouse Unbreakable Top 5. Zhao Chianca takes down Ryan Callanan. So 2 favorites meeting early in the quarterfinals. It was all Zhao in this one.
And you think about what he was able to do here, utilizing priority, and puts up the biggest number. Trying to sell this wave to him was Ryan Callanan, but he already knew he wanted it, and look what he did with it. He just destroyed this wave, put up a huge 8-point ride to back up the other 8-point ride into an excellent number, and he knew it. He loved it.
Yeah, it was an electrifying performance, and all those claps and cheers from the beach, well warranted for Zhao Chianca. He wants revenge. He wants back on the championship tour. Well, this was a really fun heat to watch. Quarterfinal number 1, Caitlin Mickelson. She came from being the queen of the reef down in Cardiff to the queen of the shore break put on an incredible show, even did an accidental backside air that was 100% awesome.
Yeah, Caitlin just had such a good performance today. I'm so stoked to see her walking through into the semifinals. The flow, the grace, getting those nose rides in critical sections and making it out. That's really hard to do on a board with basically zero rocker to make it out of that closed break.
And your top spot on the Stillhouse, unbreakable. Top 5 is Caity Simmers. She was a standout from the very beginning of this event, and she continues to stand tall with style, with grace, great wave selection, incredible tube riding. Caity puts her name on the list of favorites to potentially take out this whole contest.
She's had success here before. She won the last time we had the Vans Duct Tape Invitational here in 2019. That was not a WSL sanctioned event, and she took away a stacked field, so she could be going back to back.
Well, we're all very excited about what's about to happen. I'm talking about finals day. We know it's going down right here on the south side of Huntington Beach Pier, the final day of the Vans US Open of Surfing. We're going to have Vans Duct Tape Challenger Series, men and women, all kinds of action. Tune in tomorrow morning, first thing. We'll see you there.
Hometown. It's been a huge week here. Now we are into the quarterfinals.
Great first turn, another great two-turn combo for young Macy. That board looks great underneath her feet.
Solid start for the Pickle.
A huge come from behind win right here for Caroline.
Needs something crazy. Caity Simmers is going to take away an equal 5th.
There we go.
2 big turns on the outside. That's the recipe. It's an excellent ride. It is excellent.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the Vans US Open of Surfing, and we are about to enter the Vans Duct Tape Zone.
Caity Simmers absolutely is killing it. Here we go with Soleil Erico. That's Wasabi.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.